While others are still busy being sycophantic over a mere half of a cookie, I have already stockpiled countless supplies to dominate this deserted island. Men have become mere hunting tools, while goddesses uniformly tend to the upbringing and service of children. Those who disobey are promptly cast into the depths of the sea. Here, there is no moral coercion, only the ruthless law of the junglito. You wish to survive? First, inquire whether my stepping stool is worthy enough. Chapter 1. Living again, this time I shall not bow. Dad, it's time for your medicine. Chu Yang held a half coconut shell in both hands, wishing to feed his father the herbal remedy he had concocted. However, Chu's father was already gravely ill before the herbal mixture could touch his lips. He erupted into a violent cough, spewing a mouthful of crimson blood. It's my fault, all my fault. If it weren't for organizing my wedding, you wouldn't have to suffer like this. Chu Yang's face was etched with anguish. Today marks the 38th day since the shipwreck. Still, there's been no rescue. As time wears on, his father's condition worsens. In civilized society, there are myriad remedies for scurvy. A mere bottle of vitamin C or even a simple orange would suffice. But now, Chu Yang could only rely on the pine needles he had gathered to alleviate his father's suffering. Just as despair began to envelop him, hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Chu Yang, I found the medicine. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang looked up sharply to see his fiancée, dressed in a chic black skirt, rushing towards him. I inquired and learned that young Master Huang still has quite a bit of medicine, but what? Speak quickly. Chu Yang pressed eagerly. Li Xinyu's gaze faltered momentarily after a brief hesitation. She bit her lip and confessed, but young Master Huang said that if you want the medicine, you must trade him all the supplies you have. All the supplies? After the disaster, Chu Yang had ventured several times to the cruise ship, collecting an impressive amount of resources. On this deserted island, living supplies are more precious than anything else, yet now, to treat his father's illness, Chu Yang could think of nothing else. Without a second thought, he declared, "All right, I will give him everything." To him, nothing is more important than his father's life. Chu Yang squeezed himself into a crevice of rock. Shortly after, he emerged with a tattered suitcase in hand. "Dad, I'm going to fetch the medicine for you. You will surely recover. Xinyue, please stay here and look after Dad. Be very careful." Before he could finish his instructions, a sudden gust of wind swept past him. Startled, Chu Yang turned, only to be met with darkness as a thick stick struck the back of his head. With a sharp crack, pain surged through him, nearly sending him into unconsciousness. Struggling to regain his composure, he turned to see a young man in a suit standing before him. "You've finally taken a bait." Huang Tianxi discarded the broken stick he held. Chu Yang's heart sank as he recognized Huang Tianxi and his group of bodyguards. It was evident that the supplies he had painstakingly gathered were now in jeopardy. However, he could not allow anyone to harm his fiancée. "Xinyue, run." Despite the agony, Chu Yang prepared to confront Huang Tianxi. Yet, Li Xinyue chuckled softly. "Why would I run?" She swayed her slender waist and gracefully approached Huang Tianxi, wrapping her arm around his and leaning affectionately against him. "From now on, this will be our new home." Chu Yang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. "Xinyue." You only then did he realize that the talk of medicine and supplies was nothing but a ruse, a trap laid by Huang Tianxi, with Li Xinyue as the most crucial piece. If it weren't for her, Huang Tianxi would never have found him. If she hadn't spoken, he would never have so readily offered all his supplies. "You have betrayed me." Anger and hurt surged within him. Yet, Li Xinyue displayed no hint of shame, still leaning against Huang Tianxi. "Betrayal? Were it not for the master's mission, why would I willingly marry a coward like you?" This revelation struck Chu Yang like a thunderbolt. "The master's mission? Stop wasting time and deal with him quickly," Huang Tianxi urged impatiently. At this, Li Xinyue picked up a large stone and with a determined glint in her eyes, approached Chu Yang, raising it high above her head. "If it weren't for you, I would never have ended up in this shipwreck, stranded on this forsaken island." The stone fell, blood erupted. Chu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with resentment. He could hardly fathom that the wedding he had meticulously planned was merely a task. Even more unfathomable was the fact that he would meet his demise at the hands of Li Xinyue. "I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this." In the quiet cabin, Chu Yang's sudden outburst startled many, drawing curious glances from the tourists around him. A few even glared at him in anger, shouting their indignation. "Damn, you scared me. What the hell is wrong with you? Are you possessed?" Listening to the murmurs around him and surveying his surroundings, Chu Yang's mind was in disarray. Wasn't he supposed to be stranded on a deserted island after a shipwreck, robbed of his supplies, and then killed by Li Xinyue? Kid, did you have a nightmare? His father asked, concern etched on his face. Was it merely a dream? Chuyang wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It felt too real. At that moment, however, a sharp pain pierced his side. Li Xinyue elbowed him, rolling her eyes in annoyance. Hey, stop pretending to be crazy. I'm talking to you. When will you transfer the 58,800 in betrothal gifts? My brother urgently needs the money. Xu Yang's expression froze at her words. It wasn't a dream. Had he been reborn? Li Xinyue's troublesome brother, Li Sudong, approached, pointing at Xu Yang and berating him. Can you even do this? Give me a definite answer if you can't. They'll have my sister marry someone else. I'm counting on this money for investment. Indeed, everything was just as it had been in his previous life. Xu Yang's expression darkened. In his last life, he had been overjoyed to travel and marry Li Xinyue, believing he had found true love. Yet, she had been the one to end his life. That affection, which he cherished deeply, turned out to be merely her master's mission. In this life, I shall not repeat the same mistakes. Xu Yang scoffed coldly. Confronted by Li Sudong's pressure, Xu Yang no longer felt compelled to acquiesce. He retorted with a scoff, investment? I suspect you're just planning to use it to pay off your gambling debts. If it weren't for your massive debts, how would your mother have been pressured to death by creditors? Now that there's no one left to leech off, you think you can come to me? Not a chance. Li Sudong's expression darkened at his words. Li Xinyue, too, was visibly displeased. Xu Yang, let's keep the conversation civil. What do you mean bringing up my mother? Let me be clear, if you can't provide the 58,800 in betrothal gifts, then we might as well not get married. Is that so? Then let's not marry. Xu Yang responded decisively. In his previous life, he could only blame himself for being blind to the true nature of this venomous woman. In this new life, did she still think she could marry him? Not a chance. The siblings' faces changed at his words. What was happening to him today? He used to be easily manipulated to satisfy Li Xinyue's desires for traveling and marriage. He had even postponed the family banquet and used the save money to take her and her brother abroad for their wedding. Today, he was like a different person. Kid, you can't joke about something as serious as marriage. His father scolded immediately. He then turned to Li Xinyue, attempting to appease her. Xinyue, matters concerning couples should be discussed together. They'll find a way to gather the betrothal gifts. If it doesn't work, we can sell the family house. Xiao Yang is just confused. How can you say we won't get married? Xu Yang gazed at his father's stooped figure, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Over the years, his father had toiled tirelessly to raise him, sacrificing meals and clothing. Yet in his previous life, he had been ensnared by the allure of Li Xinyue, pouring all his heart into her, only to helplessly witness his father suffer from illness. In this life, he vowed it would not be the same. Dad, I was indeed foolish to have fallen for such a venomous woman. I will not marry her. A tsunami is approaching. This cruise ship is destined to run aground. I will take you away from here. Chu Yang's voice trembled as he spoke, and without waiting for a response, he grasped his father's hand, intent on leaving the cabin. His words, though not loud, ignited a commotion among the onlookers. What? Run aground? Chapter 2. Your remote control is still in Huang Xiao's hands, correct? There are numerous taboos while navigating the high seas, for instance. Kitchenware should not be turned upside down, and words such as capsize or sink must be avoided. Yet, Chu Yang publicly declared that the cruise ship was about to run aground, naturally offending many sensibilities. Kid, when at sea, one must choose their words wisely. Quick, spit, spit, spit. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll toss you overboard. The crowd erupted in a chorus of rebuke. Among them, a young man in a white suit stood out. Run aground? This cruise ship belongs to my Huang group, which employs the finest captains and crew in the world. With decades of experience, we have never encountered an accident. Keep talking, and you'll be receiving a lawyer's letter. The speaker was Huang Tianxi. As he spoke, Li Xinyue looked at him with eyes full of admiration. However, with Mrs. Huang present, she dared not go too far. Chu Yang observed this scene with disdain. What a pair of despicable individuals. Although he had learned of their treachery in his previous life, witnessing their flirtation firsthand made him feel nauseous. How could such repugnant people exist in this world? Then consider me a fool for saying so. Believe it or not. After speaking, Chu Yang prepared to lead his father towards the lifeboats. In this second chance at life, he had no obligation to save strangers, especially not this unsavory duo. Chu Yang's resolute demeanor stirred a tumult among the passengers, some even expressing their desire to disembark alongside him and his father. Huang Tianxi furrowed his brow and summoned the first mate to regain control of the situation. First mate Zhou, you were looking for me? The first mate arrived promptly upon receiving the message, and Huang Tianxi cast a glance at Chu Yang. This lunatic claims a storm is imminent and that our cruise ship will run aground. I believe he is delusional. Please notify the ship's doctor to take him to the isolation cabin. Run aground? The first mate's expression shifted. This was indeed a taboo. Sir, without evidence, such claims cannot be made. The sky is clear. How could there be a storm? To prevent you from causing panic among the other passengers, please accompany me to the dining room to cool off. The first mate suggested. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes at him, tempted to walk away. However, in his previous life, when disaster struck at sea, it was the first mate who had extended a helping hand, saving him from drowning in the first wave. This time, it was his turn to return the favor. First mate Zhou, you should have noticed the irregularities on the instrument panel when the cruise ship departed. I'm not speaking nonsense, you know better than anyone. Chu Yang whispered. The first mate's expression changed immediately. Although Chu Yang's voice was low, it struck the first mate like thunder. He had indeed noticed anomalies in the instrument data before departure, and despite thorough inspections, no issues had been found. This was a company secret. Even Huang Tianxi was unaware. How do you know? Huh? Do you know how many inspections a ship undergoes before departure? How dare you speak so recklessly here? Do you think you know more about shipping than I, the heir of this shipping group? Huang Tianxi scoffed. Amidst the crowd, someone bluntly remarked, I think he's been watching too many movies, believing he possesses superpowers. Hey, Superman, if you really have the ability, predict something else for us to see. This guy must be desperate for attention. People are so ridiculous. The first mate wore a conflicted expression. Logically, a ship that had passed multiple inspections while sailing on a clear sea had almost no chance of encountering an accident. Yet, Chu Yang's words planted a seed of doubt in his mind. What if he was telling the truth? Prediction? Very well. At that moment, Chu Yang declared, in 5 minutes, the largest real estate company in Long Country, Hengtai Group, will announce a catastrophic collapse. First mate, if you don't believe me, just wait 5 minutes and see. His assertive tone caused the first mate to waver. Those who navigated the seas often believed in the metaphysical. Younger brother, please follow me to the dining room for a moment. I would like to speak with you privately. The first mate's tone softened significantly. Once in the dining room, he asked skeptically, what you just said, is it true? In 5 minutes, you will know. Chu Yang replied calmly. His nonchalant demeanor only heightened the first mate's anxiety. With the passage of time, many old customs have been discarded, yet this seasoned sailor still clung to the belief that it was better to trust than to doubt. Just then, a crew member wheeled in a cart filled with supplies. Chu Yang's eyes brightened at the sight. Essential items. After being stranded on a deserted island, supplies were the key to survival. In his past life, he had managed to endure 38 days, largely due to the provisions he scavenged from the wreckage of the cruise ship. This time, he needed to prepare in advance. First mate, how much for a cart full of supplies like this? Chu Yang inquired. The first mate was momentarily taken aback. Supplies? The Heart of the Ocean was a luxury cruise ship, and most necessities were provided for free, with some rare items available for purchase by those with special needs. This cart perhaps around 100,000? The first mate replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yang returned to the cabin and retrieved a small suitcase. 200,000 ill, take it all. Chu Yang, what are you doing? Li Xin US screamed, realizing that the 200,000 cash in the suitcase was the betrothal gift Chu Yang had prepared for her. However, since he had failed to gather the required 588,000, she had adamantly refused to accept it. Li Sudong rushed over as well. That's my money. I was hoping to recoup my losses once my sister's betrothal gift was secured. Who would have thought Chu Yang would squander it so recklessly? Kid, don't go crazy. Chu Yang's father reprimanded. The Chu family was not wealthy. That 200,000 was meant for Chu Yang's wedding, and he could not stand by and watch his son throw it away. However, Chu Yang resolutely handed the suitcase to the first mate. 200,000, will you sell it? The first mate hesitated. As a first mate, he had no reason to refuse a business opportunity presented to him. Yet he had never encountered someone so willing to buy an entire cart of supplies outright. At that moment, Huang Tianxi laughed heartily. Sell it, why not? I have plenty of supplies on this ship. As long as you have the money, they'll sell you as much as you want. But you might regret it later. Huang Tianxi sneered. Regret? Chu Yang scoffed. Just wait and see. The one who should be regretting is you. With Huang Tianxi's encouragement, the first mate no longer hesitated. The transaction was swiftly concluded, and the cart of supplies was handed over to Chu Yang. Younger brother, do you need help taking these supplies to your cabin? However, Chu Yang shook his head. No, deliver them directly to the lifeboats. The first mate frowned slightly at this request. Beside them, Li Sudong witnessed the scene, his eyes ablaze with fury. Li Xinyue trembled with urgency. Chu Yang, have you lost your mind? That is my money, the bride price you're supposed to give me. Do you still intend to marry me? She screamed. Chu Yang shot her a cold glare. Is my message not clear enough? I will not marry you. How many times must I repeat myself? Consider it a moment of blindness on my part. One will never wed a woman like you. You. Li Xinyue was at a loss for words. She could not fathom what had come over Chu Yang today. He suddenly seemed like a different person. You say you won't marry me, and just like that, it's over? After all this time I've spent with you, what do my feelings count for? Well, my youth. Even if you refuse to marry, that 200,000 should be compensated as my youth's lost opportunity. With that, she lunged forward once more to snatch it back. Chu Yang, exasperated by her persistence, swept his arm and pushed her aside. Lost opportunity for youth? He scoffed. You should not seek compensation from me for that. You ought to approach this young master instead. Chu Yang's mocking tone dripped with disdain. What do you mean by that? Li Xinyue, initially seething with rage, visibly quivered at the mention of young Master Huang's name. Must I elucidate your sordid affairs? The toy you harbor within you, the remote control remains in young Master Huang's possession, does it not? Engaging in a master-servant game. You truly know how to play. Chu Yang's expression was one of revulsion. His words detonated like a torpedo, stirring a ruckus in the previously tranquil cabin. Huang Tianxi, who had been reveling in the profit of 200,000 from Chu Yang, suddenly paled. What nonsense are you spouting? Huang Tianxi hastily denied the allegations, while Mrs. Huang exhibited a flicker of doubt. You. Li Xinyue's face drained of color. Zhou Dafu. Fetch the goods, Chu Yang commanded, turning to lead Zhou Dafu toward the cargo hold. Stop. Clarify your words. Huang Tianxi seethed with anger. Just then, an announcement echoed through the cabin. Breaking news. Real estate giant Hengtai Group has declared bankruptcy due to liabilities of 20 trillion as the former down payment Zhang Hengtai issues an apology. Chapter 3. Before you stands a prophet. In startling news, the real estate giant Hengtai Group has declared bankruptcy with debts amounting to 2 trillion yuan. Unable to meet its financial obligations, Zhang Hengtai, the former down payment holder, has publicly apologized and pledged to raise funds swiftly to ensure the proper execution of existing projects. This unexpected announcement reverberated throughout the ship's cabin, plunging the once boisterous atmosphere into an eerie silence. The din of chatter and speculation came to an abrupt halt. Hengtai has gone bankrupt? A voice echoed in disbelief, igniting the tension in the air. Previously, Chu Yang had predicted that Hengtai Group, the largest real estate company in Longhua, would declare bankruptcy within 5 minutes, a prediction that had met with skepticism. Yet now, the reality lay before them. 5 minutes, neither more nor less. The young man had spoken the truth. His foresight had indeed materialized. The incredulity was palpable. Everyone in the cabin was left astonished by Chu Yang's uncanny accuracy. Those who had mocked him now felt the sting of their words returning to haunt them. A wave of panic began to spread among the crowd. Chu Yang had made 2 predictions. If he could accurately foresee the downfall of Hengtai, what of his other foretelling? Could it be that the cruise ship would indeed run aground? I refuse to perish here. I demand to disembark. Surely, a maritime disaster cannot be imminent. Damn this wretched cruise ship. My company just went public. I will not die here. Quickly, find a port. Panic surged, with cries echoing for a return to shore. And several individuals, unable to withstand the psychological strain, broke down in tears. At this moment, Wang Tianxi too was engulfed in anxiety. Could it be true? But this thought was extinguished almost as swiftly as it appeared. Who could truly predict the future? It must be mere coincidence. Silence, please. Have faith in the capabilities of Huang Group. Do not succumb to baseless rumors. He implored. I am Huang Group's young master, and I am aboard this ship myself. Surely, you can trust me? Predicting the future is nothing more than luck. Li Xinyue, having regained her composure, concurred. Indeed, it is merely coincidence. He has been immersed in real estate financial news these days. He must have received some insider information that led him to deduce Hengtai's impending collapse. We cannot take him seriously. She felt compelled to clarify. If the crowd believed Chu Yang's words, her own reputation would be tarnished. Fortunately, the crowd gradually began to calm. Indeed, it must be coincidence. I work in real estate. A month ago, there were whispers of Hengtai's financial troubles. By piecing together these rumors, one could easily arrive at this conclusion. He must be filming a short video, desperate for attention. The notion of future prediction was too far-fetched. With Huang Tianxi, the young master of Huang Group, vouching for them, and with Li Xinyue providing support, the crowd's initial panic began to subside. Huang Tianxi sighed in relief. Damn it, Chu Yang. Who would have thought he could be right? As he prepared to send his bodyguards to confront Chu Yang, he suddenly felt his pocket lighten. His expression changed, and he instinctively tried to conceal it, but a delicate hand swiftly reached into his pocket, retrieving a purple remote control. Click! The remote control activated. Li Xinyue trembled slightly. Madame Huang's face darkened at the sight. Despite her reluctance to believe Chu Yang's claims, witnessing this moment forced her to accept the reality before her. Bang! Huang Tianxi, you scoundrel! Madame Huang's tone was icy. In the cargo hold, Chu Yang, accompanied by Deputy Zhou, entered the compartment housing supplies. Gazing at the abundance of provisions before him, Chu Yang's heart raced with desire. If he could acquire all these supplies, he and his father would never want for sustenance. Yet, he could only dream. Setting aside the cost of acquiring all these provisions, how would he store them? After a moment of contemplation, he produced a bank card from his pocket. Deputy Zhou, I have 1 million on this card. I would like to purchase 5 additional boxes of supplies. Please prepare a lifeboat to load them all. Child, are you out of your mind? Chu Yang's father exclaimed, alarmed. It's one thing for you not to marry. If Li Xinyue is truly that kind of woman, better to sever ties sooner rather than later. But this 1 million was meant for your home. It is supposed to be your future. Deputy Zhou, observing the urgency in Chu Yang's father's expression, sighed inwardly. With a son like this, his brother would surely face considerable hardship in his later years. Chu Yang, I hope you reconsider. This is not a trivial amount, Deputy Zhou urged. Just then, a crew member's phone blared an announcement. Breaking news, real estate giant Hengtai Group has declared bankruptcy, burdened with debts of 2 trillion yuan. Former down payment holder Zhang Hengtai has issued an apology and vowed to raise funds promptly to ensure the successful execution of existing projects. Heavens! Hengtai has truly gone bankrupt. The crew member gasped, and Chu Yang's father stood dumbfounded. Chu Yang's prediction has come true? Deputy Zhou's expression darkened. As a seasoned sailor, he held a deep-seated respect for supernatural forces. The manifestation of Chu Yang's prophecy, coupled with his hoarding of supplies, sent an unsettling premonition coursing through him. Can you truly foresee the future? Deputy Zhou inquired gravely. Chu Yang smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. Let us load the supplies. Seeing his demeanor, Deputy Zhou felt a growing heaviness in his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he firmly replied, No, if the ship truly runs aground. These supplies represent the lives of the passengers. I cannot allocate them entirely to you. What if I am merely speaking nonsense? Your young master has agreed to sell to me. How can you go back on your word? Chu Yang provocatively retorted. Indeed, Deputy Zhou hesitated at those words. Yet he ultimately maintained, I am a sailor. I have always leaned towards believing in the possible rather than the impossible. I can offer you a maximum of 3 boxes of supplies. After a moment's reflection, Chu Yang nodded. Given Deputy Zhou's character, he would certainly consider the welfare of others in the face of potential disaster. Securing 3 boxes was already a significant concession. Even with just 3 boxes, it far exceeded Chu Yang's expectations. With these provisions, he and his father would be sufficiently sustained should they find themselves stranded on a deserted island. 3 boxes it is. However, I will also need to rent a speedboat. I want that fishing boat. Chu Yang pointed to a nearby vessel. This time, Deputy Zhou did not hesitate further. If Chu Yang had requested a lifeboat, perhaps he would have wavered, but the fishing boat's performance and sturdiness paled in comparison to a lifeboat. In the event of a maritime disaster, a fishing boat would be of little use. Are you certain about the fishing boat? Absolutely. As soon as Chu Yang stepped onto the deck, he was surrounded by several men clad in black suits. Damn it, how dare you come back? Huang Tianxi seethed through gritted teeth. Chapter 4. The impending disaster. A dozen bodyguards encircled Chu Yang and his father, while Huang Tianxi, rubbing his face, glared menacingly at Chu Yang. He was uncertain whether Chu Yang's prediction about the maritime disaster would prove accurate, but when it came to the remote control, it was unmistakably precise. You have caused me immense trouble, Huang Tianxi snarled. He could not fathom how Chu Yang discovered his affair with Li Xinyue, nor could he understand the mystery behind that cursed remote control. He believed he had concealed his secret well. Had it not been for Chu Yang's loose tongue, his wife would never have rifled through his pockets. Mrs. Huang had pressed the remote several times, nearly dehydrating Li Xinyue. Just recently, Mrs. Huang had slapped him and stormed out, now crying and demanding a divorce. In a typical household, a divorce might be inconsequential, but his father-in-law was not to be trifled with. Moreover, his wife, Gu Nianxi, held a 5% stake in the Huang Group. If Huang Tianxi truly sought a divorce, he could potentially lose billions. Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you've brought upon me? Throw him overboard to feed the fish. Huang Tianxi's eyes were bloodshot. As soon as he finished his sentence, the bodyguards surged forward. What do you want? Don't touch my son, Chu Yang's father bellowed, resolutely placing himself in front of Chu Yang. This honest man had never faced such a scene before and was understandably frightened, yet he stood firm, unwilling to yield an inch. Zhou, the deputy, also stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Chu Yang. Young Master Chu, remain calm. Calm? How can I be calm? I could murder him. Huang Tianzi's eyes blazed with rage. For years, he had hidden his affair without issue, largely due to Gu Nianxi's watchful eye, which led him to place Li Xinyue under the care of the unsuspecting Chu Yang. He had intended to accompany her on this trip under the guise of a vacation, hoping for some excitement. Little did he know, Chu Yang's loose tongue had capsized his plans. Huang Tianzi glared at Chu Yang, his face contorted with fury. Aren't you supposed to predict the future? Why don't you predict whether I will kill you? If you can, I may let you go. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang chuckled. So it's a death sentence then? Despite the murderous intent radiating from Huang Tianzi, Chu Yang exhibited no signs of panic. The second-generation heir relied solely on his bodyguards. Chu Yang's gaze drifted past Huang Tianzi to the nearest bodyguard. You're Wang Dong, who has served Huang Tianzi for 8 years. You have 2 children, one of whom is a love child raised by your uncle. Wang Dong's expression shifted dramatically. How did he know? But Chu Yang offered no explanations, moving on to the next individual. You're Lin Hai, orphaned at a young age, raised alongside your sister. Your wife was bullied by a thug in high school and you severed that scoundrel's hand and fed it to the dogs. Lin Hai's face paled as he realized the gravity of his secrets being revealed. Chu Yang then turned to the third man. You're Zhang Wei. 3 years ago, you met your current wife and fell in love at first sight. With Huang Tianzi's assistance, you pursued her until she finally agreed to marry you. The 3 men's expressions paled further. Chu Yang grinned, shifting his gaze to the others. You all share a common trait. You wear the same green hat. Young Master Huang has taken such good care of your families, hasn't he? His smile revealed a row of pristine teeth. At this, the crowd gasped. The bodyguards cast suspicious glances at Huang Tianzi. Don't listen to his nonsense. Damn it, this kid is slandering me. Huang Tianzi's panic was palpable. Chu Yang remained unfazed, merely smiling as he stood his ground. His assertions contained a kernel of truth. Among the bodyguards, he only recognized Wang Dong, Lin Hai, and Zhang Wei. In a previous life after being stranded on a deserted island, Huang Tianzi's bodyguards had split into factions, leading to a violent confrontation that resulted in the deaths of Wang Dong and the others. Rumor had it that these fatalities stemmed from Huang Tianzi's betrayal. I trust you all have your suspicions, Chu Yang said mysteriously. Wang Dong and the others fell silent, evidently convinced by Chu Yang's words. The other bodyguards, though quiet, regarded Huang Tianzi with increasing wariness. The situation amused Chu Yang. He had merely intended to fabricate a few statements to secure his safety, but the outcome exceeded his expectations. Wang Dong and his companions appeared ready to incinerate Huang Tianzi with their fiery glares. Were it not for the Huang family's influence, they might have cast him into the sea. You fools, do you believe his absurdities? Huang Tianzi raged. Just then, Wang Dong spoke up quietly. Young Master Huang, I've been meaning to ask, why was your watch at my house? Huang Tianzi's expression froze. This was a difficult matter to refute. Like the remote, undeniable evidence existed, and no amount of evasion would suffice. However, while the remote's discovery might result in a slap, these men were capable of murder. What do you intend to do? This is my Huang family's ship. Are you planning to attack? Huang Tianzi shouted. His words quelled some of the tension. The Huang family's power loomed large, especially aboard their own vessel. If they were to assault Huang Tianzi, the consequences upon docking would be dire. However, Chu Yang leisurely added, in 10 minutes, a disaster warning will be issued. Should a maritime disaster occur, we will find ourselves stranded on an uninhabited island, where none shall hold superiority. Shut your mouth. Huang Tianzi interjected hastily. His clothing was drenched in cold sweat. Chu Yang's words seemed ominous, and the thought of someone taking action based on his predictions terrified him. Don't believe him. He is deceiving you all. It's all lies. Huang Tianzi desperately protested. At that moment, the heart of the ocean sounded a piercing alarm, followed by an urgent announcement. We interrupt this broadcast for an emergency message. The observatory has detected an abnormal solar magnetic storm. This may result in localized storms and heavy rainfall. Communication systems may experience interference. There is no need for panic. As this announcement played, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Had they heard this statement in the past, it would have been dismissed as trivial, just a solar magnetic storm. But after witnessing Chu Yang's predictions materialize, fear gripped their hearts. Could it be that Chu Yang truly had the ability to foresee the future? Was the maritime disaster he spoke of indeed imminent? Chapter 5, The Truth Behind the Green Hat's Impossible. My wife with young Master Huang? No way. You're spreading rumors. Zhang Wei asserted with conviction. He was well aware of his wife's character, even though they had only recently married. Chapter 4. The impending maritime disaster. 12 bodyguards encircled Chu Yang and his father. While Huang Tianxi, rubbing his face, glared at Chu Yang with a fierce intensity. Whether Chu Yang's prediction of the maritime disaster would prove accurate remained uncertain. Yet his prowess with the remote control was undeniably precise. You have caused me immense trouble. Huang Tianxi ground his teeth. Struggling to comprehend how Chu Yang had uncovered his relationship with Li Xinu, as well as the matter of that cursed remote control, he believed he had concealed his affairs well. Had it not been for Chu Yang's careless words, his wife would never have thought to rummage through his pockets. Mrs. Huang had pressed the remote control several times, nearly causing Li Xinu to become unresponsive, leaving no room for denial. Not long ago, Mrs. Huang had slapped him and stormed off, and now she was crying and demanding a divorce. In a typical family, such a separation might be inconsequential. However, his father-in-law was no fool, and his wife, Gu Nianxi, held a 5% stake in the Huang group. Should Huang Tianxi truly pursue a divorce, he would conservatively face a loss of over $1 billion. Do you have any idea the trouble you have brought upon me? Toss him into the sea to feed the fish. Huang Tianxi's eyes were bloodshot. Upon his command, the black-clad bodyguards surged forward. What do you intend to do? Do not lay a hand on my son, Chu's father shouted, resolutely placing himself in front of Chu Yang. This honest man had never encountered such a tumultuous scene and was understandably frightened, yet he stood firm, unwilling to retreat. Deputy Shou also stepped up, positioning himself in front of Chu Yang, urging, "Young Master Chu, remain calm." Calm? How can you expect me to be calm? I wish to kill him. Huang Tianxi's eyes were ablaze with rage. For years, he had hidden his infidelities without incident, largely due to Gu Nianxi's vigilant oversight, which had led him to place Li Xinu's name under the guise of this honest man, Chu Yang. He had accompanied her on this trip under the pretense of a vacation, hoping to try something novel. Yet, due to Chu Yang's loose tongue, everything had capsized. Huang Tianxi glared at Chu Yang, his expression twisted with fury. Are you not able to predict the future? Why not foresee whether I will kill you? If your prediction is accurate, I shall spare you. Chu Yang scoffed at the challenge. In any case, I am destined to die, am I not? Despite Huang Tianxi's murderous intent, Chu Yang remained unperturbed. The spoiled heir relied solely on these bodyguards. Chu Yang's gaze shifted beyond Huang Tianxi to the nearest bodyguard. You are Wang Dong, having served Huang Tianxi for 8 years. You have 2 children, one of whom is a love child, raised by your uncle. Wang Dong's complexion shifted dramatically upon hearing this revelation. How does he know? Yet, Chu Yang offered no explanation, continuing to point at the next individual. You are Lin Hai. Orphan since childhood, living with your sister. Your wife was bullied by a thug during high school, and you severed the thug's hand and fed it to the dogs. Lin Hai's face paled as he processed the words. These were secrets even Huang Tianxi was unaware of. Chu Yang's gaze then fell on the 3rd bodyguard. You are Zhang Wei. 3 years ago, you met your current wife and fell in love at first sight. With Huang Tianxi's assistance, you pursued her for a long time before she finally agreed to marry you. With each name, the 3 men turned ashen. Their secrets laid bare. It is all too accurate. The truths Chu Yang revealed were their deepest secrets, some even hidden from Huang Tianxi. A grin spread across Chu Yang's face as he turned to address the others. You all share a commonality. You have all donned the same green hat. Young Master Wang truly takes good care of your families, ensuring they are well looked after. Chu Yang flashed a gleaming smile, revealing his white teeth. At this proclamation, shock rippled through the crowd. The bodyguards cast suspicious glances at Huang Tianxi. Do not listen to his nonsense. Damn it, this kid is slandering me. Huang Tianxi's frustration boiled over. Chu Yang was not in a hurry to argue with him. He merely stood there with a smile. Of course, there was some exaggeration in his claims, as he only genuinely knew Wang Dong, Lin Hai, and Zhang Wei among the bodyguards. In a previous life, after being stranded on a deserted island, Huang Tianxi's bodyguards had split into factions, leading to a deadly conflict among them. Rumors later circulated that Huang Tianxi had caused the discord, resulting in their demise. I trust you all harbor your own speculations. Chu Yang added with an air of mystery. Wang Dong and the others remained silent, evidently convinced by Chu Yang's words, while the other bodyguards, though not vocal, regarded Huang Tianxi with wariness. Huang Tianxi's reputation was too deeply ingrained, especially among those with devoted wives, whose eyes now gleamed with vengeful intent. The sight amused Chu Yang. He had initially intended to weave a few fabrications to save his life, yet the outcome was far more effective than he anticipated. Observing Wang Dong and the others, their eyes burned with fury. Had it not been for Huang's influence, they might have indeed acted against Huang Tianxi, casting him into the sea to become fish fodder. A bunch of fools. You dare to believe his lies? Huang Tianci bellowed. Just then, Wang Dong spoke up. Young Master Huang, there is something I have long wished to inquire. Why was your watch found in my home? Huang Tianci's expression froze. For this was a predicament he could not refute. Just as with the remote control, the evidence was incontrovertible. No amount of denial would suffice. However, unlike the remote control, which had merely resulted in a slap, these men were capable of murder. What do you intend to do? This is my Huang family's vessel. Do you dare to act against me? Huang Tianci shouted. His outburst managed to silence several individuals, as the Huang family wielded considerable power, especially aboard their own ship. Should they truly confront Huang Tianci, the consequences after docking would be dire. Yet, at that moment, Chu Yang leisurely interjected, in 10 minutes. A disaster warning will be issued. Should the maritime calamity occur, we shall find ourselves stranded on a deserted island, and no one shall be deemed superior. Silence. Huang Tianci hastily interrupted Chu Yang. At that moment, his clothes were drenched in cold sweat, for Chu Yang's words seemed almost prophetic. If someone truly believed him and acted upon it, his demise would be utterly unjust. Do not listen to him. He is deceiving you. It is all false. Huang Tianci desperately protested. Just then, the Ocean Heart's alarm blared, accompanied by an urgent announcement. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you an emergency message. The observatory has detected an abnormal solar magnetic storm. This solar storm may lead to localized storms and heavy rainfall. Communication systems may be disrupted. There is no need for panic. As this announcement echoed, everyone present fell into stunned silence. In the past, they would have dismissed such a statement, viewing a solar storm as trivial. However, following Chu Yang's repeated predictions coming to fruition, fear gripped their hearts. Could it be that Chu Yang truly possessed the ability to foresee the future? Was the maritime disaster he spoke of indeed imminent? Chapter 5. So all three of them have green heads. How could this be? My wife and Huang Xiao? Impossible. You are spreading rumors. Zhang Wei asserted confidently. He was quite clear about his wife's character. Although they had only recently married, Huang Tianci had even specially given him a generous red envelope during the childbirth. Lin Hai nodded in agreement. You have grievances with Huang Xiao, but you cannot tarnish our reputation, can you? Indeed, Huang Xiao has always been exceptionally considerate of us. Chu Yang, do you think a few words could sow discord successfully? You must be dreaming. Stop slandering us here. Huang Tianci felt an intense hatred towards Chu Yang. I speak nothing but the truth. You only need to judge for yourselves whether he seems guilty. Furthermore, Wang Dong discovered your watch at home. You must explain that, right? Chu Yang adopted a nonchalant attitude, indifferent to their beliefs. Wang Dong pondered for a moment and found Chu Yang's reasoning somewhat valid. Yes, Huang Xiao, can't you clarify this? What is the matter with that watch? Huang Tianci panicked internally and shouted loudly. What could it possibly be? Are you doubting me as well? That watch was accidentally left at your house last time. Everyone knows that when a person feels guilty, they tend to speak loudly, don't they, Huang Tianci? Chu Yang did not let him off easily and confronted him directly. Huang Xiao, when did you ever visit my home? Wang Dong thought long and hard, but could not recall. Was it when you got drunk last time? I had the driver take you home. And when I helped you in, you accidentally vomited on me. While I was washing up, I took off my watch. That's how it happened. Huang Tianci spoke increasingly fluently, weaving a lie with remarkable ease. Oh, so that's how it is. Wang Dong noticed Huang Tianci's explanation was quite clear, and his suspicions began to lessen slightly. Are you certain you were merely taking him home and not also taking care of his wife? Chu Yang's words struck like thunder in the hearts of the three men. They struggled to recall if Huang Tianci had indeed taken advantage of the situation. They exchanged glances, still harboring doubt. The boat rocked slowly, the wind howled, and the waves grew larger. It seemed as if what Chu Yang said was indeed the truth. They could only look at Huang Tianci. Huang Xiao, is what Chu Yang said true? Did you really care for my family like that? Lin Hai found it quite ironic. After all, he had devoted himself to Huang Tianci, only to discover this man had even played with his wife. Under the scrutinizing gazes of Lin Hai and the others, Huang Tianci felt increasingly guilty. He steeled himself and argued, don't believe Chu Yang's nonsense. His words cannot be trusted, understand? I have treated you well. Yet Chu Yang could no longer tolerate him. This fellow is utterly shameless. No wonder he has fooled those who serve him. Consider this. When Huang Tianci didn't need you by his side, were your wives at home? He often sent you all away or provided you with spa vouchers to relax, all under the guise of brotherly kindness, when in truth, he was simply ensuring he could be with your wives. Chu Yang's words jolted the three awake. Reflecting on past events, they increasingly felt something was amiss. Huang Xiao, when you previously sent us away, was it really just to allow the brothers to relax? But now, can you explain what Chu Yang said? Lin Hai did not want to believe it, yet the signs pointed to Huang Tianci indeed being guilty. No. I haven't done anything. How could you trust that brat Chu Yang's words? Damn it, how did he know about this? Huang Tiansai's guilt was clearly written across his face. Given Huang Tiansai's demeanor, it was painfully obvious to them what the truth was. We have worked so hard for you, and this is how you repay us. Wang Dong felt utterly regretful for not realizing it sooner. The three immediately ceased their internal conflict and inquired about Chu Yang's claims of a maritime disaster. Is the maritime disaster you mentioned real? Of course, it's true, but you may choose not to believe it. Chu Yang was no longer inclined to linger on the topic. He glanced at his watch and slowly made his way to the fishing boat on the helipad. Seeing this, Huang Tiankai pointed at Chu Yang's back and shouted at the remaining bodyguards, "Stop him. Don't let him escape. If anyone allows him to run, I will make them regret it." However, in response to Huang Tiansai's orders, the bodyguards rushed towards Chu Yang. As for Wang Dong, Lin Hai, and Zhang Wei, the three remained in place, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. They exchanged glances stealthily, then moved in perfect unison. Under Huang Tiansai's watchful gaze, they boldly attacked the others. "What are you doing?" The remaining bodyguards engaged in a struggle with Wang Dong and the others. For a moment, no victor emerged. "You little brat. Dare to strike your grandfather? I will beat you to a pulp." Wang Dong twisted one bodyguard's arm behind his back. Huang Tiankai was reluctantly drawn into the fray. "What are you doing? Have you all gone mad?" To think that the bodyguards he trusted most would betray him at such a moment. Huang Tiankai could not escape the trio and was forced to flee, finding no refuge from the blows. Chu Yang entered the cabin and glanced back at the brawling crowd. As the winds intensified and a massive wave approached, they ceased their fighting, gripping the railing tightly as the boat swayed violently. At that moment, Lin Hai and the others, who had been holding on, suddenly dashed towards him. Chu Yang was somewhat perplexed. Before he could speak, Wang Dong, who was leading the charge, shouted, "Mr. Chu, take us with you. We will do anything." They had decisively severed ties with Huang Tiankai. Even if they remained, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. As they approached Chu Yang, he had already boarded the fishing boat and started the engine. "Mr. Chu, we wish to follow you. Please take us along to safety." Wang Dong and the others pleaded earnestly. Chu Yang looked at the three men before him, their faces a blend of fear and hope. Would bringing them along lead to uncontrollable circumstances? He recalled his past sufferings on a deserted island, deprived of resources. Perhaps these three could serve as valuable tools. Desiring to survive? Chu Yang raised an eyebrow, pretending to ponder for a moment. "Once you board my boat, you must obey my commands. I say one. And you cannot say two. Do you understand?" Wang Dong and the others exchanged glances, yet their instinct for survival ultimately triumphed over doubt. Wang Dong was the first to respond. "Understood. Mr. Chu, we will certainly follow your lead." Lin Hai and Zhang Wei quickly echoed, "Mr. Chu, once you save us, you will be our leader. We will absolutely comply." Chu Yang glanced at the increasingly turbulent sea, the waves crashing against the deck, water accumulating. Only a minute remained. He nodded and commanded, "Board the boat." Chapter 6, Has Huang Tianxi Lost His Mind? Chu Yang and his companions navigated the fishing boat with great speed. Yet the tumultuous waves of the sea hindered their progress. "Where are we headed, Brother Chu?" Lin Dong inquired anxiously, observing the tempestuous conditions outside. "We are making our way to a small island, which should provide us a relatively safe refuge for the time being," Chu Yang replied, his mind preoccupied with recollections of the details from his previous life. Suddenly, a massive wave crashed over them. "What on earth? Why has the wave suddenly grown so large?" "I feel a bit nauseous," Zhang Wei exclaimed, barely managing to hold onto the railing as the boat rocked violently. "Indeed, the waves are unrelenting, striking us without warning," he continued, his voice barely audible over the increasing roar of the storm. Without Chu Yang nearby, it would have been nearly impossible to hear anything at all. Lin Hai, having never encountered such a fierce storm, mused that if this were on land, entire buildings would be swept away. "Father, can you hold on?" Chu Yang expressed his concern for his father's well-being. "Do not worry, I can endure," Chu's father replied, though he too was feeling quite uncomfortable from the violent motions, not wanting to alarm his son. As the waves grew larger, the fishing boat swayed perilously on the surface of the sea, forcing everyone to cling tightly to the handrails. The increasing turbulence made many feel as though they were on the verge of seasickness. "Everyone hold on tight," Chu Yang called out as he ensured his father was secure. "Focus on the others. I can manage on my own," his father insisted, too astonished by his son's sudden foresight to question it further. "Then I will assist them." "Father," Chu Yang affirmed, receiving a nod and a gesture from his father to proceed. Wang Dong and the others were already working diligently in the cockpit to maintain control of the vessel. "Brother Chu, the storm is approaching rapidly. Our heading is slightly off." Lin Hai warned from his position at the helm. "Leave it to me. I can navigate. You all keep an eye on our course," Chu Yang instructed. quickly taking command of the steering. The four of them worked together to stabilize the fishing boat amid the raging sea. The vessel exhibited commendable stability and was equipped with comprehensive features, particularly its obstacle avoidance capabilities. Brother Chu, why don't we use a lifeboat? Wouldn't it be more useful? Lin Hai pondered aloud. The lifeboat lacks the multi-functionality of this fishing boat. It can navigate obstacles and provide better rest. While the fishing boat allows us to pursue our catch, the lifeboat is solely for rescue, and we need to prioritize our survival, Chu Yang elucidated patiently. Understood, Brother Chu. Your foresight is remarkable, Zhang Wei acknowledged, experiencing a moment of clarity. Indeed, we hadn't considered that, Wang Dong admitted, chiding himself for his lack of insight. Realizing how easily he had been deceived by Huang Tianxi for so long. As the waves surged and the sky darkened ominously, Huang Tianxi was in a fit of rage. Useless fools. You can't stop a few people? He bellowed. Mr. Huang, we did our best, but look at the weather, the storm is truly upon us. One of the bodyguards trembled as he spoke. Now, immediately, set sail and catch up to them, or I will throw you overboard to feed the fish, Huang Tianxi shouted, his temper boiling over. The waves battered the hull mercilessly. Seeing several bodyguards still frozen in shock, Huang Tianxi wiped the seawater from his face and yelled, "What are you waiting for? Pursue them." He pointed towards the distant fishing boat piloted by Chu Yang, his fury palpable. The bodyguards exchanged apprehensive glances, acutely aware that the mounting waves were causing their vessel to sway perilously. Mr. Huang, it's too dangerous to pursue right now. The storm is imminent. One brave bodyguard ventured to say. Huang Tianxi reacted violently, kicking the speaker to the ground. Dangerous? I'll make it even more dangerous. If that kid escapes, you'll all face dire consequences. Move. His reckless fury left no room for dissent. The bodyguards scrambled into the cockpit, relaying Huang Tianxi's orders to Deputy Zhou, insisting he ram the fishing boat. Have you all lost your minds? Seeking death instead of prioritizing our safety? Absolutely not. I will not crash, Deputy Zhou retorted, incredulous at their reckless plan. Just then, Huang Tianxi stormed in, incensed by the defiance of his orders. You disagree? Seize him. Find someone else to navigate. Whoever can capsize that fishing boat will receive 200,000, he announced, igniting a frenzy among the bodyguards, each eager to claim the reward. Out of my way. I'm going first, one shouted, while another insisted, can you even drive? A scuffle ensued, and someone managed to seize the wheel, rapidly increasing the yacht's speed as they pursued Chu Yang. Meanwhile, Chu Yang stood in the cockpit, his eyes fixed on the radar screen. Wang Dong and the others clung to the handrails, their faces pale with fear. Brother Chu, they're catching up, Lin Hai stammered, pointing towards the pursuing vessel. Chu Yang glanced in the rearview mirror, a calm smile crossing his face. This was anticipated. Brace yourselves. He expertly maneuvered the fishing boat into a sharp turn, narrowly avoiding a collision from behind. With a splash, someone fell overboard. Huang Tianxi, undeterred, continued to maniacally order his men to ram their vessel into Chu Yang's. Hold on tight, Chu Yang shouted. Wang Dong and the others immediately steadied themselves, fearing they might be thrown overboard. Huang Tianxi had somehow acquired a firearm, and with a maniacal grin, he declared, "Today marks your demise. Prepare to meet your end." With a rapid series of gunfire, Huang Tianxi unleashed a barrage towards Chu Yang's fishing boat. The others held their breath, terrified of becoming collateral damage. The bodyguards were increasingly alarmed by Huang Tianxi's apparent madness. Bullets ricocheted across the surface of the water, sending plumes of spray into the air. Chu Yang deftly navigated the fishing boat, evading the onslaught. Despicable, resorting to such underhanded tactics, he thought, recalling that in his previous life, Huang Tianxi had never resorted to gunplay. Is Huang Tianxi truly insane? Wang Dong panicked, feeling utterly helpless. Use the fishing net, Chu Yang shouted. Wang Dong and Zhang Wei reacted swiftly, throwing the net overboard. It unfurled in midair, perfectly enveloping the bow of Huang Tianxi's yacht and obstructing their view. Damn it! Huang Tianxi cursed, his vision impaired, forcing him to fire blindly. A harpoon shot through the air, striking the control panel of Huang Tianxi's yacht with deadly precision. Who would have thought I'd actually be of use? Wang Dong laughed, realizing the effectiveness of their plan. Chu Yang gave him a thumbs up with one free hand. Meanwhile, within Huang Tianxi's cabin, the driver let out a startled yelp, collapsing to the floor in shock. Just a little more, and I'd be finished. The yacht spun out of control, careening wildly across the waves. Useless. Huang Tianxi fumed, holstering his weapon. He took the helm himself, driving the yacht into a frenzied assault against Chu Yang's fishing boat. Chapter 7. Turning danger into safety. Chu Yang deftly maneuvered the fishing boat, evading obstacles with remarkable agility. Yet, despite his swift actions, a collision seemed inevitable. Huang Tianxi laughed triumphantly, declaring, "Chu Yang, I shall end your life." To which Xu Yang retorted, "Do not celebrate too soon. The outcome remains uncertain." Huang Tianzi, brimming with arrogance, warned, "Today may very well be your day of reckoning." With resolve, Xu Yang turned to Wang Dong, commanding, "Strike with all your might, but ensure your own safety." Inside the boat, Xu Yang's father sat anxiously, helpless to assist. He longed to step outside and see what was happening, yet feared he might complicate matters for his son. What had initially been a joyous anticipation of witnessing his son's future had devolved into regret. He lamented, "It is my fault for pressuring him. Oh, the misfortune. I should not have pushed him. Now, it is too late for remorse. I can only hope for a safe return to shore." Within the cabin, Wang Dong seized a harpoon and, seizing the moment, Xu Yang accelerated the boat, propelling it forward like an arrow. He swiftly distanced himself from Huang Tianzi's yacht, steering towards a cluster of reefs. "Brother Chu, ahead lies a perilous reef zone," Lin Hai exclaimed in alarm. Xu Yang responded with a sinister smile, "I am aware. Be cautious, Brother Chu. This area is fraught with danger. One misstep could be fatal." Lin Hai's heart raced with trepidation. Zhang Wei, feeling dizzy from the tumultuous ride, sought to minimize his presence, grappling with severe nausea that rendered him unable to assist Xu Yang. Huang Tianzi, oblivious to the treacherous terrain, ordered his crew, "Pursue him. Today, he shall meet his demise in the ocean." He pressed the throttle down, pushing the yacht to its limits. "Have you lost your mind? In this scenario, you dare to collide with another vessel?" Huang Tianzi's wife struck him across the face, her disappointment palpable. "How can I not pursue?" he shouted, his anger clouding his judgment. "Look around. This is a maritime disaster, not a game." Xu Yang observed this chaotic scene with a smirk and reduced his speed, skillfully navigating around the rocks. Just as he felt a moment of relief, Huang Tianzi struck again. With a violent crash, the yacht nearly sent Wang Dong and the others overboard. "Damn it, I will not back down from Huang Tianzi." Wang Dong seized a harpoon and hurled it at Huang Tianzi. The projectile struck home, eliciting a cry of agony from Huang Tianzi, who looked down to find the harpoon embedded in his foot. Enraged, he felt no pain as he yanked the harpoon free and gripped the helm tightly. "I will show you all that I am not to be underestimated. I will end you, and then no one shall dare look down upon me." Xu Yang surveyed the ominous weather and sensed impending doom. He thought, "If this continues, we will all perish at sea." Suddenly, he spotted a rock and calculated that, from Huang Tianzi's current angle, he would not see it in time. Even if he did, it would be too late. Xu Yang accelerated toward the rocky outcrop. Huang Tianzi, seeing Xu Yang attempting to escape, pushed the yacht forward with reckless abandon. Xu Yang slowed the boat, skirting closely around a massive black rock. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he noted Huang Tianzi's yacht racing towards him, unable to change course in time. A thunderous crash echoed as Huang Tianzi's yacht collided violently with the reef, splintering wood and shattering glass. The vessel rocked precariously, and Xu Yang immediately increased the throttle, propelling the fishing boat away from the danger zone. Behind him, Huang Tianzi's yacht began taking on water, gradually tilting and sinking. "Oh no, help! Is this the Huang family's vessel? How can it be so fragile? I do not wish to die. Where is the lifeboat? Someone, quickly, where is the lifeboat?" Chaos erupted in the cabin as everyone scrambled to escape. Huang Tianzi, in a state of panic, clambered to the edge of the boat, desperately attempting to call for help, only to find the signal weak and the call impossible to place. He flung his phone onto the deck in despair, collapsing onto the floor, terror etched across his face. "Yes, the lifeboat." Huang Tianzi suddenly grasped a bodyguard by the collar. "You prepare the lifeboat. If you do so, we might survive. If not, we shall all perish together." "Yes, young Master Huang, I will do it now." The bodyguard stumbled away in haste. Water continued to pour into the cabin, and the yacht tilted dangerously. Xu Yang remained silent, focusing solely on steering the fishing boat toward the horizon. The vessel rocked violently upon the turbulent sea. Xu Yang's father emerged from the cabin, trembling as he approached his son and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Child." His lips quivered, struggling to find the words. Xu Yang turned to his father, offering a comforting smile. "It will be fine, Dad." He grasped his father's weathered hand firmly. "Do not worry, I am in control." He pressed the throttle further, increasing the boat's speed. "Good, as long as you are in control, all will be well. It was my mistake. I should not have pressured you into marriage." Xu Yang's father struggled to articulate his regret. "Dad, do not blame yourself. You only wished for my stability. It is not your fault." Xu Yang gazed at his father's graying hair, his heart heavy with emotion. Meanwhile, the three men outside pondered how they had never recognized Huang Tianzi's reckless nature. Lin Hai, still shaken, pressed a hand to his chest. "I nearly lost my life at his hands." Zhang Wei clung to the railing, retching. "Are you all right, Zhang Wei? Have you recovered?" "Much better," he replied, waving a hand dismissively. The maritime disaster was not yet over. Waves crashed against the bow, sending sprays of white foam into the air. Chu Yang's father observed his son's determined profile and exhaled deeply, his heart finally at ease. The waters around them were darker than elsewhere. Wang Dong approached Chu Yang, rubbing his hands together, visibly anxious. "Brother Chu, are we truly leaving it at that? What about Huang Tianzi?" Wang Dong swallowed hard, casting a nervous glance over his shoulder. Will he be devoured by sharks? The sky loomed dark and heavy, clouds drifting slowly. Chu Yang glanced at Wang Dong, a reassuring smile gracing his lips. "Do not worry. He will not perish." He reached into his pocket, retrieving a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Wang Dong before lighting one for himself. Inhaling deeply and exhaling a plume of smoke as his gaze drifted toward the undulating sea in the distance. Chapter 8. Arrival on the island. The ocean breeze, laden with the scent of salt and brine, tousled Chu Yang's hair as he squinted into the distance, watching the rocky outcrops gradually fade from view. He inhaled deeply from a cigarette before exhaling slowly, the smoke dissipating swiftly in the wind. "Brother Chu, Wang Tianzi's boat is sunk. How could they possibly survive?" Lin Hai queried, now at the helm of the fishing boat. "He's fortunate. Even if the yacht went down, there are still lifeboats," Chu Yang replied. Shaking the ash from his cigarette calmly, Wang Dong took the cigarette Chu Yang offered, lighting one for himself and inhaling deeply. "Brother Chu, how far is that island you mentioned?" he asked, anxiety evident in his eyes as he exhaled a plume of smoke. Chu Yang extinguished his cigarette and turned back to the cockpit, pointing to a small dot on the radar screen. "Just ahead. We should arrive in approximately 2 hours. During this time, let us all rest and conserve our energy." He adjusted their course and approached his father, whispering, "Dad, are you all right? Would you like to go back to the cabin for a rest?" Chu's father waved him off, though fatigue was evident. He forced a smile and replied, "I'm fine. You carry on. Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself." He leaned against the railing, gazing out at the tumultuous sea. Chu Yang patted his father on the shoulder before returning to the helm. Lin Hai and Zhang Wei found spots to sit and closed their eyes, resting. The fishing boat surged forward, slicing through the waves towards their destination. "If anyone feels tired, we can switch off. We need to conserve our strength upon reaching the island. We will need to find a place to rest and gather branches," Chu Yang remarked, massaging his temples from fatigue. "Don't worry, Brother Chu. You rest easy. If it becomes unbearable, we will call for you," Wang Dong assured him with a pat on the shoulder. Chu Yang nodded in agreement and closed his eyes for a brief respite. Over the next 2 hours, aside from Chu's father resting, the other 4 took turns steering the boat. As the tower mark approached, the outline of a small island emerged on the horizon. As they drew nearer, the island's vibrant greenery became increasingly vivid. Surrounded by jagged rocks, it formed a natural barrier. Once they reached a secluded rocky beach close to the island, Chu Yang switched off the engine. The group worked together to conceal the boat and camouflage it effectively. The rocky shore was uneven, adorned with various seaweeds and shells. They covered the boat with waterproof tarps and piled rocks and seaweed on top to blend it seamlessly into the surroundings, making it nearly undetectable. After completing this task, Chu's father wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. As they landed, their footsteps left distinct imprints in the sand. Lin Hai voiced his concern. "This will leave tracks." He and Zhang Wei each found a stick to erase their footprints. Chu Yang observed their efforts, realizing that bringing them along was indeed a wise decision. He recalled a cave from memory, leading them to a temporary shelter. The cave entrance was narrow, but the interior surprisingly spacious and dry. "Dad, rest here for a moment. I'll fetch some water," Chu Yang said, helping his father to sit on a flat stone within. Chu's father nodded. "Go ahead, but be careful." He watched Chu Yang's retreating figure with pride. "Wang Dong, see if you can find any dry branches nearby. We'll need them for a fire tonight," Chu Yang instructed. "Sure thing, Brother Chu. I'll head out now," Wang Dong replied, turning to leave. "And I'll search for wild fruits or rabbits, just in case," Zhang Wei added before departing. "What can I do, Brother Chu?" Lin Hai asked, the last one remaining. "I'm entrusting my father to you. I believe you can look after him," Chu Yang stated firmly, meeting Lin Hai's gaze. This trust bolstered Lin Hai's confidence as he assured, "Rest assured, I will take good care of Uncle." Chu Yang ventured out alone in search of fresh water, climbing a rugged path. After several minutes, he finally heard the soothing sound of flowing water ahead. Quickening his pace, he pushed through dense underbrush and emerged into a clearing. Before him lay a crystal-clear stream, its waters flowing elegantly down from the mountain summit, meandering between the rocks. A rabbit darted from the thicket. The water looked pristine, promising a taste of wild game as well. Chu Yang retrieved an empty bottle from his pack and filled it with the clear stream water. After securing the bottle, he picked up a large stone, stealthily approaching the drinking rabbit. With a swift motion, he struck, and the rabbit fell. "Ah, my aim is not too shabby," he mused. lifting the rabbit carefully as he retraced his steps back to the cave. Upon his return, he handed the water to his father. "Dad, have a sip," he said. Chu's father accepted the bottle, taking several gulps and exclaiming, "This water is truly sweet." Finally, Chu Yang crafted a simple shelter at the cave entrance using branches and leaves. He meticulously selected sturdy branches, placing them on either side of the entrance. Using vines to bind them, he then layered thick leaves atop to create a makeshift awning, shielding them from rain and intruding animals. "All done," he said, brushing off the dirt from his hands. Turning to his father, he remarked, "This should provide us with much greater safety." Chu's father nodded, his eyes filled with appreciation as he observed his son. "Thank you for your hard work, my child." "It's no trouble," Chu Yang smiled, sitting beside his father. "What shall we do next?" Chu's father asked, his gaze searching Chu Yang as for direction. Chu Yang looked toward the cave entrance, suggesting, "Let us rest here for a while, then we can plan our next steps." He picked up a slender stick from the ground, absently stirring the gravel beneath him. "We need to ascertain how far we are from the mainland," he added, his eyes drifting towards the sea. The salty breeze enveloped them. Chu's father followed his son's gaze, his brow furrowing. "I don't believe I've ever been in this area before," he remarked slowly. Chu Yang tossed the stick aside and stood up. "I'll scout the surroundings. Perhaps I can uncover some clues. Lin Hai, I'll leave this area to you. I'll be back shortly." "Sure thing, Brother Chu. I'll take care of things here," Wang Dong waved off, assuring him. "Be careful," Chu's father cautioned. Chu Yang nodded and stepped outside the cave. The sunlight was bright, prompting him to instinctively shield his eyes. Once outside, he strolled along the coastline, attentively surveying the environment. Climbing atop a towering rock, he gazed into the distance. Chapter 9. A narrow path of enmity. Chu Yang felt a sense of bewilderment. How far were they from the shore? Would they ever return? After descending from the rocks, he pressed onward. After approximately half an hour of walking, he stumbled upon the remnants of a wreckage washed ashore by the sea. The debris was in a state of disrepair, yet he could faintly discern that it was the shattered remains of a small boat. As he approached to examine it more closely, he noticed some indistinct inscriptions on the hull. He crouched down, gently brushing away the sand and seaweed, trying to decipher the words. "See, God, number." Chu Yang pronounced each word slowly. Wasn't this the very cruise ship they had boarded? No longer troubled by uncertainty, he retraced his steps back to the cave's entrance. Lin Hai spotted Chu Yang's silhouette and exclaimed, "Uncle, Chu Gu is back. Oh, now that he's returned, I can breathe easy. The situation on the island is unclear, and I feared he might get lost." Chu Yang's father, who had been anxiously awaiting his return, finally relaxed. "Dad, you needn't worry. I merely ventured to assess the surrounding area. I wouldn't lose my way." "Chu Gu, I've gathered some firewood. Do you think it's sufficient? If not, I can collect more." Wang Dong returned closely behind Chu Yang. "This will suffice. If it's not enough, we can gather more tomorrow." "Where's Zhang Wei?" "Zhang Wei went west to gather wild fruits. He hasn't returned yet." "What's wrong, Chu Gu?" Lin Hai inquired with concern. "It's nothing. I'm just worried as night approaches, he might lose his way." Chu Yang set down his belongings and took a sip of water. Having finished his drink, he addressed the two. "Lin Hai, you and Wang Dong go search for Zhang Wei. I will stay here with my father." He pointed towards the western direction outside the cave. "He should be in that vicinity. Be cautious, and if anything seems amiss, return to inform me immediately." With that, Chu Yang rummaged through his backpack and produced a dagger, meticulously wiping the blade. Outside the cave, the wind howled, and shadows danced among the trees. "All right, we're off." Lin Hai and Wang Dong exchanged glances, nodded, and swiftly exited the cave. Wang Dong trailed closely behind, glancing back occasionally, his demeanor appearing somewhat anxious. Lin Hai and Wang Dong followed the path Zhang Wei had previously taken. Dense foliage obscured the sky, casting a dim light. The ground was carpeted with thick layers of fallen leaves, which crunched softly underfoot. The surroundings were eerily quiet, save for the rustling leaves and the distant sound of waves crashing against the rocks. "Zhang Wei, Zhang Wei," Lin Hai called out, his voice echoing through the woods. Yet there was no response. He paused, straining to listen. Apart from the wind and the waves, silence reigned. Wang Dong halted as well, anxiously rubbing his hands together, murmuring, "What if something happened?" He swallowed nervously as he spoke. "It should be fine. There are likely no large predators on this island," Lin Hai reassured him, though he too felt uncertain. Despite Chu Yang's claims of safety, they were entirely unfamiliar with this place, and no one could predict what might occur. He pushed aside the obstructing underbrush with a branch and continued onward. "Hey, what is that?" Wang Dong suddenly pointed ahead. Following his gaze, Lin Hai saw wild fruit scattered on the ground, along with some trampled grass, as if someone had struggled there. They hurried forward to investigate. Lin Hai knelt down, feeling the damp soil beneath his fingers, realizing it had recently been disturbed. He lifted his gaze to a nearby tree, where a distinct scratch marred the trunk, suggestive of a sharp object. This is bad. Something must have happened to Zhang Wei. Lin Hai's expression darkened. He stood up, gripping the branch tightly, his eyes darting around cautiously. Wang Dong's face paled as he asked, What should we do? He clung tightly to Lin Hai's arm, taking a deep breath. Lin Hai gradually calmed himself. He surveyed the area and pointed in a direction, saying, We should split up. You go back and inform Chu Ge while I continue forward. Wang Dong hesitated momentarily but ultimately nodded. Now was not the time for fear. They needed to find Zhang Wei swiftly. All right, take care, Wang Dong said before turning and sprinting back toward the cave. His footsteps were swift, his figure darting through the trees. Lin Hai followed the trail on the ground, continuing his pursuit of Zhang Wei's whereabouts. As Lin Hai pressed on, pushing through the thick underbrush and traversing patches of forest, he finally arrived at a more open area where he discovered Zhang Wei. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Wei was being restrained by several individuals. His hands were bound behind his back, and a cloth was stuffed in his mouth, rendering him immobile. The assailants were tall and clad in matching black attire. Lin Hai held his breath, hiding behind a large tree, cautiously observing the situation. He needed to ascertain the number of adversaries before notifying Chu Yang. Suddenly, one of the figures seemed familiar. Huang Tianci came into view. No wonder he seemed recognizable. It was him. Lin Hai had to devise a way to inform Chu Yang. Meanwhile, Wang Dong arrived back at the cave, breathless, and relayed the situation to Chu Yang and his father. Chu Ge, it's bad. Zhang Wei has been captured, he gasped. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang's expression shifted dramatically, and he sprang to his feet. What happened? Speak slowly, he demanded, his voice laced with anger. Chu Yang's father also stood up, his face etched with concern. What has happened to Zhang Wei? Wang Dong took a moment to catch his breath before recounting the details of what he had discovered in the woods. After listening to Wang Dong's account, Chu Yang's face darkened ominously. He seized the backpack resting nearby and calmly said, Take me there. Chu Yang and Wang Dong swiftly departed the cave, hastening towards the forest. Upon reaching the area trampled by wild fruits, they spotted Lin Hai stealthily emerging from the other side. What are you doing? Did you find Zhang Wei? Wang Dong questioned anxiously upon noticing Lin Hai's solitary return. Chu Ge, I found him. He is in Huang Tianci's grasp. What? In Huang Tianci's grasp? Wang Dong exclaimed in shock. Lin Hai quickly punched him lightly. Keep your voice down. Do you want to attract them? Where is he? Take me to see. Chu Yang maintained a relatively composed demeanor. They stealthily approached the location. The three of them concealed themselves behind a large boulder, observing the situation ahead. Zhang Wei was tied to a tree, unconscious. What do we do now, Chu Ge? Wang Dong whispered, filled with apprehension. Chu Yang did not respond. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently on the individuals across from him. Slowly, he raised the dagger in his hand, maneuvering it into a position where he could see clearly. Wait, he instructed softly. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes, meticulously assessing the situation. It did not appear favorable. Chapter 10. The rescue. Chu Yang glanced to his left and was met with the face he abhorred most, Li Xinyue, clenching his fists. He restrained the impulse to rush out and strike her. Huang Tianzi's wife was also present. Li Xinyue busily served tea and water beside Mrs. Huang, adopting a subservient demeanor. Though Li Xinyue seethed with resentment, she had to endure, for Huang Xiao had declared that divorce was not an option at present. Otherwise, she would have long since rid herself of this yellow-faced woman. Mrs. Huang noticed Li Xinyue's evident dissatisfaction and asked, What is the matter? Are you unhappy? If so, you may leave. No one will stop you. Of course not. Mrs. Huang, please drink. Li Xinyue gritted her teeth as she poured a glass of water for Mrs. Huang. Meanwhile, Chu Yang turned to Wang Dong and Lin Hai, signaling them to be silent. He gestured in the air, indicating that they should flank from the sides while he staged a frontal assault. Wang Dong and Lin Hai understood and nodded, crouching low and stealthily dispersing behind the cover of the bushes. Huang Tianzi sat on a stone, idly whittling a stick with a dagger while occasionally glancing at Zhang Wei, who was tied to a tree. After much effort, they had finally reached this island, now with only 12 bodyguards remaining. Initially, Mrs. Huang had been reluctant to allow Li Xinyue on the lifeboat, but Huang Tianzi had insisted. In their hasty escape, they had barely managed to grab any food, having only some tents and other supplies, and their clothes were thoroughly soaked. Li Xinyue stood behind Mrs. Huang, insincerely massaging her back. Mrs. Huang savored the attention, occasionally sighing in pleasure. Among the 12 bodyguards, some leaned against tree trunks dozing, while others kept a vigilant watch over their surroundings. As Chu Yang crawled forward, he inadvertently stepped on a twig, producing a loud crack. Huang Tianzi momentarily halted in his actions, sensed something amiss and abruptly lifted his head. scanning the area with a wary gaze. "Who is there?" he barked, springing to his feet, realizing he had been discovered. Chuang ceased concealing himself and swiftly leaped from the bushes, charging toward Zhang Wei. He attempted to slice through the ropes binding Zhang Wei but failed to sever them. Huang Tianzi's men quickly reacted, encircling Chu Yang with fierce intent. The bodyguards drew their daggers, advancing menacingly. Seeing the commotion, Li Xinyue attempted to slip away amidst the chaos. Planning to escape? Not so easily. Mrs. Huang was quick to seize Li Xinyue by her hair, yanking her back. "Ah!" Li Xinyue screamed as she stumbled and fell to the ground. Mrs. Huang mounted her, delivering a flurry of harsh slaps. "You seduced my husband! You shameless wretch!" she roared, striking without mercy. Mrs. Huang had endured for far too long. Tonight, she intended to mar Li Xinyue's face. Wang Dong and Lin Hai, witnessing the scene, rushed from their hiding spots to join the fray. Wang Dong swung his stick, knocking one bodyguard to the ground, while Lin Hai picked up a stone and hurled it at another bodyguard with force. Chuang found himself at a disadvantage, outnumbered. "Chuang, you're finished," Huang Tianzi shouted, brandishing his dagger and charging at Chuang. Chuang sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack, and retaliated with a punch to Huang Tianzi's face. "Ah!" Huang Tianzi cried out, blood gushing from his nose as he staggered backward. The melee continued. "Don't let him escape," Huang Tianzi yelled, clutching his nose. A few bodyguards surrounded Zhang Wei, preventing any rescue. "If you want to save him, bring all your food to trade. Otherwise, my knife is merciless and you'll be missing limbs." Huang Tianzi barked menacingly. "You think I would trade life-saving provisions for a mere bodyguard?" Chuang scoffed, dagger in hand, standing firm. "Did you hear that? Chuang want to save you. Especially after your betrayal. You foolishly followed him." Huang Tianzi kicked Zhang Wei, spitting on him. Chu Yang chuckled disdainfully, his gaze sweeping over Huang Tianzi. "Do you think I care about his fate? Let us not forget, he betrayed you." He paused, subtly indicating Li Xinyue, who was being pummeled by Mrs. Huang. "Perhaps you should tend to your woman first." Huang Tianzi followed Chu Yang's gaze and saw Li Xinyue, battered and disheveled. His brow furrowed. Despite his displeasure, he did not intervene. "Humph, what is it to you?" He glared at Li Xinyue before directing his ire back at Chuang. "Enough of your nonsense. Will you trade or not?" he growled, waving the dagger before Zhang Wei. Chu Yang smiled faintly, remaining unfazed. He retrieved a rope and hook from his backpack, weighing them in his hands. "I advise you to release him, otherwise," he trailed off ominously. Huang Tianzi hesitated, sensing Chuang's determination. Though brash and arrogant, he was not devoid of sense. He could tell that Chuang was serious. "What do you intend to do?" he asked nervously. Chuang remained silent, merely showcasing the hook to Huang Tianzi. He feigned a strike with the hook, prompting Huang Tianzi to flinch and shield his head. Before Huang Tianzi could react further, the three swiftly retreated, leaving Zhang Wei bound. The clearing was left with only Li Xinyue and Mrs. Huang still entangled in their struggle. Frustrated, Huang Tianzi glared at the bodyguards. "Go separate them. Are you all blind? What a disgrace. Is my wife all right?" Huang Tianzi feigned concern for Mrs. Huang. "Oh, now you care to ask? Why didn't you stop her when she was hitting me?" Mrs. Huang glared at her husband, her hope extinguished, wishing only to return home and finalize their divorce. After separating the combatants and assigning them to tents, the chaos subsided. As the farce came to an end, Huang Tianzi dispatched someone to ascertain the situation on the island. Upon their return, they reported to Huang Tianzi that they were situated on the island's western edge, with a small stream running through the center. To the south lay an ascent into the mountains, while the north was forested, and the east was strewn with rocks, making passage difficult. Back in the cave, Chuang shared his plan of diversion with Wang Dong and Lin Hai. The three divided their tasks and prepared their tools. Chu Yang's father, unable to assist, could only caution them to be careful. Under the cover of night, they stealthily approached Huang Tianzi's camp. Chu Yang and his companions created a ruckus around the camp, drawing the attention of most. Several bodyguards dispersed to investigate, and once they had scattered sufficiently, Chu Yang swiftly approached the tree where Zhang Wei was bound, severing his ropes and vanishing into the night. By the time Huang Tianzi realized Zhang Wei was missing, he immediately rallied his men to pursue. However, all they found were discarded ropes and a few drops of blood. Chu Yang and his companions had long since vanished without a trace. "Damn it!" Huang Tianzi slammed his fist against a tree trunk in frustration. "A pack of useless fools. Can't anyone keep watch?" he roared at his subordinates. Chapter 11. Gathering Huang Tianzi, consumed by fury, pointed an accusing finger at his bodyguard, unleashing a torrent of invective. "What on earth are you all doing? With so many of you, you can't even keep watch over one captive. Tonight, I expect you to be vigilant against any disruptions, and tomorrow, conduct a thorough search. We shall turn this cursed island upside down to find them." Wielding a stick, he waved it menacingly. The bodyguards, heads bowed, kept their distance from Huang Tianxi, not daring to utter a word, only meekly responding, "Yes, young Master Huang." They then scattered, vanishing from his sight. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath. The air around him felt thick and tense. Mrs. Huang sat nearby, arms crossed, her gaze cold and unfeeling as she observed her husband. Li Xinyue, understanding the gravity of the situation, retreated to his safe distance, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. She was drawn to Huang Tianxi's wealth, and if she could ingratiate herself further with Mrs. Huang, all the better. Yet, given the current circumstances, such aspirations seemed unlikely. Meanwhile, another group of survivors had made their way to the island, and, upon spotting a flickering light ahead, excitement surged through the crowd. "Look, there's light and tense. It must be other survivors. Let us hurry over." A chorus of agreement erupted among them. The shipwreck had left them in disarray, their clothes soaked. But they had managed to salvage some food. As they drew closer, someone in the crowd suddenly pointed and exclaimed with delight, "Isn't that young Master Huang? We are saved. Mrs. Huang is with him too." At this revelation, a thin man named Li Sudong raised his head. Recognizing Huang Tianxi, he felt a rush of exhilaration. If only his sister were here, he would have nothing to fear. Fortune smiled upon him as he spotted that familiar figure among the gathering. In his excitement, he dashed forward. Sister, you're really here. I thought I would never see you again." Li Xinyue, hearing someone call for a sister, instinctively turned her head, only to be enveloped in a warm embrace before she could discern who it was. You're alive. I thought you had fallen into the sea when the ship sank." Her heart swelled with joy. Having her brother nearby meant she had someone to rely on. At that moment, Huang Tianxi also took notice of the newcomers. His eyes sparkled at the sight of their supplies. If he could seize these resources, they could survive at least another 2 weeks. He gestured to his bodyguards. A contingent of them followed him as he approached the recently arrived group. When they were nearly upon them, Huang Tianxi subtly signaled to his head bodyguard, "First, procure their supplies. If they refuse, take matters into your own hands." The bodyguard understood instantly. Huang Tianxi approached the newcomers, feigning surprise, and exclaimed, "I am truly delighted to see you all alive. With your addition, our chances of survival have greatly increased." The bodyguards also feigned warmth, eagerly accepting the supplies offered by the newcomers and ushering them aside to rest. Having just survived a shipwreck, the newcomers were still shaken and, without much thought, handed over their provisions to Huang Tianxi's guards. Witnessing this, Huang Tianxi felt a surge of elation and kicked a nearby person. "What are you standing around for? Go boil some water. Can't you see everyone is waiting to drink?" The crowd's appreciation for Huang Tianxi grew as they murmured their thanks. "Thank you, young Master Huang," they chorused. After quenching their thirst with the water provided by the guards, they sat for a while, grateful for a place to rest. Huang Tianxi had already set up the remaining tents. "Tonight, you shall rest inside these. They may be modest, but this is the best I can offer at present." The group expressed their gratitude. Having a place to shelter was a blessing. After the crowd dispersed, Huang Tianxi went to the area where the supplies were stored. He had calculated that these provisions should suffice for 3 to 5 days. Now, with the additional resources brought by the newcomers, they could endure for at least another 10 days. At that moment, a bodyguard entered. "Young master, someone wishes to see you." Huang Tianxi, puzzled, contemplated for a moment before instructing the bodyguard to bring the individual in. Upon seeing the man's face, he felt a sense of familiarity, although he could not place where he had encountered him before. The man quickly introduced himself. "I am Jia Gue. I have previously collaborated with your company, young Master Huang. You may not remember me." Huang Tianxi, perceiving this as a mere attempt to curry favor, became impatient. "What do you want? If you have nothing to say, then leave." Jia Gue rubbed his hands together and quickly got to the point. "I have something to propose. I wish to ally myself with you, young Master Huang." Huang Tianxi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, what do you bring to the table?" Jia Gue, sensing the opportunity, eagerly replied, "I can ensure that those outside will heed your commands and follow your orders." Meanwhile, survivors had also arrived at Chu Yang's location, 3 men and 1 woman. Among them was a familiar face, Zhou Daqi, who had previously assisted Chu Yang in a small but crucial way. The other 2 were crew members from the ill-fated vessel, while the woman remained a mystery to Chu Yang. Despite the challenges of supporting more individuals, he recognized the necessity of having additional hands, especially with Huang Tianxi's group still searching for them. Should conflict arise, it would be advantageous to have allies. "Come inside to warm up," he beckoned. Zhou Daqi promptly led the group into the cave, where a fire crackled, bringing immediate warmth. "How did you all end up here?" Chu Yang shared the remaining food with them, mindful of the wisdom of being cautious. "To be honest, we drifted at sea for a long while before spotting this small island and paddled over with all our might," Zhou Daqi explained. The newcomers seemed honest enough. They devoured the food Chu Yang provided and drank the warm water, expressing their gratitude after days of hunger and cold. You can rest here. I don't have much. But you can sleep around the fire to keep warm. He arranged their sleeping spots. This is more than enough. At least we won't freeze. Thank you, Brother Chu, said a young girl named Miao Miao, gazing gratefully at Chu Yang. No need to thank me. Just get some rest, he replied, settling down to close his eyes. The following morning, as dawn broke, one of the newly arrived individuals awoke, famished. Why hasn't anyone prepared breakfast? I'm starving. Where is everyone? His cries drew the attention of others. Yes, we went to bed hungry last night. We're all starving. Hurry and bring out the food. We've been waiting. As the commotion grew, Huang Tianxi was roused from his slumber. What is all this noise? A woman beside him rubbed her eyes. A bunch of useless fools. Making such a racket early in the morning. Do you even realize what time it is? Brother Chu, isn't the camp of that scoundrel Huang Tianxi to the west? Zhang Wei still felt a surge of anger remembering how Huang Tianxi had kidnapped him. Chapter 14. Allegiance. Upon hearing these words, Su Yu sensed something was amiss. Was there a grudge involved? His mind raced with the thought that an enemy of an enemy could indeed be a friend. Yes, it was Huang Tianxi, who monopolized the food, compelling them to work for him. Those deemed useful received more provisions, while the likes of them, deemed worthless, were relegated to menial tasks and barely fed, forcing them to seek food elsewhere. So you openly shared this predicament. Ah, Huang Tianxi, once again. Brother Chu. I even saw his bodyguards searching for you today. Lin Hai had indeed spotted those individuals wandering through the woods earlier. Brother, please share some food with us. We are utterly famished. That wretch Huang Tianxi is inhumane, brandishing a gun. How could we dare to resist him? We might be shot dead before we can utter a word. The stout man sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Brother, we truly only wish for a morsel of food. We were driven to steal your fish out of sheer hunger. Please, spare us. We only ask for a little sustenance, and we shall leave at once. The stout man continued to plead. Yangzi, do give them something. They are in such dire straits. It is indeed a pity. Chu's father felt a pang of compassion. Chu Yang was well aware of his father's thoughts. Yet, in this world, the law of the jungle prevailed. Ultimately, however, Chu Yang decided to share a portion with them. This time, it is only because my father interceded for you. Otherwise, I would have made sure you paid dearly. Yes. Thank you, uncle. If ever you need assistance, I shall certainly help. Wang Fatty understood the gravity of the situation. Were it not for their hunger, they would not have resorted to theft, thus avoiding the beating. Chu Yang observed Wang Fatty taking the initiative, while the siblings did not engage in any thievery. He also distributed food to the brother and sister pair, who expressed their gratitude profusely upon receiving it. Beware of Huang Tianxi. He wields a gun and has 12 bodyguards. Moreover, he has recently recruited a new batch of workers. From your words, it seems you have a past with him. He appears to be on the lookout for someone. So you stated candidly. Understood. Quickly eat and then leave. Chu Yang said, casting a brief glance at them. Outside the cave, several shadowy figures lurked stealthily. These were Huang Tianxi and his bodyguards, who had followed a few individuals out of the camp. Ah, what a lively gathering. Huang Tianxi's voice boomed. The occupants of the cave, initially elated by their newfound food, trembled upon hearing his tone. Wang Fatty glanced at Chu Yang, then at the approaching Huang Tianxi, and with a determined grit of his teeth, he made a decision. He hastily stuffed the food into his mouth and quickly approached Huang Tianxi. Young Master Huang, what brings you here? Huang Tianxi regarded him with a knowing smirk. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have realized how lively it is here. Is my camp no longer sufficient for you? Not at all. We were just about to leave, weren't we? Wang Fatty recalled the previous beatings he had endured and urgently signaled to the siblings. However, the brother and sister remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama, engrossed in their food. In their eyes, Chu Yang was a commendable person, at least for the present. Noticing this, Huang Tianxi grew intrigued. What is this? Are you unwilling to leave? His tone grew more menacing, and a cruel glint appeared in his gaze. Of course not. Let us depart, young Master Huang. Wang Fatty, fearful of retribution, quickly aligned himself with Huang Tianxi, whose delight was palpable. Meanwhile, the siblings finished their meal and approached Chu Yang instead of Huang Tianxi. Brother, while we may not be suited for strenuous tasks, we can certainly lend a hand with lighter duties. Though unspoken, their words conveyed their allegiance. Chu Yang was taken aback, but chose not to elaborate further. Huang Tianxi cast a dismissive glance at them, considering them weak and unremarkable, and chose not to pursue the matter. You'd best not regret this. Don't come crying to me later. With that, Huang Tianxi and his entourage departed. Brother Chu, please allow us to stay. We are willing to do anything as long as we have something to eat. Su Yu gambled on the notion that Chu Yang was not akin to the villain Huang Tianxi. Very well, you may stay, but I do not harbor idlers. Do you understand? Chu Yang regarded the two of them. Rest assured, we will not be a burden, Su Yu assured him first. Chu Yang nodded, allowing them to find a place to rest. Inside the cave, Chu Yang handed a roasted fish to his father. Father, please eat something. Chu Tianque accepted the fish and began to eat in silence. He noticed the abrasions on his son's hands, where blood oozed slightly, and frowned with concern. Yang you're hurt? It's merely a scratch, nothing to worry about, Chu Yang replied nonchalantly, turning to gaze at the dark night outside the cave, where the inhabitants of this desolate island were growing increasingly restless. Wang Dong nodded in agreement. Indeed, their group is becoming more brazen. We must exercise caution. Chu Tianque offered the remaining half of the roasted fish to Chu Yang. Eat more. I'm old and not particularly hungry. Chu Yang accepted without hesitation and continued to eat. Father, we need to find a safer location. This cave is too exposed. Agreed, Chu Tianque responded, surveying the cave's meager bedding and the corner where only a few dry twigs and a battered iron bucket remained. I will search for other, more concealed caves nearby tomorrow, Lin Hai suggested. The crackling fire sent sparks flying, landing on the damp earth. The group ate in silence, the wind outside the cave growing fiercer. After finishing the last morsel of fish, Chu Yang rose and approached the cave entrance. Standing there, the sea breeze tousled his hair, and he inhaled deeply the briny air that filled his lungs. Turning back, he surveyed the group seated or reclining within the cave, contemplating their next course of action. The following morning, Chu Yang gathered everyone together, announcing their venture into the mountains. Today, we will ascend the mountains in search of fresh water. Su Yu nodded in understanding. Brother Chu, we shall follow your lead. His sister, Su Yun, stood obediently beside him, clutching her brother's sleeve tightly without uttering a word. Wang Dong, stroking his chin with excitement, exclaimed, into the mountains, huh? Fantastic. I've longed to explore the depths of this island. Zhang Wei and Lin Hai concurred with Wang Dong, recognizing the wisdom of becoming acquainted with their surroundings. Chu Yang led the group into the mountains. Along the way, he skillfully guided them past perilous areas and sought out shortcuts. While walking, he pondered how to set traps without drawing attention. He remained vigilant, attentive to his surroundings. Brother Chu, you seem quite familiar with this island, almost like it's your own backyard, Wang Dong remarked curiously while clearing branches from their path. Chu Yang smiled but refrained from a direct answer, merely stating, be mindful of your footing. This island is no city. Hidden dangers abound. Understood, Brother Chu. We are all aware, Zhang Wei said, kicking aside a stone. After approximately 2 hours of trekking, they arrived at the base of a cliff. Below the precipice lay a relatively flat expanse, albeit obstructed by a boulder taller than a man. Chapter 12. The struggle for food. A large crowd gathered outside the tent where Huang Tianxi resided. Qinshi stepped forward and inquired loudly, everyone is hungry. May I ask when we might be able to eat? We have gone an entire night without food. Why the panic? Just wait for Huang to make arrangements. A bodyguard interjected, blocking his path. Jiague sensed the situation was turning unfavorable and suddenly intervened. We have already pledged our allegiance to Boss Huang. He will certainly not neglect us. Right, young brother? Let us wait a little longer. At that moment, Huang Tianxi emerged, fully dressed, and echoed Jiague's words. Since everyone wishes to align with me, allow me to allocate roles. Is there any dissent? The crowd exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, signaling their acquiescence. Jiague, holding a prepared list, divided the group into several categories: technicians and repairmen on the left, women in the center, and those lacking skills on the right. Though many were perplexed, they complied quickly. Huang Tianxi addressed them. Since the groups are established, let me outline the rules here. Technicians and women will receive 1 meal daily free of charge. Should you desire more, tasks must be completed. Those with no skills must venture outside to hunt or fish, bringing back food to the camp for collective distribution. These are the rules, and adherence is mandatory. Huang Tianxi finished and took a seat, merely reiterating what Jiague had conveyed the previous day. Whether they agreed or not was irrelevant. To remain here, they must comply. Why should we? Was it not our food that we brought? Qinji protested, stepping forward to challenge him. The crowd nodded in agreement, feeling he spoke truthfully. A bodyguard swiftly advanced and seized the young man by his collar, delivering a forceful punch to his abdomen. Who do you think you are to question young Master Huang? Qinji gasped in pain, bending over and clutching his stomach. A nearby young man quickly supported him. Brother Qin, are you all right? Qinji glanced at him. Luo, you were the deckhand on the boat, weren't you? Luo had since joined Qinji, and seeing him step forward brought a sense of comfort. The other survivors, witnessing the scene, fell silent, recognizing Huang Tianxi's overwhelming power. None wished to be the scapegoat. Huang Tianxi observed the unfolding drama with a cold gaze, indifferently declaring for survival. All must comply with my directives. Those who defy will be expelled from the camp. The bodyguard stepped forward slightly, exuding intimidation. A heavy silence enveloped the area, broken only by the sound of crashing waves and Qinji's muffled groans. Dejected, the crowd returned to their tents. Huang Tianxi looked down at the fallen Qinji. If you are unwilling to follow me, you may leave now. If you stay, you will obey my commands. Do you understand? Hearing this, Qinji chose silence. Under a roof, one must bow their head. Luo Yi assisted him back to their tent. As the others departed, Huang Tianxi turned to Jiague. Haha, come. Today I shall treat you to something special. In truth, all of this was orchestrated by Jiague in advance. Last night, he had anticipated that someone would rebel, and this was indeed an opportune moment for Huang Tianxi to establish his authority. Hence, the earlier incident transpired. As night fell, several tents within Huang Tianxi's encampment slowly unzipped. Luo Yi's had popped out first, surveying the surroundings before turning to Qinji. Brother Qin, they are already asleep. Upon hearing this, Qinji opened the tent and stepped outside, followed closely by Luo Yi. Soon, the duo arrived behind some rocks not far from the gathering area. Luo Yi, how many have you informed? Qinji asked, gazing at the flickering lights of the encampment, where shadows were approaching. Luo Yi counted briefly before responding. Everyone has been notified, but I am unsure if Brother Wang will come, as he is with his wife. Nodding, Qinji observed as more individuals gathered behind the rocks, most of whom were fellow survivors from the initial shipwreck. Seeing enough people had arrived, Qinji spoke first. Everyone, at this rate, we will surely starve. Indeed. Rather than be controlled by him, we should seize our own fate. Luo Yi quickly concurred. But we have no guns. How can we fight him? A voice of concern emerged from the crowd. After a moment of contemplation, Qinji replied, Huang Tianxi's firearms must be within his tent, under the cover of night. We shall act. Once we secure the guns, they will no longer dictate our fate. Excellent. Let us proceed. The group felt renewed hope. As the night deepened and the sea breeze howled, the survivors stealthily approached Huang Tianxi's tent, armed with sticks and stones they had scavenged. One figure dashed forward. Charge! Luo Yi was the first to burst from the underbrush, wielding a sturdy branch as he charged toward Huang Tianxi's tent. The others followed suit, pouring out from their hiding spots. Who goes there? A bodyguard, noticing the commotion, shouted. Before he could react, a stone struck him squarely in the head, causing him to collapse to the ground with a muffled groan. The sudden assault caught Huang Tianxi's guards off guard, and chaos erupted in the camp. Shouts and the clashing of sticks disrupting the night-ash tranquility. Huang Tianxi emerged from his tent, his face pale, clutching a handgun. He bellowed at the advancing crowd. You dare to revolt? He pulled the trigger, and the gunshot shattered the stillness of the night. A survivor at the forefront fell lifelessly to the ground. The sound of the gun instilled fear in the others, causing them to instinctively halt, eyes wide at the sight of their fallen comrade. Whoever dares to take a step closer, I will not hesitate to fire again. Huang Tianxi warned, his gaze venomous. Several bodyguards beside him drew their weapons, bracing for confrontation with the survivors. Qinji emerged from the crowd, pointing accusingly at Huang Tianxi. Huang Tianxi, you hoard resources and oppress survivors. We can no longer endure this. A chorus of angry shouts erupted from the crowd. Down with Huang Tianxi. Reclaim our supplies. The survivors surged forward once more. Luo Yi picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at one of Huang Tianxi's bodyguards. The guard was caught off guard, the stone striking him in the face, blood gushing forth as he fell backward. Witnessing this, the survivors' morale surged. They fought fiercely against Huang Tianxi's guards. However, the bodyguards were formidable, and importantly, the newly arrived survivors had yet to enjoy a proper meal. After a brief struggle, they were quickly subdued by Huang Tianxi's guards. If you follow me peacefully, I can promise you not only food but also enjoyment. Consider it, everyone, Huang Tianxi said, his handgun spinning slowly in his hand. Chapter 13. Finally, food is here this time. Huang Tianxi refrained from moving against Qinji. Though arrogant, he was not foolish. He had already witnessed Qinji's formidable influence. If he were to act against Qinji now, it was evident that others would surely retaliate. This was not the scenario he desired. After much contemplation, the others gradually acquiesced. Huang Tianxi also arranged for them a place to rest. In the crowd, Luo Yi murmured softly, Brother, why don't we just leave? With our abilities, surviving on this deserted island would be a breeze. Qinji cast a subtle glance at Huang Tianxi, choosing to observe the situation for now. Let us stay here temporarily until my leg improves a bit, he contemplated. Brother, what happened to your leg? It seemed fine just a moment ago, Luo Yi asked, puzzled. During the chaos, I was accidentally nicked by Huang Tianxi's bodyguard. It's nothing serious, don't worry, Qinji replied nonchalantly. Yet, he was acutely aware that he must keep this injury a secret, otherwise. Huang Tianxi would surely use it as a pretext to oust him from the camp. Upon returning to the tent, Qinshi removed his clothing and examined the wound on his leg. While the injury was not extensive, it required prompt attention to prevent infection. Hence, he resolved to be cautious. By the following morning, Huang Tianxi was unexpectedly generous. Whether due to the events of the previous evening or other reasons, he distributed a loaf of bread and half a bottle of mineral water to each person. Initially, everyone assumed he had developed a sudden benevolence. After a long period of hunger, they finally had something to eat and drink. However, once they finished, the head bodyguard approached them, inquiring, "Are you all satisfied?" Although the group was uncertain of his intentions, they nodded, understanding that they owed him their gratitude for the meal. "You will now gather wood, bring it back, and construct a small shelter with it." Although the survivors were reluctant, the promise of more food in the evening compelled them to rise and labor. Observing their industriousness, Huang Tianxi sent several bodyguards out to search for Chu Yang. The day wore on, and with their hunger persisting, they spent the entire day either hauling wood or performing other arduous tasks. Meanwhile, Huang Tianxi feasted heartily, drawing envious gazes from the others who watched him eat, their mouths watering. That night, exhausted from the day's labor, the survivors lay on the ground. As a punishment for their previous night's escapade, Huang Tianxi had confiscated their tents. "Are you cold?" one of them remarked. "I feel quite chilly. Has the temperature dropped?" "It seems to have cooled down. Let us huddle closer together for warmth." Suddenly, someone's stomach growled, breaking the silence. "Are you hungry?" "Yes, we haven't eaten much all day. I'm starving." They curled up on the ground, both cold and famished. One person whispered, "Shall we sneak out to find something to eat?" "I agree, otherwise we might starve." Some hesitated, fearing Huang Tianxi would discover them and punish them severely, while the bolder few evaded the bodyguard's patrols and slipped out. Shadow stealthily crept away from Huang Tianxi's camp, bending low to the ground and cautiously avoiding the patrolling guards. Leading the group was Su Yu. "Where shall we find food?" Wang Pengzi whispered, his stomach audibly protesting. He rubbed his cold, reddened hands together, his lips trembling slightly. Su Yu halted, straining to listen. Beyond the stillness, he detected a tantalizing aroma. "Sure, be quiet." "I think I smell grilled fish," he whispered, inhaling deeply as he tried to pinpoint the source of the scent. "Grilled fish?" Wang Pengzi sniffed incredulously. "Where would grilled fish come from on this deserted island?" "Never mind that. Let us check it out," Su Yu urged eagerly. "Perhaps other survivors have arrived on the island." Su Yun interjected. "Forget the details. I'm about to starve. Let us move quickly." Wang Pengzi insisted, desperate for even a few bites to quell his hunger. Following the elusive fragrance, they stealthily approached a concealed cave entrance. The opening was small and obscured by dense vines, making it difficult to detect without careful observation. "There really is grilled fish," Wang Pengzi exclaimed in excitement, eagerly parting the vines and darting into the cave, with Su Yu and the others following closely behind. Inside the cave, a middle-aged man sat beside a fire, diligently grilling several plump sea fish. This man was Chu Yang's father, Chu Tianqua. Upon noticing the sudden intruders, Chu Tianqua paused, his stick hovering in midair, eyeing the unexpected guest warily. "Who are you?" Before Chu Tianqua could fully react, Wang Pengzi, driven by hunger, lunged at the grilled fish, seizing one and devouring it greedily while mumbling, "Food. Don't mind who we are." Chu Tianqua attempted to protect his food, but against the gang, he was powerless. The fish were quickly snatched away, leaving behind only bare wooden sticks. You're robbing me." Chu Tianqua cried out in anger, struggling in vain as no one paid him any heed. Just then, an angry shout echoed from outside the cave, "Stop!" A figure rushed in. It was Chu Yang. Seeing his father under attack ignited a fierce rage within him. Without hesitation, he plunged into the fray, throwing punches. "Father, are you hurt?" Chu Yang called out amidst the scuffle with Wang Pengzi, concern etched on his face. "I'm fine. Younger, be careful," Chu Tianqua reassured, feeling a sense of relief at his son's arrival. He fought fiercely, and after a few exchanges, he subdued several of Wang Pengzi's group, reclaiming some of the grilled fish to shield his father. "You bandits!" he exclaimed, the reclaimed fish still glistening with oil. Wang Pengzi, nursing his swollen face, scrambled to his feet, glaring at Chu Yang with resentment. "You wait," he spat, retreating in disgrace. The latecomers, Wang Dong and others, swiftly blocked the cave entrance. "Where do you think you're going?" "Stay put." Wang Pengzi, realizing they were accompanied by bodyguards, wisely complied and returned to his spot. Su Yun, recognizing the gravity of the situation, also remained silent and still. "What are you two doing?" Wang Dong pointed at Su Yu and his companions. "We're not stealing your fish. We're just so hungry that we came out to find something to eat. We caught the scent of fish and came to investigate." "We mean no harm," Su Yun explained. "Where did you come from?" Lin Hai asked suspiciously, wary that Huang Tianxi might have sent them to cause trouble. We came from the camp to the west. We couldn't find enough to eat, so we ventured here, Su Yun replied quietly, visibly anxious. The west? Isn't that Huang Tianxi's camp? Zhang Wei recalled vividly, still seething from his past abduction by Huang Tianxi. Chapter 14. Seeking refuge upon hearing those words. Su Yu sensed something amiss. Was there enmity involved? His mind raced, realizing that the enemy of his enemy could indeed become a friend. Yes, it was Huang Tianxi, who monopolized the food supplies and compelled them into servitude. Those deemed useful to him received a greater share of food, while individuals like themselves, deemed useless, barely received enough to stave off hunger and were left to scavenge for sustenance. Taking the initiative, Su Yu voiced the predicament. Ah, Huang Tianxi, once again. Brother Chu, I saw his bodyguards searching for you today. Lin Hai indeed spotted those individuals wandering in the woods. Brother, share some food with us. We are utterly famished. That scoundrel Huang Tianxi is inhumane, brandishing a firearm. We dare not oppose him. We might be silenced before we could utter a word. The hefty man wept openly, tears streaming down his face. Brother, we genuinely only wish for a morsel to eat. We took your fish out of sheer desperation. Please, spare us. We only ask for a little food, after which we shall depart. The portly man continued to plead. Yangzi, do share some with them. They are in dire straits. Alas, such misfortune, Chu Fu felt a pang of compassion. Chu Yang understood his father's sentiments all too well, but in this harsh world, the law of the jungle prevailed. Ultimately, Chu Yang distributed a portion of food to them. This time, it is solely due to my father's intercession, otherwise, I would have had no choice but to teach you a lesson. Yes, thank you, uncle. I shall certainly offer assistance in the future should the need arise. Wang Fatty displayed a semblance of understanding. Had it not been for their hunger, he would never have resorted to theft and would have avoided the ensuing punishment. Chu Yang observed that while Wang Fatty had acted inappropriately, the siblings had refrained from such actions. He also shared some of the food with the siblings, who expressed their gratitude profusely. Be wary of Huang Tianxi. He wields a gun and is accompanied by 12 bodyguards. It seems he is also seeking out certain individuals. Su relayed the information candidly. Understood. Quickly eat and leave at once, Chu Yang urged, casting a lingering glance at Su Yu. Outside the cave, shadowy figures lurked stealthily. These figures were none other than Huang Tianxi and his bodyguards, who had followed them out of the camp. Oh, what a lively scene! Huang Tianxi exclaimed loudly. The occupants of the cave, who had been reveling in their newfound food, were startled by his voice. Wang Fatty's eyes darted, glancing at Chu Yang, then at the approaching Huang Tianxi. With a determined grimace, he seemed to reach a resolution, hastily stuffing the food into his mouth before rising and sprinting towards Huang Tianxi. Young Master Huang, what brings you here? Huang Tianxi regarded him with a smirk, his expression ambiguous. I had no idea it was so lively here. What? Cannot my camp accommodate you? Huang Tianxi questioned mockingly. Of course not. We were just about to leave, right? Wang Fatty recalled the earlier assault, quickly signaling to the siblings. However, the siblings remained unfazed, engrossed in their meal, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. To them, Chu Yang appeared to be a decent person, at least for the time being. Seeing this, Huang Tianxi's interest peaked. What, are you unwilling? His tone grew sinister, and a malevolent glimmer flickered in his gaze. Why would we be unwilling? Let us leave, young Master Huang. Wang Fatty, fearing reprisal, hurried to Huang Tianxi's side, his obsequious demeanor pleasing Huang Tianxi immensely. At this moment, the siblings finished their food. Instead of approaching Huang Tianxi, they walked over to Chu Yang. Brother, although we may not be able to handle heavy labor, we can assist with general tasks. Their unsaid intentions were clear in their words. Chu Yang was taken aback, but chose not to elaborate further. Huang Tianxi glanced at the siblings, dismissing them as incapable and losing interest. Humph, do not regret this. Do not come crying to me in the future. With that, Huang Tianxi and his entourage departed. Brother, allow us to stay. We are willing to do anything as long as we have food to eat. Su Yu gambled on Chu Yang's character, hoping he was not akin to Huang Tianxi. Very well, you may stay, but I do not harbor idlers. Do you comprehend? Chu Yang scrutinized the pair. Rest assured, we will not be a burden, Su Yu assured him earnestly. Chu Yang nodded, permitting them to find a spot to rest. In the cave, Chu Yang handed a grilled fish to his father. Father, please eat something first. Chu Tianque accepted the fish and began to eat in silence. Upon receiving the fish, Chu Fu did not immediately devour it. Instead, he examined his son's hands closely, noticing the abrasions and faint traces of blood. He frowned, concerned. Yang, you are injured? Chu Yang nonchalantly shook his hand, dismissing the minor wound. He turned to gaze into the dark night beyond the cave entrance, vigilant. The inhabitants of this desolate island were becoming increasingly unruly. Wang Dong nodded, agreeing. Indeed, their arrogance is growing. We must proceed with caution. Chu Fu handed over the remaining half of the grilled fish to Chu Yang. Eat more. I am old and not very hungry. Chu Yang accepted without protest. Continuing his meal. Father, we must find a more secure location. This cave is too easily discoverable. Indeed, Chu Fu concurred. Surveying the cave's rudimentary bedding and the dwindling firewood in the corner alongside a battered iron bucket. Tomorrow, I shall venture to look. There should be more concealed caves nearby, Lin Hai suggested. The crackling fire emitted a series of pops, sending sparks dancing onto the damp ground. The group ate in silence. The wind outside growing increasingly fierce. After finishing the last morsel of fish, Chu Yang rose and approached the cave's entrance. Standing at the mouth of the cave, the sea breeze tousled his hair. He inhaled deeply, the briny air filling his lungs. Turning back, he surveyed the individuals inside the cave, contemplating their next course of action. The following morning, Chu Yang gathered everyone and announced, "We shall venture into the mountains today in search of fresh water." Siyu nodded, indicating his understanding. "Brother, we shall follow your lead." His sister, Su Yun, stood obediently nearby, clutching her brother's sleeve tightly. Wang Dong stroked his chin, excitement evident in his voice. "Into the mountains? Excellent. I have longed to explore the depths of this island." Zhang Wei and Lin Hai concurred with Wang Dong, recognizing the necessity of familiarizing themselves with the island's terrain. Thus, Chu Yang led the group into the mountains. Along the way, he skillfully guided them past perilous areas and opted for the shorter routes. As he walked, he pondered how to set traps without attracting attention. He took the lead, ever watchful of the surrounding environment. "Brother, you seem quite familiar with this island." "As if it were your own backyard," Wang Dong remarked, clearing branches from their path. His curiosity piqued. Chu Yang smiled faintly, refraining from a direct response. "Be mindful of your footing. This island is far removed from the city, fraught with hidden dangers." "Understood, brother. We will be vigilant," Zhang Wei affirmed. Kicking aside a small stone. After approximately 2 hours of trekking, the group arrived at the base of a cliff. As soon as they stepped into the camp, a ragged group of people surged forward, their eyes fixated on the buckets of water they held. Their lips were chapped, and their gazes were filled with longing. Huang Tianxi surveyed the crowd that had gathered, his brow furrowed in concern. He set the bucket down heavily and spoke in a gruff voice. "Don't push. Each of you gets only a small sip. Make it last." At his words, everyone rushed forward. Huang Tianxi kicked aside an injured person blocking his way. "Scram. Worthless trash. Do you even deserve water?" The bodyguards, fierce as wolves, roughly shoved the injured aside. A muffled chorus of groans and curses arose from the crowd. Huang Tianxi spat fiercely, snatched the bucket, and gulped down several large swigs, feeling his anger subside slightly. He wiped his mouth and glared at Jiagui, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. "If you come up with such rotten ideas again, I'll flay you alive." Jiagui shuddered in fear, nodding repeatedly, inwardly lamenting. "Everyone, quiet." Huang Tianxi's were interrupted Jiagui's thoughts. Irritated, he tossed the empty bucket aside with a loud clang. The bucket rolled a few times on the ground, finally stopping at the feet of a frail young woman. She glanced at Huang Tianxi in fear, then quickly lowered her head, not daring to pick it up. Huang Tianxi pointed at the scattered supplies on the ground and shouted at Jiagui, "Use these sparingly. Who knows when we'll get to trade for more water?" Jiagui hurriedly replied, Yes, Huang Xiao, you're right. I'll arrange it immediately and ensure they use it sparingly." As he spoke, he cautiously observed Huang Tianxi's expression. Huang Tianxi waved his hand irritably, signaling Jiagui to retreat. He walked over to the fire, sat down heavily, and stared darkly at the dancing flames, contemplating how to deal with Chu Yang and regain control over the water source. Zhu Yao. Why does that Chu Yang have such luck? Not only did he find the water source, but he is also holding our people captive. Under the night sky, Huang Tianxi fidgeted with the firewood, sparks flying. Zhu Yao, holding a slender branch, absent-mindedly scratched the ground. Hearing this, he looked up. "Huang Xiao, don't be anxious. I have an idea." He paused, noticing Huang Tianxi's inquisitive gaze before continuing. "The water source is vital for survival on this island. Chu Yang will not easily relinquish it. We can exploit this." Huang Tianxi leaned forward, intrigued. "Go on. How can we exploit it?" Zhu Yao leaned closer, lowering his voice. "I discovered a herb on the island. Its powder dissolves in water, is colorless and tasteless, and if ingested, it causes fatal diarrhea." Jiagui, overhearing, interjected, "So what? Without an antidote, no one can drink it." Zhu Yu smiled mysteriously. "As the saying goes, there must be an antidote within 10 steps. Coincidentally, I have also found it on this island." Jiagui turned to the others, raising his voice. "Then let us act now. Chu Yang 1T suspect that we just traded for water and are now going to poison it." Zhu Yao surveyed the crowd, asking, "So who will do the poisoning?" The group exchanged glances, none willing to volunteer. After all, poisoning carried significant risks. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. Seeing their reluctance, Huang Tianxi grew displeased. Whoever goes to poison will be rewarded with half a liter of water and a day's worth of supplies. Suddenly, Zhu Yao stepped forward, thumping his chest. I'll do it. Huang Xiao, I'll go. Huang Tianxi's expression softened a bit, and he nodded. Good. Zhu Yao, you truly are my good brother. After the deed is done, there will be generous rewards. Zhu Yao puffed out his chest, casting a proud glance at the others. Later that night, the sea wind howled, and the shadows of the trees danced. Zhu Yao stealthily approached Chu Yang's camp. He circumvented the patrolling Wang Dong and others, using the cover of night to reach the place where the water was stored. He pulled out a paper packet from his pocket, carefully opened it, and poured the powder into the water. The powder dissolved rapidly, vanishing without a trace. Just as Zhu Yao was about to turn and leave, he heard footsteps behind him. Startled, he spun around to see a man staring at him. It was Suyu. Suyu had gotten up in the night and happened to see someone sneaking to the water storage. Initially thinking he had misseen, he rubbed his eyes, and upon closer inspection, recognized Zhu Yao. Someone is stealing water. Chapter 19. Distillation. Suyu's shout awakened the slumbering camp. Chu Yang jolted awake, grabbing a nearby stick and bursting out of the tent. Wang Dong, Lin Hai, Zhang Wei, and others quickly rose, arming themselves as they rushed toward the source of the sound. The flickering firelight illuminated the standoff between Suyu and Zhu Yao. Zhu Yao's face turned pale as he scanned for an escape route. Zuyu, what are you doing here? Chu Yang barked, immediately recognizing him. Zhu Yu was startled by Chu Yang's sudden appearance, stammering an explanation. I just wanted to get some water. Get water? Chu Yang raised an eyebrow, coldly replying, in the middle of the night, sneaking around for water? Do you think I'll believe that? Chu Yang stepped closer, fixing a steely gaze on Zhu Yao. Speak the truth. What are you really here for? Sweat beaded on Zhu Yao's forehead as he dared not meet Chu Yang's eyes. After I go back. They want to give me water, he murmured, his voice barely audible. Chu Yang scoffed, retrieving a flashlight from his waist and shining it on the bucket. The clear water showed no signs of contamination. He bent down, gently stirring the water and sniffing it, detecting no unusual odor. This tactic of withholding water did seem characteristic of Huang Tianxi. Scram! You're not allowed to come here to steal water again. Chu Yang shoved Zhu Yao away. Zhu Yao hurriedly ran off. Chu Yang stood there, watching Zhu Yao disappear into the darkness, his brow furrowed in thought. He sensed something was amiss, but couldn't he pinpoint what felt wrong. To be safe, he instructed Wang Dong and Lin Hai to bolster the night watch. They nodded in agreement. However, Chu Yang soon felt that something was off. Rubbing his temples, he tried to recall information about Huang Tianxi from his previous life. In the past, Huang Tianxi had employed a certain poison against those who attempted to steal water. This poison was colorless, tasteless, and difficult to detect. Realizing this, Chu Yang returned to the water storage. The others looked at him, puzzled by his sudden action. Chu Ge, what's wrong? Suyu asked, still holding his stick. Looking vigilant, Zhang Wei scratched his head. Yeah, Chu Ge, what is happening? I suspect the water has been poisoned, Chu Yang said gravely, his tone serious. The group's expressions changed in unison. Is that true? Chu Yang scanned the crowd, asking in a low voice. Who has something silver? Lin Hai thought for a moment, then took off a silver necklace from around his neck. I have one. I don't know if it will work. Chu Yang took the necklace, thanked him, and submerged it in the water. After a while, when he pulled it out, it had indeed turned black. Seeing this, everyone gasped in shock. Thank goodness, Chu Ge. You discovered it in time, otherwise, we would all have suffered. Siyan said, trembling, clutching her brother Suyu's sleeve tightly. Everyone stared at the darkened necklace, panic-stricken and murmuring. Is this water really toxic? Zhang Wei exclaimed, wide-eyed, unable to believe the black and silver necklace before him, swallowing hard. Chapter 15. Capturing people. Chu Yang halted his steps, surveying his surroundings as if in search of something. Wang Dong produced the ropes we had prepared, along with some nails, which left Chu Yang puzzled. What are these for, Brother Chu? He inquired. These are for capturing people. No need to ask too much. Find a concealed spot nearby and set a trap with the ropes. Be discreet, Chu Yang instructed, his attention focused on the surrounding movements. Understood, Brother Chu. Regardless of the reasons, it was always wise to heed Chu Yang's guidance. Once the trap was set, Chu Yang led them around a large rock. And their field of vision suddenly expanded. There's a spring. Water. Siyun exclaimed joyfully. They hurried forward, cupping their hands to drink from the spring, unable to contain their excitement. So sweet. This water is truly delightful. Deputy Shou shouted, a long-lost smile lighting up his face. Brother, you should have a taste too. Chu Fu, upon hearing this, took a sip. Brother Chu, you are truly remarkable to discover such a splendid water source. Lin Hai praised earnestly. Wang Dong also approached to taste it, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it surpasses the murky rainwater we previously found. He quickly retrieved a worn iron bucket from his backpack to fill with water. Zhang Wei and Lin Hai also filled their containers, sharing a smile. With these supplies, they at least had a means to survive. Chu Yang assessed the distance, planning their next course of action. Wang Dong, gather some suitable branches and vines. We'll construct a simple shelter here for easier access to the water. Wang Dong hesitated, for this task was no trivial matter. It would require considerable effort and could lead to injuries. Yet, since Chu Yang had led them to the water, and they had already pledged their allegiance, he could not voice his objections. All right, he replied, swiftly gathering a pile of branches and vines to begin erecting the shelter beside the spring. Chu Yang observed the busy group. Surviving on this deserted island required both luck and courage. He turned to Wang Dong and joined him in constructing the shelter. Siyan picked up the filled iron bucket and walked over to Suyu. Brother, have a drink. Suyu accepted the bucket, tilting his head back to gulp down several large swigs. The cool, sweet spring water flowed down his throat, refreshing him immensely. This feels wonderful, he sighed, passing the bucket to Zhang Wei. Brother Zhang, you should drink some too. Zhang Wei smiled and took a few sips. However, his mind was occupied with thoughts. Staying with Chu Yang ensured survival, but if he revealed the water's location to Huang Tianzi, could he possibly return? After days on the island, the urgency he had felt upon arrival had faded. Suddenly, Siyu interrupted his thoughts. Ayun, stop playing with the water. Be careful not to catch a chill. Suyin looked up and stuck out her tongue. Got it, brother. She wiped her face with her sleeve, moved closer to Suyu, and whispered, Do you think Brother Chu will drive us away? Siyu gently patted her head. Don't worry, Brother Chu is not that kind of person. And we can help with the work. At that moment, Wang Dong had finished constructing a simple shelter with branches and vines. Though rudimentary, it was sufficient to shield them from the wind and sun. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he asked Chu Yang, Brother Chu, how does this look? Chu Yang examined the shelter's structure closely, nodding in approval. Very good, Wang Dong. You've worked hard. What should have been a harmonious scene was interrupted by a discordant voice. Thank you for leading us to the water source. I was worried about our drinking supply. Huang Tianzi swaggered over. After waiting for some time, without seeing his bodyguards, he turned only to find them dangling from the trees. What the hell? How did you all end up there? He exclaimed, bewildered. Young Master Huang. We also don't know how this happened. It just happened suddenly, one of the bodyguards replied innocently. Siyun couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? You're not bad looking. Come back with me, and I promise you won't go hungry. Huang Tianzi resumed his obnoxious behavior. Beast. Spring hasn't even arrived. Yet you're already acting shameless. Suyu retorted, unable to hold back. Exactly. What are you getting all worked up about? Spring isn't here yet, Huang Tianzi. Just leave, Chu Yang added, delivering a verbal blow. You. Huang Tianzi's face flushed with anger, his finger jabbing at Chu Yang as he shouted. Chu Yang, you ungrateful wretch. I gave you face, and you truly think highly of yourself. You stole my belongings and now dare to insult me. Mark my words. I will settle this score with you. He trembled with rage, his finger almost touching Chu Yang's nose. Unfazed, Chu Yang replied disdainfully, Oh, just you? And those useless thugs hanging in the trees? He gestured for Huang Tianzi to observe his trapped bodyguards, who dangled like lambs awaiting slaughter, swaying gently in the mountain breeze. I tell you, we can share this water source, but you must exchange it for resources, food, weapons, anything I deem valuable will grant you the right to drink. Chu Yang paused. Otherwise, take your people and get out of my sight. Huang Tianzi's face shifted through shades of anger and fear as he scanned his surroundings. Aside from his ensnared bodyguards, he was utterly alone. Clenching his teeth in frustration, he realized that confronting Chu Yang head-on would lead to no favorable outcome. This Chu Yang was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Fine, you win this round. Huang Tianzi glared at Chu Yang, then whipped his sleeve and turned to leave, muttering curses under his breath. Chu Yang, just wait. I won't let you off easily. The sound of crushed leaves and twigs faded into the distance, and the forest returned to tranquility. As night fell, the mountain winds howled. Chu Yang and the others sat around the campfire, speaking in hushed tones. The fire crackled and popped, prompting Lin Hai to say, We should add more firewood. Hearing this, Lin Hai promptly tossed in a log. Wang Dong, munching on a roasted fish, mumbled, Brother Chu, do you think Huang Tianzi will truly let this go? Chu Yang shook his head. It's hard to say. Such individuals are vengeful. They won't easily swallow their pride after suffering a loss. He tossed a stick into the fire, causing the flames to leap higher. Tonight, we will take turns keeping watch. We must remain vigilant. Something just feels amiss. Suyu nodded in agreement. Brother Chu is right. We should be cautious. That Huang Tianzi is no easy foe. He instinctively patted his sister Su Yun's head, drawing her closer. Su Yun obediently nestled beside her brother, basking in his warmth. Chapter 16. The exchange of the fiancé. Indeed, Chu Yong's foreboding proved accurate. In the dead of night, while Wang Dong was on guard, he suddenly heard a faint rustling sound. Instantly alert, he held his breath and listened intently. The noise emanated from the direction of the water source, stealthily approaching. He parted the dense underbrush, and by the moonlight, he discerned several shadowy figures lurking near the water source. "Who is there?" Wang Dong shouted, charging out from his hiding place. The figures, clearly startled, turned to flee. "Catch them!" Wang Dong bellowed as Lin Hai and Zhang Wei, drawn by the commotion, rushed out as well. After a brief scuffle, the shadows were subdued. Wang Dong stepped forward, tearing off the mask of one individual. And upon seeing his face in the firelight, he immediately recognized him. This one of Huang Tianxi's subordinates? Chu Yang arrived shortly after. And upon seeing the bound individuals, his expression darkened. He knelt before one of them, inquiring, "Speak. Were you sent here by Huang Tianxi?" The man, averting his gaze, stammered, "And no one sent us. We just wanted to drink some water." "Drink water?" Chu Yang retorted, his anger turning into a sardonic laugh. "In the dead of night, you sneak here to drink water? Do you think I will believe that?" He seized the man by the collar, his voice becoming sharper. "If you do not speak the truth, do not blame me for being rude." The man trembled in fear, realizing that withholding the truth would not yield a favorable outcome. He glanced around. Wang Dong, Lin Hai, and Zhang Wei were all watching him with predatory eyes. Gritting his teeth, he finally confessed, It's Huang Xiao. Huang Xiao sent us to sabotage the water source, or to steal some water back." Chu Yang released his grip and stood, his gaze sweeping over the bound individuals. He had already reached a conclusion in his mind. "Make sure to keep a close watch on them," he instructed Wang Dong. "Bind them securely. Rest assured, Brother Chu, they won't escape." Wang Dong patted his chest confidently. He employed the most secure method of binding, ensuring their inability to break free. As dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of light, Chu Yang returned to the hastily erected tent and washed up briefly. Outside, Lin Hai was kindling a fire to prepare breakfast, the flickering flames casting shadows across his face. Zhang Wei was filling a water jug from the source. "Brother Chu, breakfast is ready," Lin Hai said, handing over a steaming bowl of porridge. Chu Yang accepted the bowl, blowing gently on it before taking a sip. "What about the others?" he inquired. "They are still keeping an eye on those guys," Lin Hai replied, gesturing towards the bound individuals just outside the tent. Wang Dong insisted on watching over them personally, fearing they might escape. A smile played on his lips as he spoke. Chu Yang chuckled softly, choosing not to respond, and continued sipping his porridge. He understood Wang Dong's character, serious and responsible, sometimes even overly meticulous. This was precisely why he placed such trust in him. After finishing breakfast, Chu Yang stood and adjusted his clothing. Huang Tianxi had gone days without water and was surely at his wit's end, with 3 of his men still unaccounted for. He could only send the remaining ones to negotiate with Chu Yang. "You 4, go find Chu Yang. If you can snatch something, do so. If not, wait for me to come." Upon their arrival at Chu Yang's territory, the 4 bodyguards were immediately apprehended before they could utter a word. "We come in peace. Why are you capturing us?" they shouted in protest. Chu Yang stepped outside the tent, observing the bound individuals. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Wang Dong, "Bring those 4 over." Wang Dong nodded and, gesturing to Lin Hai and Zhang Wei, escorted the captives to stand before Chu Yang. The men, heads bowed, had lost the bravado they previously displayed. They dared not meet Chu Yang's gaze, their appearances disheveled and filthy. "Brother Chu, how should we deal with them?" Wang Dong asked, already envisioning a thorough thrashing for the captives. Lin Hai, too, was eager to deliver a suitable lesson to these lackeys. Without uttering a word, Chu Yang approached one of them, studying him intently. "What has Huang Tianxi sent you to do?" he inquired casually. The man stammered, Huang Xiao sent us to seek peace." His voice was barely audible, trembling like a whisper. "Peace?" Chu Yang chuckled derisively, rising to his feet and surveying the surroundings. "He sends you to negotiate peace with nothing in hand?" He shook his head, indicating their utter foolishness. "And no, Huang Xiao. He also." The man stuttered, seemingly terrified. Meanwhile, Huang Tianxi, realizing that Chu Yang had captured his men, gritted his teeth and led a group to confront him. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted the bound bodyguards. "Huang Xiao." Chu Yang greeted him, his tone indifferent. Huang Tianxi approached, feigning cordiality. "Brother Chu, it has been a while. I trust you are well?" He clasped his hands, adopting a demeanor as if nothing had transpired previously. Chu Yang remained silent, studying him. One of Huang Tianxi's subordinates shoved a woman forward, Disheveled and tear-streaked, she was none other than Chu Yang's fiancée, Li Xinyue. Chu Yang, I have brought Li Xinyue for you. She is still your fiancée. How about we exchange her for some water? Huang Tianzi proclaimed. A triumphant smile gracing his face, confident that Chu Yang would not sacrifice his fiancée for water. As Chu Yang gazed upon his former fiancée, his emotions were tumultuous. After exchanging for water, she remains yours. What happens next is entirely your decision, Huang Tianzi urged, pushing her forward. While his men leered at Li Xinyue shrank back, unable to meet their eyes. The atmosphere grew tense, as everyone held their breath, awaiting Chu Yang's verdict. Li Xinyue? What is she to me? Chu Yang spoke slowly. Li Xinyue abruptly lifted her head, disbelief etched across her face. You truly do not want me anymore? She whimpered, her lips trembling. Huang Tianzi, do you think I would compromise for a woman who has betrayed me? Chu Yang's voice, though soft, resonated with clarity. I still find you repulsive, Li Xinyue. How dare you show your face before me? He approached her, casting a disdainful look down upon her. Leave. Chu Yang. Have no need for a woman who has betrayed me. Tears streamed down Li Xinyue's face as she covered her eyes and fled. Huang Tianzi's men hastily followed her. Huang Tianzi's expression darkened, astonished by Chu Yang's resoluteness. Chu Yang, you, he stammered, pointing an accusing finger, speechless with rage. Get lost. Chu Yang shouted vehemently. Huang Tianzi's face turned ashen as he glared at Chu Yang. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, he turned to leave, followed by his subordinates. Wang Dong approached Chu Yang, patting his shoulder with admiration. Brother Chu, well done. A woman like that is hardly worth keeping. Chu Yang surveyed the group, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Lin Hai and Zhang Wei. Huang Tianzi will certainly devise a plan upon returning. I fear he may act recklessly. Please remain vigilant over the next few days. Understood. Lin Hai and Zhang Wei replied in unison. Chapter 17. Water exchange. Chu Yang observed as Huang Tianzi and his entourage vanished into the dense forest, feeling little relief in his heart. He knew Huang Tianzi's temperament all too well. Having suffered such a significant setback, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Meanwhile, within Huang Tianzi's camp, the atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. Li Xinyue had been incessantly cursing Chu Yang throughout their journey. How dare that Chu Yang treat me this way? Who does he think he is? Just a fallen. Li Xinyue ran it on, occasionally wiping the dirt from her face with a handkerchief. Before their departure, Huang Tianzi had even made an effort to provide her with some cosmetics to enhance her appearance. Now, however, her makeup had long since been ruined by sweat, leaving her looking quite disheveled. Huang Tianzi was already enraged by Chu Yang's refusal, and Li Xinyue's incessant nagging only added to his agitation. He abruptly stood up, seized Li Xinyue by the hair, and forcefully slammed her to the ground. Damn it, what good are you? Did you not understand your purpose in going over there? Huang Tianzi glared menacingly at Li Xinyue, pulling her hair tighter, causing her to cry out in pain. Were it not for her appealing attributes, he would have had little concern for her fate. Now, not only had they failed to procure water, but they had also exhausted considerable energy. And several of his subordinates had been captured by Chu Yang. Jia Gui stood to the side, holding his breath and observing quietly. Once Huang Tianzi calmed down slightly, he cautiously ventured to speak. Young Master Huang, do we truly have to exchange supplies for water? His voice was barely above a whisper, fearful that he might be the next target of Huang Tianzi's wrath. In response, Huang Tianzi kicked Li Xinyue, bellowing, Exchange? What do we have to exchange? He paced irritably within the tent, his supplies already scant. How could he afford to trade for water when he needed to sustain his followers? Would they not revolt if he could not provide for them? Jia Gui's mind raced, and he leaned closer to Huang Tianzi, whispering, Young Master, there might still be a way. He paused deliberately, gauging Huang Tianzi's reaction. Huang Tianzi indeed halted, casting him a sidelong glance. What method? Speak. Jia Gui rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic smile creeping across his face. Young Master, have you forgotten? We still have a few women with us. He gestured toward a corner of the tent where several trembling women huddled together, their tattered clothing and terrified expressions revealing the torment they had already endured. Are you suggesting we send these women as well? Huang Tianzi furrowed his brow, somewhat bewildered by Jia Gui's implication. Having just used Li Xinyue in a failed exchange, he doubted Chu Yang would even consider these less attractive women in trade. Yet, Jia Gui shook his head, revealing a knowing smile. He moved closer to Huang Tianzi, lowering his voice. Young Master, we should send both the women and the supplies, allowing Chu Yang to choose. If he opts for supplies, his reputation among the survivors will surely diminish. If he selects the women, we will be left with fewer mouths to feed. It is a win-win situation. As Jia Gui spoke, Huang Tianzi's eyes gradually lit up. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly my astute strategist. Let us proceed as you suggest. Jia Gui bowed in acknowledgement and exited the tent, striding toward the women with an air of authority that starkly contrasted his earlier obsequiousness. Ladies, come with us. Delightful opportunities await you. As night fell, the sea breeze rustled the palm leaves, creating a gentle whisper. The crackling fire in Chu Yang's camp illuminated his contemplative face. He poked the ground with a sharpened branch, lost in thought. Lin Hai added another log to the fire, which blazed brighter, illuminating the bustling surroundings. Wang Dong hummed a tune while inspecting traps, and Zhang Wei organized the gathered wild fruits. The Su siblings nestled closely together, speaking softly. Brother Chu, do you think Huang Tianzi will return? Su broke the silence, a hint of concern in his voice as he instinctively pulled his sister Su Yun closer. Chu Yang lifted his gaze, his expression profound. He will certainly return. Someone like him cannot simply let a setback go unavenged. He tossed the branch into the fire, which flared dramatically, crackling with intensity. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from the distance, accompanied by the sound of women weeping. Brother Chu, they are coming again. Su shouted, gripping his wooden stick tightly, ready for confrontation. Chu Yang rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and stepped outside the camp. Huang Tianzi swaggered toward him, flanked by several subordinates and 4 women, who were carrying some food. The women kept their heads lowered, their demeanor shrinking in fear, clearly coerced into following. Chu Yang, I have come this time with sincerity, Huang Tianzi said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Before he could finish, Jia Gui pushed the supplies and women forward. Chu Yang surveyed the offerings with a cold sneer. What is the meaning of this? Huang Tianzi shrugged, feigning generosity. Of course, it is for your selection. Do you prefer supplies or women? Having lived 2 lives, Chu Yang was keenly aware of Huang Tianzi's intentions. If he chose supplies, he would appear callous and unfeeling. If he chose the women, his camp would gain nothing while acquiring additional mouths to feed. Observing the situation, it was clear that this scheme was not devised by Huang Tianzi himself. It bore the signature of the ever-smiling Jia Gui. Desiring water? That is not impossible. Chu Yang remarked with a hint of sarcasm, his gaze slicing through Jia Gui before returning to Huang Tianzi. However, have you forgotten that your subordinates are still here, starving? The words took Huang Tianzi aback. He had planned to let his men remain there for sustenance, and Chu Yang's comment caught him off guard. He instinctively rubbed his nose, his gaze flickering, offering a hollow chuckle. Well, Chu, you see, we are all struggling to make a living. It is not easy. Jia Gui was equally taken aback by Chu Yang's retort. What had once seemed a favorable situation had now reverted to Chu Yang's advantage. His expression stiffened, the smile on his face faltering. Chu Yang ignored Huang Tianzi's excuses, crossing his arms and observing him with casual indifference. He was curious to see how Huang Tianzi would respond. If he chose to disregard the situation, Chu Yang would claim the subordinates as his own. Even if they later opted to leave, they would not return to Huang Tianzi's side. After a moment of silence, no one spoke. Very well, Chu Yang finally declared. Chapter 18. Stealing water. Chu Yang broke the silence. I shall not make things difficult for you. I will add 5 more days' worth of supplies. And then you and your men, including those few subordinates of mine that I have detained, will leave this place together. Huang Tianzi's expression changed, for he had not anticipated Chu Yang's resolute stance. He gritted his teeth, weighing the pros and cons. If Chu Yang could conceive such a notion, he could surely do the same. Yet, he felt a deep reluctance at the thought of relinquishing double the supplies. Chu Yang, your terms are excessively harsh. We cannot possibly spare that much. Jia Gui interjected, a false smile plastered across his face. We are all neighbors, after all, seeing each other daily. Why must we drive things to an impasse? What if you find yourself in need of assistance in the future? Chu Yang cast a sidelong glance at Jia Gui. What gives you the right to speak here? Jia Gui's face stiffened, and he awkwardly fell silent, retreating a step behind Huang Tianzi. Observing Jia Gui's comical movements, Chu Yang turned his attention back to Huang Tianzi. 10 days' worth of supplies and 4 women in exchange for 10 liters of water and 3 bodyguards. Huang Tianzi's expression flickered between indecision and turmoil, his inner conflict evident as he muttered, those bodyguards are vital reinforcements. I cannot afford to let them go. Deal. Chu Yang nodded and signaled to Wang Dong. Wang Dong understood immediately and promptly went to fetch the 3 detained bodyguards. Upon seeing Huang Tianzi, the trio rushed toward him like they had found salvation, crying out in desperation. Huang Tianzi impatiently pushed them away, gritting his teeth. Get moving. The group left Chu Yang's camp in a dejected manner. As Chu Yang watched Huang Tianzi's group depart, he turned to Wang Dong and instructed, count the supplies they brought, and arrange accommodations for the 4 women. Wang Dong grinned widely, revealing a bright smile. Sure thing, Brother Chu. He rubbed his hands together, excitedly approaching the pile of supplies. Behind him, Lin Hai and Zhang Wei also appeared eager, clearly pleased with the unexpected bounty. Huang Tianxi's group trudged back to their camp with heavy footsteps. As they entered the vicinity, a throng of ragged individuals surged toward them, eyes fixated on the water buckets they carried. Their lips were cracked, and their gazes brimmed with longing. Frowning at the encroaching crowd, Huang Tianxi slammed the water bucket down onto the ground and barked, "Don't crowd. Each person gets only a small sip. Make it last." At his command, the crowd surged forward. Huang Tianxi kicked over an injured individual blocking his path. "Scram! Worthless leeches. Do you even deserve water?" The bodyguards, like wolves, roughly shoved the injured aside, eliciting muffled groans and curses from the crowd. Huang Tianxi spat vehemently, snatching the water bucket and gulping down several mouthfuls, feeling his anger subside slightly. Wiping his mouth, he glared at Jia Gui and hissed, "If you ever suggest such a foolish idea again, I will flay you alive." Jia Gui trembled at the threat, nodding fervently in agreement, internally lamenting his predicament. Silence. Huang Tianxi's roar interrupted Jia Gui's thoughts. Frustrated, he tossed the empty water bucket aside, producing a loud clatter. The bucket rolled several times before coming to rest at the feet of a frail young woman. Startled, she glanced at Huang Tianxi before quickly lowering her head, too fearful to retrieve it. Huang Tianxi pointed at the scattered supplies and shouted at Jia Gui, "Make those provisions last. Who knows when we will be able to trade for water again?" Jia Gui quickly responded, Yes, you are right, young Master Huang. I will see to it that they conserve their usage." As he spoke, he cautiously observed Huang Tianxi's expression. Huang Tianxi waved his hand dismissively, signaling Jia Gui to depart. He then sat down by the fire, his gaze fixed darkly on the flickering flames as he contemplated how to deal with Chu Yang and regain control over the water source. Alas, Zhu Yao. How is it that Chu Yang possesses such fortune? Not only did he discover the water source, but he has also detained our men. In the dark of night, Huang Tianxi fidgeted with the firewood, sparks flying. Zhu Yao, holding a slender twig, idly scratched the ground, looking up at Huang Tianxi's words. "Young Master Huang, do not fret. I have an idea." After a pause, noticing Huang Tianxi's inquisitive gaze, he continued, "The water source is crucial for survival on this island. Chu Yang will not relinquish it easily. We can exploit this." Huang Tianxi's interest was piqued, and he leaned forward slightly. "Go on, how shall we exploit it?" Zhu Yao leaned closer, lowering his voice. "I have discovered a herb on the island. Its powder dissolves in water, is colorless and tasteless, and if ingested, it will cause diarrhea leading to death." Jia Gui, overhearing, interjected, "What if that is the case? Without an antidote, no one can drink it." Zhu Yao smirked mysteriously. "As the saying goes, there is bound to be an antidote within 10 paces. Coincidentally, I have also found the antidote on this island." Jia Gui turned to the others, raising his voice. "Then we should act now. Chu Yang will never suspect that we would poison them right after trading for water." Zhu Yao looked around and asked, "Who will carry out the poisoning?" The group exchanged glances, no one willing to volunteer. After all, the risks of poisoning someone were immense, and the consequences of being discovered would be dire. Seeing the reluctance of the group, Huang Tianxi grew displeased. Whoever goes to poison them will be rewarded with half a liter of water and a day's worth of supplies. Suddenly, Zhu Yao stood up, thumping his chest. "I will go. Young Master Huang, I will do it." Huang Tianxi's expression softened slightly, and he nodded. "Excellent. Zhu Yao, you truly are a good brother. There will be ample rewards for you once the deed is done." Zhu Yao puffed out his chest, casting a proud glance at the others. Later that night, the sea wind howled, and the shadows of the trees danced. Ziyu stealthily approached Chu Yang's camp, taking care to avoid the patrolling Wang Dong and others. Guided by the cover of darkness to the location where the water was stored, he took out a paper packet from his pocket, carefully opened it, and poured the powder into the water. The powder dissolved swiftly, vanishing without a trace. Having completed his task, Zhu Yao was about to turn and leave when he heard footsteps behind him. Startled, he quickly turned around to find a man staring intently at him. It was Su Yu. It turned out that Su Yu had stepped out for a midnight urination and had caught a glimpse of a figure slipping into the water storage area. Initially, he thought he was mistaken, but after rubbing his eyes and examining closely, he immediately recognized the figure. Someone is stealing water. Chapter 19. Distillation. The shout of Su Yu roused the slumbering inhabitants of the camp. Chu Yang abruptly opened his eyes, seized a wooden stick nearby, and dashed out of the tent. Wang Dong, Lin Hai, Zhang Wei, and others quickly arose, grabbing their weapons as they hurried toward the source of the commotion. The flickering flames illuminated the silhouettes of Su Yu and Zhu Yao in confrontation. Zhu Yao's face was pale as he scanned the surroundings, searching for an escape route. "Zhu Yu, what are you doing here?" Chu Yang admonished sharply, instantly recognizing the figure before him. Taken aback by Chu Yang's sudden appearance, Zhu Yao stammered an explanation. I just wanted to get some water." "Water? Chu Yang raised an eyebrow, his voice icy. In the dead of night. Sneaking around to fetch water? Do you think I would believe that? He stepped closer, fixing a piercing gaze upon Zhu Yao. Speak the truth. What are you really here for? A fine sheen of sweat formed on Zhu Yao's forehead as he dared not meet Chu Yang's eyes. They wouldn't give me water when I returned. Chu Yang scoffed, retrieving a flashlight from his waist and illuminating the water bucket. The clear surface revealed no abnormalities. He bent down, gently stirring the water with his hand before bringing it to his nose to sniff, finding no unusual odor. The notion of withholding water from someone certainly bore the hallmark of Huang Tianxi's methods. Get lost. You are not allowed to come here to steal water again. Chu Yang pushed Zhu Yao away. Zhu Yao hurriedly fled the scene. Chu Yang remained rooted in place, watching Zhu Yao's retreating figure, his brow furrowed. He sensed something amiss but couldn't pinpoint what felt wrong. For safety's sake, he ordered Wang Dong and Lin Hai to intensify the night watch, and they nodded in compliance. However, it wasn't long before Chu Yang's unease grew. Rubbing his temples, he endeavored to recollect information regarding Huang Tianxi from his past life. It seemed that Huang Tianxi had employed a certain poison to deal with those who stole water. This poison was colorless and tasteless, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. With urgency, Chu Yang returned to the water storage. The others looked on in confusion at his actions. Brother Chu, what is going on? Su Yu inquired. Still clutching a wooden stick and wearing a vigilant expression, Zhang Wei scratched his head in bewilderment. Yeah, Chu Gu, what happened? I suspect the water may have been poisoned. Chu Yang replied gravely, his tone low. The expressions of everyone changed dramatically in response. Is that true? Chu Yang scanned the group, his voice steady. Who has something silver? Lin Hai contemplated before removing a silver necklace from around his neck. I have this. I'm not sure if it will work. Chu Yang accepted the necklace with thanks and submerged it in the water. After a brief moment, he retrieved it, and indeed, it had turned black. Seeing this, the group gasped in shock. Thank goodness Brother Chu discovered it in time. Otherwise, we would all have suffered. Siyun exclaimed, gripping her brother Siyu's sleeve tightly. Everyone stared at the darkened necklace, panic and confusion spreading among them. Is this water really poisoned? Zhang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the black and silver necklace, swallowing hard. Lin Hai's complexion also darkened, instinctively feeling his throat, as though he could sense the poison's encroachment. Only Wang Dong scratched his head, voice gruff. Chu Gu, can this really test for poison? It seems unreliable to me. Ignoring Wang Dong's skepticism, Chu Yang's brow furrowed, his gaze sweeping over the group. It seems Huang Tianxi is determined to oppose us. He paused before continuing, fortunately. I detected it in time. The consequences could have been dire. Brother Chu, what should we do? Su Yu asked anxiously, looking at Chu Yang. Unfazed, Chu Yang began to methodically devise a plan. Our immediate priority is to find a new water source or a method to neutralize the poison. Zhang Wei slapped his thigh in frustration. It's all my fault for being careless and not guarding the water source properly, allowing that scoundrel Zhu Yao to exploit the opportunity. I'm going to catch that bastard right now. With that, he turned to leave. Chu Yang caught his arm, shaking his head. Chasing after him now would be futile. Zhu Yao has certainly returned by now. Our primary task is to resolve the water source issue. He addressed Wang Dong and Lin Hai. You too. Increase patrols to prevent anyone else from causing trouble. Wang Dong and Lin Hai nodded in agreement, gripping their weapons tightly and remaining vigilant. As for Freshwater, do not worry, I have plans in place. The following morning, Chu Yang rose early, beginning to explore the possibility of distilling fresh water from seawater. He gathered empty coconut shells and branches, constructing a rudimentary distillation apparatus. What are you doing, Chu Yang? Zhou Dehai emerged from the crowd, curious. Having lived on a ship, he was well-versed in survival techniques at sea. Upon observing Chu Yang's actions, he quickly grasped his intent. I want to see if I can distill fresh water from seawater. Chu Yang explained. Zhou Dehai nodded approvingly. That method is feasible. Let me help you. Rolling up his sleeves, he joined Chu Yang in their labor. They divided the tasks, one collecting seawater while the other built and maintained the distillation apparatus. As the sun climbed higher, the makeshift distillation device finally began to operate. A single drop of fresh water fell from the apparatus. Chu Yang carefully extended his hand to catch the precious drop. It worked. He exclaimed excitedly to Zhou Dehai. This water is drinkable. Zhou Dehai leaned in, dipping his finger into the droplet, tasting it with a smile. Wonderful. Now we need not worry about a water shortage. Chu Yang promptly organized the others to expand the distillation setup, gathering more coconut shells and branches. The camp buzzed with activity as people busily transported materials. After collecting coconut shells, Su Yun curiously asked Chu Yang, Brother Chu, how did you come up with this idea? Chu Yang smiled, casually replying, I read about it in books before. Amidst the bustle, he recalled Zhu Yao's poisoning and Huang Tianxi's previous actions. He resolved to take tit for tat. Calling Zhou Dahai and Wang Dong, he quietly outlined a plan concerning a special water source. Dahai, this matter is of utmost importance. Exercise caution and do not let the word slip. Chu Yang patted Zhou Dahai on the shoulder, his tone serious. Zhou Dahai nodded firmly. Chu good, don't worry. I understand the gravity of the situation. He turned to summon a few strong companions, instructing them to search for a specific herb as per Chu Yang's guidance. Meanwhile, Wang Dong led another group, patrolling the camp's perimeter to bolster security, issuing reminders to his subordinates as they proceeded. Chapter 20. The Assassination of Zhu Yao Zhou Dahai. Accompanied by a few companions, traversed the coastline towards the west, meticulously searching for the herbs described by Chu Yang. The luminous moon illuminated the night. Yet it did not deter their quest for medicinal plants. Zhou Dahai wiped the sweat from his brow, squinting ahead as he pointed towards a thicket. Let us investigate over there. Perhaps we will find something. The others followed suit, weaving through the underbrush. However, after hours of searching, they had only uncovered a meager few herbs that matched the description. Zhou Dahai sighed, his expression tinged with disappointment. Is this all? Brother Chu requires a substantial quantity. One of his companions complained, plopping down onto the ground and fanning himself with his straw hat. Let us keep looking. Brother Chu will surely find them useful. Zhou Dahai urged, rising once more to continue the search. Several hours later, Zhou Dahai and his group returned to camp, their spirits low, clutching only a pitiful handful of herbs. They found Chu Yang and recounted their findings. As Chu Yang accepted the herbs, his brow furrowed. This amount is woefully insufficient. It dawned on him that in his previous life, these herbs predominantly thrived in the region surrounding Huang Tianxi's camp. However, with the availability of distilled water, the demand for these antidotes was not exceedingly high, so Chu Yang did not dwell on it. You've worked hard. Go and rest now, he told Zhou Dahai and the others. Outside Huang Tianxi's camp, Huang Tianxi sat on a wooden chair, while Jia Gui stood attentively by his side. The two awaited Zhu Yao as per their arrangement. Upon Zhu Yao's arrival, he embellished the report with exaggerated details. After listening to the report, Huang Tianxi immediately inquired about the appearance of the antidote. Zhu Yao quickly retrieved a few unremarkable plants from his bosom and presented them to Huang Tianxi. Here it is. This plant thrives in the shade and despises sunlight. Huang Tianxi examined the herbs closely, bringing them to his nose for a sniff. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Well done. He tucked the herbs into his pocket, now armed with firearms as a means of intimidation. And if he could also control the water supply, all resources would rest firmly in his grasp. An idea sparked in Huang Tianxi's mind. Zhu Yao, take me to find these herbs. In return, I shall reward you. Upon hearing the word reward, Zhu Yao licked his lips eagerly. All right, I shall lead young Master Huang there immediately. Nodding, Huang Tianxi then turned to Jia Gui. Jia Gui, you may return to the camp. I will proceed with Zhu Yao. Jia Gui's heart raced at Huang Tianxi's words. It was clear he was about to act against Zhu Yao. Casting a sympathetic glance at Zhu Yao, he dared not linger. Yes, young Master Huang, look. This is the antidote. Zhu Yao's excited voice reached Huang Tianxi's ears. Zhu Yao, you have accomplished a great feat. I must reward you accordingly. Zhu Yao's face lit up with joy, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Young Master, please tell me. Huang Tianxi slowly rose, approached Zhu Yao, and patted his shoulder. I have decided to send you to meet the King of Hell. Before the words fully left his lips, Huang Tianxi abruptly drew a dagger from his waist and plunged it fiercely into Zhu Yao's chest. Zhu Yao's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Huang Tianxi, gasping for breath. Until his last moment, he could not comprehend why he had met such a grim fate. Huang Tianxi withdrew the dagger, disdainfully shaking off the blood. Knowing too much is a liability, better to eliminate the threat. With that, he kicked Zhu Yao's lifeless body aside and turned to leave. Upon returning to the camp, Huang Tianxi found chaos reigning. The others, desperate due to a lack of water, were in disarray. Jia Gui was busy trying to calm the crowd, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Spotting Huang Tianxi, he rushed over. Young Master, how did it go? Did you acquire the antidote? Yes, Huang Tianxi replied, feigning sorrow as he sighed deeply, shaking his head, his gaze flickering. Zhu Yao, in his quest to secure the antidote for everyone, tragically fell from a cliff. Jia Gui watched Huang Tianxi's clumsy performance with a mix of surprise and indifference. He felt no concern for Zhu Yao's fate, even believing that a few deaths might conserve resources. Then, a cunning thought crossed his mind. Young Master, what shall we do now? He feigned concern, his eyes glistening with faux tears, his voice trembling. Ziyu sacrificed himself for our sake. Huang Tianxi's tone grew somber as he paused, surveying the crowd's reactions. Among them, a lean man murmured, Indeed, Zhu Yao perished for our benefit. Another echoed, We cannot allow his sacrifice to be in vain. A young woman, Her lips chapped and cracked, replied, "What shall we do now?" Seizing the moment, Jia Gui raised his voice, declaring, "That brat Chu Yang has seized the water supply and refuses to share it with us. We cannot sit idly by. We must avenge Zhu Yao. We will seize the water. Seize the water. Seize the water." The crowd echoed fervently. "Young master, look, everyone." Jia Gui pointed at the impassioned crowd, casting a triumphant glance at Huang Tianxi. Satisfied, Huang Tianxi nodded. "Very well. Since everyone feels this way, we shall seize the water. Let Chu Yang pay the price." With a dramatic flourish, he swung his arm as if leading an army into battle. "What if Chu Yang is already prepared?" One elder hesitantly inquired. "Impossible. Their water supply has been poisoned. It is utterly useless to them now," Jia Gui quickly countered. He could not allow the fervor he had stirred to wane. Huang Tianxi seized the opportunity to further incite the crowd. "That water is useless to Chu Yang. Why should he monopolize it? We will take it back. Take it back. Take it back." The crowd rallied, brandishing their weapons as they followed Huang Tianxi, marching resolutely towards Chu Yang's camp. "Onward," Huang Tianxi commanded, leading the charge. Jia Gui hurried after him, lowering his voice. "Young master, this strategy is truly brilliant. It resolves our water crisis and eliminates Chu Yang, achieving two objectives with one stroke." Huang Tianxi shot him a sidelong glance, emitting a cold snort. "Naturally, do you not know who I am?" Meanwhile, Wang Dong was patrolling the perimeter of the camp with a few companions. "Stay alert. Do not let Huang Tianxi's gang catch us off guard," Wang Dong cautioned in a hushed voice, feeling the dagger at his waist. His companions nodded, gripping their weapons tightly. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from a distance. Wang Dong's heart raced, signaling his companions to conceal themselves. He parted the branches before his eyes, squinting to observe the approaching noise. Wang Dong spotted a throng of people, dark and menacing, advancing toward their camp, led by none other than Huang Tianxi. A feeling of dread settled in Wang Dong's stomach as he swiftly turned and sprinted back toward the camp. Brother Chu, Huang Tianxi and his men are coming. There are so many of them," he shouted urgently as he ran, panic lacing his voice. Hearing Wang Dong's cries, Chu Yang emerged from the tent, brandishing a sharpened wooden stick. Chapter 21. Seizing the water source. "How many people have arrived?" Chu Yang inquired in a deep voice. Wang Dong, panting heavily, replied, "A multitude. It's a sea of black, likely all of them." Chu Yang's gaze shifted towards the distant turmoil, his expression more solemn than ever. It seems Huang Tianxi can no longer restrain himself. "Everyone, prepare for battle. Protect the water source." No sooner had he spoken than Huang Tianxi's raucous voice echoed from outside the camp. "Chu Yang, come out." Chu Yang approached the edge of the camp, observing Huang Tianxi and the throngs behind him. "Huang Tianxi, do you intend to seize it by force?" Huang Tianxi laughed heartily, pointing at Chu Yang with brazen arrogance. "Indeed, those who are wise will hand over the water source willingly." Otherwise, he waved a wooden stick in his hand. "Don't blame me for being impolite." Standing behind Huang Tianxi, Jia Gui fanned the flames, saying, "Young Master Huang is right. Chu Yang, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Surrender the water source to avoid suffering." Observing Jia Gui's self-satisfied demeanor, Chu Yang felt a cold smile inside. It appears Huang Tianxi is determined to burn his bridges. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed Huang Tianxi and his followers, declaring solemnly, "Since you insist, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Brothers, charge." Wang Dong's shot was like a spark, igniting the flames of battle instantly. The members of Chu Yang's camp seized their weapons and charged forward. "Chu Yang, you hoard the water source, but we're all doomed. Before we perish, we'll drag you down with us. Right. If you show no mercy, don't blame us for being ruthless. Let us all die together." At this moment, Chu Yang calmed himself, contemplating silently. The most vital resource on the island is medicine. Rather than risking injuries or lives over a bit of poison water, it would be utterly unwise. There is no need to fight to the death over unusable water. Thus, he shouted to the crowd, "Retreat. Forget the water. Just leave." As soon as Chu Yang's words fell, Wang Dong and the others quickly withdrew from the battlefield. Huang Tianxi, watching the retreating crowd, was momentarily stunned, then burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha, Chu Yang, today's your day. Those who are wise will leave early. This island is under my command." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Brothers, charge. The water is ours." Huang Tianxi's followers surged forward like they were on fire, shouting as they stormed into Chu Yang's camp, surrounding the water source. Gazing at the clear water, they cheered excitedly, scrambling to drink. Jia Gui squeezed next to Huang Tianxi, his face brimming with flattery. "Young Master Huang, your brilliance is unparalleled. Now we need not worry about the water supply." As night fell, the atmosphere around the campfire in Chu Yang's camp grew heavy. Wang Dong pounded the ground in frustration. "Brother Chu, are we just going to let this go? Why should we yield our water to them?" Zhang Wei echoed, indeed. I cannot swallow this indignation. Chu Yang waved his hand, signaling for silence. The water is poisoned. We cannot use it. There's no need to fight over it. The following dawn, as the first light broke, Huang Tianzi sat on a wooden chair in the center of the camp, eyeing those who were fetching water. No, the water we fought so hard for cannot be freely given to them. Jia Gui, standing by, discerned Huang Tianzi's thoughts and, with a crafty smile, leaned closer. Young master, look at these people. They treat our water as if it were free, without a care. Huang Tianzi frowned, agreeing, indeed. This precious resource is limited. This cannot continue. Rubbing his hands together, Jia Gui proposed, how about we make them exchange supplies for water? Huang Tianzi's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. Excellent idea. Let us do as you suggest. Thus, Huang Tianzi cleared his throat and announced loudly to the crowd, to prevent waste. From today onward, you must exchange supplies for water. The crowd erupted into chaos, voices clashing. Qin Ji stepped forward, hands on his hips, challenging. We all fought for this water. Why should we hand over resources to you? Huang Tianzi smirked. True, we all fought for it, but the antidote is mine. He patted the small cloth bag at his waist, containing the antidote that Zhu Yao had risked his life to retrieve. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Though resentment brewed within them, they had no choice but to accept this condition for the sake of survival. After all, no one wished to perish from lack of water. How do we exchange? Is hunted game acceptable? A burly man asked, gripping a crude wooden spear. Huang Tianzi nodded. Yes, as long as it's a resource. Reluctantly, the crowd acquiesced to Huang Tianzi's demands, picking up their weapons and preparing to venture into the mountains to hunt. Later, Qin Ji quietly summoned Luo Yi. Luo Yi, take a few people to keep an eye on Huang Tianzi. Find out where he got the antidote. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi immediately responded, no problem. Brother Qin, Huang Tianzi will eventually run out of antidote. I will keep a close watch on him. Unbeknownst to them, Jia Gui was observing Qin Ji's every move from a distance. Seeing the two whispering, he understood they were plotting something. Narrowing his eyes at Qin Ji's retreating figure, he muttered to himself, this kid is indeed restless. I must eliminate this threat quickly. He turned to a burly bodyguard, patting him on the shoulder. Go, follow Luo Yi, and see what they're up to. Once you succeed, there will be rewards for you. The bodyguard's face broke into a wide smile. Rest assured, Mr. Jia, I will handle this matter. With that, he hurried off in the direction Luo Yi had gone. Luo Yi, accompanied by two subordinates, trailed Huang Tianzi from a distance, glancing back occasionally to ensure they weren't being followed. Only then did he feel at ease. Stay sharp. Huang Tianzi is cunning. Do not let him catch on. The two subordinates nodded, their expressions turning vigilant. They carefully traversed the rugged mountain path. Suddenly, a bodyguard appeared behind them, grinning. Brother Luo, what a coincidence. You're here too? Luo Yi's heart sank. It was evident Jia Gui had sent someone to follow him. Forcing a smile, he feigned nonchalance. Yes, just out for a stroll. As he spoke, he subtly began to retreat, hoping to distance himself from the area. Chapter 22. Qin Ji severely injured. Upon witnessing the scene, the bodyguard stepped forward, obstructing Luo Yi's path. Luo brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let's have a chat. Luo Yi noticed several bodyguards subtly blocking his way, and an unsettling feeling washed over him. What do you intend to do? He inquired. What do you think, Luo brother? Why have you been following young Master Huang? Brother, you misunderstand. I merely took a stroll. Luo Yi replied. The lead bodyguard, seeing that Luo Yi refused to admit anything, prepared to apprehend him. Realizing their intentions, Luo Yi shouted urgently, what are you doing? The bodyguard, aware that Luo Yi's loud cries might attract attention, recalled Jia Gui's instructions to keep the situation from escalating and reluctantly loosened his grip. Luo brother, it's nothing. Stop shouting. You can go now. In the depths of the forest, chaos ensued. What are you doing? Hurry up and surround that gap. Have you caught it? Damn it. The rabbit got away again. Qin Ji observed the commotion with weariness, realizing that sending such a group to hunt had only complicated matters. As he noticed the grass around him swaying, he closed his eyes in despair, lamenting what was left to salvage. Jia Gui, meanwhile, kept a watchful eye on Qin Ji. Don't let him escape. Seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Unbeknownst to Qin Ji, trouble loomed in the distance. He wiped the sweat from his brow, frustratedly kicking a pebble beside him. The forest was eerily silent. There was not a single mouse in sight, let alone a rabbit. These fools have made such a ruckus that anything capable of fleeing has already done so. What now, Brother Qin? A companion trailing behind him inquired curiously. Qin Ji, his mind racing, glanced up at the dense canopy overhead and an idea struck him. Climb the trees. There may be nests up there. If there's life. Surely the bird eggs Haven T fled. The towering trees loomed high, their branches casting shadows. Qinji adeptly scrambled up a withered poplar, his eyes fixed on a solitary nest above. Beneath him, Jia Gui squinted, observing Qinji's ascent with a sinister grin. The moment has arrived, go. He signaled to a nearby bodyguard, who understood the cue. Stealthily approaching the tree's base, the bodyguard delivered a forceful kick to the trunk, causing the branches to quiver. A sharp crack echoed as a thick branch snapped. Taken by surprise, Qinji fell heavily from the tree, letting out a muffled groan. As he struggled to rise, a sharp pain shot through his leg, rendering him immobile. His distant companions remained unaware of his anguished cries. Jia Gui leisurely approached Qinji, looking down at him from above. Ah, Qinji, how careless of you. It seems today is not your lucky day. With that, he waved his hand and departed, leaving the injured Qinji without a second glance. Luo Yi, noticing Qinji's prolonged absence, ventured into the forest with two subordinates, only to find Qinji lying on the ground in agony. He rushed over. Brother Qin, what has happened? Upon seeing Luo Yi, Qinji grasped the opportunity for salvation. Luo, please, take me back. Luo Yi, not daring to delay, promptly instructed his two subordinates to carry Qinji back to the camp. Upon arrival, Luo Yi immediately sought out Huang Tianxi, pleading for medical supplies to treat Qinji. Huang Tianxi, lounging in a chair, let out a cold laugh upon hearing Luo Yi's request. Medicine? My supplies are quite expensive. Do you believe he is worth it? Luo Yi, his eyes filled with urgency, recognized Huang Tianxi's deliberate obstruction. Huang Tianxi, Qinji was injured for your sake. You cannot turn a blind eye. Huang Tianxi laid down his dagger, casting a sidelong glance at Luo Yi. For me? He brought this upon himself. Besides, my supplies are long gone. A sinking feeling gripped Luo Yi. He knew Huang Tianxi was lying. Suppressing his fury, he retorted, impossible. I saw you had medicine in your warehouse just a few days ago. Exposed. Huang Tianxi abandoned his pretense, boldly confronting Luo Yi. So what? I simply refuse to help him. What can you do about it? Luo Yi inhaled deeply, realizing that reasoning with Huang Tianxi was futile. He turned to the crowd, raising his voice. Brothers, you have all witnessed this. Huang Tianxi disregards brotherhood and allows a comrade to suffer. If he can treat Qinji this way today, he can do the same to any of us tomorrow. We cannot remain passive. A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. They had long harbored discontent towards Huang Tianxi's actions. Luo Yi is right. We cannot allow Huang Tianxi to manipulate us. We must resist. Weapons were brandished, aimed at Huang Tianxi. Witnessing this, Huang Tianxi's expression darkened. He suddenly drew his gun and fired a shot into Qinji's thigh. The deafening gunshot elicited a horrified scream from Qinji. The sudden violence silenced the previously agitated crowd, and the weapons gradually lowered. Who would dare to defy him now? Huang Tianxi surveyed the crowd, his gaze filled with menace. The onlookers fell silent, each person shrinking back in fear. Satisfied with their submission, Huang Tianxi ordered, "Drag Qinji over to me." Two trembling bodyguards approached, hauling the barely conscious Qinji before Huang Tianxi. Crouching down to inspect Qinji's mangled leg, Huang Tianxi's lips curled into a cruel smile. He picked up a dagger and made several more incisions on Qinji's wound. Blood gushed forth, and Qinji's cries grew fainter. Only when Qinji finally lost consciousness did Huang Tianxi rise, kicking him aside. "Throw him out to feed the wild dogs." Huang Tianxi clapped his hands, turning to leave. At this moment, the subordinate who had been tightly clutching Luo Yi released him. "Luo Gu, now that Qin Gu is in this state, if you act impulsively, we will lose all hope." Hearing this, Luo Yi regained his composure. "Let's follow them and rescue Qin Gu." The two men, seeing Luo Yi's calm demeanor, felt reassured. All right. Luo Yi and his two subordinates watched as the bodyguards dragged Qinji into the darkness. Once they were far enough away, Luo Yi whispered, "Let's go, follow them." The three stealthily trailed behind until they saw the bodyguards discard Qinji at the edge of the woods. Luo Yi glanced back at the dimly lit forest and instructed his two subordinates, "We'll wait here tonight. Once they leave, we will bring Qin Gu back." "Brother Yi, do you think Qin Gu will?" One subordinate lowered his voice, hesitating to finish his sentence. Luo Yi shot him a glance. "He won't. Brother Qin has a strong will to live. Just wait a little longer. Once those ruffians are gone, we will take him back." As the moon rose high, Luo Yi determined that the bodyguards had likely departed. He signaled to his two subordinates. The three swiftly emerged from the underbrush, arriving at Qinji's side. "Brother Qin. Brother Qin." Luo Yi gently patted Qinji's cheek. Qinji let out a faint groan and slowly opened his eyes. "Luo, cough, cough. Is that you?" His voice was weak, his face as pale as parchment. "Brother Qin, how are you?" Just as Qinji was about to respond, he fainted again. Luo Yi noticed the wound still bleeding profusely. "We need to find a safe place for Brother Qin," one subordinate suggested. I know of a cave. Chapter 23. Rescuing Qingji. Luo Yi's brow was tightly furrowed. Where? Lead the way. His subordinate hesitated slightly, pointing to a nearby hillside. It's over there, but... Luo Yi grasped his shoulder firmly. But what? Brother Qin's life hangs by a thread. We cannot afford to hesitate. The subordinate swallowed hard, acknowledging the proximity of the cave to Chu Yang. Without further delay, he hurriedly led the way. The three men carried Qingji, trudging cautiously toward the cave. Upon entering, Luo Yi gently laid Qingji on the ground. The cave was cold and damp. Luo Yi tore a strip from his clothing, hastily bandaging Qingji's wound. This injury is too severe. It must be treated immediately, he murmured, delicately probing around the injury. One of the subordinates fidgeted nervously. Brother Luo, do you think we won't be discovered by Huang Tianxi? Luo Yi glanced toward the cave entrance, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Block it. Use the dead branches to seal it. His tone was resolute, unyielding. If someone passes by, it won't be immediately obvious, he added. The two subordinates sprang into action, gathering a pile of dry branches from outside the cave to securely barricade the entrance. Once everything was in order, one subordinate inquired, Brother Yi, should we stay here to watch over Brother Qin? Luo Yi shook his head, his expression grave, lowering his voice. No, we must return immediately. We cannot allow Huang Tianxi to suspect that we secretly rescued Brother Qin. Thinking of Huang Tianxi, Luo Yi's gaze swept over the two men. This matter never happened, understood? The two subordinates exchanged solemn glances and nodded in agreement. Understood, with a slight sense of relief. Luo Yi surveyed the cave once more to ensure no trace was left behind. He was the first to step out, followed closely by his two subordinates, vanishing into the night. The following morning, within the Chu Yang camp, Chu Yang observed the dwindling supplies with growing concern. Zhou, take a few men to hunt. We must replenish our food stocks, he instructed, his brow furrowed. Zhou nodded, rallying a few companions, arming themselves, and preparing to depart. Brother Chu, don't worry. We will return laden with game. Chu Yang clapped him on the shoulder, cautioning, stay safe. Zhou and his team ascended the mountain path when he suddenly halted. Pointing toward a nearby thicket, he whispered, Hush, there seems to be some movement over there. He strained to listen intently, while his companions held their breath, gripping their weapons tightly. It seems like a wild chicken, one murmured, eyes fixed on the bushes. Zhou's eyes gleamed with excitement. Let us pursue, he urged, charging ahead. The group chased after the wild chicken, weaving through dense underbrush until they arrived at a concealed cave entrance. The chicken fluttered into the cave, with Zhou and his companions swiftly following. Zhou raised his torch, scrutinizing the surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a figure lying in the corner. Rushing forward, he illuminated the man's face with the torchlight. Qingji, Zhou exclaimed, crouching down to assess Qingji's condition. Qingji's complexion was pale, his breathing weak, and he bore untreated wounds that still oozed blood. He is gravely injured. We must provide urgent care, Zhou declared anxiously, turning to his companions. Quick, let's carry him out. Zhou led the injured Qingji back to the camp. Brother Chu, come quick, it's about Qingji. Zhou's urgent voice barely escaped his lips when he saw Chu Yang approaching. What is the matter? What has happened? Chu Yang inquired, misinterpreting the situation and fearing one of his men was hurt. Zhou pointed to the unconscious Qingji. We found him in the cave, severely injured and burning with fever. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Zhou implored, Brother Chu, please save him. Chu Yang examined Qingji's condition, his expression tightening. Bring him into the tent. Upon touching Qingji's forehead, he felt the heat of a high fever. Though Chu Yang would ordinarily disregard Qingji's plight, he recognized Zhou's concern. The anti-inflammatory medication was invaluable, yet for Zhou's sake, he reluctantly retrieved the medicine and bandages to treat Qingji. As time passed, Qingji's breathing gradually steadied, and the beads of sweat on his forehead began to dissipate. Soon, Qingji slowly opened his eyes, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Where am I? He weakly inquired, his voice hoarse. You are in our camp, Zhou replied from nearby. Qingji turned to Zhou, softly asking, Did you save me? Zhou nodded affirmatively. Your injuries are severe. You need to rest. Realizing it was Chu Yang who had saved him, Qingji thought of Huang Tianxi's actions and struggled to sit up, calling out, I need to see Chu Yang. I have something to tell him. When Chu Yang arrived, he signaled for Zhou to assist Qingji to sit up. After Qingji recounted his ordeal and Huang Tianxi's intent to attack the camp, Chu Yang's expression grew serious. Where's Luo Yi now? Qingji pointed toward the direction of the cave outside the camp. Luo Yi will definitely come looking for me today. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang immediately dispatched Wang Dong and a team to search for Luo Yi, repeatedly instructing them to proceed with caution. The search party made their way along the previous path, gradually approaching the cave. Wang Dong signaled his team to tread softly as they neared. The cave was dim and damp, and they could faintly hear hushed voices. Could Brother Qin have woken up and left on his own? Wang Dong's heart lifted. Certain it was Luo. He gestured to his team, and they quietly surrounded the cave. Wang Dong pushed aside the branches at the entrance. Luo, we are here. After calling out, Luo and his two subordinates emerged from the cave. Initially startled by the armed Wang Dong and his team, they tensed, cautiously sizing them up. Their eyes lingered on Wang Dong's face for a moment before they relaxed. Brother Wang, Luo exclaimed, Qinji. Wang Dong raised his hands, signaling Luo to lower his guard. Qinji has already been treated by Brother Chu. He is safe now. You should come with me to the camp. When Wang Dong returned to the camp with Luo and his two companions, Qinji was leaning against Zhou, his complexion still pale but his spirits markedly improved. Upon seeing Luo, tears welled in Qinji's eyes. Luo hurried forward, grasping Qinji's hand, choked with emotion. Brother Qin, I'm so relieved you are safe. It's such a relief. After a moment, Qinji regained his composure, patting the back of Luo Yi's hand, weakly saying, Luo, thank you for your efforts. Luo turned to Chu Yang, his eyes filled with gratitude. Chu Yang, thank you for saving Brother Qin. Chu Yang nodded, indicating that no thanks were necessary, and calmly inquired, Luo, now would be the time to discuss the events leading up to this. Luo Yi's brow tightened, his tone somber. That scoundrel Huang Tianxi feigns grief over Zhu Yao's death, yet secretly hoards the medicinal supplies Zhu Yao brought back, claiming he will save them for a critical moment. Chu Yang was taken aback. Zhu Yao is dead? I thought he had returned. At this, Luo scoffed. The piercing scream of Zhu Yanzi echoed through the forest. And in her terror, she completely forgot Chu Yang's previous warning. Chu Yang cursed under his breath. This woman was more of a hindrance than a help. Her screams would only serve to attract the attention of the swarm. Silence. If you continue to scream, I will leave you here as a feast for the killer bees. Chu Yang roared. Zhu Yanzi trembled in fear, her voice abruptly ceasing, yet her tears flowed uncontrollably. The swarm drew ever closer, the buzzing deafening. Chu Yang could sense the poisonous stingers of the bees as if they were about to pierce his back at any moment. In a moment of desperation, he suddenly spotted a small creek ahead and shouted, There's a creek. Jump in. The two raced to the water's edge and without a second thought, Chu Yang leaped into the frigid stream. The icy water soaked through his clothes instantly, causing him to shiver. Zhu Yanzi, however, hesitated, glancing down at her thin white dress, and then at the murky water, a look of uncertainty crossing her face. I don't want to go in, she said, her voice trembling. Chu Yang emerged from the water, glaring at her fiercely. If you want to die, then stay away from me. Don't be a nuisance. Zhu Yanzi flinched at his harsh gaze, fully aware that he was not jesting. If she did not jump in, he would indeed leave her behind. I'll go in, she said, her face a mask of despair, as she cautiously stepped into the creek. The chilling water enveloped her, clinging to her form and accentuating her figure. Chu Yang stole a glance at her, inwardly cursing. Did this foolish woman really think he would be distracted by her modesty? They trudged through the icy water, shivering as the swarm circled above, seemingly unable to locate them before finally buzzing away. Both Chu Yang and Zhu Yanzi exhaled in relief, grateful to have escaped a dire fate. Are we safe now? Zhu Yanzi's voice quivered, tinged with sobs. Chu Yang did not respond. Instead, he surveyed their surroundings and realized they had arrived in an unfamiliar environment. The creek's banks were flanked by towering cliffs, trapping them in a narrow canyon. It seems we are lost again, Chu Yang remarked with a wry smile, frustration mounting in his heart. Ever since encountering this foolish woman, his troubles had been unrelenting. In his previous life, he had never met Zhu Yanzi, and with such a nature, she would likely have perished long ago. As time passed, the chill began to intensify. Not having heard the swarm for some time, he quickly scrambled onto the bank, shivering as he shook off the wetness from his clothes. Zhu Yanzi, meanwhile, hesitated to follow, her damp dress clinging to her skin causing her face to flush with embarrassment. Chu Yang, witnessing her indecision, snapped, What are you waiting for? Do you wish to freeze to death in the water? Zhu Yanzi bit her lip, her gaze flickering as she murmured, I find it inconvenient like this. Chu Yang's temper flared at her words, bewildered by her thought process. Initially, when they reached his camp, she had distrusted him. Had he not pulled her to safety just moments ago, she would have been the swarm's next meal. She had persisted in her cries, attracting who knew what other dangers. And now, she still doubted him? I am helping you out of kindness. I do not expect gratitude, but at least do not hinder my efforts, he exclaimed in frustration. Chapter 30. Finding shelter. If you are not afraid of succumbing to hypothermia in this icy water, then remain submerged and never surface. Zhu Yanzi was frozen in shock at his outburst, tears welling in her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she finally mustered the courage to carefully climb onto the shore. Once on land, She trembled uncontrollably, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Chu Yang. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Seeing her tear-streaked face, Chu Yang felt an inner turmoil, unable to scold her further. Follow me, he commanded, and they proceeded along the creek. The water's chill gradually replaced by the warmth of the sun. They seemed to wander endlessly in this strange canyon, failing to find a path to safety. How can there be such monsters in this world? Zhu Yanzi murmured. And those giant killer bees? Be quiet. Can you remain silent for once? Chu Yang interrupted impatiently. His brow furrowed. If you cannot, then keep your distance. After all, you initially believed I had ill intentions towards you, concocting tales of monsters to frighten you. His patience had been utterly exhausted by the tribulations of the past few days. Zhu Yanzi was taken aback by his harsh tone, tears gathering in her eyes. As a wealthy heiress, she had never faced such adversity. The shipwreck, the monsters, the killer bees, everything had pushed her to the brink of her senses. At that moment, Chu Yang's dismissal felt like the final straw. Chu Yang, please don't abandon me, she cried, throwing herself into his embrace. Clinging to him as if he were her only anchor, Chu Yang felt her trembling body and sighed, caught in a mix of frustration and awkwardness. He knew he could not chastise her further. Gently, he pushed her away and sighed, as long as you trust me from now on, without doubt, I will not forsake you. Zhu Yanzi looked up at him, her tear-filled eyes meeting his, and nodded. I promise to listen to you and not to doubt you. Just don't abandon me. Her once haughty demeanor had vanished, replaced by vulnerability that softened Chu Yang's heart. After all, she was just a young girl, and he had already lived a lifetime. They continued onward, sunlight filtering through the leaves, warming their skin. Suddenly, Chu Yang halted, his gaze fixed ahead. What is it? Zhu Yanzi asked nervously. There is movement ahead, he replied quietly, his eyes narrowing with caution. They held their breath, waiting in silence. Suddenly, a rustling sound approached, as if something were drawing nearer. Quick, hide. Chu Yang commanded softly, pulling Zhu Yanzi behind a large rock. As the sounds grew closer, their tension heightened. Chu Yang swallowed hard, fixated on the swiftly moving shadow. Finally, when the shadow emerged from the bushes, revealing its true form, Chu Yang's heart eased. It was merely a goat. Do not be afraid, it's just a goat, he said in a low voice, relaxing a bit as he turned to Zhu Yanzi. A goat? What do we do now? She asked quietly, having seen goats near the shelter in his previous life. Chu Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. They must be close to safety. He reassuringly patted Zhu Yanzi's shoulder. Do not cry, Zhu Yanzi. We are near the shelter. She steadied her emotions, nodding. Really? Yes, really, Chu Yang affirmed. I remember seeing this goat near the shelter before. We should be close. He kept his eyes trained on the goat's movements, pondering how best to catch it, for food at the camp was limited. Stay here. I'll see if I can catch it, he whispered to Zhu Yanzi before cautiously approaching the goat. The goat, highly alert, bolted as soon as he drew near. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and chased after it. After a prolonged struggle, the agile goat escaped once more. Chapter 24. The surprise attack on the Camp Jiagui. That cunning strategist is undoubtedly a nefarious character. He incessantly whispers in Huang Tianxi's ear, claiming that Brother Qin is discontent and seeks to usurp his position. This time, Brother Qin's injury was orchestrated by Jia Gui's men. At this juncture, Luo's face turned ashen. Had we not discovered this in time, Brother Qin would likely. Qinshi managed a weak smile, patting Luo's hand reassuringly. Brother, see, I am all right. Thanks to you all, especially Chu Yang. Chu Yang observed the two, pondering deeply. The actions of Huang Tianxi and Jia Gui had undoubtedly sounded an alarm within him. What did Qinji mean when he said Huang Tianxi intended to attack our camp? Upon hearing this, Luo urged urgently, Chu Yang, we must leave at once. Huang Tianxi will surely launch an attack once he realizes we are absent. Immediately, Chu Yang instructed Deputy Shou, arrange for everyone to pack their belongings and prepare to relocate the camp. Although Deputy Zhou was puzzled, he had unwavering faith in Chu Yang's judgment. Understood. I shall make the arrangements at once. He turned and hastened away, beginning to organize the others to gather their possessions. The camp soon became a hive of activity. Meanwhile, a lean man known as Shouho, upon seeing Luo return to Chu Yang's camp, swiftly dashed towards Huang Tianxi's encampment. Breathless, he reached Jia Gui and whispered urgently, Mr. Jia, I've seen Luo and the others return to Chu Yang's camp. Qinji is there as well. It seems Chu Yang has even administered medicine to him. Upon receiving this news, Jia Gui's expression darkened. He abruptly stood, inwardly lamenting the dire situation. If Qinji was alive and had been rescued by Chu Yang, then all his previous machinations would be rendered futile. Furthermore, Qinji would undoubtedly have informed Chu Yang of his plans, complicating matters further. Realizing that his plot had been uncovered, he understood he must act decisively. Gather everyone immediately. Prepare to assault Chu Yang's camp. Jiagui commanded sternly. Quickly inform young Master Huang that Qin Ji is alive and currently at Chu Yang's camp. It seems Chu Yang is already aware of our plans. Shouhou didn't hesitate and darted away. Inside Huang Tianxi's tent, he was embracing a disheveled Li Xinyue. Upon hearing Jiagui's frantic report, he shoved Li Xinyue aside and bellowed. What? Qin Ji is not dead? He is allied with Chu Yang? That traitorous scoundrel. He rose abruptly, overturning the table in a fit of rage, his chest heaving. Young Master Huang, please calm your anger. The pressing matter is to launch an immediate attack on Chu Yang's camp while they are still unprepared and capture them all. Jiagui implored. Huang Tianxi inhaled deeply. Send the order. We attack Chu Yang's camp at once. I will make Chu Yang and Qin Ji pay dearly for this. Meanwhile, within Chu Yang's camp, everyone was diligently and systematically packing supplies, preparing for their departure. Observing the bustling activity, Chu Yang's brow furrowed in concern. The emergence of Qin Ji and the impending assault from Huang Tianxi weighed heavily on him. He approached Qin Ji, asking solemnly, Are you certain Huang Tianxi will attack us? Qin Ji nodded weakly. I know Huang Tianxi well. He is vengeful and will not spare me, nor you. He took a breath and added, Moreover, Jiagui has consistently sown discord, inciting Huang Tianxi against you. With my escape and Luo's prolonged absence, they will undoubtedly be restless. Chu Yang patted Qin Ji's shoulder, assuring him, Do not worry, I will ensure everyone's safety. He turned to Deputy Zhou. Deputy Zhou, arrange for Qin Ji to be carried on a stretcher. We must leave this place swiftly. Deputy Zhou immediately complied, organizing 2 strong comrades to bear Qin Ji away, joining the retreating group. Huang Tianxi's formidable forces approached Chu Yang's camp with great ferocity. Upon discovering the camp deserted, save for a few smoldering campfires and scattered belongings, Huang Tianxi's fury ignited. He kicked over a wooden table in frustration, shouting, Qin Ji, Luoyi, Jiagui, his face ashen, approached Huang Tianxi. It appears Chu Yang received word in advance and has fled. Huang Tianxi shot a glare at Jiagui. What use is there in lamenting now? Send men to pursue them. We must capture Chu Yang. Jiagui promptly replied, Yes, I will make the arrangements immediately. He turned to his subordinates, instructing, quickly. Split up and pursue. We must find their trail. Huang Tianxi's men surged forth, scattering to search for Chu Yang's group. In the woods, Chu Yang and his companions moved swiftly. Deputy Zhou glanced back periodically, anxiety etched on his face, fearing they would be overtaken by Huang Tianxi's men. Suddenly, Chu Yang came to a halt, raising a hand to signal the others to stop. Do not flee. Instead of passively evading, let us take the initiative. Since they are pursuing us, let us strike at their camp. Luo Yi, initially taken aback, clenched his fist and exclaimed excitedly, Excellent. I like this plan. Chu Yang promptly organized a portion of the team to move Qin Ji to a concealed valley. The valley's narrow entrance made it easy to defend, yet challenging to assault. He meticulously surveyed the surrounding terrain, pointing out key positions as he instructed Wang Dong. Wang Dong, take a few men and set traps here. Ensure there are no oversights. Wang Dong nodded and departed, swiftly disappearing into the thick underbrush. After securing Qin Ji's safety, Chu Yang led another group towards Huang Tianxi's camp. Chu Yang, are we truly going to assault Huang Tianxi's camp? They are numerous. What if we? Deputy Zhou's voice betrayed a hint of worry as he wiped the sweat from his brow, glancing anxiously at Chu Yang. Chu Yang paused, turning to face Deputy Zhou with a slight smile. Do not worry, Deputy Zhou. Remember, our goal is to seize their supplies, not to engage in a head-on confrontation. In a hushed tone, he added to Luo Yi, listen for my signal. We will act in unison, aiming for a swift resolution without lingering in battle. Understood. Under the cover of night, Chu Yang's team stealthily approached Huang Tianxi's camp. The camp flickered with firelight, yet remained surprisingly quiet, with only a few guards lazily patrolling. Such lax defenses? Chu Yang marveled inwardly, furrowing his brow as he turned to Luo Yi. It seems Huang Tianxi is overly confident, having taken most of his men elsewhere. Luo Yi tightened his grip on his dagger. Arrogance will inevitably lead to downfall. The squad swiftly subdued several guards, confiscating their weapons. Luo Yi, you lead a team to transport the supplies, Chu Yang instructed quietly. Chapter 25, the first glimpse of the monster. I will handle these captives. Luo Yi received the command and, accompanied by several team members, swiftly made his way to the warehouse at the heart of the camp. The heavy wooden doors of the warehouse were unlocked. With a gentle push, Luo Yi swung them open. Inside, an abundance of supplies lay stacked: food, medicine, weapons, everything one could imagine. Without delay, Luo Yi and his companions began transporting the goods outside the camp. Meanwhile, Chu Yang, along with Deputy Zhou and others, silenced the guards of the captives and bound them securely. After dealing with the captives, Chu Yang approached the center of the camp. He left a warning note on a table, inscribed with a few terse words. Take care of yourselves. Next time, I shall not be so lenient. Once Luo, Yi, and the others had emptied the supplies, Chu Yang issued a command, and the group stealthily withdrew. The following morning, Jia Gui returned to the camp, exhausted from pursuing Chu Yang. However, the scene before him rendered him utterly speechless. The camp was in disarray, stripped of all its provisions. Jia Gui's complexion turned ashen as he staggered toward a guard, yanking away the cloth that had been gagging him. What happened here? The guard, still shaken, stammered, and Mr. Jia. Last night, a group attacked the camp and took all the supplies. Upon hearing the news, Huang Tianzi erupted in fury. Bang! He smashed the teacup in his hand onto the ground. Chu Yang, I shall have his remains scattered to the winds. Jia Gui, assemble the troops immediately. We must pursue. We must capture Chu Yang. Huang Tianzi's eyes blazed with anger as he spoke through gritted teeth. Jia Gui quickly complied, rushing out to gather the men. Yes, young Master Huang. After ensuring the safety of his companions, Chu Yang stepped outside the valley, gazing into the distance, his mind swirling with thoughts. Huang Tianzi had suffered significant losses and would not let this go unpunished. A fierce battle awaited. In my previous life, my understanding of this island was but a fraction. Even before my demise, we never ventured deep into its core, perpetually circling its forested periphery. Chu Yang murmured to himself, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He recalled fragments of memories from his past life, desperately seeking any insight about the island. What lies within the depths of the island? Are there any advantageous terrains or resources to exploit? At that moment, Suyun approached him with a bowl of hot soup, her concern evident. Brother Chu, what are you so lost in thought about? Chu Yang turned to her, accepting the warm soup, blowing gently before taking a sip. I am pondering our next course of action. Suyun sat beside him, following his gaze into the distance. Huang Tianzi will not let us off easily. Chu Yang nodded, placing the bowl down. I understand. Having lost so much, you will surely seek revenge. Suyun asked, her voice tinged with worry. Do you have a plan? Chu Yang shook his head, continuing to gaze into the island's depths. I need more information about this island. Perhaps we should delve deeper into its interior to seek opportunities. Suyun's brow furrowed slightly. But everyone is injured now. I know. Chu Yang interrupted her, continuing, but we have no choice. Rather than passively awaiting Huang Tianzi's assault, we should proactively explore. Perhaps we can discover a turning point. I will make thorough preparations to ensure everyone's safety. Seeing the determination in Chu Yang's eyes, Suyun ultimately nodded. I support your decision. In the following days, Chu Yang began actively gathering intelligence about the island. He inquired with Qin Ji and Luo Yi, hoping to glean secrets about the island's interior from them. Qin Ji, how much do you know about this island? Chu Yang asked, leaning against a tree. Qin Ji's face remained pale as he pondered for a moment. I have heard Huang Tianzi and Jia Gui mention that the woods over there are extremely dense, nearly impossible to penetrate. It is said that fierce beasts roam, and one can often hear their roars. As he spoke, he instinctively touched the bandaged arm, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Chu Yang pressed. Is there any other information? Qin Ji shook his head, frowning in concentration. I only know this. Beyond that, I am unaware. Chu Yang turned his gaze to Luo Yi, asking, what about you, Luo Yi? What do you know? Scratching his head and evading eye contact, Luo Yi finally replied, a few days ago. Someone found giant beast footprints over there. Giant beast footprints? Chu Yang echoed, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. Is the location of the footprints far from here? Luo Yi pointed toward the island's depths. Just over there. Cross through this thicket and over 2 mountains, and you'll arrive. After a moment of contemplation, weighing the pros and cons, Chu Yang raised his head, his gaze resolute. It seems we must investigate in person. Upon hearing Chu Yang's decision, the group expressed their agreement. Brother Chu, we will follow your lead. Deputy Zhou proclaimed first, his tone unwavering. Excellent. We shall set off at dawn tomorrow to explore the depths of the island. Before their departure, Suyun approached Chu Yang, handing him a small box wrapped in cloth. Brother Chu, this is a medicinal ointment I made. Take it just in case. Chu Yang accepted the box, feeling its warmth and catching a faint herbal fragrance. Thank you, Suyun. She smiled softly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Be careful on your journey. The group proceeded cautiously along the direction indicated by Luo Yi. The dense woods obscured the sky, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate. The air was thick with humidity, imparting a sense of oppression. Deputy Zhou led the way, wielding a machete to clear the path. Brother Chu, this forest feels eerie. I have an unsettling feeling that something is watching us. Chu Yang nodded, sensing the strangeness of the woods as well. After approximately 2 hours of walking, they arrived at the location where Luo Yi had mentioned the giant beast footprints. A massive footprint was clearly visible on the ground, the surrounding soil compressed. with fragments of bone scattered about. What on earth kind of monster left this footprint? Deputy Zhou exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Qin Ji's face turned even paler as he trembled. Could it be a tiger? Chu Yang crouched down, carefully examining the footprint. This does not resemble a tiger's print. Luo pointed to a tree beside the footprint. Brother Chu, look. There are scratch marks on the tree. Following Luo's indication, Chu Yang observed deep claw marks etched into the trunk, with some bark even stripped away. This creature possesses tremendous strength, Chu Yang mused internally. At that moment, a deep growl resonated from afar, causing the ground to tremble slightly. What was that sound? Qin Ji's face turned even wider with fear. Chapter 26. The monster attack. A roar echoed once more, clearer than before. Deputy Zhou tightened his grip on the machete, swallowing hard, and nervously inquired, Brother Chu, should we continue forward? Chu Yang raised his gaze to the dim sky, pondered momentarily, and replied, Let us find a place to camp for the night. We shall resume our exploration tomorrow. He gestured towards a relatively open area not far away, saying, Over there. It's elevated and offers a broad view. The group voiced no objections and followed Chu Yang toward the clearing. Once the camp was established, Chu Yang assigned the night watch and urged everyone to remain vigilant. Deputy Zhou wrapped his coat tightly around himself, pacing back and forth, shivering in the biting night wind. This cursed place is truly cold. He muttered under his breath, rubbing his numb hands together. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the night's tranquility, causing Deputy Zhou to become alert. He gripped his weapon tightly, held his breath, and listened intently to the sounds around him. The noise grew closer, suggesting something was approaching the camp. Who is there? Deputy Zhou shouted sharply, raising his torch toward the source of the sound. In the flickering light, he caught sight of a shadow flitting through the trees, moving swiftly before disappearing in an instant. We have a situation, Deputy Zhou called out, rousing the others. Chu Yang and the others quickly sprang to their feet, weapons in hand, warily scanning their surroundings. What is happening? Chu Yang asked, his sharp gaze sweeping the nearby woods. Deputy Zhou pointed toward the direction where the shadow had vanished, speaking urgently. I just saw a shadow, it was fast, and then it was gone. Chu Yang contemplated for a moment and said, Everyone be cautious. There may be more than mere beasts in this forest. He turned to Luo. Luo, are you familiar with this area? Are there any dangerous spots? Luo shook his head, his expression grave. I'm not sure. I have never been here before. The roar resonated again, this time much closer. As if it were right beside them. A chill ran through the group, tightening their grips on their weapons. Chu Yang decisively commanded, Pack your things immediately. We're leaving this place. The group, sensing the urgency, hastily gathered their belongings and followed Chu Yang away from the source of the roars. In the Huang camp, Huang Tianxi was furiously pacing, incensed by the recent theft of supplies. Chu Yang, you scoundrel, how dare you steal from me? His face was ashen with rage, while Jia Gui stood by, not daring to make a sound. Jia Gui, do you have any means to locate Chu Yang? Huang Tianxi halted abruptly, fixing a fierce gaze on Jia Gui. Cold sweat trickled down Jia Gui's forehead as he wiped it away and replied in a hushed tone. Young master, I've already dispatched people to search. I trust we shall receive news soon. Huang Tianxi snorted disdainfully. Make it quick. I must make Chu Yang pay for his misdeeds. He waved his hand irritably. Get out of my sight. Jia Gui and the others, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, quickly exited the tent. Huang Tianxi's demands grew more severe, insisting that everyone must find traces of Chu Yang, or face dire consequences. Reluctantly, the group ventured deep into the forest in search of him. Days passed, and while Huang Tianxi was indulging in frivolity with the disheveled Li Xinyue, a subordinate rushed in, flustered. Young master, trouble. Someone has gone missing. Huang Tianxi waved his hand dismissively. So someone is missing. What is the big deal? He tightened his embrace around Li Xinyue. The subordinate gulped nervously, mustering the courage to say, but several people have already vanished. Only then did Huang Tianxi realize the gravity of the situation. He released Li Xinyue and sat upright. What is going on? Explain. The subordinate hurriedly recounted the circumstances. Recently, people have been disappearing one after another, and we have no idea where they have gone. Huang Tianxi's brow furrowed, a sense of unease creeping in. He speculated that some might have defected to Chu Yang, fueling his anger further. Chu Yang, you bastard. How dare you undermine me? It wasn't long before Huang Tianxi's bodyguard also disappeared. It was then that both Jia Gui and Huang Tianxi sensed something amiss. Jia Gui, his expression serious, approached Huang Tianxi and whispered, Young master, this matter may not be simple, I suspect. I suspect there is something in the forest. Huang Tianxi's heart raced, recalling the strange reports from his subordinates, his face paling. Could it be? Could it truly be? Jia Gui nodded. We must investigate promptly, or the consequences could be unimaginable. Suddenly, A piercing scream erupted from the crowd, causing panic as some collapsed in fear. Huang Tianxi's complexion turned pale, and he gripped Jia Gui's arm tightly. Jia Gui, what? What is that sound? Jia Gui's face was equally ashen, trembling as he stammered. I don't know. The eerie cries grew louder, more harrowing, and the camp was steeped in dread, with no one daring to leave their tents. Huang Tianxi clutched Li Xinhua tightly, shivering uncontrollably. Jia Gui, do you think? Will we die here? Jia Gui swallowed hard, feigning calmness as he replied, Young master, do not fear, we will be fine. Yet even he was uncertain how long they could endure. Ah! Huang Tianxi suddenly cried out, pointing ahead. What is that? Jia Gui followed the trembling finger and beheld a colossal shadow slowly moving through the trees, emitting a series of roars. Huang Tianxi fell to the ground, paralyzed by fear. His face pale, lips quivering, unable to utter a word. Light the fire. Quickly, light the fire. Jia Gui attempted to maintain composure. Though his voice trembled as he instructed his subordinates to ignite the torches, instinctively retreating a few steps. The flames flickered, illuminating a small area around the camp, but failing to penetrate the dense thicket, which only served to enhance the menacing atmosphere created by the shadows. Fear gripped the crowd, drawing them closer together. The firelight cast harsh shadows on Jia Gui's face, his muscles tense, eyes wide, and breathing rapid. He swallowed hard, striving to steady himself. Thud, thud, thud. The ominous footsteps drew nearer, accompanied by the sickening sound of snapping branches, sending chills down their spines. The group stared in terror toward the source of the noise, too frightened to breathe. Suddenly, several small trees hurtled out of the darkness, crashing onto the burning fire pit and extinguishing the light, plunging the world back into darkness, leaving only the sound of their frantic breaths and the approaching heavy footsteps. A deafening roar erupted from the shadows. Instantly, a massive figure lunged from the trees, charging toward the group. Panic ensued as they scattered in all directions. Screams and cries echoed through the still night, piercing the air with their intensity. Huang Tianxi stood frozen, paralyzed by fear, his legs weak and unable to move. Only when the beast approached did he snap back to reality, scrambling behind a large tree, repeatedly mumbling, Help! Help! Jia Gui, witnessing this, cast aside all thoughts of hesitation and fled. He stumbled, disoriented and nearly falling multiple times, glancing back in terror. Fearful the beast would pursue him. Inside the tent, Mrs. Huang had been applying makeup before the mirror. Zhang Shu hesitated, unable to voice his thoughts. Chu Yang seized his collar, lifting him off the ground. I ask you, what did you just say? Zhang Shu turned to see Zhu Yanji, and his anger flared anew as he exclaimed, I said she is a useless person, incapable of being controlled even by you. Slap. Chu Yang's hand struck Zhang Shu's face, causing him to stumble, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Zhang Shu cupped his face, glaring at Chu Yang with a venomous expression. Yet he dared not speak further. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, took a step back. Chu Yang forcefully pushed him to the ground, declaring, If you dare insult Su Yun again, I will not show mercy. With that, he dusted off his hands as if brushing away filth. Su Yun tugged at Chu Yang's sleeve, signaling him to restrain his impulses. Chu Yang turned to her, bending slightly and speaking softly, Do not be afraid, Su Yun. I will protect you from now on. Su Yun nodded gently, her eyes still red-rimmed. Zhu Yanji, standing nearby, observed the closeness between Chu Yang and Su Yun, feeling a pang of discomfort in her heart. Biting her lip, she cast a complicated glance at Chu Yang before turning away. Zhu Yanji walked towards Wang Dong, who was inspecting traps with several men from the camp. She approached him, lightly patting his shoulder. Wang Dong turned, surprised to see Zhu Yanji. What is it, Miss Zhu? He asked, scratching his head in confusion. Have you heard of the shelter? Zhu Yanji inquired directly. Wang Dong paused, shaking his head. Shelter? I haven't heard of it. What shelter exists on this island? After hearing her, Zhu Yanji recounted what Chu Yang had told her. Chu Yang mentioned that there might be a shelter on this island, possibly containing what we need. She explained her suspicion that the shelter's existence could be related to the emergence of the monsters. Wang Dong pondered for a moment, then looked at Zhu Yanji with a gaze full of trust. If it's what Brother Chu said, then it must be reliable. Shall we go search for it? Zhu Yanji felt a surge of urgency. Wang Dong placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Calm down. Let us consult Brother Chu first before making any decisions. With that, he strode towards Chu Yang, leaving Zhu Yanji standing alone. Wang Dong approached Chu Yang and Su Yun. Brother Chu, Miss Zhu informed me about the shelter. Chu Yang turned upon hearing him, patted Su Yun's hand, and stood to face Wang Dong. Did Yanji tell you? Chu Yang nodded, curiosity evident in his expression. Wang Dong nodded, rubbing his hands together as he asked, When shall we search for the shelter? His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chu Yang furrowed his brow, contemplating. Not so fast. Our understanding of this island is still too limited, and acting rashly could be perilous. We must first investigate the surroundings of the cave to ensure safety before proceeding. Siyun stepped closer to Chu Yang, gently tugging at his clothing. Brother Chu. I think Brother Wang is right. We should seek the shelter soon. It might hold what we need. Chu Yang tousled her hair affectionately, responding softly, I understand. But we cannot rush. Safety comes first. Do you understand? Siyun nodded obediently. Chu Yang turned to Wang Dong. Wang Dong. Arrange for a few people to scout the terrain near the cave, looking for other suitable locations for planting potatoes. Wang Dong nodded in understanding. Understood. Seeing Wang Dong grasp the task, Chu Yang added, also, gather some large stones. Should the monsters attack, we can barricade the cave entrance and make further plans. Wang Dong promptly set off, rallying several strong members of the camp to execute Chu Yang's orders. Yinji, let me explain, Zhang Shu said, plastering a sycophantic smile on his face as he approached Zhu Yinji. She met him with a cold gaze, brimming with disdain. Zhang Shu, I will say this one last time. Do not bother me again, and do not refer to me as your fiancée. We are merely acquaintances. I have never agreed to marry you. Zhang Shu's smile faltered, his teeth clenched as he retorted fiercely, Zhu Yinji, do not overstep. You will be mine sooner or later. Zhu Yinji scoffed. Is that so? I will be eager to see how you intend to make me yours. Infuriated by her defiance, Zhang Shu stepped forward, attempting to grasp her arm. Zhu Yinji swiftly dodged and retaliated with a resounding slap. The sound echoed, leaving a vivid red mark on Zhang Shu's face. Stunned, he stared at Zhu Yinji in disbelief. You dare strike me? He roared. What of it? Zhu Yinji glared back defiantly. I warn you, keep your distance from me, or I shall strike you every time we meet. With that, she turned on her heel, ignoring Zhang Shu's furious protests. Zhang Shu glowered at Zhu Yinji's resolute figure. Chu Yang, this is all because of you. Just wait. I shall not let you off easily. Meanwhile, Wang Dong and his team meticulously surveyed the area surrounding the cave. Dense thickets and towering trees obscured their view, forcing them to part the foliage and advance cautiously. The terrain here is relatively flat, and the soil appears fertile. It should be suitable for potato cultivation, one camp member pointed out. Wang Dong nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us explore further. As they continued onward, a camp member suddenly exclaimed, Look, there are many large stones over there. The group turned to see a cluster of massive boulders scattered on the hillside, varying in size and shape. Excellent, Wang Dong exclaimed. These stones will suffice to barricade the cave entrance. He promptly directed the others to transport the boulders to the cave's mouth. Wang Dong approached Chu Yang to report, Brother Chu, we found a suitable area for potato cultivation and have moved some boulders to the cave entrance. They should hold for a while. Chapter 35. Seeking the shelter. Chu Yang nodded, satisfied. Well done, Wang Dong. Next, arrange for night patrols to guard against further monster incursions. Wang Dong complied, initiating the arrangement for night watch personnel. Chu Yang stood at the cave entrance, pondering the nature of the monster. What exactly was it? Why did it specifically target humans when there were weaker animals available? Zhu Yinji joined him, wrapping her blanket tighter around herself as she softly asked, What are you thinking about? Turning to her, Chu Yang smiled. I was reflecting on that monster. Theoretically, as long as we secure the cave entrance, we should be safe. Yet people cannot remain confined indefinitely. I suspect it may be a prehistoric creature. Zhu Yinji paused, taken aback by his assertion. After a moment, she replied, Prehistoric creature? Like dinosaurs? How could that be? Aren't they all extinct? That is the theory, Chu Yang responded with a chuckle. Zhu Yinji gazed up at the star-studded night sky and added, But this island is filled with anomalies, dense vegetation, peculiar creatures, and that monster. It feels like a forgotten corner of time. Yet, even if prehistoric beings existed, they shouldn't prey on humans, Chu Yang mused. A chill breeze swept by, prompting Zhu Yinji to instinctively draw closer to him. Noticing her shivering, he reached out to adjust her blanket, saying, Since humanity embraced agriculture, we have gradually lost our size and strength advantages. For large predators, the risks and rewards of hunting humans do not align. Chapter 27. The search for monsters. Li Xinyue gasped for breath, her face pale and eyes filled with terror. Monsters? Mrs. Huang was momentarily stunned, her expression quickly darkening. Despite their earlier discord, the two women clung tightly to one another, too frightened to utter a sound. As the shrieks faded into the distance, the flames of the base began to flicker ominously. Cowering within the tent, Li Xinyue and Mrs. Huang trembled at the unsettling noises from outside. After Chu Yang and his group fled, they found a relatively safe clearing and set up camp once more. The others, still reeling from fear, sat silently around the crackling fire. Zhou, the deputy, rubbed his hands together, exhaling deeply as he glanced at Chu Yang, his eyes questioning. It was indeed strange. How could such monsters exist on this island? Chu Yang furrowed his brow, his gaze profound as he seemed to fall into contemplation. He picked up a stick. Poking at the fire, sparks flying as he murmured, I think. I remember. Suddenly, he looked up sharply. In a past life. At the same time and place, he had also heard that bone-chilling roar and witnessed teammates being torn apart by that unknown creature. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yang suppressed his inner fear and spoke as calmly as possible. The current situation is uncertain. We must remain vigilant and strengthen our defenses. Our plans to venture deeper into the jungle will be temporarily set aside. But Brother Chu, what about our food and water? Another team member voiced his concern. I'll find a way, Chu Yang interrupted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. At that moment, Luo stepped forward. Brother Chu, Qingji's injury hasn't healed yet. I'll take a few people back to the valley to look after him and bring back some herbs. Chu Yang nodded. Be cautious on your way back. If anything seems off, return immediately. Luo departed with a few companions, retracing their steps to the valley. Did you hear any sounds? A member of the team asked nervously. It sounded like a roar, another replied, his face ashen and voice trembling. Luo Yi's heart sank as he realized the creature had not gone far and might even be nearby. Run! Luo Yi shouted, and the group hastened away, wishing they had more legs to escape faster. At the same time, Chu Yang contemplated the terror of that monster. A bold idea emerged in his mind. Since evasion was not an option, they would take the initiative to uncover its secrets. Zhou, you stay behind with a few people to guard the camp. The rest, follow me. Chu Yang commanded resolutely. Where to? Zhou asked, confused. To Huang Tianxi's camp. Since they are so eager for trouble, let them scout the way. At Huang Tianxi's camp, chaos reigned. Tents lay askew, and embers flickered ominously. Survivors huddled together in groups. What the hell is that thing? A bloodied man groaned, clutching his severed arm. Huang Tianxi climbed to his feet, brushing off the dust, cursing his ill fortune. The attack last night had come too suddenly. He remembered only the earth-shaking noise before losing consciousness. Now, surveying the scene, he noted that nearly half of his people were gone, and the remaining were mostly injured. Jia Gui, where the hell have you been? Huang Tianxi shouted, desperately needing someone to help him manage the aftermath. Jia Gui hurried over. Brother Huang, I'm here. I'm so glad you're okay. Enough flattery. Quickly count the number of survivors and gather what supplies we can. We need to relocate, Huang Tianxi ordered tersely. Jia Gui nodded, scurrying to follow orders. Huang Tianxi approached Mrs. Huang and Li Xinyue, surprised to see both women unharmed, their luck seemingly extraordinary. You two follow Jia Gui to the downstream water source. It's safer there, Huang Tianxi commanded firmly. Mrs. Huang scoffed and rolled her eyes. I can take care of myself. Li Xinyue sweetly replied, Okay, Brother Huang. I'll look after Mrs. Huang. She even shot Huang Tianxi a flirtatious glance. Mrs. Huang, seeing this, grabbed a handful of Li Xinyue's hair. You little vixen. Are you trying to seduce my husband again? Li Xinyue screamed as the two women began to tussle. Huang Tianxi watched the spectacle with a throbbing headache. Thinking women truly were troublesome creatures. Disregarding the chaotic scene, he gathered a few trusted aides. Come with me. We must investigate what creature is causing this havoc. Meanwhile, Chu Yang and his group trailed Huang Tianxi's party from a distance, hidden among the dense foliage, carefully observing their movements. Brother Chu. Huang Tianxi truly doesn't know when to quit. Even now, he dares to enter the forest, Zhou remarked softly. Chu Yang scoffed. He seeks to uncover the monster's weaknesses, hoping for revenge. However, with his limited skills, he is likely walking into his own demise. Huang Tianxi's group cautiously ventured deeper into the jungle, leaving clear markers to avoid getting lost. After about an hour, they arrived at a clearing. Brother Huang, look. One of the men pointed at a pool of blood and scattered flesh on the grass, shouting in terror. Huang Tianxi's expression shifted. This was unmistakably the mark of the creature that had attacked their camp last night. Could it be lurking nearby? They pressed on into the jungle, the vegetation growing denser, the air increasingly humid and oppressive. Brother Huang, should we continue? Huang Tianxi gritted his teeth. We must. I refuse to believe we cannot find that beast. However, after another hour of searching, they had found nothing. Huang Tianxi's patience finally wore thin. He kicked a stone in frustration, cursing, damn it. Is there even a monster in this cursed place? Meanwhile, Chu Yang and his companions watched from a distance, taking in Huang Tianxi's futile efforts. Brother Chu. It seems Huang Tianxi has exhausted his options, Zhou chuckled. Observing Huang Tianxi's disarray, a flash of inspiration struck Chu Yang. This forest, this clearing, this familiar scene. Memories from a past life surged like a tide, revealing a previously overlooked location in his mind. Return, Chu Yang commanded decisively. We will not waste time with this fool any longer. Zhou was taken aback. Brother Chu, aren't we going after that monster? No, Chu Yang replied with a knowing smile. We are heading to a far more significant place. The group swiftly retreated, leaving Huang Tianxi to futilely search the jungle. Upon returning to the valley, they found Luo Yi carefully bandaging Qin Ji's wounds. Though pale, Qin Ji appeared in good spirits, managing a weak smile upon seeing Chu Yang. "You're back. How's the recovery going?" Chu Yang inquired with concern. "I want to die," Qin Ji grinned. "What are a few minor injuries? Back in the day, Enough boasting. Focus on healing," Chu Yang interjected. Chapter 28. The plan to change camps. Chu Yang interrupted him with a smile. At that moment, Su Yu approached. His expression grave. "Brother Chu, we have newcomers." Chu Yang raised an eyebrow. "Oh, how many?" "5, waiting at the entrance of the valley. Let us go take a look." Chu Yang, accompanied by Deputy Shou and several subordinates, arrived at the valley's entrance, where they found the newcomers standing together, perhaps due to their unfamiliarity with the surroundings. They appeared exceedingly cautious, huddling closely without daring to make a move. Chu Yang observed the newcomers with interest, his attention drawn to a tall, fashionable young woman among them. She sported fiery red, wavy hair and wore exquisite makeup, maintaining an air of urban sophistication even on this desolate island. "Hello." Chu Yang initiated the conversation casually. Welcome to our refuge." The red-haired woman scrutinized Chu Yang, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. "This is your refuge? It doesn't look like much." Chu Yang chuckled lightly, non-committal. "As long as it's safer than outside. What do you call yourselves?" "I am." The red-haired woman began to introduce herself. But Chu Yang raised a hand to interrupt her. "We can't just let you newcomers arrive without a proper assessment," clearly displeased by the interruption. The red-haired woman's finely crafted makeup could not mask the anger in her eyes. Yet, she restrained herself, understanding the unspoken rule that a newcomer should not challenge an established authority. "I am Zhu Yanzi." Chu Yang paid little heed to her introduction, merely waving his hand dismissively. "Follow me." He turned and walked into the valley without casting a glance back at Zhu Yanzi. Watching his retreating figure, Zhu Yanzi clenched her teeth, internally cursing. "What a pompous attitude. Just wait until I establish my footing. I'll show you." Nonetheless, she maintained her composure and followed suit, with the other 4 trailing closely behind. Chu Yang led the 5 to the center of the valley, pointing to several makeshift tents. "This will be your quarters. Food and water will be provided daily in limited quantities. To indulge further, you must contribute through labor." He paused, emphasizing, "Do not even think about slacking off. I do not accommodate idlers." Zhu Yanzi rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, as if anyone would care. However, she wisely refrained from voicing her thoughts. "For now, rest. Tomorrow, I will assign tasks." With that, Chu Yang turned and left, leaving the 5 to exchange glances of uncertainty. Zhu Yanzi approached one of the tents, wrinkling her nose in distaste. The tent was small and shabby, lacking even a bed, with only a patch of straw strewn on the ground. Having never lived in such conditions, she couldn't help but complain. "This is far too rudimentary, isn't it?" A slender man chimed in. "Exactly. There isn't even a toilet. How can anyone live here?" A taller man added, "All right, enough complaining. Having a roof over our heads is better than sleeping in the wild." The 2 women nodded in agreement, although they too found the conditions harsh. They acknowledged that it was safer than the dangers outside. Seeing that the others had fallen silent, Zhu Yanzi begrudgingly entered the tent, lying on the straw. She tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Regret washed over her. She wished she had remained outside. Perhaps she could have found a way back. As night fell, a bonfire flickered to life in the valley. Chu Yang surveyed the group and spoke somberly. "There are matters I must disclose. This island is not quite normal." He paused, gauging their reactions. Wang Dong and Li Lei appeared solemn, clearly already aware of the situation, while the 5 newcomers looked on in bewilderment, some even displaying skepticism. "Here we go again." Zhu Yanzi rolled her eyes, thinking Chu Yang was about to spin another tale to frighten them. "It's not a story." Chu Yang's tone turned serious. "There are monsters on this island." "Monsters? What kind of monsters? Prehistoric beasts?" The slender man scoffed. "I've seen them with my own eyes." Chu Yang ignored the derision. "They are incredibly fast, immensely strong, and seem to possess a peculiar craving for human flesh." The newcomers exchanged glances, clearly skeptical. The tall man shrugged. "Chu Yang, you're not suggesting we remain here as your laborers, are you?" "I speak the truth," Chu Yang asserted emphatically. "If you do not believe me, you will eventually regret it." Wang Dong and Li Lei corroborated his claims, recounting their previous encounters with the monsters. Yet the newcomers remained doubtful, suspecting it was all an act. "Enough already." Zhu Yanzi waved her hand impatiently. "We're not children. Don't think a mere story will frighten us." Chu Yang looked at them, feeling helpless. He knew they would only believe when faced with the reality of the situation. The following morning, as dawn broke, Chu Yang roused everyone. "We are relocating," he stated plainly. "Relocating? To where?" Zhu Yanzi rubbed her sleepy eyes, clearly reluctant. A safer place. Chu Yang offered no further explanation. If you wish to survive, follow me. Despite still doubting Chu Yang's claims of monsters, the newcomers, driven by fear of the unknown, chose to accompany him. They tread cautiously along the narrow path of the valley, heading west for about 2 hours until they arrived at the edge of a dense jungle. This is it. Chu Yang pointed into the depths of the jungle. We must pass through here. Isn't this too dangerous? The slender man complained. There are bound to be venomous snakes and ferocious beasts in there. It's safer than the monsters outside, Chu Yang retorted coldly. You can either enter with me or leave on your own. After a moment of hesitation, the newcomers opted to follow Chu Yang. They ventured into the jungle, the towering trees surrounding them. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from ahead, and in the blink of an eye, a shadow darted from the underbrush, swiftly tackling the slender man at the front. A scream shattered the silence of the jungle. Before the others could react, the shadow dragged the slender man away into the thicket. Monsters! It's really monsters! The tall man yelled in terror. Zhu Yinzi's face turned pale. She finally understood that Chu Yang had not deceived them. There truly were monsters on this island. At that moment, more shadows erupted from the foliage. Chapter 29, The Swarm. Scatter. Save yourselves. With a piercing shout, Chu Yang took off running. In that fleeting moment, he had caught a glimpse of something foreboding. The others were also thrown into chaos, scattering in all directions. However, Zhu Yinzi closely followed behind him, her voice rising in panic. Chu Yang, wait for me. Wait for me. Get away. Don't follow me. Chu Yang barked without looking back. This woman was nothing but a burden. I'm scared. It's safest to stay with you. Zhu Yinzi's voice trembled with fear. Chu Yang cursed under his breath, feeling helpless. He could hardly leave her behind as prey for the monsters. The two of them sprinted through the dense jungle, the trees rushing past them, branches whipping against their faces painfully. Zhu Yinzi, clearly lacking Chu Yang's stamina, soon became breathless, yet she clung to him, unwilling to relent for even a moment. Chu Yang, everything you said is true. There really are monsters on this island. Now you're scared? Chu Yang scoffed. Were you still going to accuse me of lying to you? What would I gain from deceiving you? Zhu Yinzi dared not retort, biting her lip tightly, tears brimming in her eyes. Be quiet. Don't make a sound. Chu Yang suddenly halted, covering Zhu Yinzi's mouth and pulling her behind a massive tree. What's wrong? Zhu Yinzi's eyes widened in terror. Without speaking, Chu Yang pointed ahead. Following his gesture, Zhu Yinzi squinted into the distance, where she faintly discerned a dark shadow slowly moving through the underbrush. Indeed, it was the creature that had attacked the slender man. The beast seemed oblivious to their presence, its head bowed as it ambled forward. They held their breath, paralyzed with fear, lest they attract its attention. It was only when the creature vanished into the thicket that they both exhaled in relief. What do we do now? Zhu Yinzi's voice quivered. Chu Yang scanned their surroundings, his brow furrowed. They had ventured deep into the jungle and lost all sense of direction. Keep moving, he said in a low voice. We must find a safe place quickly. As they pressed on, the foliage grew denser and the light dimmed. Chu Yang, I think I hear something. Zhu Yinzi's voice diminished to a whisper. Chu Yang halted, straining to listen. What is that sound? Zhu Yinzi's face turned pale as she gripped his arm tightly. Chu Yang's expression shifted to one of gravity. He recognized that sound, a buzzing that grew louder, approaching. His face paled. He had heard it before in a documentary. It was a swarm of giant killer bees. He never imagined that he and Zhu Yinzi would inadvertently stumble upon such terrifying creatures in the depths of the island. Run! Chu Yang yelled, seizing Zhu Yinzi's hand and sprinting forward. They stumbled blindly through the thick underbrush, the ominous swarm trailing closely behind them like a dark cloud. Ah, help! Monsters! Bees! Zhu Yinzi's screams echoed through the jungle, and in her panic, she completely forgot Chu Yang's earlier warnings. Chu Yang cursed under his breath. This woman was nothing but a liability. Her cries would only serve to draw the swarm's attention even more. Shut up. If you scream again, I'll leave you here for the killer bees. Chu Yang roared. Zhu Yinzi trembled in fear, her voice cutting off abruptly. But the tears continued to stream down her face. The swarm drew nearer, the buzzing deafening. Chu Yang felt as if the stingers of those venomous bees were poised to pierce his back at any moment. In a moment of desperation, Chu Yang spotted a small stream ahead and shouted, "There's a creek. Jump in." They raced to the water's edge, and without a second thought, Chu Yang leapt into the icy stream. The frigid water instantly soaked his clothes, sending a shiver down his spine. Zhu Yinzi hesitated, glancing down at her thin white dress, then at the murky water, her face displaying uncertainty. I don't want to go in, her voice quavered. Emerging from the water, Chu Yang shot her a fierce glare. If you want to die, then get away from me and stop being a hindrance. Zhu Yinzi trembled at his fierce gaze, realizing he was not jesting. If she did not jump in, he would indeed leave her behind. I'll go in, she said, her face drawn, cautiously stepping into the stream. The icy water enveloped her, clinging to her dress and outlining her curves. Chuyang cast a glance at her, inwardly cursing. Did this foolish woman truly fear him seeing her in such a state? They waded slowly through the chilling water, their bodies shaking from the cold. The swarm circled the bank for a moment, seemingly unable to trace their whereabouts, before finally buzzing away. Both Chuyang and Zhu Yinzi breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped calamity. Are we safe now? Zhu Yinzi's voice trembled, laced with a hint of sobbing. Chuyang did not respond. Instead, he looked around, realizing they had arrived in an unfamiliar environment. On either side of the creek stood towering cliffs, trapping them in a narrow gorge. It seems we are lost once again, he said with a bitter smile, feeling helpless. Since encountering this foolish woman, his troubles had only multiplied. In his previous life, he had never met Zhu Yinzi, and with her kind of foolishness, she would have likely perished long ago. As time passed, the chill enveloping Chuyang intensified. Not having heard the swarm for a while, he quickly scrambled up the bank. He shivered, shaking off the waterlogged clothes. Zhu Yinzi, initially intending to follow, hesitated as she glanced down at her drenched dress, her face flushing with embarrassment, lingering in the water. Chuyang, observing her indecisiveness, snapped in irritation. What are you waiting for? Are you trying to freeze to death in the water? Zhu Yinzi bit her lip, her eyes darting. She murmured, It's not very convenient like this. Chuyang's anger flared at her words. What was this woman thinking? Initially, when he helped her and the others, she had not trusted him. Had he not pulled her to safety just moments ago, she would have been a meal for the swarm by now. She continued to yell, risking attracting more dangers. Even now, she still doubted him. I'm trying to help you out of goodwill, not seeking your gratitude, but at the very least, don't be a hindrance. Chuyang seethed. Yinzi, do not be afraid. I shall manage these matters. We will bury them all and subsequently tidy this place, transforming it into a renewed space in no time. He turned his gaze towards Wang Dong, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Please organize everyone to gather the bodies and find a place to inter them. Then, clean this area thoroughly and sort out anything usable. Although Wang Dong felt a twinge of fear, the resolute look in Chuyang's eyes compelled him to nod in agreement. Very well, Brother Chu, I shall follow your lead. But what if that little red one returns? I will devise a plan. However, we must not evade any longer. He paused before adding, leave a few individuals to guard the cave. The rest should all move over here. This matter must be resolved swiftly. He understood that if they did not solidify this decision while everyone was still unsettled, it would be exceedingly difficult to relocate them once they settled into the cave. In his previous life, it was the selfishness of many that led to countless unnecessary deaths. In this life, he would not repeat the same error. Wang Dong took his leave to begin organizing the cleanup. Zhu Yinzi, though frightened, steeled herself against her fear and assisted in transporting the bodies. Brother Chu, are you all right? She asked softly, noting his pallor. Chuyang forced a smile. I am fine, merely a bit fatigued. Su-yun, please assist Uncle Wang and the others. I shall rest here for a while. Su-yun nodded obediently and hurried off to help. Chapter 39. Zhu Yinzi's subtle thoughts. Chuyang stood alone in the center of the room, observing the bustling crowd, his mind awash with countless thoughts. He was acutely aware that this survival game had only just begun. After reassuring Zhu Yinzi, a cacophony of heated arguments erupted from the upper floor. What is happening? Chuyang sees the descending Lin Hai, his voice low and somber. Lin Hai was breathless, urgency etched across his face. Brother Chu. A large iron door has been discovered on the 3rd floor. Some wish to open it, while others fear it may harbor monsters, leading to an uproar that no one can quell. Chuyang released Wang Dong and swiftly ascended the stairs. Before he reached the 3rd floor, the deafening discord became even clearer. Open it. There must be treasures within. A bearded man gestured wildly, spitting as he spoke. Are you insane? What if it's filled with those monsters? Do you wish to doom us all? A frail young man, his face drained of color, trembled as he spoke. Coward. You're afraid to seize the good fortune. What is the point of living? The bearded man spat derisively. The young man attempted to retort, but was shoved aside, nearly losing his balance. Silence. Chuyang's voice roared like thunder, echoing down the corridor. The crowd fell instantly silent, all eyes fixed upon him. Brother Chu, how do we open this door? Wang Dong inquired, stepping closer. Chuyang approached the iron door, examining its substantial frame. The surface was rusted, cold and unyielding to the touch. He scanned the surrounding crowd, who had gradually quieted, their attention focused entirely on him. Enough of this noise. Chuyang spoke with calm authority, yet his words brooked no argument. This door must be opened. The bearded man immediately stepped forward, exclaiming, Brother Chu indeed possesses courage. I said there must be treasures inside. Unlike some cowards, afraid of this and that. What is the point of living? He cast a challenging glance at the frail young man, who retreated a step, silenced by fear. Chu Yang dismissed the bearded man's provocation. In his previous life, he had never heard of Huang Tianci encountering any monsters within this building. Thus, he surmised that the door likely concealed a storeroom of supplies rather than a den of monsters. Wang Dong, summon a few strong individuals to see if we can break this door down. Wang Dong nodded and called over several burly men. They eagerly prepared to demonstrate their strength before Chu Yang. Step aside, the bearded man shouted, charging forward and slamming his shoulder against the iron door. With a resounding crash, the door did not budge, and the man stumbled back, nearly losing his footing. I'll try. Another robust man rushed forward, exerting all his might against the door. Yet the result remained the same. The door stood firm. After several unsuccessful attempts, enthusiasm waned, and whispers began to circulate. This door is far too thick. It's impossible to break open. Perhaps it's locked with some mechanism? I think we should give up. What if there truly are monsters inside? Chu Yang crouched down, meticulously inspecting the lock and door seam. This door was indeed exceptionally thick and well-crafted, unlike an ordinary entrance. He knocked on the door panel, producing a dull thud, suggesting it was solid within. Brother Chu, this door seems troublesome. Wang Dong expressed his disappointment. Should we not explore elsewhere for now? Chu Yang rose, his brow furrowed. He sensed that something significant lay beyond this door. However, it was insurmountable at present. Straightening up, he dusted off his hands and surveyed the crowd, inhaling deeply before speaking solemnly. This door cannot be opened for the time being. Let us set it aside. We will clean up the first and second floors before proceeding. The bearded man grumbled in discontent. I thought we would discover something valuable. What a wasted effort. Chu Yang shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent as he turned to descend the stairs. Lin Hai followed closely behind, with others trailing in succession. Brother Chu, this building appears quite sturdy. It should be safe. Yes? Lin Hai inquired as they walked. Safety is relative, Chu Yang replied coolly. We are still unaware of the situation on this island. We must remain vigilant at all times. Upon reaching the first floor, the group began to clear debris and refuse. Broken furniture, scattered books, rotting food, and various refuse accumulated in heaps. This place is utterly revolting, a woman complained, covering her nose. What good is it to say such things now? Another man retorted impatiently. Let us get to work. Only once it's clean can we inhabit it. Chu Yang assigned tasks, and the group dispersed to their duties. However, Zhu Yanzi lingered, approaching Chu Yang and feigning nonchalance as she asked, Chu Yang, may I assist you in clearing this area? Chu Yang glanced at her, noticing her cheeks flush. He pondered internally what scheme this woman was concocting. Do as you wish, he replied coolly, not refusing her. Zhu Yanzi felt a surge of joy within, picking up a broom and pretending to sweep the floor. It is only reasonable that I should inhabit the area I've cleared, is it not? The cleaning continued for several hours, and the group, drenched in sweat, finally managed to tidy the first and second floors. At last, we can take a breather. Wang Dong exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. Others sat down as well, each seeking respite. Chu Yang approached the window, gazing out at the overcast sky. Siyun, Zhu Yinzi, Wang Dong, those who had shared life and death with him, must return home together. Brother Chu, what are you pondering? Su Yun inquired softly as she approached him. Chu Yang turned to her. It is nothing, he replied with a smile. I was merely contemplating our next steps. Su Yun grasped his hand. Chu Yang patted her hand gently, speaking softly. I will investigate the basement. There may yet be clues to uncover. Su Yun looked at him with concern. Brother Chu, please be careful. Rest assured. Chu Yang assured her with a reassuring glance before turning towards the basement entrance. He switched on his flashlight, meticulously searching every corner. Chapter 31. Return to the camp. As the sun gradually descended, the sky darkened, and the surrounding woods were filled with the sounds of chirping insects. Chuang, should we return first and bring everyone back here to search? Zhu Yinzi's voice trembled as she clutched the hem of Chu Yang's shirt tightly. Chu Yang sighed, his shoulders drooping in resignation. It seems today is not our day. Let us return and come back tomorrow. Zhu Yinzi nodded in agreement, relieved by Chu Yang's decision. The path back was already etched in Chu Yang's mind. Along the way, Zhu Yinzi held his hand firmly. As night fell and the stars twinkled above, wisps of smoke rose from the valley. In the distance, Chu Yang spotted a slender figure standing at the valley's entrance, anxiously scanning the surroundings. It was Su Yun. She appeared to have been waiting for their return all this time. Brother Chuang, you're finally back. I thought you. Su Yun rushed toward him, her worried expression disappearing as she caught sight of him. Mid-sentence, she halted, her gaze fixating on the clasped hands of Chu Yang and Zhu Yinzi. Oblivious to her reaction, Chu Yang smiled at Su Yun. I have wonderful news. We found the shelter. Zhu Yinzi, noticing Su Yun's peculiar demeanor, quickly released Xu Yang's hand in agreement. Yes, we found it. Yet, Su Yun's expression remained unchanged, a forced smile barely gracing her lips. Really? That's fantastic. Where is it? Only then did Xu Yang recognize the distress etched on Su Yun's face. You should head back. You look unwell. Don't catch a cold. Zhu Yinzi candidly looked at Su Yun and replied, It's just a short distance from here. Xu Yang playfully tapped Su Yun's head, nudging her toward the valley. It's chilly. Hurry back. We'll take you there tomorrow. Su Yun nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Upon returning to the valley, the group had already gathered around the fire, roasting wild rabbits while engaging in light-hearted chatter. As Chu Yang and Zhu Yinzi arrived, everyone rose to greet them. Chu Yang, you finally made it back. I thought you were lost. Wang Chang chuckled. Indeed. It's dark now. I was worried you might run into danger, Luo Yi added with concern. Chu Yang smiled in reassurance. No worries. We merely wandered around the shelter's vicinity to familiarize ourselves with the area. Let us set off to the shelter early tomorrow. After dinner, Chu Yang lay in the modest grass hut, unable to find sleep. Images of the shelter and memories of his past life there flooded his mind. On this perilous island, he understood that only by harnessing the technological might of the shelter could they truly survive. Tossing and turning, his thoughts spiraled. Suddenly, he heard soft footsteps. Sitting up abruptly, he glanced toward the entrance. A slender silhouette appeared, illuminated by the moonlight. Su Yun. Su Yun? Why are you still awake at this hour? Chuang inquired, puzzled. Su Yun approached, cradling a bowl of vegetable soup, and gently set it before him. Brother Chuang, I made this soup for you. I noticed your clothes were damp when you returned. Please drink it to ward off a cold, she said softly, her voice imbued with tenderness. Chu Yang gazed at the soup before him. Accepting the bowl, he smiled. Thank you. Su Yun, you were truly thoughtful. Su Yun's face blossomed with a bashful smile. No need for thanks, Brother Chuang. It's what I ought to do. After a brief pause, she continued, Brother Chuang, do you seem troubled? You've been rather distracted tonight. Chuang intended to share his unresolved search for the shelter switch but was interrupted by Zhu Yinzi's voice. Turning towards the tent's exterior, he spotted Zhu Yinzi approaching. Wrapped in a blanket, shivering from the cold, her delicate makeup failing to conceal her fatigue. The night wind swept through the tent seams, causing her to huddle closer. Chuyang, I've troubled you these past few days. I wanted to formally apologize, she said, rubbing her cold hands. Before she could finish, she noticed Su Yun standing by Chuyang's tent. Su Yun, you're here too. Zhu Yinzi glanced at her, instinctively wrapping her blanket tighter. Yinzi, do you have something to say? Chuyang asked gently. I want to thank you for your care during this time, and I'm sorry for what happened before. She lifted her gaze to meet Chuyang's eyes. Chuyang regarded Zhu Yinzi with mixed emotions. Surprised that this willful young lady would genuinely seek his forgiveness. It's nothing. It's all in the past, he replied with a smile, his tone light. We're all in this together now. Helping each other is only natural. He took a sip of the vegetable soup, warmth spreading through him, dispelling the chill. Brother Chuyang. Su Yun called softly, concern evident in her eyes. Yes? Chuang looked up at her. It's late. You should rest. I'll head back now. Su Yun said gently, a hint of disappointment in her tone. Clutching the empty bowl to her chest, she turned toward her tent. All right, Chuyang nodded, watching her depart. He turned to Zhu Yinzi, stating, You should also get some rest. We have much to do tomorrow. If you show a little less stubbornness, you'll find everyone is quite amiable. Zhu Yinzi nodded, tightening her blanket around her as she turned to leave. Chuang slipped into the tent, lying down on the rudimentary grass bed, surrendering to slumber. Outside, the night deepened, the wind howling and shadows of the trees dancing. Zhu Yinzi returned to her tent, tossing and turning, finding it difficult to sleep. Thoughts of Chuang's tender care for Su Yun contrasted sharply with his harsh demeanor toward her. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she buried her face in the blanket. Meanwhile, Su Yun, back in her own tent, stared at the empty bowl in her hands. Perplexed by Chuyang's sudden change in attitude toward Zhu Yinzi while still treating her like a child. As dawn broke, the island's morning air carried a damp chill. Chuyang stood outside his tent, stretching lazily. He approached the fire pit, adding some twigs to the flames, which crackled and leaped joyfully. Everyone wake up. Gather around. Chuyang called out, his voice echoing in the stillness. The inhabitants of the tents emerged one by one, groggy and reluctant. Su Yun rubbed her eyes as she approached Chuyang, asking quietly, Brother Chuyang, why are we gathering so early? Today, we shall explore the shelter. However, Chuyang was currently too preoccupied to assess the severity of his injuries. His gaze remained fixated on the bat engulfed in flames. Due to the impact from their earlier collision, the bat had been propelled backward. Yet it continued to writhe in agony from a distance. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and the bat's struggles gradually diminished until it lay lifeless on the ground, reduced to a mere smoldering heap. At last, Chu Yang felt a measure of relief, and the onlookers around him exhaled collectively, their tension alleviated. The suddenness of the earlier events had shocked them. Su Yun, startled, held on to Chu Yang, her eyes glistening with tears, as he observed the crowd surrounding him. He attempted to rise with his own strength, but the effort only intensified the excruciating pain radiating from his chest wound. "You're already injured. Why put on a brave front?" Su Yun remarked, her expression tinged with displeasure as she blinked rapidly, striving to suppress her tears. In response to her concern, Chu Yang managed a faint smile. He understood her worry all too well. With her assistance, he successfully propped himself up. He instinctively glanced down at his chest. Fortunately, the wound was not too deep. "It's all right. You needn't worry too much about me. Su Yun, could you please help me find something to dress this wound? Letting it bleed like this is not a solution," he said, a wry smile escaping his lips. Su Yun obediently knelt beside him. Before long, she returned with a roll of bandages. Having tended to her brother's injuries in the past, she was quite adept at wrapping wounds. And soon she had effectively tended to Chu Yang's injury. Once this matter was resolved, everyone redirected their attention to the bat. Wang Dong, standing nearby with his hands on his hips, exclaimed in terror, "Where on earth did this giant bat come from?" There was no warning at all. The suddenness of the event had clearly left everyone in a state of shock. So you chimed in? Yes, that bat startled us all, especially Chu Yang, who got hurt because of it. The women present huddled together in fear at the sight of the bat. After exchanging glances, Wang Dong and Su Yu turned their eyes towards Chu Yang, seeking answers from him, as he and Su Yun had ventured into the basement together and would be more informed about the situation. Facing their inquiries, Chu Yang shook his head helplessly before explaining, "We have yet to fully investigate this research facility, and I am unaware of the specific origins of these bats." This was a valid point, considering the basement was quite expansive, and a thorough investigation would indeed require time. "Let us not dwell on that for now. Allow me to help you to a quieter spot so you can rest," Su Yun suggested. She intended to assist Chu Yang in standing, but her strength proved insufficient. A look of embarrassment crossed her face. "You really have no strength at all." Chu Yang chuckled lightly. The concern for his injury had prompted everyone to worry, and his playful demeanor helped ease the tension. Consequently, Su Yu and Wang Dong moved to assist him, helping him to a quieter area to recuperate. They had hoped that once the bat issue was resolved, they could enjoy a moment of peace. However, not long after Chu Yang settled in, the sharp cries of bats echoed once more. The cacophony was relentless, rousing Chu Yang from his momentary repose. It appeared that an increasing number of bats were approaching the research facility to launch an attack. His tone grew grave as he spoke, as the saying goes. "A single chopstick breaks easily, but a bundle is hard to break. If more bats converge on this place, I cannot guarantee our safety." These troubling thoughts weighed heavily on him, and his brow furrowed. Su Yun, observing his distress, could surmise the situation outside. "Do not fret. Those bats won't be able to breach our defenses," she soothingly assured him. Hearing her comforting words, Chu Yang turned to meet her gaze, whereupon he was met with a reassuring smile that brought him a sense of calm. They exchanged looks, and Chu Yang slowly nodded, hoping her words rang true. "By the way, thank you for your assistance earlier," he added, offering her a grateful smile. Truth be told, Su Yun had not considered her own safety in that moment. Driven by impulse, she had rushed to embrace him. Reflecting on the incident, a blush crept onto her cheeks, adding a hint of shyness to her demeanor. "No need to thank me. You've helped us all so much. It was only right for me to do so." Just then, urgent knocks reverberated from the front door, heightening the group's anxiety. They instinctively turned their gazes towards the sound. Now was not the time for Chu Yang to engage in lengthy discourse with her. He looked towards Wang Dong and said, "Let us go check what is happening at the door." His tone and demeanor were serious, and Wang Dong understood the gravity of the situation. Su Yun initially intended to stop him from investigating, but after a moment's hesitation, she decided against it, realizing that her intervention would be futile. As they approached the door, Chu Yang peered through the crack, only to be taken aback to see Huang Tianzi and his group standing outside. This revelation was both surprising and somewhat expected. He had anticipated that Huang Tianzi's group would be able to locate this place. However, recalling his past life, where Huang Tianzi similarly found this location, Chu Yang couldn't help but smirk. It seemed that luck was indeed on Huang Tianzi's side. Upon confirming their identities, Chu Yang stepped back, and Wang Dong leaned forward to take a look as well. "Chu Ge, it's Huang Tianzi and his group. How did they find this place?" Wang Dong inquired, stepping back to gauge Chu Yang's reaction. Chu Yang merely smiled before calling out, "I never expected it would be you, Huang Tianzi." Before Chu Yang had uttered this, the commotion outside had continued unabated. Yet as soon as his voice rang out, the ruckus ceased, thanks to Huang Tianzi signaling for his companions to halt. The tumultuous history between Huang Tianzi and Chu Yang could fill volumes, and he recognized Chu Yang's voice immediately. Huang Tianzi couldn't help but rub his forehead, a wry smile creeping onto his face. What a twist of fate, Chu Yang. I never imagined you would be inside, standing firmly on the other side of the door. Arms crossed, Chu Yang replied, Indeed, what a twist of fate. I didn't expect that the ones banging on the door would be you. Before Huang Tianzi could respond, Chu Yang continued, Since you're aware that this is our territory, I advise you not to waste time. You should leave at once. Huang Tianzi grasped that Chu Yang was indeed urging them to depart. However, the danger outside was palpable, and they all understood that finding refuge in such circumstances was no simple task. Given Huang Tianzi's nature, he was not one to simply retreat. Chu Yang, I must inform you that the number of people I brought is not fewer than those you have inside. Chapter 33. Entering the cave, Chu Yang shook his head, signaling that he was fine. He then approached the patch of earth and pressed down forcefully with his foot. Immediately, the soil on both sides caved in, revealing a deep pit. This could not possibly be potatoes. It was merely a homemade animal trap, originally intending to tease Zhu Yanzi. He did not anticipate that Zhang Shu would suddenly appear. Bang! Chu Yang kicked Zhang Shu hard. Why are you targeting me? He demanded. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yanzi shot a quick glare at Zhang Shu, as if urging him to remain silent. Why are you targeting me? Why do you need to know about my fiancée? Zhang Shu spat, his words mixed with blood as he glared fiercely at Chu Yang. Hearing this, Zhu Yanzi quickly glanced at Chu Yang and exclaimed, Zhang Shu, who is your fiancée? Do not speak recklessly. Chu Yang looked at Zhu Yanzi in confusion, raising an eyebrow. Fiancée? For some reason, seeing Chu Yang's calm demeanor, a hint of disappointment flickered in Zhu Yanzi's heart. She retorted angrily, he is talking nonsense. She is merely a blind date arranged by my family. Fearing that Chu Yang might misunderstand, she quickly added, I have never agreed to it. Chu Yang had no desire to engage in such trivial matters. He turned to Zhang Shu, regardless of the reason. Daring to ambush me means you need to reflect on your actions. With that, he threw Zhang Shu into the deep pit. As time passed, the group remained empty-handed. Complaints arose, and doubts about whether Chu Yang was deceiving them began to surface. Some even suggested abandoning the search and seeking an alternative route. Just then, Su Yan suddenly exclaimed, I found it. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly gathered around. Su Yan stood beneath a large tree, pointing excitedly at the grass in the distance. The potatoes are here. Chu Yang hurried to Su Yan's side, parting the thick underbrush. What met his eyes was not the lush green potato seedlings he had envisioned, but a patch of withered vines, with a few shriveled potatoes barely visible. This, Su Yan's voice trembled, her hopeful expression dimming instantly. The surrounding cheers ceased abruptly, and a sense of disappointment hung heavily in the air. Chu Yang crouched down, gently picking up a shriveled potato. It felt light and insubstantial in his hand. It seems we arrived too late. Silence enveloped the group, the flickering flame of hope extinguished mercilessly. Wang Dong sighed and approached Chu Yang, patting him on the shoulder. Don't be discouraged. Let's look a bit longer. There might be other locations. Chu Yang rose, scanning the surroundings until his gaze landed on a small hill not far away. Don't worry. There must be more nearby. Let's go check that out. The group set off again, climbing the rugged hillside. The path was treacherous, overgrown with thorns, and everyone tread carefully, fearful of a misstep. Zhu Yanzi walked behind Chu Yang, stealing glances at him, her eyes filled with concern. Upon reaching the summit, the sight before them took their breath away. On the other side of the slope, a vast expanse of flourishing potato vines thrived, their green leaves swaying gently in the breeze, with plump potatoes hidden beneath the soil, as if beckoning to them. Wonderful! We found the potatoes! Siyun exclaimed, leaping with joy and wrapping her arms around Chu Yang's. Overwhelmed with excitement, she could hardly articulate her thoughts. A smile crept onto Chu Yang's face as well. Immediately, everyone immersed themselves in the task of digging up the potatoes. Chu Yang directed them with care, ensuring they did not damage those precious food items. The fragrant aroma of fresh potatoes lifted the somber spirits of the group. Siyun, brimming with joy, hummed a tuneless melody as she dug. Upon returning to the camp, Chu Yang divided the harvested potatoes into two piles. One pile, slightly larger, was reserved for today's meal, while the smaller pile was set aside as seeds. We'll keep these small potatoes for planting. This way, we won't have to worry about food in the future, Chu Yang informed the group. Wang Dong nodded in agreement. Chu Gu is right. We must plan for the future. Standing in the shallows, the seawater lapping at his waist, Chu Yang washed the dirt off his body. Relieved after a long day of work, finally having secured enough food, Zhu Yanzi emerged from the woods, clutching a few clean stones, ready to wash them by the sea. From a distance, she spotted Chu Yang's figure and his bare torso. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly lowered her head, inwardly chastising him for his lack of modesty. Yet, her feet moved involuntarily towards him. Ahem, Zhu Yinzi approached Chu Yang, striving to keep her gaze fixed on the horizon. Could you perhaps put on a shirt first? Chu Yang turned around, noticing Zhu Yinzi's embarrassment. He casually picked up the shirt draped over a rock and chuckled. What? Are you shy? Zhu Yinzi glared at him fiercely. Who was shy? I'm just worried you'll catch a cold. Chu Yang smiled, refraining from teasing her further. What brings you here? Only then did Zhu Yinzi remember the important matter at hand, her brows knitting together. What do you think that creature is? Chu Yang's expression turned serious. I've been pondering that as well. This island is fraught with oddities. In his previous life, he vaguely recalled a mysterious sanctuary on the island, and he felt an instinctive connection to it. Sanctuary? Chu Yang murmured. What sanctuary? Zhu Yinzi inquired, puzzled. Chu Yang snapped back to the present. Oh, it's just a rumor I've heard. He refrained from sharing details of his past life, as such matters were too far-fetched. I can't shake the feeling that the creature's appearance is linked to other secrets of the island. Zhu Yinzi nodded in agreement. The two fell into a moment of silence. Don't dwell on it. There will be a way through. At least for now, everyone's safety is somewhat assured. Even if that creature comes, we can just block the entrance with stones and hold our ground. Noticing Zhu Yinzi's furrowed brow, Chu Yang couldn't help but speak up. Are you ready? Shall we head back together? Let us go. Upon returning to the camp, they found several people gathered in a somber circle, their expressions grim and silent. What is going on? Chu Yang scanned the group, his brow furrowing. Wang Dong lifted his head, hesitating before finally sighing. It's Zhang Shu. He spoke out of turn and angered Su Yun. What did he say? Chu Yang pressed, a hint of displeasure in his tone. He disliked disturbances occurring under his watch, especially when they involved Su Yun. Wang Dong glanced at Su Yun, who sat a short distance away, before hesitating. Zhang Shu called Su Yun a useless person, saying you couldn't even control her, and also said you were trying to seduce a married woman. Chu Yang's expression changed abruptly. He had not anticipated that Zhang Shu would dare to speak so indiscriminately, insulting Su Yun. He stood up suddenly, striding towards her. Su Yun sat on a stone, her head bowed, her shoulders trembling slightly. Chu Yang crouched beside her. Su Yun, what happened? As the collective spirit of the crowd surged, the bat launched its initial assault, swiftly darting towards the most densely populated area, overwhelming the group with a speed that was almost imperceptible. The morale, which had been bolstered by Huang Tianzi, dissipated in an instant. Clutching their weapons, the people trembled, their hands shaking uncontrollably. Huang Xiao, can we truly defeat it? One voice quivered in uncertainty. Huang Tianzi immediately turned, casting a fierce glare at the speaker. Where else can we go? This statement roused the crowd from their stupor. They faced two grim choices. Either to engage in a desperate battle with the bat to reclaim their territory, or to be vanquished, leaving no trace behind. Once again, they launched a fierce attack, only to be decisively felled by the bat. Witnessing the mounting casualties, Huang Tianzi hesitated. His gaze fell upon those battling the bat, and a treacherous thought crept into his mind. If this continued, we will all perish here. We should flee, he urged, as a group ahead provided cover. He was the first to lead the charge out of the base. Meanwhile, the unfortunate souls who had fought valiantly against the bat lay grievously wounded, their base utterly devastated. The recent events remained vivid in his mind. Yet, the conditions proposed by Chu Yang loomed before him. A conflicted expression crossed Huang Tianzi's face. Chu Yang, it's not that I don't wish to provide you with supplies, but we were just attacked by mutated creatures, and everyone fled in a panic. There was no time to gather resources. Hearing Huang Tianzi's response, Chu Yang waved his hand in resignation, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. If that is the case, then I am left with no options. You expect to share a base with us without offering anything in return? That is simply impossible. With these parting words, Chu Yang ceased to waste time with Huang Tianzi and returned to his previous spot to rest. After all, he had just sustained injuries and lacked the energy to continue this exchange. Outside, Huang Tianzi, growing increasingly agitated, shouted, Chu Yang, if you do not open the door, I will truly break it down. Go ahead and try. If you manage to break it, then I suppose that is a skill of yours, Chu Yang retorted lightly. The only option left for Huang Tianzi was to attempt to break down the door, yet no matter how hard he and his companions exerted themselves, the door remained steadfast, showing no signs of yielding. This outcome was anticipated by Chu Yang, as the recent attack by the mutated creature had failed to breach the door, affirming its robustness. Consequently, Huang Tianzi found himself utterly at a loss, a wave of helplessness engulfing him. Chu Yang, your methods are truly ruthless. He could not help but curse. Your callousness now will not go unremembered when you seek my assistance in the future. Huang Tianzi ran it alone outside, but Chu Yang remained silent inside, unresponsive to his tirade. After some time, the outside fell silent, presumably due to Huang Tianzi tiring of his own complaints. Once Chu Yang heard the stillness, a satisfied smile graced his face. "Brother Chu, you are remarkable, effortlessly bringing them to heel." Su Yu, sitting nearby, couldn't help but praise Chu Yang, his eyes reflecting admiration. As for Huang Tianzi and his group, their position was precarious. Any monster that appeared would target them first. However, upon reflection, it was evident that Chu Yang's group was also present. Should a monster truly emerge, they would have to band together to face it, lest Huang Tianzi's group be dealt with, followed by Chu Yang's. In essence, both factions were bound by the same fate. Once these considerations crystallized in his mind, Huang Tianzi rummaged through his belongings. Soon, an electric baton emerged in his grasp. Chapter 44. Reaching an accord, Huang Tianzi approached the door, striking it twice with the baton. When there was no response from within, he persisted. The resounding blows disrupted Chu Yang's concentration, prompting him to ponder Huang Tianzi's next move. An air of suspicion flickered in his gaze as he focused on the door. "Chu Yang, I concede to your demands. You desire supplies? I shall provide. But what I stated earlier was indeed the truth. The only item at my disposal is this electric baton." Huang Tianzi shouted from outside, then paused, awaiting Chu Yang's decision. The terms had been established, and Huang Tianzi had acquiesced. Without hesitation, Chu Yang rose and approached the door, prepared to exchange goods for access. He opened the door slightly, just enough for the baton to pass through. Huang Tianzi promptly extended the baton towards Chu Yang, who, in turn, honored his word and opened the door wider. This sequence of actions served not only to secure additional supplies but also to prevent the needless loss of innocent lives. Huang Tianzi, a brash and arrogant scion, was acutely aware of the potential for violence he harbored. Most of his followers were loyal to him, and if provoked, he would not hesitate to resort to drastic measures to compel Chu Yang to comply. The eyes of those inside fell upon Huang Tianzi and his group, filled with a palpable hostility. Once they entered, the already cramped shelter grew even more congested. Huang Tianzi initially maintained a semblance of decorum outside, but upon entering, he immediately adopted a domineering demeanor. As Chu Yang busied himself with securing the door, Huang Tianzi's voice cut through the air. "You have all occupied the space. Where are we to rest? Clear a path for me." He asserted his authority, reminding them that they had witnessed the exchange of supplies, declaring this their territory. The crowd exchanged glances, yet none responded. Huang Tianzi, preparing to speak again, was interrupted by Chu Yang stepping forward. A flicker of panic crossed his face, quickly replaced by a facade of bravado, hands on hips and chin raised defiantly. "What is it? Am I mistaken? Do not forget, the baton remains in your possession." He raised his voice, attempting to assert dominance. Chu Yang's expression remained placid. He merely smiled and replied, "Indeed, you are aware that the baton is still in my hand." This seemingly unremarkable statement diminished Huang Tianzi's bravado significantly. "What? Do you still intend to fight?" Chu Yang shrugged nonchalantly. "That depends on your actions." With this parting remark, before Huang Tianzi could respond, Chu Yang retreated to his original position, closing his eyes to rest. He understood Huang Tianzi all too well, given his current lack of leverage. He was unlikely to cause any significant upheaval, merely blustering. Huang Tianzi stood frozen, feeling as though he had struck a pillow, although Chu Yang bore injuries. Recalling past encounters revealed that he had suffered losses at Chu Yang's hands, including this instance of relinquishing the baton. Contemplating this, Huang Tianzi hesitated, recognizing that he could not afford to act rashly, lest he face further humiliation. Thus, he retracted his earlier aggressive posture. To truly resolve matters with Chu Yang's group, he would need to employ cunning rather than brute force. Huang Tianzi surveyed his surroundings, seeking a spacious area, and led his group there to rest. Chapter 35. Seeking refuge. Chu Yang nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you for your hard work, Wang Dong. Next, arrange for personnel to patrol during the night to prevent the monsters from reappearing." Wang Dong accepted the command and set off to organize the night patrols. Chu Yang approached the cave entrance, pondering the nature of the creature. What was it, and why did it specifically target humans when there were weaker animals available? Zhu Yinzi approached Chu Yang, wrapping her blanket tighter around herself. "What are you thinking about?" she asked softly. Chu Yang turned to her and smiled. "I'm contemplating that monster. Theoretically, as long as we guard the cave entrance, we should be safe, but we cannot remain confined here." He suspected that the creature might be a type of prehistoric being. Zhu Yinzi paused for a moment, then spoke. "Prehistoric being? Like a dinosaur? How could that be? Didn't they go extinct long ago?" "That's the theory," Zhu Yinzi replied, gazing up at the starry night sky. "But this island, it feels strange. With its dense vegetation and peculiar creatures, including that monster, it seems like a corner forgotten by time. But even if prehistoric creatures survived, they shouldn't prey on humans." She added, The night breeze brought a chill, causing Zhu Yinzi to instinctively draw closer to Chu Yang. Noticing her shivering, he reached out to adjust her blanket and continued. Since humanity entered agricultural civilization, we have gradually lost our physical advantages. For large predators, the risk and reward of hunting humans are disproportionate. Why would they choose to confront us instead of preying on easier targets? Any such creatures should have been eradicated long ago by our ancestors. Zhu Yinzi offered a wry smile. Yes, that is what I can't comprehend either. Perhaps this creature has some peculiar preference? Or, they might not be ordinary prehistoric beings but rather some mutated species. After a long pause, Zhu Yinzi suddenly looked up and murmured, Chu Yang, do you think we can go back? Yes, Chu Yang replied. Noticing the vulnerability in her demeanor, perhaps her arrogance was merely a mask for her fragility. We will certainly return. I promise to bring you back. Zhu Yinzi's gaze lost its focus, and she fell silent, content to lean against Chu Yang. The next morning, Chu Yang stood atop a slightly elevated rock, surveying the group. Everyone, thank you for your efforts last night. Although we have found this cave as a temporary refuge, it does not guarantee our safety. After stating this, Chu Yang scanned the crowd for their reactions. Wang Dong nodded seriously in agreement. Su Yun clung tightly to his arm, her eyes filled with worry. Zhu Yinzi stood with crossed arms, her expression contemplative. The cave can shelter us from certain threats, but it is not a long-term solution. Chu Yang continued. We cannot remain hidden indefinitely. We must take the initiative to seek a safer refuge, a true haven abundant with provisions, where we need not fear monsters while gathering supplies. He aptly introduced the concept of a refuge. Although his true intention was to uncover the island's secrets and the creature's origins, this rationale was more palatable for the group. I have previously heard that there might be traces of other human activities on the island. Perhaps they have found a safer place. Of course, no one had mentioned this to Chu Yang. It was merely a pretext to cover his memories of a past life. Looking at the people before him, his words held a persuasive quality. We must find them or discover their former dwellings to better survive. Wang Dong was the first to voice his support. Chu Yang is right. We cannot remain passive. I will follow you. His robust voice resonated in the crowd, rallying those who had been hesitant. Others quickly voiced their agreement, frightened by the monsters and eager to find a safer location. In the crowd, Zhang Shu stood up, deliberately opposing Chu Yang. I believe we should first fortify the cave's defenses rather than recklessly venture out. What if we encounter that monster again? Chu Yang had anticipated Zhang Shu's intentional disruption. He remained calm and patiently explained to the others. Zhang Shu, your concerns are valid, but we cannot remain on the defensive forever. Consider this. If that monster reappears, how shall we respond? Rather than waiting for disaster, we must proactively seek a glimmer of hope. Zhang Shu attempted to interject further, but was abruptly silenced by Wang Dong's forceful interruption. You know nothing. Chu Yang is looking out for us. If you're afraid, just hide in the cave. Zhang Shu, taken aback by Wang Dong's intensity, dared not counter his words and retreated back into the crowd. Chu Yang smiled in satisfaction, knowing that with Wang Dong on his side, others would follow suit. All right, since everyone agrees, let us prepare and depart after breakfast, he announced. After the crowd dispersed, Zhu Yinzi approached Chu Yang. Do you truly believe there are others on the island? Chu Yang regarded her with a knowing smile. Whether one believes or not is inconsequential. What matters is we need a reason. Zhu Yinzi was momentarily taken aback but soon grasped his meaning. After a simple breakfast, Chu Yang led the way into the dense forest. Wang Dong followed closely behind, while Zhu Yinzi positioned herself in the middle of the group. Chu Yang, at the forefront, wielded a sharpened stick. In his previous life, although he had never visited the refuge, he had gathered its approximate location from Huang Tianxi's subordinates. To avoid raising suspicion, he deliberately led the group in circles through the woods. Zhang Shu, noticing this, hastily caught up with Chu Yang, walking alongside him. Chu Yang, where exactly is this refuge? Surely, you aren't just leading us in circles through this forest? Chu Yang shot him a sidelong glance, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Zhang Shu, be patient. Good things take time to uncover. Oh, is that so? I've heard that some people enjoy boasting while lacking any real ability. They merely know how to deceive others. Zhang Shu deliberately raised his voice, hoping to draw Zhu Yinzi's attention. Upon hearing Zhang Shu's words, Zhu Yinzi turned her gaze toward Chu Yang, ignoring Zhang Shu's provocation. Chu Yang quickened his pace as the group continued navigating through the woods. Chu Yang, are you sure this is the right direction? I can't shake the feeling that we're just going in circles. Zhang Shu resumed his attempts to sow discord. Chapter 36. Finding shelter. Wang Dong was growing impatient. Can you keep quiet? He snapped. Chu Yang is leading us to shelter, and you're just here chattering away. Isn't it annoying? Zhang Shu pouted. I'm merely concerned for everyone. What if we truly get lost? He cast a glance towards Zhu Yinzi, hoping for her support. However, she merely shot him a fleeting glance, remaining silent. Although she too was worried about Chu Yang being deceived, her disdain for Zhang Shu was growing. Chu Yang halted his steps and glanced up at the sky. Let us take a break. Everyone is tired. The group found places to sit, and Su Yun retrieved some wild fruits from her backpack to share. Chu Yang leaned against a large tree, closing his eyes to rest. Observing this, Zhang Shu approached him again. Hey, Chu Yang, does this shelter actually exist? You're not just leading us on, are you? Chu Yang slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of coldness flashing within. Zhang Shu, if you utter another word of nonsense, I'll leave you here as prey for the beasts. Zhang Shu took a few steps back, intimidated into silence. Though he feigned bravado, he felt a twinge of fear towards Chu Yang. After a brief rest, Chu Yang resumed leading the group. This time, he proceeded directly towards the direction etched in his memory. After about an hour of walking, they arrived at a dense thicket. Chu Yang parted the underbrush and stepped inside, prompting the others to follow suit. Suddenly, the scene opened up before them, revealing a concealed structure, shrouded by vines. Almost impossible to detect without careful observation. Indeed, a shelter. Wang Dong murmured, inwardly filled with admiration for Chu Yang. Chu Yang felt a slight relief. It appeared that his memories from a past life were not erroneous. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. After all, he had only heard of this place in his previous life and had never truly visited. Who could say if there were dangers lurking here or perhaps traps? He gestured for silence and spoke in a lowered voice. Wang Dong, you possess good skills. Enter first and assess the situation. Be cautious. Wang Dong nodded, thumping his sturdy chest. Rest assured, Brother Chu, I know what I'm doing. With that, he crouched and cautiously approached the shelter. Chu Yang remained outside, diligently observing the surroundings. As time ticked by, the building offered no signs of life. Chu Yang's anxiety grew. Just as he was about to venture inside, Wang Dong emerged. How is it? Chu Yang inquired eagerly. Wang Dong grinned. Safe. It's empty inside, and there are no traps. Chu Yang finally relaxed, signaling for the others to follow him into the shelter. Wang Dong entered first, scanning the area with caution. The interior of the shelter was much larger than it appeared from the outside, resembling a small warehouse. The floor was littered with splintered wood, metal shards, and a multitude of documents reduced to ash. A pungent, burnt odor permeated the air, indicating that someone had deliberately destroyed these papers. What transpired here? Wang Dong furrowed his brow, withdrawing his dagger as he cautiously moved forward. Chu Yang followed closely. The scene unfolding before him was worse than he had anticipated. In his previous life, he had only heard that most of the shelter's records had been obliterated, but he had not expected it to be this thoroughly cleaned out. What had become of the research facilities in the basement? Zhu Yinzi also entered, taking in the sight. Chu Yang, is it safe here? Chu Yang patted her hand reassuringly. Do not fear. I will protect you. Zhang Shu was the last to enter, and, upon seeing the disarray, scoffed disdainfully. This rundown place? A shelter? It resembles a dump more than anything. Chu Yang disregarded his mockery and walked directly towards an iron door in the corner. The door was ajar, revealing stairs leading down to the basement. A chilling, damp atmosphere wafted from the basement, sending shivers down one's spine. The basement? Wang Dong noticed Chu Yang's movement and approached. I'll take a look. Chu Yang nodded. Be careful. Wang Dong tightened his grip on his dagger and cautiously descended the stairs. The basement was engulfed in darkness, with only a few faint beams of light filtering through the cracks of the iron door. Wang Dong switched on his flashlight, illuminating the basement's contents. Various instruments and equipment lay scattered about, most of them damaged, with shattered parts strewn across the floor. This resembles a laboratory, Wang Dong's voice echoed in the basement. But it appears to have been ransacked. Chu Yang followed him down, carefully shining his flashlight around. On the walls hung several photographs and lists. The individuals in the photos wore lab coats and seemed to be researchers. The lists bore their names and positions. Researcher Lin Xian, responsible for recording physiological changes. Researcher Zhang Wu, tasked with documenting genetic stability. Chu Yang read the names aloud, his brow furrowing. Physiological changes? Genetic stability? What sort of research was conducted in this basement? He approached an iron barrel filled with ashes and remnants of partially burnt papers. Picking up a fragment, he noticed some data and charts faintly visible. These documents appear to have been deliberately destroyed, Chu Yang stated solemnly. Clearly, something significant is hidden here. Wang Dong also grasped the gravity of the situation. This data is certainly not ordinary biological research. Chu Yang clutched the piece of paper, his fingertips pressing down hard enough to almost crush it. Physiological changes, genetic stability. When considered alongside the monsters on the island, Wang Dong's expression shifted. Are you implying that those monsters are? Chu Yang nodded gravely. They are likely artificially created. A chill raced from Wang Dong's feet to the crown of his head, causing him to shudder. Artificially created monsters? That is utterly insane. At that moment, Zhang Shu approached, wearing a dismissive expression. Puffed monsters? They are merely mutated beasts. You think they were artificially created? This isn't some sci-fi movie. Chu Yang shot him a cold glare. What do you know? Have you ever encountered a beast that specifically targets humans? It could either be a genetic defect requiring a certain factor from human bodies, but I suspect it is more likely driven by revenge. Zhang Shu, intimidated by Chu Yang's gaze, recoiled slightly and fell silent. Zhu Yinzi pressed closely to Chu Yang. Chu Yang, what do we do now? Chu Yang surveyed the surroundings, his gaze settling on a photograph on the wall. Half of the picture had been torn away, depicting a person in a lab coat, their face obscured, and even their name was ripped off. This person. Chu Yang reached out to touch the torn part of the photograph. Chapter 37 Research materials should be the key figures of the Research Institute. Wang Dong also leaned over to take a glance. The document had been torn apart so thoroughly that it seemed the owner did not wish for anyone to uncover his identity. Perhaps he harbored some secrets. A glimmer of insight flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. If he could locate this individual, he might unravel the mysteries of this island. Chu Yang continued to rummage through the basement, hoping to discover more clues. The basement was in disarray, with most of the equipment destroyed and significant documents obliterated. Suddenly, Chu Yang spotted a locked iron box in a corner. The box was small, yet appeared heavy. There's another box, Chu Yang exclaimed, pointing at it. Wang Dong immediately approached and pried open the lock with a dagger. Upon opening the box, they found a diary inside. Chu Yang picked up the diary and turned to the first page. July 1st, 2045. Xiaohong is so adorable. The baby it gave birth to loves drinking tomato juice. August 1st, 2045. Xiaohong has grown up. It needs to be taller and stronger. Up until this point, the entries seemed normal, but the subsequent contents grew increasingly bizarre. August 15th, 2045. Xiaohong loves to play and enjoys games with others. September 1st, 2045. Xiaohong played games with researcher Zhang today and kissed his neck. It seems to prefer tomato sauce now. The final page of the diary was written in a hurried scrawl. March 30th, 2046. I saw Xiaohong. It came in. It wants to play games with me. Chu Yang closed the diary, taking a deep breath. The contents were quite disturbing. This diary is rather strange. Wang Dong furrowed his brows. What exactly is this Xiaohong? I suspect Xiaohong is a type of creature, one created by the diary's author, Chu Yang replied slowly. The diary mentions that Xiaohong enjoys tomato juice and sauce. I believe this may refer to blood. Kissing the researcher's neck could imply biting through it, causing a major arterial bleed, thus resembling tomato sauce. As for the researcher resembling a ball, which part of the human body is most akin to a ball? Zhu Yinzi's complexion turned pale, unable to fathom that a living person would equate blood to tomato juice, or refer to a monster as Xiaohong. Furthermore, the diary states that Xiaohong has become increasingly robust and enjoys playing games with humans. Chu Yang paused. I suspect that the so-called game refers to Xiaohong's attacks on humanity. Moreover, Xiaohong's growth likely correlates with its increasing aggressiveness. The last two diary entries. Wang Dong pointed at the diary. Xiaohong vanished, only to reappear. What does this mean? I hypothesize that Xiaohong may be a mutated creature endowed with formidable regenerative abilities, capable of reviving even after being killed. Alternatively, by the end of the research, some individuals may have realized what kind of monster this truly is and can find it. Chu Yang's tone grew grave. The diary's author stated he set Xiaohong free, which suggests that Xiaohong has likely escaped the Research Institute and begun to roam the island. Zhang Shu, who had been listening quietly, could not hold back any longer. This is absurd. Mutated creatures? Regenerative abilities? Do you think this is a movie? Chu Yang cast a cold glare at him. Do you believe the monsters we currently encounter are mere ordinary beasts? They have clear targets, specifically attacking humans, and possess strong aggression and recovery abilities. Doesn't this warrant suspicion? Zhang Shu was intimidated by Chu Yang's gaze and dared not retort. Wang Dong fell into contemplation. He recalled the monsters they had previously encountered, whose speed, strength, and ferocity far surpassed that of ordinary wildlife, and they seemed particularly sensitive to the sin of humans. If Chu Yang's hypothesis holds true, then everything begins to make sense. If Xiaohong is indeed a creation of the diary's author, Zhu Yinzi's voice trembled slightly, then the author of this diary is truly terrifying. Chu Yang nodded. He is not only frightening but also utterly deranged. Based on the diary's content, he is enamored with his creation and finds pleasure in Xiaohong's atrocities. What shall we do now? Wang Dong inquired. Before Chu Yang could respond, a piercing scream from Su Yun above shattered the tense atmosphere. Ah! The scream sent a chill down everyone's spine. Su Yun. Chu Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed upstairs, with Wang Dong, Zhu Yinzi, and Zhang Shu following closely behind. Their hearts racing. In the second-floor room, Su Yun's face was ashen as she pointed towards a corner, her body trembling slightly. Following her finger, the group gasped in horror. In the corner, slumped against the wall, was a person, or rather, a desiccated corpse. The corpse's skin was tightly drawn over the bones, its eye socket sunken and hollow, seemingly staring at them, instilling dread. It wore a tattered white lab coat, and a rusty nameplate pinned to its chest vaguely revealed the name Zhang Yu. This is... Zhang Shu stammered, unable to articulate, his face even paler than Su Yun's. Wang Dong struggled to suppress his fear, commenting that it appeared to have died long ago, likely a member of the research institute. However, how did it meet its end? Zhu Yinzi, regaining some composure, speculated, could it have been killed by Xiao Hong? I don't know. The corpse shows no signs of injury. Wang Dong also hesitated, uncertain about the situation, unwilling to make assumptions. Look, there are scratch marks on the corpse's right arm. Zhu Yinzi pointed to the left arm of the corpse, where several clear scratches marred the muscle's exterior. What could that be? Chu Yang crouched down to examine the corpse closely. Indeed, there were no visible wounds. Yet the scratches were strikingly prominent, as if it had desperately clawed at something before dying. He gently touched the scratches, a chill coursing through him. We must leave here swiftly. This place is too perilous. Wang Dong nodded, supporting the trembling Su Yun, and said to Zhang Shu, don't just stand there, help out. Zhang Shu snapped back to reality, his face still pale, but he steeled himself against his fear and assisted Su Yun in following the others out of the room. As they descended the stairs, Chu Yang suddenly halted. Wait. He pointed at a scratch on the stair railing. What is this? The others followed his finger and saw a deep scratch on the wooden railing, as if carved by some sharp claw. This. Wang Dong's expression also shifted. Could it be that Xiao Hong is lurking nearby? The necessity of acquiring supplies is acknowledged, yet the external environment is perilous, making the search for resources a daunting endeavor. However, before Wang Dong could voice his concerns, he was promptly silenced by Chu Yang's unwavering gaze. There was no room for hesitation. If we do not acquiesce to this condition, we must forfeit our right to use our phones, a choice that should be self-evident. Chu Yang's resolute expression brooked no argument. He understood that Huang Tianzi could retreat once, but a second time was out of the question. Further refusal to provide resources would eliminate any possibility of negotiation. With the discussion reaching this critical juncture, Wang Dong ceased to question further, merely nodding in silent agreement. You shall oversee the allocation of supplies. I have faith in your capabilities, Chu Yang instructed. Wang Dong accepted this responsibility and began the intricate task of distributing resources. This allocation needed to fulfill both their needs and Huang Tianzi's demands, a genuinely challenging task. After some deliberation, Wang Dong selected a portion of food and essential goods, with a heavier emphasis on food, intending to offer these to Huang Tianzi. Having made his decision, he promptly reported back to Chu Yang, and together they proceeded with the supplies. As the saying goes, food is paramount to the people. Although they could not procure the invaluable medical supplies, Huang Tianzi was content with the quantity of food presented, foregoing any attempt at negotiation. They would simply await the repair of their phones. Upon their return, Wang Dong appeared troubled. Chu Yang immediately noticed, inquiring about his evident discontent. Are you lamenting the generous offering of food? Have you found it burdensome to part with? Chu Yang jested. Wang Dong's troubled expression softened slightly, yet he shook his head. He then began to explain, Brother Chu, we possess only a limited array of resources. The medical supplies are too precious for me to relinquish. If I were to substitute them with less critical items, I fear they might refuse them. After much contemplation, I opted to allocate more food instead. At this juncture, Wang Dong's words trailed off, unsure how to continue. Unexpectedly, Chu Yang interjected, You wish to convey that our remaining food supplies are dwindling, correct? Surprised, Wang Dong responded. How did you know? Though the resources were under Wang Dong's stewardship, Chu Yang had been discreetly monitoring their consumption. How I know is of no concern to you. Do not worry, I already have a solution, Chu Yang reassured him, alleviating Wang Dong's anxiety. Upon returning to their territory, Chu Yang clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Once all eyes were upon him, he declared, Our supplies are running low. As the saying goes, food is essential. It is imperative that we embark on a hunting expedition. His proclamation elicited uncertain glances among the crowd. Observing their hesitation, Chu Yang continued, Fear not, for lack of experience is inconsequential. I will teach you step by step. Furthermore, I will instruct you in crafting basic tools to facilitate your hunting. Indeed, Chu Yang's words were quite enticing, under such dire circumstances. The prospect of hunting was a considerable relief. I am willing to go, a man boldly proclaimed. Encouraged by his declaration, others quickly raised their hands in agreement, expressing their willingness to accompany Chu Yang on this venture. Witnessing this display of unity, Chu Yang's face broke into a satisfied smile. It is often said that true character is revealed in times of adversity, and their solidarity in such dire circumstances was indeed moving. Without delay, Chu Yang led the group away. However, he was mindful of Huang Tianzi's presence, who could predict what mischief he might conjure in their absence. After careful consideration, it became clear that Huang Tianzi needed to be addressed. Thus, before departing, Chu Yang locked the main door, the sound of the latch echoing ominously. Realizing something was amiss, Huang Tianzi frowned and rushed to the door, banging on it and shouting, "Chu Yang, you can leave, but what is the meaning of locking the door?" His tone was laced with anger as he pounded on the door. Even without seeing him, Chu Yang could envision Huang Tianzi's frantic state within. With a smirk, he replied, "Just stay put. When we return, the door will be opened." With this parting remark, Chu Yang turned his back and departed, leaving Huang Tianzi seething inside. At that moment, one of Huang Tianzi's subordinates approached, expressing concern. "Young Master Huang, do you think Chu Yang has devised a means of escape, thus locking us in?" This suggestion sparked a realization in Huang Tianzi. There was indeed a possibility. By locking the door, Chu Yang had left them with no retreat, perhaps intending for them to fend for themselves. However, upon further reflection, he recalled that their phones remained with them, even if they were confined. They could still send a distress signal for rescue. Moreover, given the dangers lurking outside, venturing out recklessly could lead to injury or death, making it a considerable risk. Ultimately, for Huang Tianzi, any glimmer of hope was sufficient. He smacked his subordinate on the head, admonishing, "You and your pessimistic thoughts. You wouldn't wish for us to remain trapped here, would you?" Sensing Huang Tianzi's displeasure, the subordinate quickly retreated. As Huang Tianzi returned, he was met with concerned gazes from his companions. "Young Master Huang, have we truly been locked in?" A timid voice queried, belonging to Lu Kaiwei. This question ignited a flurry of anxious chatter among the others. "Do you think they intend to abandon us here to perish?" The rising din was unbearable, prompting Huang Tianzi to shout, "Enough. Quiet down. Chu Yang and the others will not leave. Our phones are still here." Hearing this, the group settled down, reassured by the presence of their phones. Meanwhile, Chu Yang had successfully led his group out of the research facility. The surrounding forest bore a desolate appearance, with fallen branches and leaves carpeting the ground, accompanied by the mournful cries of distant animals. Were it not for their collective spirit, some would have already succumbed to fear. Upon observing the debris, Chu Yang halted their progress. "Everyone, gather some twigs and stones. I will teach you to create a simple slingshot." At his command, the group dispersed to collect the necessary materials, finding them readily available in the forest. Soon, they reconvened. With the slingshots crafted, they began their pursuit of prey. The forest teemed with small creatures perched in the trees, yet their agility made them elusive targets. Fortunately, several members of the team possessed childhood experience with slingshots, easily securing some small animals. Others quickly followed suit, joining in the hunt. Just as the group immersed themselves in their endeavor, a piercing scream echoed from the distance. Lu Kaiwei was in distress. Chapter 39. Zhu Yanji's subtle thoughts. Chu Yang stood alone in the center of the room, observing the bustling crowd around him, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. He understood that this survival game had only just commenced, having just reassured Zhu Yanji. A cacophony of heated arguments erupted from the upper floor. What on earth is happening? Chu Yang grasped Lin Hai, who was rushing down, his tone somber. "Brother Chu, a massive iron door has been discovered on the 3rd floor. Some wish to open it, while others fear it may be a den of monsters. And they are arguing fiercely. No one can calm them down." Lin Hai gasped, his face etched with urgency. Releasing Wang Dong, Chu Yang hastened towards the staircase. Long before reaching the 3rd floor, the deafening clamor became increasingly distinct. "Open it. There must be treasures inside." A man with a bushy beard waved his arms animatedly, spitting as he spoke. "Are you insane? What if it is filled with those monsters? Do you wish to doom us all?" A frail young man, his complexion ashen, trembled as he retorted. "Coward, too afraid to seize the opportunity. What is the point of living?" The bearded man sneered disdainfully, spitting on the ground. The young man attempted to counter, but was shoved aside by the bearded man, nearly losing his balance. "Silence!" Chu Yang's voice boomed like thunder, resonating through the corridor. The crowd fell instantly silent, their gazes fixed upon him. "Brother Chu, how do we open this door?" Wang Dong inquired, stepping closer. Chu Yang approached the iron door, scrutinizing its formidable structure. Its rusted surface felt cold and unyielding to the touch. He surveyed the surroundings, noting that the arguing crowd had gradually quieted, their attention now centered on him. Enough of this noise, Chu Yang spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his authority was undeniable. This door must be opened. The bearded man immediately sprang forth, exclaiming, Brother Chu has the courage. I knew there would be treasures within, unlike some cowards who fear everything. What is the point of living? He cast a taunting glance at the frail young man. The young man recoiled, retreating a step, too intimidated to respond. Chu Yang ignored the bearded man's provocation. In his previous life, he had never heard of Huang Tianxi encountering any monsters in this building, leading him to conclude that it was unlikely to be a lair of beasts. Rather, it was more probable that it housed a storeroom for supplies. Wang Dong, summon a few strong individuals to see if we can force the door open. Wang Dong nodded and called over several robust men. The burly men cracked their knuckles, eager to impress Chu Yang with their strength. Stand clear. The bearded man bellowed, charging forward and violently slamming into the iron door with his shoulder. A resounding crash echoed. Yet the door remained unyielding, while the bearded man staggered back from the recoil, nearly falling. I'll give it a try. Another sturdy man surged forward, exerting all his might against the door. However, the result was the same. The door stood firm. After several failed attempts, the crowd's enthusiasm began to wane, and whispers filled the air. This door is too thick. It's impossible to break through. Could it be locked with a mechanism? I think we should just give up. What if there truly are monsters inside? Chu Yang crouched down, meticulously examining the lock and the door's seams. This door was indeed exceptionally heavy and exquisitely crafted. Unlike any typical building's entrance, he knocked on the door's surface, producing a dull thud that suggested it was solid. Brother Chu, this door seems quite troublesome. Wang Dong expressed, a hint of discouragement in his voice. Shall we explore other areas first? Chu Yang rose, furrowing his brow. He had a nagging feeling that something significant lay hidden behind this door. However, it was futile. It simply would not budge. Dusting off his hands, he surveyed the crowd, inhaled deeply, and declared in a low voice, This door cannot be opened for now. Let us set it aside. We will first clear the first and second floors and settle in. The bearded man grumbled in dissatisfaction. I thought we would find something valuable. What a waste of effort. Chu Yang shot him a glance, but said nothing, turning to head towards the staircase. Lin Hai followed closely behind, and the others gradually trailed after them. Brother Chu, this building appears quite sturdy. It should be safe, right? Lin Hai asked as they walked. Safety is relative, Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. We are still unaware of the circumstances on this island. We must remain vigilant. Upon reaching the first floor, they began clearing debris and refuse. Shattered furniture, scattered books, rotting food, and various forms of waste accumulated in heaps. This place is utterly revolting, a woman complained, pinching her nose. What good does it do to complain now? Another man retorted impatiently. Let us get to work. Only once it's clean can we inhabit it. Chu Yang assigned tasks, and the group dispersed to fulfill their duties. Zhu Yinji, however, dawdled over to Chu Yang's side, feigning casualness as she asked, Chu Yang, may I help you with the cleanup here? Chu Yang glanced at her, noting the faint blush on her cheeks. He felt a flicker of suspicion. What scheme was she concocting now? Do as you wish, Chu Yang replied coolly, not refusing her offer. Zhu Yinji felt a surge of delight and grabbed a broom, pretending to sweep the floor. Surely, it was reasonable for her to reside in the area she had cleaned. The cleaning efforts continued for several hours, and the group, drenched in sweat, finally managed to tidy the first and second floors. At last, we can rest, Wang Dong exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground and panting heavily. The others followed suit, each taking a moment to recuperate. Chu Yang approached the window, gazing out at the overcast sky. Siyun, Zhu Yinji, Wang Dong, these individuals who had faced life and death alongside him were to return home together. Brother Chu, what are you thinking about? Siyun inquired softly as she approached him. Chu Yang turned to her and smiled. Nothing much, just contemplating our next course of action. Siyun grasped his hand. Chu Yang gently patted her hand, speaking softly. I will check the basement. There may be some clues hidden there. Siyun watched him with concern. Be careful, okay? Do not worry, Chu Yang assured her with a reassuring glance before turning towards the basement entrance. He flicked on his flashlight, meticulously searching every corner. The walls bore faded photographs, the smiles of those captured within appearing stiff and unnatural. Chu Yang flipped through them, hoping to uncover information he had previously overlooked. Suddenly, he noticed peculiar markings on the back of one photograph. Carefully, he removed it and illuminated the back with his flashlight, revealing a line of small text inscribed, "The world must change." At that moment, a figure appeared in the basement. It was Zhu Yinji. Chapter 40. The mutated bat. How did you get here? Chu Yang asked in astonishment. Zhu Yinji smiled and approached him, saying, I came to assist you. How did you know I was here? Chu Yang inquired, puzzled. I took a guess, Zhu Yinji replied playfully, blinking her eyes mischievously. Chu Yang remained silent, gazing intently at her. After a moment of mutual staring, Zhu Yinji conceded, exclaiming, All right, When I saw you weren't lying down, I figured you must have returned to the basement. So, I came to help you look for clues. I thought you were bored enough to follow me around. Who would be that bored? The two began to search each corner diligently. Dust danced in the beams of light. There's really nothing here, Zhu Yinzi lamented, holding up a broken electronic tube that emitted a hollow echo when shaken. Chu Yang walked over, picked up a metal box, inspected it briefly, and set it back down. It appears they have indeed cleaned this place thoroughly, he remarked calmly, seemingly unfazed by the outcome. Then have we worked in vain? Zhu Yinzi pouted, displaying her discontent. She had originally hoped to uncover some significant clue in the basement, such as research logs, but it now seemed that hope was in vain, not entirely pointless. Chu Yang replied with a subtle smile. At least we have confirmed that there is no danger here. Zhu Yinzi shot him a glare. What kind of gain is that? I was expecting to find some treasure. Ignoring her complaints, Chu Yang continued to illuminate the surrounding walls with his flashlight. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence of the basement, sharp and jarring, sending a shockwave through both Chu Yang and Zhu Yinzi. They exchanged glances, curiosity evident in their eyes. Without hesitation, they dashed toward the staircase. What is happening? Zhu Yinzi asked breathlessly as they ran. Chu Yang did not respond, his brow furrowed. He gripped his flashlight tighter and quickened his pace. Upon reaching the upper floor, the sight before them elicited a collective gasp. The living room window was shattered, and a massive black figure was attempting to squeeze through. It bore wings like a bat and sharp claws, its size comparable to that of an adult human. The women in the room had already huddled together in fear, their screams echoing. What the hell is that thing? One of them cried out, her voice trembling. Siyun clutched Siyu's hand tightly, her face pale, lips quivering, yet unable to utter a word. A mutated bat? Chu Yang squinted, rapidly analyzing the situation before him. He had only seen such creatures in science fiction films. He never expected to encounter one in reality. What do we do? Zhu Yinzi clutched Chu Yang's arm, her voice trembling with fear. Although she was typically proud, facing such a terrifying creature was daunting. Wang Dong, protect them. Chu Yang commanded decisively, shouting at Wang Dong. Though Wang Dong was also frightened, he forced himself to remain calm upon hearing Chu Yang's order. He positioned himself behind the women, gripping a wooden stick tightly, ready to fend off the monster's assault. Chu Yang picked up a shard of glass from the ground, his gaze icy and resolute. He understood that this was not the time for fear. They had to find a way to deal with the creature. Chu Yang, be careful, Zhu Yinzi called out anxiously. Disregarding her warning, Chu Yang took a deep breath and shouted at the panicking women, stop screaming. It's just a big bat. What is there to be afraid of? It will leave once the sun rises. He waved the shard of glass nonchalantly. We're all carbon-based life forms. What is there to fear? Just kill it. Wang Dong, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and shouted in agreement. Right. What is there to be scared of? Back when I was killing chickens, this thing was still suckling. Although his wooden stick trembled like that of a Parkinson's patient, he at least projected some bravado. Siyun clung tightly to Suyu, her face a ghostly white. But the fear in her eyes had begun to dissipate. Zhu Yinzi looked at Chu Yang with suspicion, thinking, this guy, clearly just as nervous as the rest of us, is putting on an indifferent facade. However, his words did bring some comfort. The enormous bat seemed enraged by Chu Yang's shout, emitting a piercing screech as it lunged toward the window. Shards of broken glass exploded outward, creating a cacophony of sound. Watch out, Wang Dong shouted, startled, brandishing his wooden stick. Come on, beast. Today, I'll show you my might. Seeing this, Chu Yang couldn't help but smile slightly. Wang Dong was quite the character. He swiftly moved forward, aiming the glass shard at the bat's eyes and thrusting it with force. The bat let out a chilling wail, its massive form recoiling sharply. Well done, Chu Yang, Zhu Yinzi exclaimed excitedly. Noticing Chu Yang's attack had been effective, the others began to pick up stones and sticks from the ground, hurling them at the bat. Hit it. Kill this monster. Chu Yang sensed the bat's hostility, a chill running down his spine. He realized that the bat's intelligence was far beyond what he had anticipated. Everyone, be careful. It's going to attack, Chu Yang shouted, tightening his grip on the shard of glass. Indeed, the bat let out a sharp screech and dove down, targeting Chu Yang directly. Anticipating the move, Chu Yang sidestepped just in time. The bat's claws barely grazed him, but its speed was astounding, the wind from its wings stinging Chu Yang's cheek. Damn it! Chu Yang cursed under his breath. He scanned the environment and suddenly had an idea. Wang Dong, lure it in closer. Wang Dong, though confused by Chu Yang's intent, immediately complied. He pulled a lighter from his pocket, ignited a piece of cloth, and tossed it toward the bat. The bat emitted a heart-wrenching cry, its massive body thrashing in the air. The flames illuminated its figure, revealing that its wings were indeed ablaze. Got it. Chu Yang felt a surge of hope. Victory was within reach. However, just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The burning bat's claws suddenly lunged towards Su Yun with astonishing speed. Su Yun, watch out. Chu Yang's pupils dilated, and his heart sank. In a split second, he forcefully shoved Su Yun aside. Ah, Su Yun gasped, falling to the ground. The next moment, the flaming bat crashed into Chu Yang, its sharp claws tearing through his clothing and leaving deep gashes on his chest. Chu Yang! Su Yun and Zhu Yinzi exclaimed in unison. Chu Yang let out a muffled groan, sent flying across the room, and landed heavily on the ground. Chu Yang! Zhu Yinzi rushed forward without hesitation, desperately embracing him. Su Yun quickly reacted, running over to assist. Throughout their journey, they were engrossed in discussing their hunting experiences, oblivious to the events unfolding ahead. Chu Yang turned his head to gaze at Lu Kaiwei, who wore a gentle smile, perhaps indicating that she had misheard. His tone carried a hint of reassurance. Since no one else had heard anything, Lu Kaiwei dismissed her concerns with a nod. They continued walking, chatting amiably. Suddenly, a loud howl echoed from the front. Instantly, everyone halted in unison, their bodies momentarily frozen. After a brief silence, a flurry of chatter erupted. Did you hear that? What was that sound? Was it from up ahead? As they conversed, a veil of fear began to shroud their hearts. At that moment, Wang Dong found it hard to believe. They had thought Lu Kaiwei had misinterpreted, yet it seemed there truly was something ahead. Lu Kaiwei nodded in affirmation. Chu Yang realized that they could no longer proceed recklessly. He turned and called out to the group. Everyone, ready your weapons and prepare for battle. As soon as he spoke, they hurriedly drew the weapons they had fashioned before their hunting expedition. Chu Yang led them onward, but their pace significantly slowed, each step more cautious than the last. Before long, a sudden red glow emerged ahead. Chu Yang halted, squinting to discern what lay before them. He could vaguely make out something obstructing their path. The red light flickered erratically, and Chu Yang's heart raced with caution. He urged the group to move forward slowly. As they approached, he realized that the red glimmer emanated from the eyes of some creature. However, the darkness made it impossible to identify what it was. Gripping his weapon tightly, he continued to advance, aware that no one could ascertain whether the creature was friendly or hostile, or if it would launch an attack. Before they could venture much further, the creature suddenly lunged at them. Chu Yang shouted, "Scatter!" Responding to his command, everyone dispersed to the sides, and the creature was fully revealed before them. It had what appeared to be horns atop its head and a tail, resembling a large, powerful quadruped. Chu Yang began to speculate, could this be another mutated creature? Chapter 52, Defeating the Beast. However, given the urgency of the situation, he had no time for further contemplation. His previous assessment indicated that the creature bore no goodwill and was intent on attacking. If they did not eliminate it, their escape from the forest and return to the research institute would be impossible. Without delay, Chu Yang raised his hand and launched an attack using his slingshot. His actions caught the creature's attention. Its glowing red eyes fixated on him, and it charged forward without hesitation. "Quick, scatter!" Chu Yang shouted again. Fortunately, everyone reacted swiftly and evaded its attack. Seizing the moment, Chu Yang continued, "I will draw its attention. Take this opportunity to strike." Having missed Chu Yang, the beast continued its assault in his direction. In this perilous situation, Chu Yang opted for a defensive approach. He retreated, relying on his agility to avoid its strikes. Yet, the creature's massive size posed a challenge. If this continued, his stamina would inevitably wane, and he would be left vulnerable. As he ran, his mind raced with ideas. Although the group was consistently attacking the beast with their slingshots, the small stones barely affected it. After sprinting for about half a minute, an idea struck him. Since they were in the forest, why not utilize the terrain to their advantage against this beast? Its sheer size meant its limbs were likely not very nimble. If they leveraged this fact, they could potentially defeat it. As he ran, Chu Yang scanned the trees until he found one that was distant yet unobstructed. This is it, he thought to himself. He dashed toward the tree, summoning all his strength, and just as the creature was a mere half-meter away, he abruptly veered to the side. The beast, however, lacked such agility and crashed into the tree with tremendous force, toppling to the ground. Shaking its head, it attempted to rise. In that instant, Chu Yang surged forward, wielding an electric baton, and struck fiercely. While a mere stick would have had minimal impact, a baton charged with electricity was formidable. The creature collapsed, rendered motionless. Not entirely reassured, Chu Yang delivered a few more decisive blows with the baton before finally retracting it. As the group gathered around, Wang Dong wrapped his arm around Chu Yang's shoulders, his eyes brimming with emotion. "Brother Chu, you truly scared me. You kept evading that creature for so long. I feared you might slip up and be caught." His voice was laced with concern. Chu Yang gave his arm a reassuring pat. "Do not worry, I am quite resilient." As they examined the colossal beast, curiosity sparked discussion. What is this creature? One with both legs and a tail. Indeed, it is unlike anything we have ever seen. Chu Yang's thoughts were drawn back to the matter at hand. Circling the beast, his brow furrowed in concentration. Upon closer inspection, he became even more convinced that he had never encountered such a creature. Luxe speculated, this cannot be another mutated being, akin to the humanoid bat we encountered earlier. Her tone betrayed disbelief. Once she spoke, all eyes turned to her. Momentarily taken aback, she began to articulate her thoughts. Look at its horns. They resemble those of a moose. She then approached the beast's tail, pointing it out. Its tail resembles that of a lion. Chuyang chimed in. But its body shape is reminiscent of an elephant. Luxe nodded in agreement, realizing that this was a detail she had overlooked. Indeed, it bore similarities to the humanoid bat they had previously encountered, appearing bat-like yet undeniably human. Having reached this conclusion, the likelihood of this being another mutation seemed overwhelmingly probable. With darkness now fully enveloping the forest, and having dealt with the obstructing beast, it was imperative to return to the research institute. Chuyang called out to the group, enough staring. It is dark, and staying outside is unsafe. Let us hasten back. With that, he gestured for everyone to follow. After a few steps, he turned to add, stay close. Do not fall behind. Meanwhile, back at the research institute, Huang Tianxi and his team grew increasingly anxious. One of his subordinates approached him, hesitantly speaking, young Master Huang, do you think they might have run off without us, given they have not returned so late? As soon as the words left his mouth, Huang Tianxi smacked his head. How would I know? He replied brusquely. Naturally. His subordinates chose not to continue their futile endeavor and departed. However, after their exit, Huang Tianxi could not resist glancing outside, where darkness had enveloped everything, rendering visibility impossible. A flicker of doubt stirred within him. Had Chuyang and his companions truly discovered a means to escape this place? Although he and Chuyang were adversaries, in the face of life-threatening peril, it was improbable that Chuyang would abandon them entirely. As his impatience grew, a sound of unlocking came from the main door. Instinctively, Huang Tianxi shifted his gaze towards the entrance. When the door swung open, he was met with the sight of Chuyang's face, instantly calming his tumultuous thoughts. Huang Tianxi rose and strode confidently towards Chuyang, hands on hips, exuding an air of superiority. I never expected you to return. One might think you perished outside, he remarked. Without pausing for a moment to rest, Huang Tianxi began to irritate Chuyang, who offered him a cold glare in response. Disappointed, Huang Xiao? Chuyang retorted with a sneer before retreating to his territory. Observing the group that entered with Chuyang, Huang Tianxi noted that each individual carried a considerable bounty from their hunt, indicating their successful expedition. He scoffed, preferring the security of resources acquired safely over their reckless exploits. Chapter 53. The dysfunctional phone. Wang Dong approached Chuyang, expressing his distaste for Huang Tianxi's boastful demeanor, which had grown tiresome. Chuyang shrugged, acknowledging the necessity of their current collaboration. Exhausted from the day's hunting, the group retired early, eager to restore their energy. The forthcoming days promised tranquility as they awaited the repair of the phone. The prospect of leaving this place lifted Chuyang's spirits, and he silently hoped that no other creatures would attack the research facility before the phone was fixed. Gradually, he drifted into slumber. The anticipation for the phone's repair, coupled with a lack of pressing difficulties, rendered the next 2 days remarkably serene. Even Huang Tianxi, typically one for petty antics, subdued his frivolous behavior. Yet, this calm was not destined to last. On the third morning, as everyone busied themselves with their routines, the technician repairing the phone approached Chuyang, tapping him on the shoulder. Turning to face him, Chuyang's expression revealed a hint of surprise, leading to a flurry of conjecture within his mind. Before the technician could speak, Chuyang inquired, how is it? Has the phone been repaired? He lowered his voice, wishing to avoid drawing attention. However, despite his carefulness, Huang Tianxi observed their exchange. Upon hearing Chuyang's question, the technician nodded. Come with me to take a look. Together, they proceeded to the area where the phone was being repaired. The technician rummaged through a pile of items until he unearthed the device. Just as he was about to hand it to Chuyang, Huang Tianxi lunged forward, seizing the phone before either man could react. The abrupt turn of events left Chuyang wide-eyed in disbelief as he stared at Huang Tianxi. As Huang Tianxi prepared to operate the phone, Chuyang pounced forward like a ravenous wolf intent on reclaiming it. Their commotion attracted the attention of the others, with Su Yu and Wang Dong, who shared a close rapport with Chuyang, rushing to his side. Huang Tianxi, having finally secured the phone, was unwilling to relinquish it easily. He swiftly dodged, raising the phone high above his head, taunting, "Are you all useless? Why aren't you stopping him?" His loud proclamation jolted his subordinates into action, forming a protective barrier around Huang Tianxi. Witnessing the struggle over the phone, the assembled crowd grasped the situation. Chuyang's allies quickly rallied behind him. Alone, Chu Yang could not hope to breach the defenses of Huang Tianxi's men and reluctantly withdrew. The frustration among Chu Yang's supporters surged as one man shouted, "Chu Ge, we found the phone. How can he just take it?" Others echoed his sentiment, asserting their claim over the hard-earned device. In a moment of fervor, one voice rose above the rest. "Let us band together and take the phone back." This rallying cry empowered the crowd, and they began to advance towards Huang Tianxi. In response, he raised the phone higher. "If you don't want anything to happen to it, then stay back." His threat was blatant, yet it did little to quell the rising tide of rebellion. Faced with the potential loss of their only hope, the group hesitated, unwilling to accept defeat. As Chu Yang took a step forward, Huang Tianxi barked, "Don't come any closer." Aware that stabilizing Huang Tianxi was paramount to protecting the phone, Chu Yang replied calmly, "Fine, I want to approach. But you know this phone belongs to us, and it's only right that it is returned to its rightful owners." He endeavored to reason with Huang Tianxi. Their gazes locked. Both men concealed ulterior motives. Ignoring Chu Yang's plea, Huang Tianxi powered on the phone, inciting anxiety among the onlookers as they sensed the tension rising once more. Unable to contain himself, Huang Tianxi shouted, "If you come any closer, I won't hesitate to be ruthless." His tone was sharp and authoritative. Concerned about another potential uprising, he added, "Let me make this clear. I must be the first to make a call. If you attempt to take the phone from me, I will destroy it so that none of you can use it." His fierce gaze swept across the crowd before settling on Chu Yang. In that brief moment of understanding, Huang Tianxi lowered his eyes to the phone and began dialing. With each digit pressed, a tone echoed ominously, and as the 11th tone rang out, the crowd held their breath. No one knew the identity of the person being called, but they all yearned for the moment of connection. When Huang Tianxi finally pressed the call button, a mechanical voice declared, "Your call has been disconnected." In an instant, all hope shattered. His expression morphed into one of disbelief as he dialed again, only to be met with the same disheartening result. Staring at the phone in frustration, Huang Tianxi raised it high and smashed it to the ground with a resounding crash. The sound froze everyone in place. Chu Yang, standing at the forefront, observed each of Huang Tianxi's movements, and a heavy weight settled in his chest, as though all hope had been extinguished. The moment the phone shattered upon impact, a dark object tumbled out from within. Realizing something was amiss, Chu Yang sprang forward, swiftly retrieving the black object. As he drew closer, he discerned that it was, in fact, a chip. The item had already fallen into Chu Yang's hands, leaving Huang Tianxi utterly bewildered by the turn of events. He stood motionless, staring at Chu Yang, demanding to know what he had just taken. In Chapter 54, Expelling Huang Tianxi, it appeared that the shock had rattled Huang Tianxi, causing his voice to tremble slightly, and his expression twisted into a grimace. Chu Yang clutched the object he had just found tightly, lifting his gaze to meet Huang Tianxi's cold stare. Since Huang Tianxi had already smashed the phone, he no longer held any leverage to threaten them. Taking a step forward, Chu Yang's fierce aura seemed to push Huang Tianxi back. "What I hold in my hand is of no concern to you." After uttering these words, he approached the man repairing the phone. He then opened his hand, inquiring, "Have you seen this before while fixing phones?" The man scrutinized the object, scratched his head, and shook it in resignation. "I honestly haven't encountered this while repairing phones." Receiving no useful information, Chu Yang decided not to squander any more time. However, an inexplicable premonition lingered within him. This chip was undoubtedly no ordinary piece. Gradually, he drew closer to Huang Tianxi, his entourage following suit. Recalling his recent actions, Huang Tianxi, aware of his moral failing, dared not confront them. A hint of panic flashed in his eyes as he retreated step by step. "What do you intend to do?" His earlier bravado had waned significantly. Once Huang Tianxi found himself with no route of escape, Chu Yang halted. He glared intently at Huang Tianxi. "You destroyed the phone we found, which clearly reflects your attitude." As Chu Yang spoke, there was a subtle, menacing undertone in his voice, though his tone was not heavy. Every word struck Huang Tianxi with considerable impact. "We can no longer collaborate." Chu Yang's tone was icy. After saying this, he turned to the crowd behind him and commanded, "Expel Huang Tianxi and his companions." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted with excitement. Huang Tianxi's earlier threats had stoked their simmering anger, and now they finally had an outlet for their frustrations. Chu Yang remained in place as his followers gradually closed in, using their collective energy to force Huang Tianxi back. Huang Tianxi was acutely aware of the dangers lurking outside. "Why should I leave? I exchanged supplies with you." He deliberately raised his voice. "Unless you return my electric baton." Having just smashed the phone they had found, Huang Tianxi audaciously attempted to negotiate. Chu Yang scoffed. Fully aware of the electric baton's significance in their recent victory over a fierce beast, he would not relinquish it so easily. "Huang Tianxi, do not attempt to play the fool. Have you forgotten how you shattered the phone?" The phone is useless for calls, so what does it matter if I broke it? He spoke defensively. We found the phone, so you have no justification for destroying it. Surely, using the phone to barter for the baton is fair? With the conversation reaching this point, Huang Tianzi comprehended that Chu Yang was determined to expel him. Seizing the moment, while both parties were still relatively amicable, he ceased his struggles and called out to his followers, "Brothers, let us go." A throng of people followed Huang Tianzi, preparing to depart. But he glanced back at Chu Yang, proclaiming, "Do not worry. You shall reap the consequences later." He wore a self-assured expression. Unexpectedly, Chu Yang merely smiled and waved him off, suggesting, "Perhaps you should first consider how to spend your night, young Master Huang." This remark did not infuriate Huang Tianzi, rather. He smiled in return, mistaking Chu Yang's demeanor for arrogance. Meanwhile, several individuals lingered, exchanging furtive glances, appearing conspicuously uneasy. Huang Tianzi halted, scrutinizing the group, and upon realizing they were his subordinates, he furrowed his brow and approached them impatiently. "What are you doing lingering here? Everyone else has left. Do you expect a crowd to wait for you?" He gestured towards Chu Yang's group, who had already issued the expulsion order. "Why are you clinging on like this?" Huang Tianzi's previous irritation had found an outlet, and he unleashed a tirade upon his subordinates. Yet, they remained rooted in place, appearing hesitant. Sensing something amiss, Huang Tianzi's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He grabbed a subordinate by the hair, compelling him to meet his gaze. Huang Tianzi's eyes were fierce while the subordinates darted about nervously. "I advise you to be honest. Speak up. What do you intend to do?" At this juncture, one of the subordinates hesitantly began, "Young master, it's not that we do not want to follow you, but it's simply too dangerous outside." Before he could finish, another chimed in, "Yes, we've only just found a safe haven. Leaving now seems unwise." He sighed despondently. They exchanged glances, fully aware of the displeasure etched on Huang Tianzi's face. Yet, the conversation needed to continue. "We feel that following Brother Chu would be quite beneficial," one of them finally admitted. Huang Tianzi snickered. "You haven't even chosen a side yet you're already calling him Brother Chu." He then gestured for several bodyguards to step forward. They surrounded the dissenters, and one bodyguard, in a stern tone, demanded, "Are you leaving or not? If not, do not blame us for being forceful." Hearing this, the subordinates exchanged glances but remained unmoved. Huang Tianzi's temper flared further upon witnessing their inaction. Seeing that they were unresponsive, the bodyguards ceased their words and began to forcibly push them away. Perhaps the bodyguards' actions ignited a spark within them. This time, they retaliated against the bodyguards in an attempt to break free from their grasp. "Ah, so you wish to follow Chu Yang, do you? I shall not allow that." He called for additional bodyguards to assist. Despite their numbers, the subordinates struggled in vain against the bodyguards' hold. Huang Tianzi stepped forward, scrutinizing them with a discerning gaze. "I never anticipated that being expelled could present an opportunity to reveal your true colors as traitors." This scene unfolded before Chu Yang and his group, who merely regarded it as a spectacle. After all, Huang Tianzi had committed numerous unjust acts over the past days. It was only natural for his subordinates to harbor dissent, even to the point of betrayal. In Chapter 55, The Handgun, Huang Tianzi returned to face the crowd, and this time, he seemed genuinely prepared to depart. He led his followers a few steps forward before suddenly halting, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Huang Tianzi swiftly turned to face Chu Yang's group, drawing a handgun from behind him. Upon seeing the firearm, the crowd instinctively widened their eyes in shock, murmuring among themselves, "Is that a handgun in his hand? Where did he acquire a firearm?" Even Chu Yang felt perplexed. They had been aware of Huang Tianzi's circumstances when they allowed him entry. Logically, the electric baton was the rarest item they possessed. How could he possibly have a handgun? Chu Yang's vigilance heightened as he fixated on the weapon in Huang Tianzi's grasp, fearing that a momentary lapse could lead to someone being harmed. Huang Tianzi, one hand fiddling with his ear, brandished the handgun with a sense of pride. "Surprised, are you? I actually possess a handgun." With a flourish, he resumed his stance, brandishing the firearm confidently. "I trust you are aware that this handgun is prone to accidental discharges. If, by misfortune, someone were to be harmed." Huang Tianzi smirked lightly, "Then I would be helpless." Chu Yang stood silently, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Beside him, Wang Dong cautiously inquired, "Chu Ge, what shall we do now?" Ziyu, overhearing, could not restrain himself from adding, "Indeed, though we are numerous, this handgun cannot be dealt with by mere numbers." In response to their queries, Chu Yang maintained his composure, adapting to the circumstances. Observing their frantic demeanor, Huang Tianzi erupted into laughter. "Let me make it clear, I will not be leaving. If anyone is to go, it shall be you." With that, he led his entourage back to his territory, leisurely taking a seat. Huang Tianzi's subordinates, aware of their advantage, wore smug expressions. As they settled in, The others could no longer remain passive. Huang Tianxi, you shameless wretch. This is our territory. By what right do you remain here? Get out. The protests reached Huang Tianxi's ears, unpleasant and relentless. Yet, it was of little concern to him. He continued to sit leisurely. Seeing Huang Tianxi unmoved, several burly men charged forward, intent on confronting him. At this moment, Chu Yang's heart raced. Just as he opened his mouth to caution against rashness, Huang Tianxi raised his handgun and fired at one of the men. With a resounding bang, a man collapsed to the ground. All eyes turned to him, relieved that Huang Tianxi had only shot him in the thigh, causing him to writhe and scream in agony. The men who had rushed forward hesitated, collectively lifting their injured companion and retreating to the crowd. Huang Tianxi stood, his expression icy. He addressed Chu Yang. Had you refrained from aggression, we could have coexisted peacefully. However, since you insist on making this a spectacle, I am left with no choice. With that, he gestured, and his followers surged toward Chu Yang's group, targeting not the minor subordinates, but the core figures. Leveraging their numerical and firearm advantages, Huang Tianxi swiftly subdued Chu Yang and his companions. Wang Dong could no longer contain his outrage. Huang Tianxi, you disgraceful coward. I have always held you in contempt for your bullying. Huang Tianxi, upon hearing Wang Dong's words, could not suppress a chuckle. He approached Wang Dong, lowering himself to meet his gaze, and playfully patted his cheek. Wang Dong, do you realize how comical you appear right now? He then turned to Chu Yang, repeating the gesture. Surprised, are we? Reflect on your previous arrogance. Now you find yourself in utter disarray. Chu Yang's expression, already as frigid as ice, darkened further at Huang Tianxi's taunts. After delivering his remarks, he stood and issued commands to his men. Bind them at the entrance, a few of you stay to watch over them. Despite the potential disloyalty of Huang Tianxi's subordinates, they executed their task with remarkable efficiency, swiftly binding Chu Yang and the others at the entrance. Huang Tianxi approached, observing the struggles of his captives with a satisfied smile. You are not entirely useless. Tied here, you can serve as bait for bats, correct? He beamed with self-satisfaction and then directed his attention to the remnants of Chu Yang's group. You lot, just keep an eye on them. As he prepared to depart, two individuals suddenly stood up, exclaiming, Young Master Huang, wait. Hearing their voices, Huang Tianxi halted. We wish to pledge our loyalty to you, unwaveringly. Their companions glared at them, filled with resentment. Historically, fence-sitters have been despised. Having aligned with Chu Yang in power, now they sought favor with Huang Tianxi, a despicable betrayal. The two men felt trepidation but were taken aback when Huang Tianxi readily consented. Very well, step forward. Their faces reflected surprise, and they quickly became sycophantic, trailing behind Huang Tianxi. At that moment, Huang Tianxi recalled an important detail. Just days prior, Chu Yang had led his men on a hunting expedition, and logically, a substantial amount of supplies should remain. With Chu Yang's group subdued, their resources naturally fell under Huang Tianxi's control. He commanded his men to transport all of Chu Yang's supplies to his domain. The onlookers seethed with resentment at Huang Tianxi's every action, yet they were powerless to intervene, forced to watch as he seized the spoils of their labor. Once everything was arranged, Huang Tianxi stealthily approached a hidden door within the research facility. Even the handgun in his possession had been acquired through this secretive entrance. Chapter 56. The victory is already assured this time. Huang Tianxi sought to explore the hidden door for additional treasures. After all, the more leverage he possessed, the greater his autonomy. However, after thoroughly searching the darkened passage, he found no new discoveries aside from the handgun he had previously unearthed. This wretched place yields no treasures, he muttered in frustration. Reluctantly, he departed. As dusk approached, signaling the dinner hour, Huang Tianxi contemplated the bounty he had appropriated from Chu Yang. Seated, he clasped his waist with one arm while stroking his chin with the other, his gaze fixed intently. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a triumphant smile graced his lips as he stood and spun around, clapping his hands. His subordinates turned their attention to him, intrigued. With hands on his hips, he exuberantly declared, Once we suffered from hunger, but now, with this abundance of food, let us feast, brothers. The crowd's expressions shifted to disbelief, exchanging glances. Young master, are you serious? One of the men shouted. Before he could finish, another interjected. But these supplies are from Chu Yang's hall. If we consume them, won't they? Huang Tianxi shot him a fierce glare. So what if they are? Have you not noticed that they are currently bound at the entrance? What can they do to us? His tone bore a hint of ire, and his expression darkened slightly. Nevertheless, Huang Tianxi's buoyant mood was not easily dampened. He quickly regained his jovial demeanor. Do not fret. This is now our territory, and everything here belongs to us. Eat to your heart's content. He gestured toward the pile of provisions. Take as much as you desire. Feast on whatever you wish. With Huang Tianxi's clear invitation, the men hesitated no longer. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation as they lunged toward the food like ravenous wolves, eager to claim their share. Before him stood a throng, each individual clutching meat in their left hand and another piece in their right, ravenously tearing into their feast. Witnessing this spectacle, Huang Tianxi's face broke into a satisfied grin. The supplies he had previously bartered with Chu Yang were already ample for their needs. However, now that they had come into possession of additional bounty, it was only natural to indulge in it. Yet, what brought Huang Tianxi the utmost comfort was not merely the prospect of relishing this surplus of food, but rather the knowledge that these provisions had been brought back at great peril by Chu Yang and his companions, only to be consumed with abandon by them now. The crowd resembled famished wolves, devouring food with reckless abandon, yet they were mere mortals. How could they possibly consume such vast quantities? Those remnants of food, half-eaten and left uneaten, were carelessly discarded on the ground. Additionally, some less appetizing herbs were thrown into disarray during their frantic search for sustenance. The mere thought of Chu Yang's expression upon witnessing this scene brought Huang Tianxi immense joy. Everyone, eat to your heart's content. Do not fret about waste. The goal is simply to enjoy. Huang Tianxi shouted, seemingly directing his words at Chu Yang and his group. Outside the door, Wang Dong and Siyu could no longer contain their fury, cursing Huang Tianxi vehemently. This Huang Tianxi is truly inhumane. Those supplies were procured at the risk of my life. If I could just burst in there, I would make him pay. The others, bound alongside them, burned with indignation, their eyes ablaze with rage. At that moment, Wang Dong turned to Chu Yang, asking, "Brother Chu, what shall we do now? We are tied up, and they are feasting at our expense." His voice trembled with resentment and anger. Chu Yang, suppressing his own fury, realized he was powerless for the moment. After all, Huang Tianxi wielded a firearm, and they must wait for an opportune moment. Observing Chu Yang's helplessness, Wang Dong and Suyu began to struggle against their bindings, seeking to free themselves. Just then, Huang Tianxi approached, knocking on the door. Aware of his presence, Wang Dong and Suyu immediately ceased their movements, turning to look inside. To their shock, it was indeed Huang Tianxi. Their anger flared anew, and Wang Dong shouted, "Huang Tianxi, you are truly despicable," watching him howl like a rabid dog. Huang Tianxi merely smirked. "If I were despicable, would your wife still be in my bed?" At this provocation, Wang Dong could no longer contain himself. He thrashed violently, attempting to break free from his restraints, but the bindings were too tight, leaving marks on his skin with every struggle. Huang Tianxi opened the door, his indifference to Wang Dong's plight evident, as his attention was solely on Chu Yang. Standing before Chu Yang, he wore a smug expression. "Look at how disheveled you are now. Who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament?" Huang Tianxi chuckled, clapping his hands. "I bet you never imagined a day would come when you would be at my mercy." Chu Yang remained silent, his gaze icy as it bore into Huang Tianxi. Suddenly, Huang Tianxi leaned closer, his demeanor shifting to seriousness as he whispered in Chu Yang's ear, "I must confess, I intentionally smashed the phone. I had already secured my victory." Upon hearing this, surprise flickered in Chu Yang's eyes as memories of recent events flooded his mind. He suddenly comprehended why Huang Tianxi had maintained a cheerful demeanor even when being expelled. So, all of this was part of your premeditated scheme, he realized. Huang Tianxi shrugged nonchalantly. "Now you understand." His expression was one of carefree arrogance, yet he added, "But your realization comes too late. It is all over now." Huang Tianxi's self-satisfied smile widened as he began to survey those bound at the door. His gaze landed on Lu Kaiwei, and he approached her with deliberate slowness, pinching her cheek, then turning to Chu Yang. "I never imagined you had such a captivating figure under your command." A sense of foreboding washed over Chu Yang. Huang Tianxi summoned others to come and release Lu Kaiwei, and to Chu Yang's horror, those who approached to untie her were the very subordinates who had betrayed him. As this unfolded, Chu Yang's expression darkened further, while Lu Kaiwei, caught off guard, stared blankly in the direction of Chu Yang. Chapter 57. The tyrant's forceful advances. No sooner had the ropes been loosened than Huang Tianxi pulled Lu Kaiwei into his embrace with a suddenness that startled her. Chu Yang felt a pang of anxiety for her. Realizing Huang Tianxi's intentions, Lu Kaiwei began to struggle. But the strength of a woman could hardly match that of a robust man. Despite her desperate efforts, she remained ensnared in Huang Tianxi's grasp. He caressed her face, remarking, "Such smooth and delicate skin." He then erupted into laughter, as though claiming a prize, eager to take Lu Kaiwei away. "Do not touch me. Please, do not touch me." Lu Kaiwei cried out, her hands attempting to pry his grip away, yet to no avail. As she was on the verge of being dragged away, she turned to Chu Yang, her face a mask of fear, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Brother Chu, please save me. I beg you." Her voice was filled with desperation. In that moment, Chu Yang began to struggle against his bindings, seeking to free himself. Huang Tianxi, intrigued by Chu Yang's fervent attempts, stood before him with Lu Kaiwei in his arms. What is your connection to this woman? Why go to such lengths for her? Huang Tianxi's expression was one of feigned intrigue as he leisurely awaited the unfolding drama between them. Chu Yang glared fiercely at Huang Tianxi, but his peripheral vision caught Lu Saiyue's terrified expression. Realizing that brute strength alone would not suffice to free himself, he took a deep breath, calming his emotions. Huang Tianxi, let her go. Consider this a debt I owe you. Should you require my assistance in the future, I shall oblige without hesitation. Chu Yang's expression was grave, devoid of jest. Yet Huang Tianxi responded with disdain. Do you truly believe there will be a future for you? He glanced outside, noting that darkness had fully descended. With you as bait, it is only a matter of time before the human-shaped bat reappears tonight. He playfully patted Chu Yang's cheek, his tone laced with amusement. Do you think you have a future? Turning his attention back to Lu Kaiwei, he tightened his hold on her. You wish to plead for her, do you? Then I must savor what this woman has to offer. With that, he dragged Lu Kaiwei away, while the two traitorous subordinates seized the opportunity to swiftly slip an object into Chu Yang's hand. Before Chu Yang could comprehend what was happening, Huang Tianxi had forcefully thrown Lu Kaiwei onto the bed. Before she could rise, he had already unbuckled his belt. The only sounds that followed were Lu Saiyue's anguished cries. Although Chu Yang was not intimately acquainted with Lu Kaiwei, he recognized her as a kind-hearted girl from their previous encounters. Now, witnessing her fall into such dire straits filled him with regret. If only I had not underestimated my enemies, we would not be in this predicament, he lamented to himself. In that instant, he suddenly recalled the object in his hand. Upon inspection, he realized that the two subordinates had slipped him a sharp shard. A new idea formed in his mind. With this, he could sever his bindings. As time passed swiftly, Chu Yang immediately began to laboriously cut the ropes with a small shard. Fortunately, perseverance bore fruit, and after much effort, the ropes finally snapped. Witnessing Chu Yang suddenly break free from his restraints, the other's eyes were filled with astonishment. Just as Wang Dong was about to speak, Chu Yang swiftly gestured for silence, prompting him to refrain from further words. When Huang Tianxi bound them, he had done so with such tight knots that the ropes on the others could not be easily untied. While cutting through the ropes, Chu Yang whispered, "Wait a moment. I will free you all first." Time was of the essence. The night had fallen so dark that one could hardly see their own fingers. And if they delayed any longer, the humanoid bat would likely arrive. With great dedication, Chu Yang finally managed to liberate everyone. Su Yu suggested, "Since we have freed ourselves, let us save everyone else." Before Chu Yang could object, Wang Dong promptly tapped his head. Rubbing his head, Su Yu wore a look of grievance. "Why did you hit me? Are you foolish? How can we possibly confront Huang Tianxi's men? Charging in to rescue them would be akin to walking into a tiger's den." Wang Dong's words instantly enlightened him. "Then what shall we do? You know how perilous it is to remain outside. The humanoid bat is coming." The mere mention of the humanoid bat made everyone involuntarily tense up. After contemplating for a few seconds, Chu Yang smacked his forehead. "I've thought of a solution. Follow me." Without waiting for a response, he moved towards the exit. Though the others were puzzled, they did not hesitate and promptly followed him. As they walked, Wang Dong leaned closer to Chu Yang. "Bro, what solution have you come up with?" Chu Yang, no longer withholding, replied, "I will take you to the forest to find a particular fruit. If we apply its juice to our bodies, it will protect us from the humanoid bat's attacks." At this revelation, Wang Dong suddenly halted in his tracks. Chu Yang paused as well, looking back at him with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong? Why did you stop?" Fear flickered in Wang Dong's eyes. "Bro, is the forest you mentioned the same one from last time?" Chu Yang nodded, his expression calm. Yet Wang Dong could hardly contain himself. "You know how dangerous that forest was last time. We encountered ferocious beasts then. What awaits us this time?" Hesitation crept into Wang Dong's demeanor. "Do we really have to go? There are fewer of us now, and if we encounter monsters, it's uncertain whether we can fend them off, or even survive." The others exchanged glances, their resolve wavering as they absorbed his words. Chu Yang scanned the group. "What? Are you all afraid?" Chapter 58. Retreat to the Research Institute. The group fell silent, avoiding Chu Yang's gaze. Wang Dong, aware that he had instigated this discussion, cautiously spoke up. "It's not that we're afraid, it's just that this plan seems a bit reckless." With the conversation reaching this point, Chu Yang began to analyze the situation. "But if we don't go, what other options do you have for survival?" His tone was grave. This statement left the group at a loss for words. Chu Yang continued, "Since death is certain either way, why not take this path that offers a glimmer of hope?" His words struck a chord, awakening the realization that even if they stayed outside, the humanoid bat would surely kill them. If they ventured into the forest, they would only face the creatures lurking within. After all, the monsters in the forest had far less attacking power than the humanoid bat. The distinction between light and heavy was clear to them. In an instant, Wang Dong stepped forward, his gaze resolute. "I'm sorry, bro. I'm willing to go with you." His voice rang with determination. Wang Dong's display of courage ignited a spark of bravery in the others, who stepped forward in solidarity. Bro, we are willing to follow you. Yes, bro, lead us. We pledge to follow you to the end. Observing the group's spirited demeanor, a satisfied smile spread across Chu Yang's face. Perhaps this was the strength of unity. All right. Since everyone has made up their minds, I won't waste any more words. Let us move. With that, Chu Yang led the group deeper into the forest. Once again, they were met with the desolate scenery that had previously greeted them, heightening their vigilance. After all, it had been mere days since they had encountered a ferocious beast. And they had to be cautious. At that moment, someone asked, Bro, what does the fruit you want us to find look like? Almost immediately, another chimed in, Yes. We don't even know how the fruit looks. How can we find it? Just follow me. I will take care of finding the fruit. This forest is fraught with dangers, so let us not split up, Chu Yang instructed. Though searching together reduced efficiency, it significantly enhanced their safety. With their numbers already diminished, losing even a few more would be catastrophic. Chu Yang guided everyone deeper into the forest, yet after a considerable time, they had yet to spot the fruit. The group's spirits began to wane, but suddenly, a flash of red appeared ahead. The fruit Chu Yang sought was indeed red, prompting him to quicken his pace. A hint of joy illuminating his face. However, before he could approach the vivid hue, a loud commotion erupted. A tremendous force sent the dried leaves on the ground swirling toward them, obstructing their view. Everyone squinted and shielded their eyes. When they finally opened their eyes, they found themselves face to face with a colossal lizard. The group widened their eyes in disbelief, instinctively taking a few steps back. I can't believe we've encountered another monster. Chu Yang muttered, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Standing beside him, Suyu looked on with caution. Bro, what should we do now? After retreating a few steps to create distance from the massive lizard, Chu Yang planted his feet firmly. The lizard's gaze was fixed intently on Chu Yang and his companions, clearly targeting them. Turning to the group, Chu Yang asked, Do you still have the slingshots I taught you? In unison, they searched their belongings and nodded. If we have weapons, it will be easier to fight. In that case, we can proceed. I have an electric baton, Wang Dong. You will draw its attention while I attack from behind. When the lizard focuses on me, I will pass the baton to the others, and we will continue this strategy. Do you understand? Chu Yang explained patiently, outlining a plan for a coordinated assault. Once everyone comprehended, they nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Wang Dong brandished his slingshot and aimed at the lizard, swiftly retreating afterward. Naturally, the lizard would not remain idle after being attacked. It roared and charged towards Wang Dong. Meanwhile, Chu Yang adjusted his position, successfully reaching the lizard's rear. Chapter 47. Negotiation. Chu Yang's expression was frigid, his gaze fixed intently on Huang Tianxi. However, this time Huang Tianxi was evidently not intimidated by Chu Yang's imposing demeanor, for it was Chu Yang who sought his assistance. Observing Chu Yang before him, Huang Tianxi's countenance revealed disdain. What do you mean by this? You must understand that it is you who is in need of me now. He spoke with irritation, exuding an air of superiority. If you are asking for help, you ought to present yourself as someone in need. Chu Yang's expression remained unchanged. Let us discuss this. It must be said that his demeanor was rather unsettling, as his unwavering gaze made Huang Tianxi feel a twinge of unease. Having seized a rare opportunity for dominance, Huang Tianxi was determined to make things uncomfortable for Chu Yang. You think we can just talk? That depends on whether I am inclined to do so. He replied with a grin, his face radiating smugness. Chu Yang's countenance darkened. Do not forget, if the phone is repaired, it benefits more than just me. You know well how to choose. With that seemingly casual remark, he wielded considerable influence. Huang Tianxi, not wishing to linger in the dilapidated research facility, where his very life might be at stake, promptly concealed his earlier arrogance. After all, he could not afford to lose his life for a fleeting sense of satisfaction. He then discreetly signaled to the man beside him, who, understanding the situation, departed. Now it was just the two of them. What conditions must I meet for you to assist in repairing the phone? I will do my best to accommodate, Chu Yang stated in a calm tone. Pausing for a moment, he continued, Let me reiterate, having the phone repaired is mutually beneficial for both of us. If our collaboration falls apart, it would be a loss for us both. His voice carried an unmistakable warning. In comparison, Huang Tianxi found himself in a position of greater authority. Given his nature, it was not out of the question for him to make exorbitant demands at this opportunity. Thoughts swirled in his mind. He smirked and retorted, Who can predict that? What if he used the phone to send a distress signal to the outside world and then turn against us? Chu Yang could not help but roll his eyes. Though he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Huang Tianxi, many of the individuals following him bore no ill will towards Chu Yang. To disregard their lives in order to confront Huang Tianxi would be a step too far for him. Think as you wish. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and clarify your conditions. This truly was the crux of the matter. Huang Tianci stroked his chin thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the ground as he pondered the question. After a while, he finally offered his answer. You must grant me the right to use the phone. His tone was serious. As soon as the words left his lips, Chu Yang categorically refused. That is absolutely out of the question. The individual who found the phone is one of my people. But do not forget, only my people can repair the phone. Huang Tianci shot back. Since you are heartless, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Chu Yang quickly retorted, do not forget, you are currently on my territory. If you continue to speak as you are, I will have no choice but to charge you rent for your stay. The tension between them escalated. Their gazes locked in a fierce standoff. Huang Tianci fell silent at Chu Yang's words. I will give you another chance. You can present your conditions again. Chu Yang's voice shattered the silence. His expression was grave, and Huang Tianci understood that this was his final opportunity. If he made any unreasonable demands now, the collaboration would be irreparably doomed. The right to use the phone was Chu Yang's bottom line. He knew all too well that surrendering it to Huang Tianci would mean relinquishing most of their leverage. The threats Huang Tianci could wield with the phone were unimaginable, and given Chu Yang's understanding of him, he would undoubtedly devise numerous schemes. Instead, let us exchange materials. Huang Tianci suggested, sincerity evident in his tone. Chu Yang recognized this time that he was genuinely inclined to cooperate. Without hesitation, he agreed. Very well. I can distribute some of my materials to you. As soon as Chu Yang finished speaking, Huang Tianci burst into laughter. Ah, the wheel of karma turns, Chu Yang. Previously, you insisted on exchanging materials for our entry, and now the tables have turned, haven't they? Seeing Huang Tianci's triumphant demeanor, Chu Yang's previously relaxed expression grew cold once more. Huang Tianci was intent on asserting his dominance over Chu Yang, and while Chu Yang understood this, he found it amusing that Huang Tianci, now firmly under his thumb, sought to find some peculiar angle to gloat. Chu Yang regarded him as a mere jester. Do you not find yourself amusing, Huang Tianci? A hint of incredulity colored Chu Yang's tone. After a brief pause, he continued. I shall return your phrase about the wheel of karma to you. Be cautious in the future. A note of menace tinged his voice. With that, he turned and approached the man who had just departed, Huang Tianci, trailing closely behind. Upon seeing the two approach, the man immediately understood that they had reached an agreement. Chu Yang handed the phone to the man. Take a look. Approximately how long will it take to repair? The man examined the phone for a moment, a slight frown creasing his brow. It appeared that some internal components were problematic. Repairing it would require some time. But he could not specify how long. I will do my best to expedite it. Once this matter was settled, Chu Yang turned to leave, intending to return to his own territory, but Huang Tianci caught him by the arm. What now? Chu Yang inquired, his expression clearly one of exasperation. When will you provide me with the materials you promised? Huang Tianci stood with his hands on his hips, exuding arrogance. He had basked in the sunlight and now stood proudly, but he merely sought a few materials and acted as if he were on a pedestal. If Chu Yang were to acquiesce to his request and grant him the right to use the phone, his arrogance would be beyond measure. Once I arrange the materials, I will naturally deliver them to you. With that, he turned and walked away without a backward glance. Wang Dong had witnessed the exchange between the two. As soon as Chu Yang approached, he greeted him eagerly, nudging him with his shoulder. Hey, Brother Chu, what were you discussing over there? What materials are you talking about? What is going on? As all their materials were under Wang Dong's supervision, he naturally took an interest. It is regarding the collaboration with Huang Tianci. I agreed to let him help us repair the phone in exchange for some materials, Chu Yang explained. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong's expression shifted dramatically. He glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before swiftly regaining his composure and leaning closer to Chu Yang. As he anticipated, he successfully fled the research facility. However, as he passed through the entrance, a scattered array of ropes on the ground caught his eye, yet he dared not halt his stride. In that fleeting moment, he suddenly comprehended why the humanoid bat had invaded the institute that night. It was truly astonishing, Chu Yang mused to himself, that it had come to this point. And yet he still managed to escape. The reason for the humanoid bat's rampage was that Chu Yang and his companions had already fled before its arrival. Leaving the creature without any prey, thus it stormed into the research facility to wreak havoc upon those who remained. Time slipped away as he ran, until he abruptly encountered a group of people ahead. Huang Tianci halted, peering intently at the assembly, and to his astonishment, he recognized them as his own subordinates. Chapter 60. The bat's revelry. Upon seeing Huang Tianci's arrival, the group immediately encircled him. Although Huang Tianci had not always treated them kindly, a team required a capable leader to guide them. Apart from Huang Tianci, none among them possessed the strength to contend with Chu Yang. Thus they continued to yield to his authority. Huang Tianxi silently counted the heads before him, surprised to find that a considerable number had managed to escape from the research facility. It appeared that when the humanoid bat first arrived, chaos ensued, allowing most to seize the opportunity to flee. Meanwhile, within the research facility, some individuals were concealed in hidden corners, while others had already met their fate within the belly of the humanoid bat, and still others were relentlessly pursued, regardless of the circumstances. The bats had firmly established their dominance. Everything within the research facility had become their plaything, and as moments ticked by, those who could still be seen had long been consumed. Yet, the bats remained undeterred, continuing their search within the facility. One bat overturned a bed, revealing a quivering figure beneath, an unexpected find. Without hesitation, the humanoid bat devoured the unfortunate soul. A game of hide-and-seek had silently begun. Realizing that the bats were now searching for survivors within the research facility, Chu Yang and his group felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Brother Chu, do you think we will be discovered hiding here? Wang Dong's voice trembled with concern. Chu Yang quickly shook his head. Have no fear. It is impossible for them to find us. Observing Chu Yang's confident demeanor, Wang Dong couldn't help but feel curious. Why is that? Turning to Wang Dong, Chu Yang lightly tapped his forehead. Have you forgotten that we covered ourselves in the juice of those fruits? The essence of that juice masked their scent. Bats were highly sensitive to smell, relying on their noses to track their prey. This explained how the humanoid bat had accurately approached the bed to find the person hiding beneath. Upon hearing Chu Yang's explanation, Wang Dong had an epiphany, and the group's tension began to dissipate. The bats continued to soar through the facility, seeking out any remaining humans. Apart from Chu Yang and his companions, none were spared. All had succumbed to the bats' hunger. Yet, even after devouring everyone within the research facility, the bats showed no inclination to depart. They flitted about, occasionally emitting high-pitched cries, seemingly reveling in their triumph. This raucous celebration persisted well into the night. As the darkness faded, daylight broke. Sunlight streamed into the research facility, prompting the group of humanoid bats to disperse. Once assured that the outside was devoid of movement, Chu Yang cautiously emerged from his hiding spot, leading his companions out as well. The sight before them was a scene of utter devastation, disbelief filling their eyes. The bats had wreaked havoc for an extended period, which accounted for the chaos surrounding them. I cannot believe these creatures have left the facility in such disarray, Wang Dong lamented. Simultaneously, Siyu interjected, given this destruction, we cannot remain here any longer, can we? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned their gaze toward Chu Yang. He did not respond immediately, surveying the wreckage with a heavy sigh. All the resources within this facility have been thoroughly ravaged by Huang Tianxi. There is nothing left of use. The safety of this place has been compromised. We cannot stay here any longer, he stated gravely. And where shall we go from here? Wang Dong pressed. Chu Yang shook his head in resignation. I do not know where to go. We will take it one step at a time. Just as these words escaped his lips, it seemed that Chu Yang was searching for something. His head bowed. This spectacle puzzled the others, prompting a man to inquire, Brother Chu, what are you looking for? Indeed. Shouldn't we be leaving? We need time to travel, another man chimed in. Chu Yang halted his search, turning to face them, his expression grave. We still need to conduct another sweep of this facility. After the bats' revelry last night, this place is a wreck. What more is there to search? Wang Dong interjected. Noticing the perplexed looks on their faces, Chu Yang began to elucidate. I trust you all are aware that Huang Tianxi possesses a firearm? The group nodded in acknowledgement. He has never left the research facility. Therefore, where do you think he acquired his weapon? This revelation swiftly enlightened the group. There was only one possibility. He must have found it within the facility. Consequently, they wasted no time and promptly assisted Chu Yang in scouring the premises. If Huang Tianxi could uncover such valuable items here, they were determined not to miss the opportunity. As they searched, Chu Yang suddenly stumbled upon a hidden door within the facility. His expression grew serious. After all, he had previously led the group through the research facility without discovering this particular location. By sheer coincidence, as he leaned against the wall, it gave way. Realizing that this place was significant, he searched nearby and indeed found a switch. Pressing it, the hidden door swung open. Instinctively furrowing his brow, he peered inside, only to find a woman curled up in the corner, her arms wrapped around her legs, her head buried within them, trembling slightly. Sensing someone's presence, she raised her head slightly, and their eyes met. Her eyes were brimming with tears, reddened from weeping. He recognized this woman. She was one of his team members. Wu Qian, what are you doing here? He inquired. In an instant, Wu Qian rushed towards him and embraced him tightly. All her emotions collapsed in that moment. Her face nestled in Chu Yang's shoulder as she began to sob uncontrollably. Chapter 61. The woman behind the hidden door. Chu Yang felt his body stiffen, uncertain whether to embrace her or maintain his distance. Wu Qian's warm breath mingled with the fabric of his clothing, her hot tears trickling onto his shoulder, provoking a tingling sensation. Not only that, her flowing hair exuded a delightful fragrance, the softness enveloping Chu Yang, rendering him unable to resist. Her heart-wrenching sobs likely stemmed from the fright she experienced last night at the sight of the bats outside. After much contemplation, he gently patted her back and spoke soothingly. "It's all right. Everything's fine now. Those bats have long since departed." Upon hearing Chu Yang's words, the tremors in the woman's body began to diminish. After a moment, she lifted her gaze to meet his, her bangs damp with tears, cheeks tinged with red, and eyes glistening with unshed tears, resembling a forsaken kitten gazing pitifully at Chu Yang. Seeing her in such a state, he felt a surge of compassion and couldn't help but reach out to caress her cheek, wiping away the traces of her tears. As realization dawned upon him, a look of astonishment crossed his face, and he instinctively withdrew his hand. Yet, before he could fully retract it, the woman grasped his hand, cradling it before her. In that moment, the warmth and softness enveloped him, and he could almost hear the rhythm of her heartbeat. Chu Yang stood utterly stunned, gazing blankly at Wu Qian, rendered speechless and flushed with embarrassment. "Brother Chu, I was so frightened. Please don't leave. Could you protect me?" Wu Qian's voice was tentative, tinged with the remnants of her tears. Her eyes, resembling those of a small puppy, drooped in fear of rejection. Observing her demeanor, it was apparent she had been deeply unsettled by the bats the previous night. Chu Yang smiled gently, his lips curving into a tender smile as he stroked her hair with his other hand. "It's all right. There's nothing to fear. Those bats are gone." After saying this, he attempted to extricate his hand from Wu Qian's grasp. However, she was unwilling to let go, and lacking a definitive response. She clung to Chu Yang again. Due to their height difference, her small face pressed firmly against his chest. "Please don't leave. Can you protect me?" Her soft, pleading voice and the gentle warmth of her face, coupled with the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her, left Chu Yang unable to utter any harsh words. He refrained from responding to Wu Qian, instead attempting to pry her hands away from his waist, saying, "Wu Qian, this isn't right. Please release your hold, and we can talk." Yet, Wu Qian tightened her embrace, her figure pressed closely against him, provoking a wave of longing within Chu Yang. In resignation, he ceased to struggle. "All right, I want to leave. I am willing to protect you," he declared, his tone tinged with urgency. Upon receiving the answer she had longed for, a satisfied smile spread across Wu Qian's face as she finally loosened her grip. She stepped back, her expression radiant as she gazed at Chu Yang. Suddenly, she felt a sharp sensation in her waist and instinctively reached to massage the area, her thoughts drifting back to the recent events. As her gaze fell upon the point level with her waist, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly lowered her head, realizing the implications of the previous moments. Noticing her gaze, Chu Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, quickly turning away. Yet, fearing his departure, Wu Qian rushed to his side, linking her arm with his. "Could you take me with you?" she asked, her eyes wide and pleading. "I want to leave. You can rest assured," Chu Yang replied firmly. He then turned to survey the dim room, his eyes landing on a gun case. Frowning slightly, he approached with Wu Qian and picked it up, opening it to find it empty. "It seems this is the place where Huang Tianzi found the guns," he mused, casting the empty case aside. Since its contents were gone, the shell held no value. He began to meticulously search the area, determined to uncover something useful. As he scrutinized every corner, fortune smiled upon him. Behind a concealed door, he discovered a vial of an unknown liquid. Holding it up for examination, he noted the absence of any labeling or instructions, leaving him oblivious to its purpose. Presumably, this liquid had been left behind by the scientists and was undoubtedly significant. Thus, Chu Yang stowed it in his bag and continued to search. But no further treasures revealed themselves. "It appears this place is truly devoid of anything else," he murmured to himself as they exited the concealed door. The others were still searching, and Chu Yang clapped his hands to halt their actions, drawing their attention. "No need to search any longer. I have determined where Huang Tianzi found the guns," he announced. After a brief pause, he continued, "Everyone has gathered considerable insight into this place after searching for so long. Though it appears in disarray, there must still be some useful items. Let us gather what we can and prepare to move on to the next location." Upon hearing Chu Yang's directive, the group wasted no time and began to fill their bags with what they deemed valuable. Chu Yang, too, was not idle, diligently searching for anything of worth within the research facility. Their current predicament was dire, and any supplies they could acquire would be a stroke of luck to be cherished. At that moment, Wang Dong suddenly bounded over, playfully wrapping his arm around Chu Yang's neck. "So you're here searching for supplies and have brought a woman along as well?" he teased, not wanting to lag behind. Wu Qian also busied herself searching for useful items. Chu Yang glanced at her to confirm she was out of earshot before turning back to Wang Dong, playfully tapping his head. What on earth fills your mind daily? Wang Dong chuckled, crossing his arms. Shouldn't that be the question I pose to you? He quipped with a mischievous grin. Chu Yang chose to ignore him, and thus Wang Dong refrained from pursuing the matter further. The research facility was scarce in useful items. Even with a magnifying glass, they were few and far between. Soon, everyone had readied their packs. Chapter 62. The python blocks the path at this moment, so you noticed that Su Yun's complexion appeared off. Quietly approaching her, he gently inquired, "What is troubling you? Is there something on your mind? Why do you look so downcast?" As he spoke, he reached out to ruffle her hair. Seeing her brother, Su Yun managed to muster a faint smile before shaking her head, pressing her lips together. "Don't worry, brother. I'm fine. It's just that so many unexpected events have transpired lately. I feel somewhat exhausted." Listening to Su Yun articulate her feelings, a wave of guilt washed over Su Yu. As her brother, he regretted not being able to provide her with a safe and happy life. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he took Su Yun's hand. His eyes filled with boundless affection. "Rest assured, I will ensure you live a peaceful and joyful life from now on." Su Yun nodded silently, refraining from further discussion. Though she had successfully deflected his concern, the image of Chu Yang standing beside another woman lingered in her mind. This was not the first time. There had been another instance with Lu Kaiwei, and yet another with Zhu Yanzi. Reflecting on these memories, Su Yun felt a piercing pain in her heart. "Brother Chu, out of so many people, why can't it be me?" She murmured to herself, a secret buried deep within her heart, unknown to anyone else. Meanwhile, it was not only Su Yun who felt discontent. Zhu Yanzi wore an expression that was quite unappealing. Although he had previously found Chu Yang's every action intolerable, over time he discovered that Chu Yang was indeed a brave and responsible individual. Both of them discreetly buried their emotions deep within. However, how could Chu Yang perceive such sentiments? In the present dire circumstances, where even survival was a challenge, there was little time for romance. Under Chu Yang's command, the group departed from the research facility. During their journey, Su Yu quietly remained by Su Yun's side. Though they exchanged no words, this simple companionship offered immense encouragement. Wang Dong walked alongside Chu Yang, followed closely by Lin Hai and Zhang Wei. While all three had submitted to Chu Yang on the same day, Wang Dong's demeanor and approach to tasks starkly contrasted with those of the other two, instilling a profound sense of stability in the group. Thus, over these days, Chu Yang placed great trust in Wang Dong. At this moment, Qin Ji and Luo Yi engaged in conversation. "Qin Ji, where do you think we will go next?" Luo Yi's tone held a hint of unease, yet his gaze remained resolutely fixed on Chu Yang, following him closely. "I do not know, but I believe that as long as we stay with Chu Yang, everything will eventually turn out well." This affirmation bolstered Luo Yi's confidence, prompting him to nod silently and continue on. Although Chu Yang led the way, he was not silent. Wu Qian trailed behind him, her demeanor delicate. "Chu Gu, thank you for protecting me earlier." After a brief pause, she added, "However, I believe that in the future, I will be capable of defending myself." Her tone was resolute, and her expression revealed a determination that Chu Yang had never witnessed before. This newfound strength was not without reason. Upon emerging from the hidden door, Wu Qian was relieved to find many of their comrades still within the research facility. The anxiety that had gripped her dissipated in that moment, as she realized she was not alone in having encountered the terrifying humanoid bat. Everyone faced it with remarkable courage. Chu Yang felt a flicker of reassurance in his heart. "I believe in you." It seemed that the harrowing experiences they had endured had touched the softest corners of their hearts, rendering them more sentimental. Just then, a thunderous noise erupted before them, sending a cloud of dust rushing towards the group. As they regained their senses, they instinctively covered their mouths and noses, their expression shifting to one of vigilance. Lin Hai could not help but inquire, "What has happened? Why is there suddenly so much dust?" Following the dust, a resounding crash echoed, as if something had collided with a tree. Realizing the situation was amiss, Chu Yang furrowed his brow, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the unfolding scene. He then shouted to the group, "Everyone, be cautious. The situation is suspicious. Stay alert." The group nodded in agreement, halting their steps and adopting defensive postures as they gazed ahead. Chu Yang waved one hand before him, attempting to disperse the dust. After a considerable time, the dust finally settled, revealing a massive python coiled around the nearest tree, its tail rhythmically striking the trunk, explaining the booming sounds they had heard. The python's girth matched that of the tree trunk, and its chilling gaze sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. The flickering tongue darting towards Chu Yang and his companions made it evident that they had become the python's prey. Yet, the creature seemed to possess its own strategy, fixating its eerie gaze upon them, remaining motionless. In light of this predicament, Chu Yang decided to test the waters. He raised his hand, signaling for everyone to pause. and they complied without hesitation. Chu Yang then slowly began to move. With each step he took, the python descended slightly, indicating that escaping unscathed was improbable. He halted and turned to the others, instructing, "Those with daggers, draw them now. This python is formidable, so remain vigilant." Those without daggers instinctively retrieved slingshots crafted during their last hunt. It was said that a snake's eyes were particularly sensitive, and if they could strike its eyes with stones, the slingshot would serve as an effective weapon. I will move forward, prompting the snake to descend. Then, you will have the opportunity to attack. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. It appeared that Chu Yang had resolved to take a personal risk to draw the python's attention. He quickened his pace, and the python's movements became fluid as it swiftly descended to the ground. The python continued its relentless pursuit of Chu Yang. In an instant, Chu Yang accelerated, dashing forward. Yet, despite his speed, he was merely human, while the python was a limbless creature. The python's swiftness outpaced the group, leaving them struggling to keep up even as they exerted every ounce of effort. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Yang's mind raced. As he ran, he suddenly executed a 180-degree turn, sprinting in the opposite direction. However, the python was equally agile, defying expectations of its size and maneuverability. As the python lunged towards him, the women instinctively scattered while the remaining men stood their ground. Sensing Chu Yang's intent, the python abruptly accelerated. Before Chu Yang could react, the creature opened its gaping maw, attempting to ensnare him. Qinji, noticing the imminent danger, instantly adopted a serious expression and charged forward without hesitation. Armed only with a small dagger, he emanated an aura as if a legion stood behind him. The onlookers were momentarily transfixed as Qinji leaped, plunging his dagger into the python's head. The immense pain caused the python to writhe, its tail whipping towards Qinji with such force that he was propelled several meters away. Ignoring Qinji's injury, Chu Yang shouted commands to the group. "Now's your chance. Everyone, come quickly." The group surged forward, brandishing their daggers, striking the python repeatedly until it finally succumbed. Once the python was vanquished, Chu Yang hurried to Qinji's side. He found him clutching his abdomen, his expression contorted in pain. Chu Yang knelt beside him, concern etched across his face. "Qinji, how are you? Are you all right?" At the same moment, Luo rushed over, supporting Qinji as he sat up, tears glistening in his eyes. Seeing the anxious expressions of his companions, Qinji managed a strained smile, patting his chest. "It's just a minor injury. No need to worry." With Chu Yang supporting one side and Luo the other, they helped Qinji to his feet. "Can you walk?" Chu Yang inquired anxiously. Qinji nodded, a confident smile gracing his face. "It's merely a strike from the snake's tail. How could it prevent me from walking?" Though he appeared calm and untroubled on the surface, a closer examination revealed a hint of forced expression, likely stemming from his desire not to worry others. "Rest assured, Brother Chu. I will inform you immediately if anything unusual arises with Brother Qin," Luo declared earnestly, thumping his chest. The two exchanged banter, prompting Chu Yang to refrain from further comments. Turning around, his gaze fell upon the massive python sprawled on the ground. Approaching it, he examined its body closely, noting the absence of any peculiar markings. Despite its proximity to the research facility, it seemed improbable that it was a mutated creature. Rather, it was simply of a naturally large size. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Chu Yang's mind. They were short on supplies, but defeating this python could change their fortunes, presenting them with fresh meat right before their eyes. He gestured to the others behind him, who quickly gathered around. "I have a task for everyone. Let us work together to gut this snake." As soon as he spoke, realization dawned upon the group, their expressions brightening with enthusiasm as they drew out their daggers and began to slice into the python's flesh. Fresh chunks of meat were readily available, yet the sheer size of the creature rendered it nearly impossible for them to consume it entirely. They could only take as much as they could carry. As dusk approached, Chu Yang called for a halt. "It is getting dark. We cannot linger here any longer. We must find a safe place to hide." His expression turned grave. The group ceased their activity and started moving again. Chu's father, who typically walked at the rear, unexpectedly positioned himself beside Chu Yang. Noticing his father's unusual behavior, a flicker of concern crossed Chu Yang's eyes. "Father, why have you come up here?" He reached out a hand to support him, aware of the difficulties his elderly father faced in keeping up with the group's pace. To avoid being a burden, Chu's father never asked for help, even if he grew weary, insisting on pushing through on his own. During this time, he observed just how brave and responsible his son truly was. He could not allow himself to obstruct Chu Yang's promising future. Clearing his throat, he said, "Chu Yang, do you know that Qinji risked his life to save you just now?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yang's expression dimmed, his gaze lowering. Noticing his son's silence, Chu's father continued. "That snake opened its gaping maw, poised to swallow you whole, but at that moment, Luo charged in and struck at its head. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After speaking, he patted Chu Yang's shoulder. You may not have seen the full picture, but we witnessed clearly what transpired on the opposite side of that serpent. With those words, Chu's father stepped back, leaving Chu Yang to ponder alone. Chu Yang understood that Luo had saved him, but without his father's reminder, he would not have realized that Luo had risked his life in that moment. However, the urgency of the situation left no room for such thoughts. The priority was to find a place to take refuge. The group pressed on, and fortune favored them as they spotted a cave just before darkness fell. Brother Chu, look, Wang Dong exclaimed. There's a cave. We have a place to stay for the night. Upon hearing this, the group's collective tension eased as they turned their attention to the cave. Chu Yang led them inside. Although damp and dim, it sufficed as a shelter. Chapter 64. The carnivorous snail. The women retrieved firewood from their packs and used flint to ignite a flame. Instantly, the cave brightened considerably, dispelling the chill of the night. Gathering around the fire, they could finally enjoy a well-deserved meal after their arduous journey. Taking the lead, Chu Yang pulled out the freshly cut snake meat from his bag, skewered it on a stick, and began to roast it over the flames. The others soon followed suit. And before long, the aroma of grilled meat filled the cave. Holding up his first piece of cooked meat, Su-Yun naturally offered it to Su-Yun, his face reflecting his affection for his sister. Yun, you must eat well to grow tall, he said with a smile. Su-Yun accepted the piece of grilled meat and began to eat. The women, being resourceful, took it upon themselves to cut the snake meat into cubes and place them in water to boil, adding various ingredients to create a delicious snake soup. Su-Yun quickly filled a bowl and handed it to Su-Yu, then filled another bowl with hot soup and approached Chu Yang. It's cold in the cave at night. Drink some hot soup to warm yourself, she said. Chu Yang took it, but then remembered that Qin had been injured. After a moment of thought, he said to Su-Yun, this soup should go to Qin. He was just bitten by the snake and needs nourishment the most. There is plenty left. I'll get him another bowl later. However, Chu Yang insisted on giving the soup to Qin. So Su-Yun had no choice but to comply and took the bowl to him. At that moment, Qin was already drinking from another bowl of soup. Looking at Su-Yun with a puzzled expression. What is it? Is there something wrong, Miss Su? Su-Yun smiled warmly and placed the soup before him. This soup is from Brother Chu. He asked me to give it to you. Hearing this, Qin glanced at Luo, a look of confusion in his eyes. Am I not already drinking? Su-Yun shrugged, expressing her inability to help. With that, she turned to leave. Leaving Qin somewhat at a loss with the bowl of soup in front of him. After some contemplation, he stood up and walked over to Chu Yang. Brother Chu, what does this mean? He asked, his tone neutral. Seeing Qin approach, Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, thank you for risking your life to save me. At this, Qin instantly understood Chu Yang's intent, taking the soup from his hands. Thank you. I'll drink it myself. Don't waste a beautiful lady's kindness. He had clearly witnessed Su-Yun's earlier gesture of bringing soup to Chu Yang. They both chuckled at the unspoken understanding. Memories flooded back to Qin, recalling the time he was gravely injured and brought back to their base, where Chu Yang had expended a great deal of medical resources to treat him. He gave Chu Yang a pat on the shoulder. If it weren't for you saving me that time, I would have surely perished. Chu Yang remained silent, a faint smile playing on his lips. As night deepened, one by one, the group succumbed to sleep, with only the flickering fire continuing to burn in the cave. In the middle of the night, one man in Chu Yang's team scratched at an itch that refused to dissipate. Frustrated and wide awake, he opened his eyes, peering into the dim light of the flames, only to discover a snail crawling on his leg. He casually extended his hand, intending to shoo away the snail. But as soon as his finger grazed it, it seemed as though he had touched its Achilles heel. The snail immediately turned its head and lunged at his finger. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, otherwise he would have lost a chunk of flesh. Realizing something was amiss, the man became alert, but unbeknownst to him, another snail had crawled onto him and bitten down hard. A sharp pain surged through him, prompting an involuntary cry of alarm. This scream instantly roused the others, who groggily opened their sleepy eyes. The sight before them jolted them awake. A swarm of snails had invaded the cave, with many clinging to their bodies. Wang Dong, who had been in a deep slumber, was startled awake and, upon inspection, discovered several snails crawling on him. He attempted to swat them off, but the mere action seemed to pull at his flesh, making him yelp in pain. Chu Yang's expression shifted to one of vigilance as he shouted to the group. These snails are carnivorous. Quickly, get them off you. Following Chu Yang's command, Wang Dong endured the agony of having his flesh torn as he finally managed to drive the snails away, mirroring the experiences of others who had also been infested. Chu Yang's mind raced with memories. He recalled having encountered such peculiar carnivorous snails before, perhaps in a book. Most snails are herbivorous and harmless, but this unusual species certainly left a lasting impression. As he reflected on his past life, he suddenly remembered these snails were indeed mentioned in a text. Noted for their toxic slime. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chuyang shouted again, "Their slime is highly poisonous. Do not let it touch you." However, some matters are beyond one's control. Even after swatting the snails away, they relentlessly advanced toward the group. Ideally, crushing them underfoot would be the most effective solution. But their toxic slime necessitated caution. Chuyang scanned the surroundings, anxiety etched across his face. He understood that the snails needed to be dealt with immediately. Many had already sustained injuries from the snails' attacks while sleeping, and the consequences of inaction could be dire. The flames flickered in his eyes, and suddenly, an idea struck him. He rushed to the fire pit, seized a burning stick, and held it close to the ground, encircling the areas infested with snails. Remarkably, the effect was immediate. The snails twisted in agony as they succumbed to the heat and soon fell silent. Witnessing the efficacy of this method, the others followed suit, wielding their own flaming sticks to incinerate the snails. Some snails attempted to flee, but their diminutive size rendered them no match for the humans. Through collective effort, the majority of the snails in the cave were eradicated. With the immediate threat neutralized, the group's anxiety began to dissipate. Chuyang approached Wang Dong, concern evident in his gaze. "How are you? Are you all right?" Wang Dong examined his body, noting the minor bites from the snails. Fortunately, he had avoided contact with their toxic slime, so he dismissed it nonchalantly. "Don't worry, Brother Chu. It's nothing serious." He chuckled, patting his chest. "I'm tough. I won't die." Seeing him so lively eased Chuyang's worry, though his concern lingered. Chuyang stood, surveying the group. "If everyone is fine, let's continue to rest. We traveled quite a bit yesterday." Following his directive, the others gradually resumed their rest. Chuyang, still holding the flaming stick, positioned it at the cave's entrance. Although they had resolved the snail issue, there was no guarantee that more would not invade. As night deepened, he ceased his bustling and gradually drifted into slumber. When dawn broke the next day, radiant sunlight streamed into the cave, waking Chuyang and the others, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He noticed that the stick he had placed at the cave's entrance had long since extinguished. They had passed the night without incident. Observing the time, Chuyang began to rouse everyone. The remnants of last night's fire merely flickered weakly, and taking advantage of its residual warmth, Suyun and several women began roasting snake meat. As the saying goes, man is iron, rice is steel. One cannot work on an empty stomach. Even in dire circumstances, sustenance was essential for labor. Suyun approached Chuyang, holding the first piece of roasted snake meat. "Brother Chu, the meat is ready for you," she said with a bright smile that could melt hearts. Chuyang initially intended to decline, thinking it more appropriate for her to eat first. However, recalling Qingji's words from the previous night, he felt that refusing her again would be unkind. He extended his hand to accept it. "Thank you, Suyun." In that moment, Suyun's joy was palpable. She nodded eagerly and left, beaming with happiness. Once everyone had their fill, Chuyang addressed the group. "We arrived here in haste last night, but if we wish to stay, we must make this place more livable." With that, he surveyed the cave. "Let's clean this place up together." The group immediately sprang into action, diligently tidying their respective areas. The atmosphere was cheerful until a sudden crash startled everyone. Turning around, they discovered that Wang Dong, one of Chuyang's most trusted subordinates, had fainted. Seeing this, Chuyang's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he rushed to Wang Dong's side. He shook him gently, calling out, Wang Dong, what's wrong?" Receiving no response, he lightly slapped his face, urging, "Wake up." The others paused in their tasks, concern etched on their faces. Simultaneously, Lin Hai and Zhang Wei hurried over. Squatting beside Wang Dong, Lin Hai placed his hand on Wang Dong's forehead and gasped, "Brother Wang, why is your forehead so hot?" Upon hearing this, Chuyang touched Wang Dong's forehead and confirmed that it was indeed alarmingly warm. Could he be running a fever? Lin Hai asked hesitantly. Chuyang furrowed his brow and nodded. It seemed probable that the fever had caused him to faint, likely due to the high temperature overwhelming his body. Chuyang recalled Wang Dong being bitten by a snail the previous night, as he had slept close by. While he hadn't seen the exact number of snails on him, he was certain there had been several. He pondered in his heart. Could his fever be related to the snails from last night? Immediately, he stood up and called out to the group, "Anyone who was bitten by a snail last night, please step forward." At his command, the others exchanged glances, and gradually, about 5 or 6 individuals stepped forward. His expression was exceedingly grave. "Do you all feel any discomfort in your bodies?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone stepped forward, stating, "I've been feeling quite dizzy." Upon hearing this, others immediately chimed in, expressing similar sentiments. "I feel that way too." Yes, me as well. Observing their animated discussion, Chu Yang clapped his hands, bringing their chatter to a halt. Bear in mind that dizziness is a symptom of fever. Now, why don't you all touch your foreheads to see if you have a fever? Yet, when they reached for their heads, they found it difficult to ascertain. Noticing this, Chu Yang stepped forward to compare his forehead temperature with theirs. Ultimately, without exception, their temperatures were all above normal. Chu Yang sighed in resignation and gathered the group together. A fever is no trivial matter. If it is not addressed promptly, it could potentially lead to brain damage, disability, or even death. He then called over several women, including Su Yun. You all find something to use for a cool compress and take care of them, he instructed. The women nodded, but at that moment, Su Yun approached him. What about you, Brother Chu? What do you plan to do? Her tone was gentle, yet her eyes reflected a hint of concern. Chu Yang's expression remained calm as he pondered for a few seconds before replying, I must go out to find medicine for them. Otherwise, the consequences of this fever could be dire. No sooner had he spoken than he began to gather his belongings in preparation to leave. Just as he turned, Su Yun grasped his arm, her eyes wide with determination. Brother Chu, I want to go with you. Taken aback by her insistence, Chu Yang retorted without much thought. What would a little girl like you do with me? It's dangerous outside. You should stay in the cave and look after them. Yet, Su Yun did not release her grip, seemingly because she was Su Yu's sister, leading Chu Yang to unconsciously regard her as a younger sibling. In Su Yu's eyes, she was merely a little girl, and naturally, Chu Yang shared that perception. Brother Chu, I really want to go with you. Her voice was nearly pleading. Chu Yang sighed in exasperation and gently pried her hand away. Go ask your brother if he'll allow you. There was a trace of annoyance in his tone. If you accompany me and something happens, your brother will not be pleased with me. The mention of Su Yu caused Su Yun's gaze to dim, her head lowering in silence. He certainly won't let me go, she said, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. After speaking, she lifted her head. And though her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, they quickly vanished. But I have a fever too. He has always protected me. Now I want to protect him. Her eyes shone with determination, her words resonating with strength. Hearing Su Yun's declaration, Chu Yang suddenly recalled that among those who had stepped forward was indeed Su Yu. After all, the symptoms of the others were not as severe, merely dizziness, while Wang Dong had completely passed out. Chu Yang had been so preoccupied with this matter that he had overlooked Su Yu. He turned to look at the group he had gathered. Noticing their faces were noticeably pale, seeing Su Yun's resolute demeanor stirred something within him. He sighed again, reaching out to ruffle her hair. All right. I will acquiesce to your request. After saying this, his expression turned serious once more. However, you must promise me one thing. Su Yun's eyes widened in confusion. No matter what I say, you must obey me without question, and under no circumstances may you leave my sight. His tone was very earnest. Eager to accompany Chu Yang in gathering herbs, Su Yun promptly nodded in agreement. Once the decision was made, they swiftly began to pack their belongings in preparation for departure. At that moment, Qinji and Luoyi approached them. Brother Chu, are you planning to go out to gather herbs? Qinji guessed his intention immediately. Chu Yang nodded silently, saying nothing further. Upon seeing his reaction, Luoyi and Qinji exchanged glances. Let us accompany you, Luoyi suggested tentatively, although it was daytime. The outside world remained perilous, and having an extra pair of hands could be beneficial. However, to their surprise, Chu Yang shook his head. Luoyi and Qinji were puzzled, about to inquire further when Chu Yang began to explain. This cave is not yet fully organized, and those women are tending to the feverish individuals. They are vulnerable and require protection. You two should stay and assist with these matters. Chu Yang's reasoning was sound. And Luoyi and Qinji, recognizing the validity of his words, chose not to press the issue and returned to their tasks. Once they had packed their belongings, Su Yun stood beside Chu Yang, and the two of them set off. Their journey to the cave had taken them through a forest, which naturally brought herbs to Chu Yang's mind. Thus, they headed toward the woods. However, they encountered an unexpected challenge. It seemed that they had arrived too early, startling the wildlife within. As soon as they entered the forest, they were confronted by a large elephant blocking their path. The elephant's ears flapped furiously, and its eyes were wide with fury. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Yang instinctively pulled Su Yun behind him, his expression shifting to one of vigilance. To his astonishment, however, Su Yun stepped beside him, turning to face him. You don't need to protect me. I want to face this with you. Her tone and demeanor were resolute. And for the first time, Chu Yang was taken aback by her tenacity, momentarily stunned. He shook himself back to reality when Su Yun waved her hand in front of his face. Rubbing the back of his head, he forced a sheepish smile and nodded, redirecting his attention to the elephant. The creature began to shift its massive body, seemingly preparing to charge at them with its trunk raised. After careful consideration, Chu Yang spoke up, we just need to deal with this elephant. We don't have to kill it. Our friends are still suffering from fever. And we must find herbs as quickly as possible. His tone was serious, and the thought of his feverish companions weighed heavily on his heart. Suyun nodded in agreement. And without hesitation, Chuyang dashed forward to draw the elephant's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Suyun quickly gathered small, yet powerful stones and hurled them at the elephant. The elephant trumpeted in protest, its steps becoming erratic. Taking advantage of the distraction, Chuyang leapt forward, delivering a decisive blow to the elephant's head. With a resounding thud, the creature collapsed to the ground, its eyes fluttering shut. Witnessing this, Suyun felt a surge of exhilaration, as it was her first time actively participating in a battle. She rushed to Chu Yang's side, unable to conceal her delight. "Brother Chu, we did it," she exclaimed joyfully. Seeing her innocent and cheerful demeanor brought a smile to his face. "All right, let us continue our search for herbs." Just as they were about to set off, Suyun suddenly noticed her clothes were smeared with mud, her small face scrunching up in displeasure. She began to reminisce about when it had happened, and after much contemplation, it seemed there was only one plausible answer. It must have been when the cow fell and splattered mud upon her. Suyun felt somewhat helpless. Yet the urgency of finding medicine was paramount, so she chose not to dwell on it. The two continued deeper into the forest, having walked for quite some time without discovering any useful herbs. As they pressed on, a vibrant grove of red fruits came into view. Suyun could not resist widening her eyes and dashed forward, captivated by the beauty and lusciousness of the red fruits. She leaped with excitement, calling out to Chu Yang. "Look, Brother Chu, there's a grove of red fruits ahead." As she spoke, she waved her hand to beckon him, prompting Chu Yang to quicken his pace to join her. Upon entering the wild fruit grove, Chu Yang reached out and held a fruit close to his nose. Inhaling its sweet aroma, this indicated that the fruits were non-toxic and safe for consumption. It was a delightful surprise, lifting Chu Yang's spirits slightly. "Once we find the herbs, we can take some fruits back. They are all edible," he remarked, encouraging Suyun to move forward. They had not gone far when a glimmering area caught their attention, appearing particularly alluring. Curiosity piqued, Suyun hopped over, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "Brother Chu, I want to come out with you again next time. There are so many fun things outside," she exclaimed, her demeanor reminiscent of a child easily enthralled by new experiences. Chu Yang simply smiled in response, choosing to remain silent until Suyun fully grasped what lay before her and stopped in her tracks. To his surprise, he discovered a small pond hidden away. The shimmering light they had seen was merely the sun reflecting off the water's surface. Meanwhile, conditions worsened for those inside the cave afflicted by the snails. A few individuals, their body temperatures rising dangerously high, began to succumb to unconsciousness, while others broke out in cold sweat. The women busily attended to them, repeatedly soaking towels in cold water to place on their foreheads. Witnessing this, Qin Ji could not suppress a flicker of concern. "When do you think Brother Chu and the others will return with the medicine?" he pondered aloud. Observing his anxious expression, Luo Yi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, they will surely be all right." Yet, despite Luo Yi's comforting words, Qin Ji sighed helplessly, his gaze shifting to the entrance of the cave. Simultaneously, Chu's father began to feel anxious as well. The young individuals were roughly the same age as Chu Yang. Seeing them suffer from illness made him recall the discomfort Chu Yang had experienced during previous bouts of fever, stirring a natural sympathy within him. He gazed into the distance, longing for Chu Yang's return. Back with Chu Yang and Suyun, she remained entranced by the pond. He gently tapped her shoulder to bring her back to reality. As she glanced at her soiled attire and then at the pristine water, Suyun blinked at Chu Yang, her hands gripping her sleeves tightly. Feeling a bit anxious, she hesitantly asked, "Brother Chu, I got dirty while fighting that cow. May I wash myself here?" Noticing her cautious demeanor, Chu Yang immediately understood her thoughts. From their time together, he recognized that Suyun was a girl who valued cleanliness. Naturally, she would feel uncomfortable with dirt on her. However, their purpose for venturing out was to find medicine for those suffering from fever, and the sooner they found it, the sooner those individuals would recover. Suyun felt that taking the time to clean herself would delay their mission, filling her with guilt. This collision of emotions explained her delicate demeanor. Chu Yang took a step back to observe Suyun more closely. She truly resembled a little white cat that had gotten dirty. Upon reflection, he concluded that even a slight delay would not jeopardize their quest. Why not indulge her desire for cleanliness and bring a smile to her face? A smile crept upon his lips as he said, "Of course you can." He then reached out to wipe her face, teasing, "Don't you look like a little calico cat right now?" With that playful remark, Suyun's gloomy mood dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile. "Then I'll wait for you over there," she replied, stepping back. In this secluded wilderness, devoid of any passers-by, Suyun removed her clothing and set it aside. Her fair skin glistened under the sunlight, accentuating her graceful figure, as she slowly entered the pond to cleanse herself. The water was shallow enough that only her lower body submerged, leaving her upper half exposed to the air. Determined not to waste time, she focused solely on washing the dirt from her skin. Scooping water from the pond, she poured it over herself, droplets cascading down her neck, sparkling in the sunlight. Once she felt clean, she turned to retrieve her clothing. Unexpectedly, a monkey appeared in her line of sight. Quick and nimble, the monkey dashed to her garments, snatched them up right before her eyes, and disappeared into the grove, leaving Su-Yun in shock. "Don't run away. Give me back my clothes," she shouted. Upon hearing her cry, Chu-Yong immediately became alert and sprinted toward the pond. What met his eyes was a breathtaking scene. Su-Yun, with her voluptuous form, delicate waist, and radiant skin, stood there, momentarily frozen in surprise at their sudden eye contact. The sight was a powerful visual impact. His body grew warm, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Su-Yun, caught in her own dilemma about her clothing, found herself staring at Chu-Yong. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, she quickly crossed her arms over her chest and shrieked, "Ah!" At that moment, Chu-Yong snapped back to reality, his movements betraying a hint of panic as he turned away, scratching his head in embarrassment. "I didn't expect you to be without clothes," he stammered. Su-Yun's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her expression betraying her embarrassment at having been seen undraped. All she could think about was how Chu-Yong had seen her exposed, filling her with intense shame. She did not respond to his words, and sensing her discomfort, Chu-Yong continued, "I heard you scream and rushed over. Worried you might be in danger." He spoke, striving to maintain his composure. "What happened?" he inquired. It was then that Su-Yun remembered the monkey that had stolen her clothes. "A monkey just took my clothes," she stuttered. Hearing this, Chu-Yong felt his mind go blank. What should he do now? They could not possibly allow Su-Yun to remain unclad. In turmoil, he scratched his head, glancing at his own clothing, an idea suddenly forming in his mind. Thus, Chu-Yong proceeded to unfasten the outermost layer of his clothing, laying it gently upon the ground. "Why not wear my garment?" he suggested. After a brief pause, he added, "At present, there is no way to retrieve your clothes, so this will have to suffice." A hint of embarrassment flickered across Su-Yun's face, yet she recognized that no better alternative was available. "Then I shall put on the clothing," she replied. Chu-Yong, being considerably taller, naturally wore much larger attire. When Su-Yun donned his garment, it enveloped her entirely, its length reaching midway up her thighs. Chapter 68. Dealing with the monkey adjusting the fabric, Su-Yun shyly declared, "Chu-Yong, I am dressed." Upon hearing her words, Chu-Yong turned around with a sense of relief. Su-Yun, adorned in Chu-Yong's clothing, caught his eye. The waistline accentuated her slender figure, while beneath the garment lay her long, fair legs. Su-Yun blinked, momentarily captivating Chu-Yong's attention. "Chu-Yong?" Su-Yun queried, puzzled, prompting him to realize his distraction and respond with an awkward smile. "How does it fit? Is it suitable?" Bowing her head slightly, she replied, "It fits quite well." Her cheeks flushed crimson as she spoke. After this exchange, a silence enveloped them, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Chu-Yong, racking his brain for words, finally managed to say, "You must be hungry. I shall gather some wild fruits for you." He then scanned the surroundings and dashed towards a fruit tree. Just as he reached out to pluck a fruit, a small stone suddenly soared through the air. Chu-Yong withdrew his hand, grimacing in pain. Glancing around, he spotted a monkey perched on a distant branch, holding the very stone that had been thrown. Realizing the situation, Chu-Yong marched angrily towards the monkey, but it swiftly swung away, disappearing into the foliage, leaving him with no choice but to abandon his pursuit. Once the monkey had fled, he reached out again to gather fruits, only to have another stone, seemingly from nowhere, come hurtling towards him. Fortunately, this time he reacted swiftly enough to avoid being struck, or his hand would have surely been bruised. Chu-Yong surveyed his surroundings once more, and the monkey reappeared. Sensing the unusual circumstances, Su-Yun quickly joined Chu-Yong, exclaiming, "Chu-Yong, it was this monkey that took my clothes." The seriousness of Chu-Yong's expression deepened. Given the current predicament, it seemed impossible to harvest even a single fruit, let alone collect some for future provisions. He crossed his arms, stroking his chin thoughtfully, his brow furrowing unconsciously. After pondering for a few moments, he turned to Su-Yun and suggested, "We should return for now and devise a plan to deal with this monkey." Nodding obediently, Su-Yun agreed. The two made their way back, while the others in the cave peered outside, with Qin-Ji being the first to spot their figures. Immediately, he sprang to his feet and ran to the cave entrance, his excitement mounting as he recognized them more clearly. He waved enthusiastically, his face beaming with joy. Overwhelmed with enthusiasm, Qin-Ji dashed out to greet them. Approaching Chu-Yong with anticipation, he inquired, "So, did you find any useful herbs?" Chu-Yong shook his head, causing Qin-Ji to freeze momentarily in disbelief. Stopping to face him, Chuyang's eyes displayed confusion. What is the matter? Embarrassed, Qinji chuckled softly and scratched his head. Catching up to walk beside Chuyang. I assumed you returned with the medicine. I did not expect. He trailed off, letting out a resigned smile. Opting for silence. The trio entered the cave, where everyone fixed hopeful gazes upon them. Chuyang halted, scanning the crowd before placing his pack on the ground. I am sorry. Everyone, I could not procure the medicine. With this admission, he bowed apologetically. Instantly, a flurry of voices erupted in discussion. Although Chuyang could not discern the exact words, he sensed the collective disappointment. Observing this, Chuyang's father approached, trembling slightly as he placed a reassuring hand on Chuyang's shoulder. It is quite all right, my child. You did your best. With more pressing matters to discuss, he continued before the chatter subsided. However, there is a more urgent issue that requires everyone's assistance. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent, directing their attention towards Chuyang. Though Chuyang had failed to bring back the fever-reducing medicine, the community remembered his past efforts. Knowing that their current need for assistance could not be met with ingratitude, we discovered a wild fruit grove in the forest, where the fruits are edible. Upon hearing of potential resources, the crowd's eyes lit up. However, the grove is guarded by a monkey, and we were unable to resolve the matter. As soon as the words left his lips, Qinji raised his hand, exclaiming, I am willing to go. This declaration instantly lifted everyone's spirits. I am willing to. Count me in. They chorused, hands raised high in enthusiasm. Satisfied with the scene before him, Qinji smiled broadly. Very well, let us all set off together. With that, Chuyang and Suyun took the lead, guiding the group towards the wild fruit grove. Upon arrival, Chuyang's expression turned serious as he faced the eager crowd. I shall demonstrate the current situation for everyone. With that, he reached out to pluck a fruit. A stone swiftly flew past him, an anticipated occurrence that he deftly evaded. Observing this, the crowd glanced around, soon spotting the monkey. Understanding the situation, they maintained confident expressions. Qinji quickly began organizing the group. They moved to the center of the grove, assigning some to gather fruit while others distracted the monkey. After all, with only one monkey, having too many people collecting fruit could prove counterproductive. Seeing the approaching crowd, the monkey grew frantic, darting about in a flurry of activity as it attempted to defend its bounty. Its secret was now exposed, and seizing the opportunity, Qinji led the group to encircle the monkey. Just as it turned to attack the next person, a large net ensnared it. With its spirit diminished, the monkey, realizing it could not outmaneuver the multitude, ceased to struggle. As Chuyang approached, the monkey grew animated, gesturing with its hands. Chuyang regarded it with a puzzled expression, contemplating for a few moments before turning to Qinji. Let us first remove the net. Following Chuyang's command, Qinji lifted the net without further tormenting the monkey. The creature scampered about, pausing to beckon the group. They followed the monkey to the center of the grove, where it skillfully traced a line in the soil with its sharp claws, pointing left, then gesturing towards Chuyang, then pointing right at itself, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Chuyang remarked, Are you suggesting that the left side of this grove belongs to me, while the right side is yours? Doubt tinged his voice. Upon hearing this, the monkey nodded vigorously. Chuyang smiled, responding, Very well, I accept your terms. The monkey nodded in agreement before darting towards its designated grove, disappearing from sight. Chapter 69. The treatment of subordinates. Witnessing the monkey's cleverness, Qinji could not help but express his admiration. I never anticipated that this monkey would possess such acumen, recognizing its disadvantage and negotiating with us. Chapter 56. I have long held the upper hand this time. Upon arriving at the hidden door, Huang Tianxi sought to discover whether there were any other treasures to be found. After all, the more chips he possessed, the greater his leverage. However, after wandering through the shadowy passage, aside from the pistol he had previously uncovered, he found nothing of novelty. This wretched place yielded no treasures. He could not help but curse under his breath. With no other option, he resigned himself to leaving. As twilight approached, it was time for dinner. Gazing at the pile of food seized from Chuyang, a contemplative expression crossed Huang Tianxi's face. Seated in a chair, he clasped his waist with one arm, while the other absent-mindedly rubbed his chin, his gaze fixed intently on a single spot. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and a satisfied smile crept across his lips as he rose and turned in a small circle, clapping his hands. Instantly, his subordinates turned their attention towards him. With hands on his hips and a beaming countenance, he exclaimed, In the past, we endured hunger. Now, with this bounty of food, brothers, come and partake. Upon hearing this proclamation, the expressions of his men morphed into disbelief as they exchanged glances. Is what you say true, young master? One of them shouted in astonishment. Just as the words left his mouth, another interjected, But these supplies were brought back by Chuyang and his group. If we consume them, won't they? Before he could finish, Huang Tianxi shot him a fierce glare. And what if they are? Have you not noticed they are currently bound and helpless at the door? What can they do to us? His tone bore a hint of anger, and his expression darkened momentarily. Nonetheless, Huang Tianxi's good mood was not easily shattered. He quickly donned a cheerful facade once more. You need not worry. This is our territory now, and everything within it belongs to us. Eat to your heart's content. With a sweeping gesture towards the assortment of food brought back by Chu Yang's group, he continued, feast as you desire. Take as much as you wish. Huang Tianxi's words were clear, and his men no longer hesitated. Their eyes glimmered with excitement as they surged towards the food like ravenous wolves. Fearing they might miss out, they clutched morsels of meat in both hands, devouring them with unrestrained delight. Witnessing this scene, a satisfied smile blossomed on Huang Tianxi's face. The supplies acquired through his previous dealings with Chu Yang had already sufficed for their needs. However, with this unexpected bounty, it was only fitting to indulge. Yet, what truly delighted Huang Tianxi was not merely the pleasure of consuming this additional food, but rather the knowledge that these provisions had been procured at great risk by Chu Yang and his companions, now brazenly devoured by his own men. The crowd, starved like wolves, gorged themselves upon the food, yet as humans, they could not possibly consume such an abundance. Half-eaten remnants were carelessly discarded on the ground, and less appetizing herbs were tossed about chaotically during their frantic search for food. Just imagining the look of dismay on Chu Yang's face upon witnessing this spectacle brought Huang Tianxi immense joy. Everyone, eat without concern. Waste is of no consequence. What matters is that we find joy in this, he called out, seemingly addressing Chu Yang and his group intentionally. Outside the door, Wang Dong and Siyu could no longer contain their fury. Huang Tianxi is truly inhumane, Wang Dong exclaimed. Indeed, those supplies were brought back at great peril. If only I could rush in, I would give him his comeuppance. All those bound outside seethed with anger, their eyes ablaze. Wang Dong then turned to Chu Yang. Brother Chu, what shall we do now? We are bound, and they are feasting upon our provisions. His voice trembled with indignation and rage. Chu Yang struggled to suppress his own fury, acknowledging that he was presently powerless, as Huang Tianxi held a weapon. One must wait for the right moment. Seeing Chu Yang's helplessness, Wang Dong and Siyu began to struggle against their bindings, attempting to free themselves. At that moment, Huang Tianxi approached and rapped lightly on the door. Aware of his presence, Wang Dong and Siyu immediately halted their movements, turning to face the door. To their astonishment, it was Huang Tianxi. Their ire flared even higher. Huang Tianxi, you truly are despicable, Wang Dong shouted vehemently. Observing his frenzied outburst, Huang Tianxi merely smirked. If I were not despicable, could your wife still be sleeping with me? At this remark, Wang Dong lost all restraint, thrashing violently in a futile attempt to break free. But the ropes only tightened their grip, leaving angry marks on his skin. Huang Tianxi grinned as he opened the door, indifferent to Wang Dong's plight. Fixating solely on Chu Yang. Standing before him, Huang Tianxi wore a smug expression. Chu Yang, look at your current state, so utterly wretched. He chuckled lightly, clapping his hands. Surely, you never anticipated that one day you would be at my mercy. Chu Yang remained silent, his gaze icy as he regarded Huang Tianxi. Suddenly, Huang Tianxi leaned closer, his demeanor shifting to seriousness as he whispered in Chu Yang's ear. Let me be frank, Chu Yang. I deliberately smashed the phone. I have long been assured of my victory. Upon hearing this, surprise flickered in Chu Yang's eyes. His mind involuntarily revisited the earlier events. Suddenly, he comprehended why Huang Tianxi had retained such a radiant smile when he had urged him and his group to leave. So, all of this was part of your premeditated scheme, he realized. With a nonchalant shrug, Huang Tianxi spread his hands. You finally understand. His expression bore an air of calm indifference, but he added, alas, your realization comes too late. It is all but finished. A triumphant smile danced upon Huang Tianxi's lips as he began to survey the captives bound at the door. His gaze lingered on Lu Kaiwei, his eyes brightening as he leisurely approached her, pinching her cheek and turning to Chu Yang. I never imagined you had such a remarkable individual under your command. In that instant, an unsettling premonition washed over Chu Yang. Huang Tianxi beckoned for others to come forth to untie Lu Kaiwei, and the two who approached to assist were none other than the traitorous subordinates who had betrayed Chu Yang. Chu Yang observed the unfolding scene, his expression darkening further, while Lu Kaiwei, taken aback, could only stare blankly in the direction of Chu Yang. The juice of that particular fruit, when applied to the skin, wards off any attacks from humanoid bats. Wang Dong's remark suddenly illuminated Chu Yang's thoughts. He shifted his gaze to the cave's entrance, although the sky had darkened somewhat. It was not entirely night. Rising to his feet and brushing off his hands, he drew the attention of the others. I intend to lead everyone outside to gather some fruit that can prevent attacks from humanoid bats. No sooner had he finished speaking than everyone stood up. And without further delay, Chu Yang gathered his belongings and set off with the group. The previous night's encounter with the snails had left a deep impression on them all. They had witnessed firsthand the ferocity of the humanoid bat's assault. Nightfall rendered them vulnerable, necessitating adequate defensive measures. Having previously led the group to forage for this fruit, Chu Yang easily located its source this time. Upon returning with the fruit, he instructed everyone to apply the juice at the cave's entrance. Their efforts were rewarded. As they completed the task before darkness descended, the women set about kindling a fire within the cave, for the cold and dampness demanded warmth to ensure a restful night. As night deepened, Chu Yang, much like the previous evening, placed a flaming branch at the cave's mouth, with the fruit juice coating the entrance. Neither bats nor snails would dare intrude. They passed the night in safety, and as dawn broke, sunlight streamed into the cave, awakening Chu Yang. This morning, unlike the previous days, there was no snake meat for breakfast. They were left to nibble on a few fruits to satiate their hunger. Observing their meager supplies, a frown creased Chu Yang's brow. It was evident that action was required. It seems we must venture outside to hunt for resources, he muttered to himself. After some contemplation, he rallied the group, declaring, after we fill our bellies, we shall go hunting together. Upon hearing Chu Yang's command, the group hastened their eating, quickly finishing their meager meal. They readied themselves with the essential supplies, brimming with anticipation. Witnessing their spirited demeanor, a satisfied smile graced Chu Yang's face as he led them out of the cave. Wang Dong stepped forward, inquiring, Chu Yang, where are we headed for our hunt this time? After scanning their surroundings, he grimaced slightly. There seemed to be no game to be found in the mountains. Chu Yang chuckled at his expression. Indeed, there is little to hunt up here. So I have decided we shall descend the mountain. At the mention of descending, Wang Dong's face registered a clear surprise. They had ventured down only a handful of times, and this felt like an exploration of uncharted territory, instilling a sense of pressure within him. Chu Yang noticed the change in Wang Dong's demeanor and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Fear not, as long as we unite our efforts, we can overcome any obstacle. Encouraged by Chu Yang's words, Wang Dong nodded vigorously. After a while of descending, an expanse of darkness suddenly loomed ahead. This development immediately captured Chu Yang's attention, and his expression grew serious as he halted in his tracks. Turning to the group, he called out, "It appears there is something ahead. Everyone, be cautious." Nodding in agreement, the group followed Chu Yang towards the ominous darkness, which upon closer inspection revealed itself to be a valley. The sun's rays did not reach this sunken area, rendering it shrouded in shadows. Chu Yang paused, meticulously surveying the terrain before swiftly charting a path into the valley's depths. However, halfway along their journey, a massive gray bear emerged unexpectedly, blocking their way. Chu Yang immediately halted, and the others followed suit, their expressions reflecting caution. There was no doubt that this bear meant them harm. "Everyone, be alert," he shouted. Upon hearing his voice, the bear seemed to prepare to charge, swiftly barreling towards them. The path leading into the valley was narrow, leaving no space for them to disperse. Given the bear's formidable size and strength, a direct confrontation would surely result in disaster. Furthermore, the terrain offered no advantage against such a foe. As the bear drew nearer, Chu Yang's heart sank, and he shouted urgently, "Everyone, run!" Reacting swiftly, the group turned and raced away from the valley's entrance, each exerting every ounce of strength to escape. Strangely, once they had completely vacated the narrow path, the bear abruptly ceased its pursuit. Hearing the bear's footsteps fade into silence, Chu Yang halted and looked back to see the bear retreating deeper into the valley, vanishing from sight. It dawned on him that the bear had likely perceived them as intruders in its territory. As the bear disappeared, the terror on the group's faces gradually faded. Reflecting on their experience, it seemed clear that entering the valley was unfeasible. We evidently lacked sufficient preparation for this venture. "Let us return and see if we can procure some game on our way back," he stated, a hint of disappointment lacing his tone. Chapter 71. A return to the valley. No sooner had he spoken than Chu Yang, disregarding the group's reactions, led the way forward. Throughout the journey, he remained highly alert to his surroundings, casting wary glances at any unexpected sounds. Although no large predators lurked nearby, the presence of small birds was abundant. Yet, the team was not without skill. Through their combined efforts, they successfully captured numerous small creatures for sustenance. Upon returning with the spoils, Su Yun hurried to greet him. As she approached, she noticed a shadow of melancholy upon his face. "Brother Chu, what troubles you? Have you encountered difficulties?" she inquired gently, her eyes wide with concern. Scratching his head, Chu Yang sighed. "We discovered a valley below, but due to inadequate preparation, we had to retreat." Su Yun placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "It's all right. As long as we are better prepared next time, we will surely conquer that valley." Her kind words lifted Chu Yang's spirits considerably. Meanwhile, Wang Dong engaged in discussion with several companions. This is certainly uncharacteristic of Chu Yang. In all my time following him, aside from exceptional circumstances, I have never heard him suggest retreating. Lin Hai nodded in agreement, recalling their shared experiences under Chu Yang's leadership. Indeed. It seems his mood has been affected by this encounter, Zhang Wei added. Everyone could sense Chu Yang's discontent since leaving the cave. Yet only he understood the weight of his emotions when confronted by the bear. The group had entrusted their lives to him by choosing to accompany him on the hunt. If Chu Yang could not ensure their safety, how could he justify leading them? As Chu Yang confronted the grizzly bear, he sensed his inadequacy. His strength was insufficient to vanquish such a beast single-handedly. To ensure the safety of those willing to follow him into perilous situations, he had no choice but to retreat. The events of the confrontation replayed in his mind repeatedly. At that moment, Wang Dong approached, wearing a gentle smile. "What's wrong, Brother Chu? You seem troubled." Chu Yang remained silent, merely shaking his head. Observing this, Wang Dong continued, "Lingering in despair will not resolve anything. I believe we need to craft some superior weapons to confront that grizzly bear." This statement ignited a spark of realization in Chu Yang. Previously, when he had taken the group hunting, he had taught them to create rudimentary tools. How could he have forgotten such a crucial matter? A smile of delight spread across his face as he patted Wang Dong's shoulder. "You've reminded me, Wang Dong." He then gathered everyone together and utilized the available resources to instruct them in crafting simple weaponry. With these newfound tools, a glimmer of confidence swelled within Chu Yang. However, one must not forget that while exploration of the valley was paramount, sustenance was equally essential. Approaching Su Yun, he said, "On our way back, we brought some small game. Could you ask some of the women to prepare it?" Su Yun, delighted by Chu Yang's willingness to involve her, eagerly nodded, seeing her innocent and charming demeanor. Chu Yang offered her a tender smile, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Subsequently, Su Yun called upon the women to assist in processing the food the men had brought back. As the meat sizzled over the fire, an enticing aroma enveloped the cave. Drawn by the scent, everyone gathered around. "Su Yun, I never expected you to be such a skilled cook." Hearing the compliments, Su Yun felt a bit bashful. At that moment, Chu Yang stepped forward, affirming, "Indeed, Su Yun is a remarkable woman, capable of battling beasts outside and preparing delightful meals inside. She is truly impressive." Su Yu, unfamiliar with this revelation, rushed to Chu Yang's side. "Are you saying my sister has fought beasts? When did that happen?" His expression was serious, for he had only one sister, whom he had always sheltered. The thought of her engaging in combat with wild animals was astonishing. Chu Yang placed a comforting arm around Su Yu's shoulders and patted him lightly. "There's no need to be overly concerned. It's not as grave as it seems." His tone was gentle. This only heightened Su Yu's agitation. "What do you mean it's not serious?" "That is my sister." Chu Yang recognized that he must clarify the situation for Su Yu before he became truly upset. "Do you recall the last time you and your friends were bitten by that snail? You were either feverish or unconscious." Su Yu nodded, recalling the incident vividly. "That time, Su Yun begged me to take her along. She wanted to protect you." The revelation left Su Yu momentarily stunned. For years, he had been the one standing guard over Su Yun, and yet she had expressed a desire to protect him. A joyful smile spread across his face as he turned his gaze towards Su Yun, simply watching her in silence. "My sister has truly grown up. She even knows to protect her brother." Indeed, it was surprising how, despite her seemingly delicate demeanor, Su Yun proved to be resilient when it mattered most, Chu Yang echoed. At that moment, Su Yun caught sight of their shared gaze. Confused, she tilted her head at the two of them. Su Yu smiled at her and approached. "What do you want to eat, little sister?" His voice was gentle, filled with affection. Without hesitation, Su Yun offered him a piece of meat. Chu Yang sat nearby, quietly observing this heartwarming exchange, admiring the bond they shared. Just then, Chu Fu approached silently, discreetly placing his meat into Chu Yang's hands. By the time Chu Yang realized, 2 pieces of meat had been added to his portion. "Father, what are you doing?" he protested, attempting to return the meat. Chu Fu smiled kindly. "My child, I am older and can't eat that much. You need to eat more to ensure our family thrives." With that, he gestured for Chu Yang to consume the meat. Unable to refuse, Chu Yang complied, dutifully eating the pieces, allowing his father to return to his original place with a sense of relief. Chapter 72, Radishes and Wild Vegetables. Once everyone had their fill, Chu Yang stood and clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the group. "Have we all eaten enough?" he inquired, and everyone nodded in unison. "In that case, let us equip ourselves with the crafted weapons and venture back to the valley." Chu Yang's voice rang with conviction, invigorating the group as confidence illuminated their faces. After preparations were made, Chu Yang led them onward, swiftly reaching the path that led into the valley. As memories of their previous encounter flooded his mind, a sense of trepidation settled in his chest. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the group and called out, "We are about to enter the valley. Please remain vigilant. No sooner had he stepped forward than a furious roar echoed from within, causing everyone to halt in their tracks. Eyes wide with alarm, Chu Yang recognized the sound as that of the grizzly bear. Yet this time, he did not falter but resolutely advanced. With Chu Yang leading the way, the group felt bolstered by newfound courage, following him deeper into the valley. Suddenly, the grizzly bear appeared again. Chu Yang halted, locking eyes with the creature, which let out another thunderous roar, reverberating throughout the valley. It seemed determined to defend its territory after having previously frightened them away. Without hesitation, it charged at Chu Yang and his companions. Chu Yang furrowed his brow, instinctively raising his makeshift spear crafted from wood and thrusting it toward the bear. His aim was precise, and it appeared that the spear would strike true. However, at the last moment, the bear deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow. The spear grazed its side, causing blood to seep from the wound, staining its fur crimson. Witnessing this, the group's spirits lifted. Seizing the opportunity, they brandished their weapons and launched an attack on the bear. Under the onslaught, the bear became visibly agitated and, taking advantage of the moment, made a hasty retreat. The group was eager to pursue, but Chu Yang raised his hand, signaling for them to cease. Do not chase. We have more pressing matters at hand. Heeding Chu Yang's command, they halted and followed him further into the depths of the valley. To their surprise, the valley offered unexpected treasures. As they explored the surroundings, Wang Dong suddenly exclaimed, "Everyone, come quick! There are radishes and wild vegetables here." Upon hearing a sound, the crowd initially turned their gaze to the east, quickly forming a tight cluster. Indeed, it was the discovery of radishes and wild vegetables. A satisfied smile spread across Chu Yang's face as he suggested they dig up these radishes and wild greens to take back and plant. After all, a single radish could yield multiple radishes. Wang Dong carefully sifted through the surrounding soil, his swift hands unearthing radishes and wild vegetables with their roots intact, which he promptly stowed into his bag. This unexpected bounty brought smiles to everyone's faces. After exploring the valley further, it appeared that aside from the radishes and wild vegetables, no other usable resources were found. Chu Yang, recognizing the futility of further searching, led the group back. In the cave, Suyun awaited their return with eager anticipation. Upon spotting Chu Yang and the others, she promptly stood at the cave's entrance to greet them. As Chu Yang approached, Suyun blinked playfully and inquired, "So, Brother Chu, what treasures have you brought back today?" With her hands clasped behind her, she followed Chu Yang into the cave. "Indeed, we found some radishes and wild vegetables in the valley and have decided to plant them ourselves." Suyun's excitement surged at the mention of planting radishes and wild greens, recalling the myriad of flowers and plants she had tended to before being stranded on the island. "Is that truly the case?" she exclaimed. Observing this interaction, Suyu, standing behind Chu Yang, chimed in, "My sister has a remarkable talent for gardening, having cultivated many flowers and plants back home." With this endorsement, Chu Yang readily assigned the task of planting to Su Yun. "Very well then, the task of planting the radishes and wild vegetables is yours." Su Yun nodded enthusiastically, taking the radishes and wild vegetables from Wang Dong to begin her work. After a long day outside, the women began preparing food in the cave. Chu Yang was resting when Qin Ji approached him. Having heard the commotion, Chu Yang opened his eyes and met Qin Ji's gaze. "Is something the matter?" Chu Yang inquired. Qin Ji pursed his lips and nodded, his expression turning grave. "While I lack food to sustain myself, this is insufficient." He paused briefly before continuing. "We also require salt to replenish certain essential substances in our bodies." Chu Yang pondered this, slowly nodding in agreement. It was undeniable that Qin Ji's words held merit. Lacking salt over time would be detrimental to their health. "Is there anyone here who knows how to produce salt?" Chu Yang called out to the group. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, and not a single person stepped forward. The outcome was clear. None among them possessed the knowledge to create salt. With a resigned sigh, Chu Yang turned to Qin Ji. "Understood. I will consider how to resolve this issue." Once everyone had enjoyed a hearty meal, Chu Yang summoned Wang Dong, Lin Hai, and Zhang Wei. "What is it, Brother Chu? Do you need us for something?" Wang Dong asked. Chu Yang nodded. "I need you three to collect some seawater from the beach." This elicited puzzled expressions from the trio. "Why collect seawater? It's full of impurities and quite brackish," Zhang Wei remarked. Just then, Wang Dong recalled Chu Yang's earlier inquiry and suddenly realized. "Oh, Brother Chu, you want us to bring back seawater to extract salt, don't you?" Chu Yang nodded, his expression reflecting appreciation for Wang Dong's insight. "Be careful on your way." With that, the three wasted no time and headed towards the beach. Having seawater would provide them with the raw material. However, the method of extracting salt from it remained unclear. Chapter 73, Acquiring Salt. This dilemma had yet to be resolved. As the saying goes, a single chopstick breaks easily, but a bundle is difficult to snap. Facing this challenge, Chu Yang chose to harness the collective intelligence of the group. I've sent Wang Dong and the others to fetch seawater. Let us brainstorm how to extract salt from it. Without explaining the necessity of extracting salt, someone immediately raised a question. What purpose does our extraction experiment serve, Brother Chu? A man inquired. Hearing this, others nodded in agreement, clearly perplexed by the question. Chu Yang, not one to prolong the suspense, began to elucidate. Salt contains many essential substances for our bodies. Since our arrival on this deserted island, we have hardly consumed any salt. While the short-term effects seem negligible, the long-term consequences could severely impair our bodily functions. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in understanding, falling silent as they contemplated the salt extraction challenge. If anyone has suggestions, please share. Regardless of feasibility, we can try anything. Chu Yang encouraged, awaiting Wang Dong and the others to return with the seawater. Meanwhile, Wang Dong's group had reached the beach, filling their containers with seawater and hurrying back to the cave. Here we are. Is this seawater sufficient? If not, we can fetch more, Wang Dong panted, wiping sweat from his brow. This quantity is adequate for our experiments. Let us first devise a successful method for extraction before considering additional seawater, Chu Yang replied, his gaze fixed on the containers before him. Now that we have the seawater, does anyone have ideas? Chu Yang prompted. The crowd exchanged glances until Luo Yi stood up and approached him. Brother Chu, I believe we could try filtering the seawater. Considering this, Chu Yang realized the feasibility of the filtering method. However, a new issue arose. What would they use to filter it? What do you suggest we use for filtering? He asked. Luo Yi contemplated for a moment before surveying the surroundings. Perhaps we could use clothing for filtration. Chu Yang sighed. Recognizing the limitations of their resources, clothing was indeed their only option. After procuring a piece of cloth, Chu Yang, along with Wang Dong and the others, began the filtration process. A large bucket of seawater was poured through the fabric, but due to the small pores, the water drained slowly. After several minutes, when the cloth was finally examined, it revealed nothing. It seemed this method would not yield results. As they faced the failure of their extraction experiment, Deputy Zhou approached. What are your thoughts, Deputy Zhou? Chu Yang inquired, directing his attention towards him. Given his years of experience at sea, Zhou might have valuable insights. We could try boiling the seawater. Once all the water evaporates, what remains should be salt, Zhou suggested matter-of-factly. However, I'm unsure if this method will work. It's worth a try. After hearing Zhou's proposal, Chu Yang instinctively nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they set up a fire inside the cave and began to boil seawater. Chu Yang stood by the water, stirring as it simmered. The bubbling sound filled the cave, transforming the atmosphere into one of warmth. Time passed, and before they knew it, a considerable amount of seawater remained. Chu Yang, feeling weary, muttered to himself about the inefficiency of this method. His words caught the attention of Wang Dong, who was nearby. Come on, Brother Chu, we've only boiled one bucket of seawater. After all, it's an experiment. We must exercise some patience. After saying this, Wang Dong smiled and continued, if this method proves effective, we could boil several buckets simultaneously, greatly enhancing our efficiency. Wang Dong's insight illuminated Chu Yang's mind. He patted Wang Dong on the shoulder, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes conveying admiration. Wang Dong, your suggestion is indeed brilliant. Flushed with modesty, Wang Dong scratched his head and resumed his wait. After about half an hour, the seawater finally reached its end. As the sound of boiling ceased, Chu Yang eagerly leaned forward to inspect the container, where white speckles appeared at the bottom. His face broke into a joyful smile. Turning to Deputy Zhou, he couldn't help but exclaim, Deputy Zhou, your method has truly proven useful. We have successfully extracted salt. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with delight. Chu Yang promptly announced, since this method works, let us all accompany Wang Dong and the others to gather more seawater, allowing us to extract even more salt. Without hesitation, the group gathered their belongings and followed Wang Dong. Next, he called over Su Yun. Sister Chu, is something the matter? She asked. Bring a few people into the cave to start additional fires. If we extract several pots of seawater simultaneously, our salt extraction efficiency will significantly increase. Su Yun nodded in agreement, and the women clustered together to devise a plan for making a fire. By the time they had successfully ignited the flames, the others had returned. United in purpose, they boiled pot after pot of seawater, yielding an increasing amount of salt. As night fell, they had extracted approximately a jar of salt. Surveying their bountiful harvest, a satisfied smile spread across Chu Yang's face. The seawater they had brought back was now nearly fully processed. Unable to contain his excitement, he shared the good news with everyone. Indeed, when hearts unite, mountains can be moved. Through our collective efforts, We have successfully extracted a jar of salt. His tone was fervent, his face radiant with joy. Upon hearing his words, everyone exchanged glances, their faces full of smiles, and erupted into applause. In light of this, let us reward ourselves tonight, Chu Yong declared. Hearing this, the crowd looked puzzled. What do you suggest for our reward, Brother Chu? One man shouted. Chapter 74. The Past and the Future. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yong turned to Su Yun. How much snake meat do we have left? Su Yun raised her hand to count, and after a few seconds, she replied, about 5 pounds or so. Chu Yong nodded, glancing at the fires in the cave, and an idea sparked within him. Then let us have a barbecue tonight. As soon as the words left his lips, the crowd erupted in cheers. It was undeniably a splendid idea. Even stranded on a deserted island, they could enjoy barbecued meat. What more could they ask for? Immediately, everyone began to prepare, with some cutting meat, others stoking the fires, and a few skewering the meat, creating a joyful and harmonious scene. At that moment, Wang Dong suddenly rushed to Chu Yong's side. Brother Chu, didn't we bring back some fruit? Recalling the incident, Chu Yong took a few seconds to think. After all, that harvest included not just fruit, but also the enchanting figure of Su Yun, a memory that lingered in his mind. Yes, he replied softly. Wang Dong's excitement was palpable. If that's the case, let us not waste the fruit. Since we're having barbecue, I'll prepare some juice from it. It would do to have barbecue without a drink, and Chu Yong nodded in agreement. Wang Dong promptly began processing the fruit, crushing each piece in a container, adding clean water, and soon transforming it into refreshing wild fruit juice. As they all busily prepared, it wasn't long before everything was ready. The group gathered around, roasting meat and chatting merrily. Observing this scene, Chu Yong felt a surge of emotions. What do you all aspire to do in the future? He suddenly inquired. In this blissful moment, everyone began to share their dreams. Su Yu spoke first. He had contemplated this question countless times. His gaze fell upon Su Yun, filled with tenderness. I wish to take my sister away from this deserted island and ensure she lives a happy, peaceful life. Hearing this, both Su Yun and Chu Yong shared a knowing smile. As soon as Su finished, Wang Dong chimed in, I don't have any particular ambitions. I just want to stick with Brother Chu. Chu Yong playfully tapped his head. Have you started being smooth-tongued? As they playfully bantered, laughter filled the air. Wang Dong shielded his head. I'm not being smooth-tongued. I mean every word. Truthfully, during this time spent with Chu Yong, Wang Dong had genuinely experienced Chu Yong's capabilities and charisma, and he was wholly captivated. Chu Yong merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, Zhu Yinzi also spoke up. I too wish to leave this deserted island quickly and find a boyfriend to enjoy a sweet romance. Upon hearing the mention of romance, the crowd erupted in playful teasing. One man shouted, who says you can't date here? We can still find love on this island. Another chimed in, yes, yes. Look at Brother Chu. He is a fine man and still single. When the topic turned towards him, Chu Yong's expression subtly shifted, yet he remained silent. Zhu Yinzi secretly cast a glance at Chu Yong, her cheeks flushing with shyness. Observing the playful exchange between Chu Yong and Zhu Yinzi, Su Yun felt a pang of discomfort, her expression shifting to a forced smile. Oh, everyone, let us not discuss this. We don't even know if Brother Chu is interested. Zhu Yinzi's words revealed her interest in Chu Yong, and the group was eager for entertainment. Brother Chu, did you hear that? This beauty seems to have a soft spot for you. Luo teased, his face alight with amusement. At this moment, Qinshi joined in. Indeed. Brother Chu, why not express your feelings? He said, stifling a laugh. Together, together, together. The playful chants grew louder, and the group began to openly tease. Witnessing this unfolding scene, a hint of panic surged within Chu Yong. He realized he could not allow the situation to escalate further. With a gentle smile, he raised his hand. All right, let us move on from this topic. Is there anyone willing to share their past stories with us? Chu Yong deliberately shifted the topic. Noticing that Chu Yong did not respond, Zhu Yinzi's expression turned somewhat colder, and the group felt hesitant to continue their banter. Observing this, Wang Dong patted his chest and exclaimed, I have a story. Upon hearing this, everyone's attention shifted to Wang Dong. In my youth, I encountered a fortune teller on the street. The old man seemed rather unremarkable, and I hadn't intended to pay him any mind. However, as I passed by his stall, he suddenly grabbed my arm. Confused, I initially thought to shake him off, but the old man was extremely agitated. As Wang Dong recounted his tale, the audience held their breath in anticipation of what would unfold next. He deliberately slowed his pace, building suspense. You won't believe what happened next. The crowd shook their heads, eager for him to continue. The old man looked at my face and excitedly told me that I possessed the visage of an emperor, destined to achieve great accomplishments. After uttering those words, pride instantly illuminated Wang Dong's face. At this moment, Lin Hai interjected, "Perhaps Brother Chu is your benefactor, destined to assist you in realizing your grand ambitions." The two engaged in conversation. I too felt that way, ever since I aligned myself with Chu Ge. My path seemed to have grown smoother. Wang Dong wore a broad smile, looking quite pleased. Suddenly, someone called out to Chu Yang, "Brother Chu, do you have any amusing stories from the past? I would love to hear." As soon as those words were spoken, everyone chimed in, "Yes, Brother Chu. We want to hear your story." Unable to withstand their enthusiasm, Chu Yang had no choice but to acquiesce. "All right, since you wish to hear, I shall share. Would you like to know why I am able to lead you all so successfully on this desolate island?" Upon hearing this question, the crowd's eyes widened in anticipation of his forthcoming words. Since it was a storytelling session, Chu Yang did not keep them in suspense, directing his gaze towards Chu. "The truth is, my family faced considerable hardships during my childhood. My father took me to work in the fields and managed various household chores. Over time, I became quite capable. Perhaps these experiences shaped my character." As Chu Yang spoke, his father could not help but interject. He had raised Chu Yang single-handedly and vividly remembered those arduous times. Indeed, life was tough back then. He sighed, shaking his head. He then turned his gaze to Chu Yang. The boy was always obedient. He must have inherited my industriousness. Hearing his father's praise, Chu Yang smiled shyly and scratched his head. At that moment, Wang Dong suddenly burst forth, wearing an air of confidence. "Once we escape, we will all be able to live well." As soon as he finished, Lin Hai added, "Yes, once we gather enough supplies, we can build a boat and sail away from this island." Siyu's face displayed surprise. "Are you suggesting we venture out to sea?" Wang Dong and the others nodded in unison. "Yes, although resources on this island are limited, constructing a seaworthy vessel isn't insurmountable." Listening to Wang Dong's words, Siyu pondered, recognizing the feasibility of this plan. "Then remember to take me with you," he said, playfully punching Wang Dong's sturdy arm. Wang Dong stood up, patted his chest confidently, and replied, "Of course. If possible, I will take everyone with me." Instantly, excitement filled the group, as if the dawn of their escape from this island was imminent. Chu Yang remained silent, quietly seated nearby. It must be said that Wang Dong's words were indeed inspiring. Who wouldn't desire to flee this island? Yet only Chu Yang understood that this plan was fundamentally flawed. In a previous life, some who had accompanied Chu Yang had attempted to venture out to sea, joyous as they rowed away. However, they had not gone far before encountering colossal sea monsters. The crew was terrified. Those fortunate enough to swim back survived, while others tragically perished during that ill-fated journey. No one knew what those monstrous beings were, as their power was overwhelmingly fierce. With such cautionary tales, no one dared to attempt it again. Although Chu Yang was fully aware of this reality, he chose to remain silent. Revealing the truth to the others would extinguish their only glimmer of hope and would undoubtedly impact their morale. "Then how shall we execute this plan?" Qingji inquired, eager to contribute to the effort of leaving. As soon as he spoke, they gathered together, contemplating their next steps. "To build a boat, we will need timber and nails. Additionally, we require saws to shape the wood and hammers," Wang Dong analyzed thoughtfully. "Given our current situation, we lack all of these tools. We can use stones as hammers," Luoi suggested. The group nodded in agreement. "Timber shouldn't be an issue either. There are plenty of trees in this forest," he continued. "Thus, the only tools we currently lack are nails and saws. If we can find these two items, we can successfully build a boat and sail away from this island." Wang Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "But where can we find nails and saws?" Qingji asked again. He believed in the plan's viability and felt that if every detail was meticulously executed, they could indeed leave this island. Upon hearing this question, Wang Dong's enthusiasm waned, and he looked perplexedly at Chu Yang. Simultaneously, the group's attention shifted to Chu Yang. "What do you think, Brother Chu? Do you have any ideas?" Throughout the discussion, Chu Yang maintained his silence, fully aware of the consequences of their actions. Yet now he found himself drawn into the conversation. A reluctant smile emerged on his face as he suggested, "Let's explore other areas later to see if we can find these two items." The group exchanged glances, then nodded, realizing that this was their only option at present. After discussing the sea expedition briefly, a shared sense of anticipation arose among them. The atmosphere grew animated again as they delved into casual chatter. As time passed, night deepened. Some had already succumbed to fatigue while others continued their lively discussions. By midnight, most had drifted off to sleep, as the day's salt-making had exhausted their energies, making rest a welcome necessity. Inside the cave, several fires provided warmth. Moonlight spilled in from outside, occasionally interrupted by the sound of soft snores, creating a scene of tranquility. However, this serene atmosphere did not last long. A monkey hurriedly approached from the fruit grove, using its keen sense of smell to locate Chu Yang and their dwelling. The monkey stood at the cave's entrance, observing the sleeping figures inside. With keen eyes, it swiftly spotted Chu Yang's location and dashed over, arriving at his side in an instant. It then placed a hand on Chu Yang's shoulder and began to shake him. Although the monkey lacked significant strength, Chu Yang had not yet slipped into deep slumber. After a few shakes, he groggily opened his eyes. Rubbing his bleary vision, he slowly began to discern his surroundings. Once he focused, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Wasn't this the monkey from the wild fruit forest that had taken Su Yun's clothes? The monkey, visibly anxious, gazed at Chu Yang while gesturing towards the cave's entrance. Observing its demeanor, Chu Yang couldn't help but furrow his brow and softly inquired, "What brings you here? Is there something amiss?" The monkey seemed to comprehend Chu Yang's words, nodding urgently. It then exerted all its strength to attempt to pull Chu Yang up. Realizing that something was amiss, Chu Yang rose without hesitation, rousing the others. All were taken aback at the sight of the monkey in the cave. "Brother Chu, how did a monkey end up in this cave?" Wang Dong remarked, unable to suppress his comment. Chu Yang, however, had no time for banter. His expression was grave. For this was indeed the monkey from the wild fruit forest. After a brief pause, he continued, "Judging by its urgent arrival at this hour, something must have occurred that requires our assistance." As Chu Yang's words echoed, the others exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do. "Let us follow it and see," Chu Yang urged. Chapter 76. The boar assault. Having issued orders, the group hesitated little, hastily gathering their belongings to follow the monkey. Chu Yang led the way, the monkey moving swiftly, clearly agitated. Step by step, they reached the wild fruit forest, where the monkey came to a halt. Chu Yang's expression shifted to one of vigilance as he squinted, scanning the area. Upon closer inspection, he noticed something amiss in the distance of the wild fruit forest. There were sounds of crashing. Ignoring the monkey, he led the group into the forest, where they encountered two wild boars. The boars relentlessly rammed into the trees of the wild fruit forest, causing a multitude of fruits to plummet to the ground. Yet they showed no interest in consuming them, continuing their onslaught. It was worth noting that half of this wild fruit forest belonged to Chu Yang. With the boars wreaking havoc, he could not stand idly by. After surveying the surroundings, he crouched down to pick up a stone of moderate size and swiftly hurled it at one of the boars. Struck. The boar let out a fierce squeal and leaped up. Its cold, menacing gaze shifted from the fruit trees to Chu Yang, as if ready to pounce on him and his companions. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Chu Yang's body tensed, a hint of panic rising within him. The boars seemed agitated. "Everyone scatter," he commanded. As anticipated, the two boars charged toward the group, intent on attacking. Fortunately, they managed to evade harm. However, realizing that fleeing indefinitely was impractical, they considered the folly of confronting the boars one-on-one. After deliberation, they decided to return for some useful equipment. Chu Yang turned to the others and shouted, "Let us return to grab our weapons, then we'll come back to deal with these boars." The group nodded in agreement, immediately changing direction towards the cave. The monkey, seemingly aware of Chu Yang's intentions, prudently concealed itself, avoiding any confrontation with the boars. The group hastened back to the cave, retrieved their weapons, and hurriedly returned to the wild fruit forest, equipped and emboldened. With weapons in hand, Chu Yang felt a surge of confidence. The expressions of the group turned serious as he led them forward. Upon approaching the boars, they finally halted their movements, turning to glare at Chu Yang and his companions with piercing eyes. Meanwhile, the monkey had taken refuge in a concealed spot, quietly observing the unfolding situation. Chu Yang refrained from being the first to strike, opting instead to assess the surroundings. In the brief time they had spent retrieving their weapons, the wild fruit forest had descended into chaos. Several monkeys had emerged to confront the boars, but met with dire consequences. It appeared that the boars had charged at the monkeys, who had failed to evade in time, leaving their lifeless bodies scattered nearby. Witnessing the scene ignited a surge of unbridled fury within Chu Yang. The boars, having noticed the weapons in Chu Yang's hands, quickly realized they were in for a confrontation. They stood side by side, scraping their hind legs against the ground before charging at Chu Yang and his companions. "Everyone, quickly take cover. Don't let them hit you," Chu Yang shouted. As his voice faded, the group dispersed just in time, allowing the boars to charge straight through the path they had vacated. With no one injured, the boars came to an abrupt stop, turning to glare menacingly at the group. Before the boars could fully comprehend the situation, Chu Yang seized the moment and charged forward, delivering a forceful blow to one of them. The boar, recovering from the shock, shook its head and bared its teeth at Chu Yang. Sensing the urgency, Wang Dong rushed towards the other boar, mirroring Chu Yang's actions and striking it on the head before retreating back into the crowd. Now thoroughly enraged, the two boars charged at the group once more, utilizing their heads as weapons. As long as the group remained alert, they could avoid injury while simultaneously seizing opportunities to counterattack. Time ticked away, and it became evident that this strategy could not persist indefinitely. The boars, brimming with stamina, would inevitably wear down Chu Yang and his companions. The question loomed, would they be able to subdue the boars before they themselves were overrun? Seizing the moment while others distracted the boars, Chu Yang approached Qin Ji and instructed, take a few people and find a spot to dig 2 pits, crafting traps. And remember to conceal them well. We'll lure the boars into the pits and strike when the time is right. Without hesitation, Qin Ji rallied a few individuals, armed with tools, and ventured off to excavate the traps. Meanwhile, Chu Yang and the rest continued to divert the boars, granting Qin Ji the time needed to set the traps. About half an hour later, fatigue began to set in among the group. Fortunately, at that moment, Qin Ji and his team returned. Chu Yang and the others retreated, allowing Qin Ji's group to take the lead in confronting the boars. Luo Yi picked up a stone and hurled it at one of the boars, successfully diverting its attention. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted towards the trap, leaping gracefully as he reached its edge. Yet, the wild boar remained unaware of the trap ahead, continuing its frantic dash until, in a fleeting moment, it found itself plummeting into the pit. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Yang surged forward, swiftly drawing a dagger from his pocket to deliver a decisive blow to the beast. With a single strike, the wild boar breathed its last, and the onlookers erupted in jubilant cheers. Witnessing the effectiveness of this strategy, Qin Shi abandoned his previous stance of holding back the wild boar, mirroring Luo Yi's approach to lure another boar toward the trap. Once again, it fell effortlessly into the pit, precisely as anticipated. After Chu Yang dispatched the second boar, the tension that had gripped the crowd was finally alleviated. Meanwhile, a troop of monkeys, previously concealed in the shadows, rushed forth, encircling Chu Yang in a whirlwind of excitement, evidently overjoyed by the turn of events. Chapter 77. Restoring the wild fruit grove among them. An elder monkey approached Chu Yang and bowed deeply, seemingly expressing gratitude. Chu Yang merely smiled, recognizing that part of the wild fruit grove belonged to him as well, and that he bore a responsibility to protect it. Let us assess the state of the fruit trees, he suggested softly. Upon receiving his command, the group dispersed without delay. The condition of the grove was indeed disheartening, with most areas left in ruins. Fortunately, Chu Yang and his companions had arrived in time, as some sections of the grove remained unscathed by the 2 wild boars. Leading the group to the untouched part of the wild fruit grove, they gathered the good fruit, initially intending to take it all back. However, as they prepared to leave, Chu Yang noticed that the fruit trees belonging to the monkeys had been ravaged nearly beyond recovery, prompting him to pause. Wang Dong, who had been collecting the fruits, stood before Chu Yang, who gestured towards the basket. Let us divide these fruits in half, with one portion reserved for the monkeys. Wang Dong scratched his head in confusion. Brother Chu, why should we do that? We have already helped them without asking for anything in return. Is it necessary to give them more? In response, Chu Yang lightly tapped Wang Dong's head. The monkeys' trees have been devastated, and it may take a long time for them to recover. Without food, they could starve. Wang Dong, having experienced hunger while working for Huang Tianxi, understood the gravity of the situation and complied, squatting down to divide the fruits. Once the fruits were divided, Chu Yang called out, "Monkeys, are you there?" At the sound of his voice, a horde of monkeys emerged from all directions. To be honest, Chu Yang found himself questioning whether these monkeys could truly comprehend human speech. He then pushed half of the fruits towards the monkeys, who, upon witnessing this act, looked on with bewilderment. Chu Yang explained, "These fruits are for you." The monkeys, upon understanding, widened their eyes in unison and began to leap joyfully around him. At that moment, a sudden thought struck Chu Yang as he recalled the monkeys that had perished at the hands of the wild boars. He led the group toward the bodies of the fallen monkeys. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yang felt a pang of sorrow. He sighed deeply and turned to Wang Dong, instructing, "Take the others and dig a few graves to bury these monkeys." After pausing momentarily, he shook his head, lamenting they were indeed the heroes defending the wild fruit grove. Wang Dong nodded, his gaze falling upon the lifeless monkeys. A closer look revealed that their demise had not been instant. They had likely endured multiple impacts from the wild boars. This indicated their determination, as they had persisted in their efforts to thwart the intruders, ultimately paying the ultimate price. It was a tragic loss, and Wang Dong couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy in the face of such loss. At this juncture, all they could do was give them a proper burial as a sign of respect for life. Without hesitation, Wang Dong and a few others quickly dug several holes in the wild fruit grove, placing the monkeys within and covering them with earth. The other monkeys observed this somber act. The eldest monkey soon approached Chu Yang again, tugging at his leg. Having learned from the previous encounter, Chu Yang followed him willingly. The elder monkey led them to the burial site of the young monkeys, standing opposite Chu Yang and bowing deeply. Then, turning to face the departed monkeys, he bowed once more, his expression filled with sorrow. Seeing the devastation of the wild fruit grove, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a deep sense of regret. Individuals like them were essentially nomads on this small island, residing wherever they could find shelter, never truly settling down. However, for these monkeys, the wild fruit grove was their home. Now, having been ravaged, Chu Yang's heart swelled with compassion. After contemplating for a few moments, he summoned the group. The wild fruit grove is in disarray. Let us see if any of the trees can be salvaged and replanted. Upon hearing this, the group nodded and immediately set to work. These little monkeys are truly unfortunate, Suyun remarked with a sigh of sympathy. Suyu, who had been focused on planting trees, glanced at her and noted her troubled expression. It's hard to imagine what would have happened if these monkeys hadn't sought our help. She continued. Now that Chu Yang and our group have come to assist, the grove is in utter chaos and several monkeys have lost their lives. Without Chu Yang's intervention, the situation would surely be far worse. Indeed, yet these monkeys are clever to have thought to seek our aid. They must possess a certain intelligence, Siyu replied softly. Sister, do not be too sorrowful. The competition in nature is harsh, with survival of the fittest, even if there were no wild boars today. Other beasts would inevitably threaten the grove in the future. To protect themselves, they must ultimately grow stronger. Suyu's words held merit, and though Suyun understood their meaning, she could not suppress her feelings of compassion for the monkeys. As the group worked diligently, the wild fruit grove began to regain some semblance of order. The monkeys frolicked in the trees, chattering excitedly, clearly pleased with the efforts of Chu Yang and his companions. Everyone has worked hard, Chu Yang exclaimed with a beaming smile. Giving a thumbs up to the group, the monkeys in this grove will surely be grateful for our efforts. After addressing this matter, Chu Yang led the group to the 2 traps set by Qingji. The wild boars still lay in the pits, a rare source of sustenance that could not go to waste. Chapter 78. Wang Tinci under attack united in purpose. The group managed to hoist the wild boar that had fallen into the pit back to safety. Chu Yang, fixated on the 2 wild boars, began to deliberate in his mind. Undoubtedly, such a precious resource could not go to waste. However, it was clear that the few companions he had brought along were insufficient to carry the boars back. After much contemplation, he concluded that the only feasible solution was to dissect the boars on the spot. With his dagger in hand, Chu Yang looked to the others and suggested they assist in the dissection, planning to take the meat back in portions. Upon hearing his words, the group nodded in agreement and drew forth their own knives. Chu Yang was the first to act, slicing into the belly of the boar, immediately revealing its internal organs. As crimson blood dripped onto the ground, observing the organs, Chu Yang frowned. These would require thorough washing before they could be utilized, and they lacked sufficient water to spare. Ultimately, he resolved to discard the entrails. Yet, he hesitated to do so himself, knowing that digging them out by hand would leave him drenched in blood and the stench of viscera. The monkeys, sensing Chu Yang's reluctance, approached him, tugging at his pant leg. He lowered his gaze to find one monkey leaping onto the boar, pointing at the insides, and then crossing its arms. Understanding their intent, Chu Yang nodded in agreement. They too had no use for the internal organs. Upon hearing this, the monkeys wasted no time, swiftly hollowing out the boar's body. Nearby, a waterhole in the wild fruit forest made it easy for the monkeys to clean themselves, and they were not averse to getting dirty. Moreover, having been given food and assistance in burying their fallen companion, each monkey felt immense gratitude towards Chu Yang and was eager to aid him. Once the organs were dealt with, the group set to work. They first severed the 4 hooves, followed by the head. The head, being heavy with bone and minimal flesh, would require substantial effort to transport, leading Chu Yang to decide to abandon it as well. They proceeded to cut the remaining meat into manageable pieces, making it easier to carry back. Chu Yang and his companions thrived in their newfound circumstances, now equipped with resources and shelter. In stark contrast, the situation for Wang Tianci and his group was quite different. That night, they rested in their tin fishing boat as usual. The presence of so many people emitted a strong human scent, which soon attracted the humanoid bats. Drawn by the scent, they found the tin boat. Before Wang Tianci and his companions could grasp the gravity of their predicament, the humanoid bats launched an assault on the vessel. The boat began to sway, prompting them to realize something was amiss. Under the dim moonlight, they peered outside, eyes widening in shock. Humanoid bats were upon them. A woman screamed, sending the group into a frenzy as they scrambled to escape the boat. Yet, the humanoid bats were relentless. In less than a second, those who fled were seized and flung into the air, only to land directly into the bat's jaws. Mrs. Huang hurriedly approached her husband, exclaiming, "What shall we do now?" Her voice trembled with fear as she clutched Huang Tianxi's arm. He stood in contemplation. After a few moments, he drew his gun and addressed the others. "You must all go out and divert the bat's attention," Huang Tianxi nearly roared. In moments of peril, one's true nature is revealed, a truth that rang true as his subordinates, having witnessed his menacing demeanor before, hesitated, though they had no weapons to defend themselves. They understood that compliance was their only chance of survival. The group exchanged anxious glances, and several of them rushed out in groups, all inevitably falling prey to the humanoid bats. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Tianxi bolted from the tin boat. Mrs. Huang, noticing his move, exerted all her strength to keep pace with him. A few other subordinates also took this chance to escape, with the only casualties being those who had just charged out. As they ran across the small island, the only sound filling their ears was the wind, and they dared not pause, fearing that any moment of rest might render them targets for the bats, leading to their demise. They ran for what felt like an eternity until Huang Tianxi's gaze fell upon a distant cave, where flickering lights caught his attention. He instinctively furrowed his brow and halted. Turning around, he noticed a throng of people had followed him. "You all made it out, then? Follow me," he commanded. Though they felt some confusion, they complied without protest, obediently trailing behind Huang Tianxi. As they navigated through a thicket, the glow from the cave became increasingly vivid. One subordinate hurried to Huang Tianxi's side. "Young master, there is fire in that cave. Could there be people residing within?" Huang Tianxi glanced at him, his tone laced with impatience. "We won't know until we investigate." The subordinate dared not speak further and retreated to the back. As they neared the cave, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. The closer they got, the more pronounced the scent became. When Huang Tianxi and his group reached the cave's entrance, they instinctively quieted their footsteps. Huang Tianxi crept to the edge, peering inside to discover that it was bustling with Chu Yang's subordinates. Having successfully returned with the wild boar, Chu Yang's group was celebrating their bounty, roasting the meat over a fire, a fact that explained the enticing aroma that had reached Huang Tianxi. The sight stirred envy within him. Why should he be confined to a dilapidated tin boat, enduring hunger, while Chu Yang and his band reveled in roasted meat within a cave? A surge of anger welled up in Huang Tianxi. He could not allow Chu Yang to enjoy such fortune unchallenged. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to his followers. "We are concealed while they are exposed. Wait for my signal. I will give you the cue to rush in and seize their meat." His tone was grave, and upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. Chapter 79. An unexpected demise. He continued to bide his time as seconds ticked by. 1, 2, 3. The merriment within grew, and their guard began to falter. At that moment, Huang Tianxi raised his hand, gesturing toward the cave. The group immediately recognized this as their signal and prepared to charge in. Just then, Wang Dong returned from outside. They had already enjoyed a meal of roasted meat earlier, but it seemed there was insufficient firewood left. Chu Yang had instructed him to gather more, and upon his return, he spotted a crowd gathering outside the cave. Realizing something was amiss as he witnessed their intent to rush in, Wang Dong raced forward, shouting, "Who are you?" His coarse voice resonated distinctly in the tranquil night, prompting everyone within the cavern to unconsciously gaze toward the entrance. With keen eyes, Chu Yang swiftly spotted Huang Tianxi lying outside the cave, instinctively furrowing his brow. However, Huang Tianxi's command had already been issued, and his subordinates surged into the cave without hesitation. As a throng of individuals poured in, Chu Yang and his companions rose to their feet. Huang Tianxi's men hesitated, glancing back at their leader, caught between advancing and retreating. At this juncture, remaining in the shadows was no longer an option. Before his presence was fully acknowledged, Huang Tianxi entered the cavern with a hearty laugh. Upon locking eyes with him, Chu Yang's countenance betrayed unmistakable displeasure. "What brings you here?" he inquired. Huang Tianxi scoffed, expressing his surprise. "I never imagined, Chu Yang, that you would fare so well." With his hands on his hips, he adopted an air of superiority, questioning whether they did not understand the principle of sharing, given they were all in the same boat. Without missing a beat, Chu Yang retorted, "If you are hungry, hunt for your own food. Are you here to beg from me?" Chu Yang's assertiveness pushed Huang Tianxi back. Not one to be easily intimidated, Huang Tianxi promptly drew a firearm, raising it skyward. "Strength? This is my strength," he proclaimed, twirling the gun playfully between his fingers. "I advise you to comply and surrender all your provisions to me." Huang Tianxi's actions were overtly those of a bandit, and Chu Yang naturally did not respond kindly. "You are delusional." Huang Tianxi laughed derisively, beckoning his subordinates with 2 fingers. They swiftly gathered at his side. "Enough chatter. Seize everything." With Huang Tianxi's backing, his men charged toward Chu Yang and his companions without hesitation. Seeing this, Chu Yang positioned himself at the forefront, blocking their advance. "You will not take these supplies unless you can step over my body." His voice rang out with conviction, his eyes gleaming with determination. Inspired by his bravery, his allies surged forward, and a fierce melee ensued. Amidst the chaos, Huang Tianxi wore a satisfied smile, yet unbeknownst to him, someone had quietly set their sights on him. With arms crossed over his chest, he assumed a spectator's role at the cave's entrance. At that moment, Tianxi drew a dagger from his pocket. Seizing an opportunity, he maneuvered past the fray and lunged toward Huang Tianxi, aiming to plunge the knife into his abdomen. Fortunately, Huang Tianxi reacted swiftly, evading the attack. He leveled his gun at Qin Ji, his expression grave. "If you come any closer, I will shoot." Qin Ji smirked, dashing toward Huang Tianxi. But the latter squeezed the trigger. In a clash of blade against bullet, Qin Ji found himself at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, he quickly retaliated, knocking Huang Tianxi's hand aside, causing the bullet to fly off course. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the crowd, causing everyone to halt and turn toward the source of the commotion. In that moment, Huang Tianxi's subordinates retreated behind him. The cry came from a woman clutching her head, terror etched across her face. Beside her, another woman lay lifeless, blood pooling around her. Chu Yang rushed to the fallen woman's side, his heart sinking as he recognized Wu Qian. Furrowing his brow, he cradled her in his arms as she managed a faint smile, her eyes shimmering with tears. "Thank you for teaching me courage. I'm glad to have met you," she whispered before her eyes fluttered shut, her body going limp. The suddenness of it all ignited a fierce anger within Chu Yang. He gently laid Wu Qian down and stood, turning to glare menacingly at Huang Tianxi. Realizing his culpability, Huang Tianxi averted his gaze, his hand trembling around the gun. The others, too, turned their eyes to Wu Qian, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Though not bound by blood, the bonds of friendship forged over time ran deep. Witnessing the death of their companion at the hands of an enemy was intolerable. Armed with his weapon, Chu Yang stood resolutely before them, fixing Huang Tianxi with a steely gaze. "You have taken my companion's life. Now, a life for a life," he declared, his tone frigid and his expression forbidding. With those words, he charged at Huang Tianxi, prompting his comrades to engage with Huang Tianxi's men, plunging the scene into chaos. In the face of such turmoil, Huang Tianxi felt a pang of panic. He knew that the bullet he had just fired was the last in his gun, rendering it nothing more than a tool of intimidation. Spotting Chu Yang advancing with a dagger, he quickly searched for a weapon, seizing a wooden stick. As Chu Yang thrust the dagger toward Huang Tianxi's heart, the latter reacted in time, successfully deflecting the attack with his makeshift weapon. Despite the setback, Chu Yang persisted, launching a second wave of assault. Yet, Huang Tianxi, armed with a weapon, was not so easily subdued. Even so, Chu Yang remained undeterred, continuing his relentless attack. In an instant, Huang Tianxi's movement stilled. He glanced down to find the glint of a blade before him. Turning, he was met with the familiar visage of Qin Ji, the very man who had once aided him in his schemes, now standing as his executioner. Chapter 80. A leaderless flock. Huang Tianxi could not utter a word, collapsing to the ground in a daze. The loud noise drew everyone's attention, and as they beheld Huang Tianxi's bloodied form, they sensed that something was amiss. "Mrs." Huang rushed into the cave, kneeling beside her husband. Cradling his face in her hands, she shook him vigorously, but Huang Tianxi offered no response. Ceasing her efforts, she laughed bitterly, tears welling in her eyes, her body collapsing against him. Despite Huang Tianxi's betrayal during their marriage, she understood the reality of their situation on the island. Though he had committed unspeakable acts, she had tolerated him, knowing he was their leader. Now that he lay dead, her own future appeared bleak. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yang felt no pity. He vividly recalled Huang Tianxi's past misdeeds. Letting him die was merely a fitting end. Turning his gaze to Mrs. Huang, his expression remained impassive. "May you find peace in your grief," he remarked, before addressing Huang Tianxi's subordinates. "Your leader has fallen. You should find him a proper resting place." Faced with such a situation, Huang Tianxi's followers were thrown into disarray. For they knew, with their leader's demise, they were now a flock without a shepherd. Having previously aligned with Huang Tianxi to oppose Chu Yang, this group now finds themselves without the support of Huang Tianxi, destined for misfortune. Especially for Jia Gui. As Huang Tianxi's strategist, should he fall into Chu Yang's hands, his demise would be particularly gruesome. As he gazed upon Huang Tianxi's lifeless body, Jia Gui's mind raced with thoughts. He signaled to those around him, and they obediently gathered closer, for apart from Huang Tianxi, Jia Gui wielded the most power within their faction. "Mr. Jia, what should we do now?" one man inquired, his voice laced with panic. Jia Gui shot him a glance, his expression reflecting evident displeasure. "How would I know what to do? I summoned you here to devise a plan." Huang Tianxi had barely just perished, and already Jia Gui exuded an arrogance reminiscent of his late ally. The group fell silent. Observing their demeanor, Jia Gui stifled his inner fury and demanded, "Everyone, brainstorm solutions, or we shall all meet a grim fate." Hearing his words, expressions of trepidation washed over the crowd as they exchanged glances, realizing that a quick solution was elusive, especially given the abruptness of the situation, leaving their minds blank. Seeing his subordinates silent, Jia Gui decided not to rely on them any further. Meanwhile, on Chu Yang's side, everyone gathered around Wu Qian's corpse. What a tragedy, such a young girl lost to the world. Wang Dong spoke slowly, his tone tinged with sorrow. Lin Hai, standing beside him, echoed, indeed, I recall this girl as charming laughter. With a sigh, he lamented her loss. As they observed Chu Yang bend over, his sorrow was palpable. At that moment, Qin Ji crouched down and gently patted Chu Yang's shoulder, offering his condolences. Chu Yang, feeling helpless, merely pressed his lips together in silence. Su Yan approached, kneeling beside him. Brother Chu, do not grieve too deeply. Your sister would wish for your happiness. Truthfully, Su Yan felt discomfort upon seeing Wu Qian emerge from the hidden door alongside Chu Yang. Moreover, her interactions with Wu Qian had unwittingly instilled a sense of rivalry within her, stemming from their shared affection for Chu Yang. Yet, despite this, she recognized Wu Qian's inherent kindness and gentleness, and could not help but mourn the loss of such a beautiful life. At this moment, Huang Tianxi's remaining followers had yet to depart. Chu Yang cradled Wu Qian in his arms and turned to Wang Dong, saying, take a few people to find a suitable place outside to bury her. His voice was heavy, devoid of any color. Without hesitation, Wang Dong left the cave with his team. As Chu Yang watched him go, he realized Huang Tianxi's men were still present. With a glint of disdain in his eyes, he ordered, why are you still here? Hurry and take his body away for burial. His tone was icy. After a brief pause, he added, and you all better leave quickly. With anger lacing his words, the remaining followers of Huang Tianxi dared not linger, hastily moving to lift Huang Tianxi's body. Suddenly, Jia Gui stepped forward, stating, I wish to negotiate terms. Chu Yang, taken aback, furrowed his brow. In his current state of fury, Jia Gui's interruption felt like a direct challenge. Without hesitation, Chu Yang drew a dagger and aimed it at Jia Gui, warning, stop wasting my time with your nonsense. Leave before I act. To his surprise, Jia Gui merely chuckled. How do you know my words won't benefit you? Following this, Jia Gui's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. You must know that the clever strategies Huang Tianxi employed were my designs, correct? A hint of pride surfaced on his face. Now that Huang Tianxi is dead, I am willing to work for you. You need not promise me anything, merely ensure I have enough to eat. Listening to Jia Gui, the onlookers instinctively shifted their gazes toward him. At that moment, Huang Tai's wife could no longer contain herself, rising from the ground to confront Jia Gui. You ungrateful wretch! My husband has barely departed, and you seek another branch to perch upon? Observing her erratic behavior, Jia Gui frowned and, without hesitation, pushed her aside, her body falling to the ground with a thud. Witnessing Jia Gui's actions, others began to contemplate their own strategies. Particularly, Li Xinyue, who had once been Chu Yang's fiancée, saw an opportunity to leverage her status. Chu Yang cast a cold glance at Huang Tai's wife on the ground before fixing his steely gaze on Jia Gui. A heart as black as yours should not even dare to approach me. Chapter 81. The bargain. The remaining subordinates of Huang Tianxi observed Jia Gui's maneuver with newfound thoughts. They showed little interest in Huang Tianxi's corpse, standing behind Jia Gui. I must say, Chu Yang, if we leave now, we are doomed to perish on this island. How can you be so heartless? One man spoke, resentment evident in his tone. Others, seeing someone speak up for their collective interest, began to chime in. Indeed, with resources so scarce on this island, can you truly bear witness to our demise? As the conversation escalated, Jia Gui seemed to recognize that his previous proposition would not suffice. After a brief contemplation, he altered his approach. How about this, Chu Yang? Provide me with some food, and I shall gladly depart. A smile crept across his face, for negotiations require a semblance of civility. Upon hearing Jia Gui's words, Chu Yang's brow furrowed in displeasure. He remained silent, surveying the crowd before him. He understood that this group would not leave without extracting something from him. However, Chu Yang was no pushover. He would not allow them to manipulate him. With a derisive laugh, he fixed his gaze on Jia Gui. Dream on. I will not part with my food. Chu Yang's voice was deep, an effort to suppress his rising fury. Not one to relent, Jia Gui retorted, if you do not provide me with food, I shall not leave. He crossed his arms defiantly. Before Chu Yang could respond, Jia Gui continued, let us see who can endure longer, you or I. A self-satisfied grin spread across his face. Encouraged by Jia Gui's stance, others began to voice their demands. My terms mirror Jia Gui's, grant me some food. And I too shall depart. Another man echoed. As the words left his lips, a chorus of agreement followed, each person aligning themselves with Jia Gui. Regardless of how much food Chu Yang possessed, should he distribute it, there would not be enough for everyone. Seeing this unfolding situation, Qinji approached Chu Yang with concern etched on his face. What should we do, Brother Chu? It seems they are intent on becoming brigands. After uttering these words, Qinji let out a resigned sigh. Although his role within the team was not as pivotal as Chu Yang's, He could fully empathize with the feelings Chu Yang experienced in the presence of this group. Chu Yang remained silent, merely shaking his head slowly. Upon receiving such a response, Qin Ji chose not to depart, standing beside Chu Yang for a while longer. Jia Gui and the others were not in a hurry either, quietly awaiting Chu Yang's contemplation. As seconds turned into minutes, Qin Ji discreetly leaned closer to Chu Yang's ear and said, "Brother Chu, I have a plan." At the moment he spoke, his expression brightened and his mood became animated. Hearing Qin Ji's words, Chu Yang widened his eyes slightly, tilting his head closer to Qin Ji, urging him to continue. To be honest, the current turmoil within their team had already wearied Chu Yang. With so many chaotic matters at hand, he had no desire to resolve them. Yet, as the backbone of the team, he had no choice but to act. Qin Ji began to articulate his thoughts. After all, we have quite a few members in our team, and with Huang Tianxi now deceased, they are essentially leaderless. He paused momentarily before continuing. Before, we were evenly matched. But given the current circumstances, they certainly cannot overpower us. At this point, Chu Yang suddenly understood. "Are you suggesting we conquer them by force?" he asked, narrowing his eyes slightly. Upon hearing this, Qin Ji immediately nodded. Faced with such a solution, Chu Yang did not respond immediately. However, after carefully weighing the pros and cons, he realized that there seemed to be no better alternative. Thus, he slowly nodded in agreement. With Chu Yang's consent, excitement spread across Qin Ji's face. He raised his hand, beckoning behind him, and a group of tall, imposing men appeared at his back, with hands on his hips. Qin Ji looked down at Jia Gui with disdain. "You lot, now that your leader is gone, do you still plan to act insolently here?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Ji raised his clenched fist. The others followed suit, extending their fists in solidarity. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jia Gui immediately sensed something was amiss. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. "Are you really going to resort to violence?" he stammered. Wang Dong, unfazed, retorted, "Are you going to wait for a beating to understand what we intend to do?" His tone carried a hint of menace. Faced with such circumstances, Jia Gui knew he could not continue to confront them head-on. Instantly, a conciliatory smile spread across his face as he adopted a fawning demeanor. "Brother Chu, aren't we here to discuss cooperation? Let us communicate properly." Yet, Chu Yang's expression remained cold. "Have I not already stated that I do not wish to collaborate with you?" Chu Yang showed no mercy to Jia Gui, who, feeling rebuffed, decided to abandon his attempts to ingratiate himself. With a resigned sigh, he turned and left. Observing Jia Gui's failure, the others exchanged hesitant glances. "If even Jia Gui couldn't secure supplies, do you think we stand a chance?" one person cautiously inquired. The group shook their heads in confusion. Accepting this outcome, the individual sighed in resignation. "In that case, I shall follow Jia Gui's lead," he said, disappointment lacing his voice. With that, he turned and exited the cave. It must be noted that Qin Ji's plan proved remarkably effective, driving many away and even retrieving Huang Tianxi's body. With the matter largely settled, Chu Yang felt a sense of relief. However, a few individuals still lingered within the cave, unwilling to depart. Chu Yang fixed his gaze upon them, his expression still icy. "Your companions have left. What are you still doing here?" Upon hearing Chu Yang's words, they exchanged glances, revealing signs of hesitation. Seemingly fatigued, Chu Yang lacked the energy to deal with their obstinacy. "I advise you to leave promptly. Otherwise, we will have to resort to violence." Upon hearing this, the remaining few grew anxious. "No, please, Brother Chu." Chapter 82. Clinging relentlessly, Chu Yang furrowed his brow, speaking tersely, "Speak quickly. I have no time to waste on your nonsense." His tone was laced with anger. The few stepped forward. "Brother Chu, we wish to follow you and work under your command." The speaker's tone was earnest. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes sparkling with anticipation, listening to their pleas. Chu Yang did not hesitate and replied immediately, "Impossible. I will not accept you." After delivering this statement, he turned to leave. The group became anxious. "Why? Qin Ji was also once under Huang Tianxi. Why can't we work with you?" Their voices were tinged with resentment. Hearing their objections, Chu Yang halted and glanced back. He cast a look at Qin Ji beside him, knowing that Qin Ji had chosen to join Chu Yang's team from the very beginning. "Do you truly believe you can compare yourselves to him?" Chu Yang scoffed, realizing the futility of their situation. Those who remained soon decided it was best to leave the cave. However, after the men departed, Li Xinyue became strikingly conspicuous. Everyone present knew of the relationship between Chu Yang and Li Xinyue and dared not act recklessly. At this moment, Chu Yang was engrossed in his own matters. Qin Ji, noticing the situation, approached Chu Yang. "Brother Chu, there is still one person left." His tone was cautious. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang frowned and turned to see Li Xinyue's face. An expression of impatience crossed Chu Yang's countenance as he approached her. Huang Tianxi is dead. What are you still doing here? Shouldn't you be mourning? Qin Ji, standing to the side, couldn't he help but chuckle at Chu Yang's bluntness. Indeed, Chu Yang's words were quite harsh. Yet, to his surprise, Li Xinyue did not respond in kind. Instead, she smiled brightly and suddenly threw herself into Chu Yang's embrace. Faced with this unexpected turn, Chu Yang instinctively reached out to push her away. However, how could Li Xinyue let go so easily after finally getting close to him? Even with all his strength, she remained steadfast. Sighing helplessly, Chu Yang asked, Li Xinyue, what do you want? His voice carried a hint of irritation. Li Xinyue raised her head slightly to meet his gaze, adopting a coy demeanor as she leaned closer to his ear, whispering, I merely wish to be with you. For reasons unknown. Chu Yang felt a wave of discomfort wash over him at her proximity. Reflecting on her past actions while witnessing her current behavior, it was difficult not to feel repulsed. Siyun observed the entire scene, her small hands clenched tightly at her sides, her face flushed with indignation. Chapter 68, Dealing with the Monkey. Siyun adjusted her attire. A hint of shyness in her voice as she spoke. Brother Chu, I am dressed. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang turned around with a sense of relief. Dressed in Chu Yang's clothes, Siyun captured his attention. The cinched waist perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, while beneath the fabric lay a pair of long, slender legs. Siyun blinked her eyes, momentarily causing Chu Yang to lose his train of thought. Brother Chu? Siyun inquired, puzzled. It was only then that Chu Yang regained his composure, a sheepish smile gracing his face. How do I look? The clothing fits reasonably well? Bashfully lowering her gaze, she replied, it fits perfectly. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Following this exchange, a palpable silence enveloped them, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. Chu Yang, racking his brain, finally managed to utter, you must be hungry. Allow me to gather some wild fruits for you. With that, he surveyed the surroundings and sprinted toward a fruit tree. Just as he reached out to pluck a fruit, a small stone suddenly hurtled toward him. Chu Yang instinctively withdrew his hand, pain etched across his face. Glancing around, he spotted a monkey perched upon a distant tree, a stone clutched in its hand. Realizing the stone had been thrown by the monkey, he marched angrily toward it, but the mischievous creature swung away on the branches, vanishing into the woods, forcing Chu Yang to abandon his pursuit. Once the monkey had departed, he extended his hand once more to gather fruit, only to have another stone come flying from an unknown direction. Fortunately, this time Chu Yang was quick enough to evade the projectile, otherwise, it might have left him with a painful bruise. He scanned the vicinity and noticed the monkey had reappeared. Sensing the situation was amiss, Siyun hurried to Chu Yang's side, exclaiming, Brother Chu, it was this monkey that took my clothes. Chu Yang's expression grew serious. Given the circumstances, it seemed unlikely he would manage to collect even a single fruit, let alone bring some back as provisions. He crossed his arms and rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his brow furrowing in contemplation. After a few moments, he turned to Siyun and said, we should return for now and devise a plan to deal with this monkey. Nodding obediently to Chu Yang's words, Siyun followed him back. As they approached the cave, the others inside peered out, with Qinji being the first to spot them. He immediately sprang to his feet and dashed to the cave entrance, excitement radiating from him, now that he could see them clearly. Qinji was even more convinced it was indeed Chu Yang and the others. He waved enthusiastically, a broad smile lighting up his face. Overcome with eagerness, Qinji ran out to greet them. He reached Chu Yang's side, brimming with anticipation. So, did you find any useful medicine? Chu Yang shook his head, and Qinji froze in place, taken aback by his response. Stopping in his tracks, Chu Yang looked at him with a questioning gaze. What's wrong? Embarrassed? Qinji chuckled lightly, scratching his head as he fell into step beside Chu Yang. I thought you had returned with the medicine. I didn't expect. He trailed off with a resigned smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The three of them entered the cave together, where the others cast expectant looks their way. Chu Yang halted, surveying the group before placing his bag on the ground. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to bring back the medicine. After this admission, he bowed slightly to the crowd. Instantly, a flurry of voices erupted as everyone began to discuss. Though Chu Yang could not discern the individual words, he could sense the disappointment in their tones. Observing this, Chu's father approached him with trembling hands and patted his shoulder. It's all right, son. You did your best. With more pressing matters at hand to discuss, he continued before the chatter could resume. However, there is something more important that requires everyone's assistance. At this, the group fell silent, their gazes fixed upon Chu Yang. Although he had not succeeded in retrieving medicine for the fever, everyone recognized the contributions he had made in the past, and they were unwilling to turn their backs on him now. We discovered a grove of wild fruit in the forest, and the fruits are all edible. The mention of resources immediately brightened the eyes of the crowd. However, this grove is guarded by a monkey, and we were unable to deal with it. As soon as the words left his lips, Qingji raised his hand. I'm willing to go. His declaration instantly lifted the spirits of the others. I am too. Count me in. They echoed, hands raised high. Witnessing the enthusiasm, a satisfied smile spread across Qingji's face. Then let us set off together. With that, Chu Yang and Su Yun took the lead, guiding the group toward the wild fruit grove. Upon their arrival, Chu Yang turned to the group, his expression grave. Allow me to demonstrate the current situation. With that, he reached out to pick a fruit. In swift anticipation, a stone flew toward him, an occurrence he had foreseen, and he deftly dodged it. The sight of the flying stone immediately drew the attention of the others, who quickly scanned the area and spotted the monkey. Understanding the situation, the group maintained their confident demeanor. Qingji promptly began making arrangements. Leading the group to the center of the wild fruit grove, he designated several individuals to gather fruit while assigning others to distract the monkey. After all, with only one monkey to contend with, it would be futile for too many fruit gatherers to attempt their task simultaneously. Seeing the throng of individuals encroaching on its territory, the monkey grew flustered, darting about in a frenzy as it attempted to fend off the intruders. Its cover was blown, and seizing the opportunity, Qingji led the group in a maneuver to encircle the creature. Just as the monkey prepared to attack those near Chu Yang, it was ensnared in a large net, causing its defiance to wane. Realizing it could not overcome the odds, the monkey ceased its struggles. When Chu Yang approached, the monkey's demeanor shifted, excitement washing over it as it gestured animatedly with its hands. Chu Yang regarded it with a puzzled expression. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Qingji. Let us lift the net. Following his directive, Qingji promptly released the monkey from its confines, allowing it to scamper about, pausing to beckon the group. The others followed closely, and the monkey, in the heart of the wild fruit grove, used its sharp claws to draw a line in the dirt, pointing to the left, and then gesturing toward Chu Yang, and subsequently to the right, indicating itself. Furrowing his brow in thought, Chu Yang asked, Are you suggesting that the grove on the left belongs to me, while the one on the right is yours? His tone carried an air of skepticism. As soon as the words left his lips, the monkey nodded vigorously. Chu Yang smiled. Very well, I accept your proposal. The monkey, in response, nodded in agreement before bounding off into its designated grove, disappearing from sight. Chapter 69. The mistreatment of subordinates upon witnessing the remarkable agility of the monkey. Qingji could not help but express his admiration. He had not anticipated that the creature possessed such an acumen for assessing circumstances, recognizing its own disadvantage, and engaging in trade with them. Since this orchard now belongs to us, you may take some fruits back, Chu Yang proposed, noting that their supplies were dwindling. Although they had previously brought some snake meat to the cave, after consuming it for some time, little remained. Thankfully, the wild fruits would suffice, or else they would be forced to endure yet another cycle of hunger. After settling this matter, Chu Yang and Su Yun continued their journey. To their surprise, upon passing through the grove of wild fruits, the landscape ahead revealed a notably lush environment, with a greater diversity of plant species. Su Yun exclaimed in delight, Brother Chu, this place is so beautiful. Chu Yang smiled in response, acknowledging the beauty while reminding her to remain vigilant. Just as he finished speaking, his expression brightened as he swiftly approached a particular plant, examining it closely. Observing this, Su Yun followed suit, inquiring, What is it, Brother Chu? Have you found a useful herb? With joy evident in his demeanor, Chu Yang nodded, affirming, Indeed, this is the medicinal herb we seek. He then plucked the herb and presented it to Su Yun, explaining its properties of clearing heat, detoxifying, and reducing fever. If we take these herbs back, we shall surely recover. Memorizing the appearance of the herb, Su Yun nodded and began searching alongside him. They were in a region abundant with this herb, and before long, their basket was filled to the brim. Meanwhile, things were not faring as well for Huang Tianxi and his group. They wandered the deserted island, apprehensive of encountering wild beasts. Huang Tianxi, weary of this constant state of fear, led the group to the beach, kicking at the sand, his every movement betraying his impatience. Naturally, Jia Gui dared not speak too much, fearing that Huang Tianxi might unleash his frustration upon him. At that moment, Jia Gui's expression suddenly brightened as he rushed to Huang Tianxi's side, prompting a look of disdain from Huang Tianxi, who glanced at him and said, Speak if you have something to say, spit it out quickly. His tone carried a hint of annoyance. Jia Gui pointed towards a distant metal fishing boat, suggesting, Young master, we can use that fishing boat as a temporary stronghold, at least it offers some protection. This was indeed a reasonable proposal, as they had spent a night in disarray, and staying outdoors was perilous. Given that there were no better options, Huang Tianxi waved his hand, signaling the group to head towards the fishing boat. Upon reaching the vessel, Huang Tianxi felt a slight sense of relief, though the boat was in a deplorable state. Nevertheless, having a place to shelter was a blessing in itself. He gathered everyone on the deck, urging them to search for any useful supplies, emphasizing that no detail should be overlooked. Following his command, the group began their search aboard the fishing boat. Fortunately, their diligence paid off, and they successfully uncovered some provisions. Huang Tianxi exchanged a glance with Jia Gui, who promptly called over a few bodyguards to gather the food. Those who had spent time in Huang Tianxi's team knew that he adhered to strict regulations regarding resource allocation, and thus, no one dared to act recklessly, dutifully handing over the supplies. As noon approached, hunger gnawed at everyone, but they waited in vain for the distribution of food. Unable to contain their discontent, one member spoke up, "Young master, it's noon, it's time to distribute the food." He voiced this with a polite tone, tinged with desperation. Huang Tianxi regarded him with a condescending demeanor. "What have you contributed to this team to dare request food from me?" With that, he kicked the man down, who fell to the ground clutching his abdomen, pain etched on his face. He then motioned for 2 bodyguards to carry the man away. Witnessing this, the others were filled with dread. With that man as an example, the rest dared not utter a word. All remaining resources were claimed by Huang Tianxi, leaving only a select few privy to any provisions. Meanwhile, in the cave, Chu Yang and Su Yun returned with their gathered herbs, smiles illuminating their faces. The others sensed that something fortuitous had occurred. They set down their basket, and Chu Yang joyfully announced, "We have found the medicine. All we need to do is crush these herbs and consume them to treat the fever." He then signaled Zhang Wei, entrusting him with the task of distributing the herbs. Su Yun, an adept gatherer, meticulously prepared the herbs and administered them to her brother. As she busied herself, Chu Yang felt a wave of emotion. Su Yun had truly grown up. He mused, allowing a smile to grace his lips. After some time, those who had been bitten by the snails had consumed the herbs. As moments ticked by, Su Yu was the first to awaken. Su Yun, anxious for her brother, remained by his side, her face glowing with relief. Nearly on the verge of tears, "Brother, you have finally awakened," she exclaimed, leaning down to embrace him. Su Yu shrugged his shoulders, feeling a surge of strength despite just recovering. With Su Yun's assistance, he successfully propped himself up. Noticing this, Chu Yang approached Su Yu, concern etched on his face. "How do you feel?" Su Yu immediately extended his hand, flexing his muscles, and replied, "I feel great, don't worry." Observing his revitalized state, Chu Yang felt his own worries dissipate. Soon, others began to awaken as well, and Chu Yang remained beside Wang Dong. As Wang Dong opened his eyes, he spotted Chu Yang. "Brother Chu?" Hearing his voice, Chu Yang turned to him. "You're awake at last?" Wang Dong nodded, sitting up with effort. Shaking his head and surveying the surroundings, everyone was engaged in their own tasks. "What happened to me? I feel like I've been in a deep slumber for ages." Chu Yang explained earnestly, "You were bitten by a snail last night, and this morning your fever spiked, causing you to faint." Wang Dong strained to recall the events. A vague memory surfacing. He remembered feeling dizzy before losing consciousness. With Chu Yang's clarification, he pieced together the timeline. "So how did I recover?" Wang Dong pondered aloud. Scratching his head, Zhang Wei approached and playfully tapped his head. "How do you think?" Of course, it was Brother Chu who saved you. This inevitably reminded him of his last experience in the wild fruit forest, where the image of Su Yun in her bare form lingered vividly in his mind. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chu Yang felt his ears turn red, and a blush crept across his cheeks. Time passed slowly, and Su Yun herself was unaware of how long she had rested her head on Chu Yang's shoulder until she suddenly lifted it. A hint of embarrassment crossed her face as she reached up to gently wipe away the traces of tears on her cheeks. "I'm sorry, Brother Chu, for troubling you this time," Su Yun murmured softly. But how could Chu Yang bear to blame her? To him, Su Yun appeared like a delicate little kitten, charming and endearing. He couldn't help but reach out to tousle her hair, his eyes brimming with warmth and mirth. Feeling this, Su Yun instinctively shrank back, her heart racing, and a rosy hue blossoming on her face. Realizing her reaction, Chu Yang quickly withdrew his hand, offering an awkward smile as he scratched his head. "It's all right. It's my duty to protect you." Su Yun dared not meet his gaze, merely nodding gently, fearful that her flushed cheeks would betray her true feelings. Meanwhile, on the other side, a few of Huang Tianxi's men continued to plead for mercy. "Please, Wang Dong, spare me," one man cried, kneeling on the ground, his voice filled with desperation. Another, witnessing this, added, "Yes, we used to work under Huang Tianxi. Surely, we have some bond. How could you be so heartless towards us now?" Listening to their words, Wang Dong couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, kicking them aside. "You despicable lot. Do you still wish to associate with me?" After uttering these words, he gestured dismissively. At his command, the others quickly restrained the men, gripping their wrists. With a swift order, the blade fell, severing a few hands from their bodies. It must be said that the scene was indeed gruesome, filled with agonized groans and cries. Yet Wang Dong felt no pity. After all, they brought this fate upon themselves. Chapter 85. Encounter with Pirates. One must admit, Chu Yang was somewhat kinder. Had it been Wang Dong, he surely would not have spared their lives. Given the heinous acts they had committed, such scum ought to vanish from this world. However, Chu Yang merely ordered their hands to be severed and then allowed them to leave. Although Wang Dong felt a sense of dissatisfaction, he still followed Chu Yang's directive. Meanwhile, on another front, after Jia Gui departed, no one knew where he had gone. Those remaining, despite negotiating with Chu Yang, ultimately faced failure. Everyone understood that if they continued to fight alone on this small island, their survival would be short-lived. As the saying goes, a single chopstick breaks easily. But a bundle of chopsticks is difficult to break. This was precisely the situation they found themselves in. After being driven out of the cave by Chu Yang, the remaining individuals felt somewhat lost. One short man spoke up. "What should we do now? Chu Yang 1T, let us join. If this continues, we're surely doomed." His tone carried a hint of worry. The eyes of the group turned towards him, seeking a solution. After a few seconds, a plump man exclaimed, "I have an idea." His expression brightened. It was known that aside from Huang Tianxi, who held the most power, Jia Gui was the next in line. Before he could finish, another man chimed in, "Yes, we can find Jia Gui. He left not long ago. If we hurry, we might catch up to him." Thus, they wasted no more time and hastened their pace in pursuit of Jia Gui. Seemingly anxious about being left with no options, they nearly ran. As time ticked by, they eventually spotted Jia Gui's figure on the horizon. Their expressions lit up, and they quickened their pace, rushing to his side. Realizing something was amiss, Jia Gui halted and turned, only to find himself confronted by Huang Tianxi's former subordinates. Frowning, he regarded them with a hint of displeasure. "Why have you followed me?" Jia Gui was a businessman who valued profit, having spent considerable time working under Huang Tianxi. He was well aware of the nature of the people before him and felt a twinge of caution. Before they could respond, he continued, "You're not plotting to target me because you didn't gain anything from Chu Yang, are you?" His sharp gaze revealed suspicion as he scrutinized them. Seeing Jia Gui's demeanor, the group quickly adopted a fawning attitude. "How could you say that, Brother Jia? We merely wish to come and seek refuge with you." Jia Gui narrowed his eyes at the speaker. "Seeking refuge with me?" He nodded slightly. Of course, when Huang was around, he commanded the winds and rain. Now that he has gone, we naturally must heed your command. His expression conveyed a sense of entitlement. Yet, Jia Gui's demeanor remained unfriendly, and the others exchanged glances. At that moment, another man spoke up. "Brother Jia, if I may say, I always felt you had more leadership than Huang when he was still around." The man's gaze reflected admiration for Jia Gui. "You see, all the good ideas came from you, while Huang merely reaped the benefits." One must admit, this flattery brought Jia Gui a sense of comfort. A satisfied smile crept onto his face. "Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions." He crossed his arms, striking a proud pose. As the group exchanged knowing smiles, they understood that the earlier compliments had pleased him. As the conversation reached this point, the man paused, and the group looked at Jia Gui with anticipation. Previously, they had toiled under Huang Tianxi. Now, it wouldn't be unreasonable for one to assume a leadership role. "In that case, I'm magnanimous enough to take you in," Jia Gui declared, waving his hand with a look of satisfaction. With a newfound sense of belonging, the group felt content. "Thank you, Brother Jia, for taking us in. We shall surely follow you from now on," they shouted in unison. One must say, this feeling of being adored was truly exhilarating. Jia Gui led the group as they traversed the surroundings, with their primary objective now being to find a place to settle. They moved from the mountain down to the beach when suddenly the enticing aroma of food wafted into their nostrils. One man, known for his sycophancy towards Huang Tianxi, leaned closer to Jia Gui. "Brother Jia, do you smell that?" There was the scent of grilled fish coming from the distance. Jia Gui glanced at him. "Of course. I can smell it." With that, they continued forward, spotting a group on the beach grilling fish. On this deserted island, resources were exceedingly scarce. Moreover, with Jia Gui's group having lost their leader and momentum, they found themselves devoid of useful supplies. Jia Gui's mind raced with thoughts. They concealed themselves behind a tree, observing the movements of the group. "Brother Jia, it seems they are a band of pirates," the sycophant remarked, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Upon hearing this, Jia Gui frowned. "How do you know that?" "Previously, my father was also a pirate, so I am certainly well acquainted with their nature." "Pirates?" Jia Gui muttered to himself, a hint of skepticism in his tone. If they truly are pirates, then Jia Gui and his companions may indeed be fortunate. They possess readily available resources, and should they allow us to join them, would it not be akin to reaping the benefits effortlessly? Jia Gui's expression instantly brightened, and he gestured to those behind him. Follow me. As soon as he spoke, he led the group towards the beach. Upon hearing the commotion, the band of pirates turned their gaze towards Jia Gui and his companions, their eyes filled with wariness. The fish they had been roasting was abandoned as they swiftly armed themselves, aiming their weapons at Jia Gui's group. Faced with such an imposing display, Jia Gui halted in his tracks. A warm smile spread across his face as he kindly addressed them. You misunderstand. We harbor no ill intentions. Though his words were soothing, the pirates were far from easily convinced. Their weapons remained steadfastly raised. We are merely refugees stranded on this island. Having gone several days without sustenance, wandering in search of survival, Jia Gui implored, his eyes shimmering as if on the brink of tears, striving to portray them as pitiable souls. In response to this display, the others quickly adopted a feeble demeanor. I must say, the group under Huang Tianxi's command truly excelled at dramatics. Their expressions and gestures were vividly convincing. The pirate captain slowly stepped forward from the crowd, positioning himself at the forefront. His attire was noticeably more opulent than that of the others, exuding an air of authority without the need for anger. Sir, you must be the leader here? Jia Gui began. All of us are capable individuals, and we aspire to sustain ourselves through our own efforts. We would never wish to take advantage of you. Pausing momentarily, he ventured forth with a request. May I join your ranks? The pirate captain scrutinized Jia Gui, narrowing his eyes as if weighing the judgment at hand. Though he had his own crew, he was acutely aware that their numbers were insufficient. Moreover, he understood that there were likely others on this island, and in the event of conflict, their strength would be inadequate for victory. After much deliberation, the pirate captain finally spoke. Very well, I consent to your joining. The moment he uttered those words, the expressions of Jia Gui and his companions instantly brightened. However, he added, I do have one condition. This statement promptly extinguished their joy, as it was clear that their only path forward lay in compliance. Jia Gui endeavored to maintain his composure, replying, Do tell, we shall comply if we are able. I only require those among you who are capable. I have no need for the useless, he stated with a tone of utmost seriousness. This was both starkly real and brutally honest. A team requires only those with merit, as the presence of the ineffectual serves merely to squander resources. Jia Gui immediately raised his hand, proclaiming, I am a person of ideas. When faced with challenges, I can offer a multitude of solutions. This was indeed an enticing proposition, prompting the pirate captain to gesture for him to approach. The others began to expound upon their own skills as well. As time ticked by, through the captain's scrutiny, the majority of Jia Gui's group successfully integrated into the pirate crew, with only a few being dismissed. To find themselves in such a fortunate position was indeed a stroke of luck for Jia Gui and his companions. Meanwhile, on Chu Yang's side, once he had calmed the fearful Su Yun, he resumed attending to his own affairs. Li Xinyue, meanwhile, was calculating her next move, fully aware that if matters continued as they were, he would inevitably be ousted from the group, left to perish in the wilderness. While Chu Yang was preoccupied, Li Xinyue stealthily approached him, wrapping her arms around his waist when his attention waned. It was well known that Chu Yang maintained firm boundaries with the women in the team and would never engage in such intimate gestures. Instantly alert, Chu Yang turned to find Li Xinyue's face before him. She pressed herself against him, her body brushing against his. What do you think? None of the women in your team possess a figure as enviable as mine, her expression radiating a hint of allure, though he felt the soft sensation at his back. Memories of the previous life and the woman's cruel betrayal prevented him from deriving any pleasure from it. He forcefully attempted to pry her hands away. Yet Li Xinyue refused to relent. Seizing the moment when Chu Yang was distracted, she spun to face him, her arms encircling his neck. Tonight, I shall adorn myself beautifully. Once everyone is asleep, she trailed off, a coy smile gracing her lips, before planting a kiss on his cheek. You understand, don't you? Chu Yang remained silent, his brow furrowed tightly. Observing his demeanor, Li Xinyue reached out, attempting to smooth away his furrowed brow, but it proved futile. Your current demeanor is utterly repulsive. Chu Yang's tone was frigid, his gaze towards her riddled with disdain. Li Xinyue was acutely aware that she was merely pressing her warm face against his cold shoulder. Yet what choice did she have? Having lost her dignity, should she fail to act, Chu Yang's protection would be her only hope for survival. Li Xinyue refrained from responding. Smiling instead, consider the happy, sweet moments we once shared. We can return to those days. Her eyes sparkled with warmth, her tone tender. Yet how could Chu Yang be oblivious to the fact that those so-called sweet moments were merely her fade? She had long since become entangled with Huang Tianxi. If sweetness were to be spoken of, it would be the delightful moments she shared with Huang Tianxi, not with him. Do not try to nauseate me with talk of sweetness and happiness. You were likely busy rolling in the sheets with Huang Tianxi during our supposed happy times. Li Xinyue's words were merely an attempt to invoke old sentiments in hopes of rekindling their connection, but she was naive to think any feelings remained. Chu Yang's words were devoid of mercy, causing her expression to stiffen. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly pushed Li Xinyue away. I warn you, do not provoke me, or I shall not hold back. Chu Yang's expression was grave, devoid of jest. Witnessing his heartlessness, Li Xinyue realized this was her final opportunity. Failure would lead to her desolation on a deserted island. As Chu Yang turned to leave, Li Xinyue unfastened the top 2 buttons of her blouse, revealing an enticing silhouette that was hard to resist. She rushed forward, grasping Chu Yang's hand, and when he turned, he was met with a vision of alluring softness. It must be acknowledged that her figure was indeed remarkable. Had the person before him been anyone but Li Xinyue, he might have faltered. Yet, despite Li Xinyue's allure, it could never eclipse the resentment he harbored in his heart. As Li Xinyue pursued such lewd actions, an idea suddenly sparked in Chu Yang's mind. He reached out, seemingly intent on tearing her clothing apart, as if to expose her completely. Knowing she wore only a single garment, should it be torn, she would be left entirely vulnerable. Realizing the precarious situation, Li Xinyue immediately struggled, shielding her chest with her arms. Chu Yang, you shameless fiend. Her face flushed with anger, her tone laced with indignation. Who exactly lacks shame? Chu Yang sneered. Were you not intending to undress and seduce me? I shall oblige. His furious voice echoed throughout the cave, drawing the attention of all present. Instantly, Li Xinyue felt her composure slip away. Chapter 87. Li Xinyue is dismissed, seeing the scene unfold before him. Li Sudong could no longer remain seated. He rushed forward, seizing Chu Yang's hand and instinctively shielding Li Xinyue behind him. Chu Yang, are you even human? My sister is your fiancée, and yet you treat her this way. Hearing such nonsensical words, Chu Yang let out a cold laugh. Did your sister think of her status as my fiancée when she strayed? Do you have the audacity to say that now? In just 2 simple sentences. He shattered Li Sudong's mental defenses, revealing a hint of helplessness on his face. So what? Even so, she is a woman. If her purity is tarnished, can you compensate for it? It must be said, as Chu Yang and Li Xinyue engaged in their tug-of-war, many onlookers turned their gaze to them. Moments ago, Chu Yang had torn open the fabric over Li Xinyue's chest. It was uncertain whether others had witnessed it. But what did it matter? Li Xinyue had already climbed into another's bed. What use was maintaining her dignity now? As the two remained at an impasse, Chu's father approached unsteadily, clearing his throat. He spoke slowly. Li Xinyue was indeed once considered a daughter-in-law of the Chu family, but given the circumstances, I no longer recognize her as such. As he spoke, his expression was serious. He glanced at Chu Yang, whose face bore an icy demeanor. As the head of the Chu family, I hereby declare that you, Li Xinyue, are no longer our daughter-in-law. After a brief pause, he continued. Thus, you are also no longer Chu Yang's fiancée. His words resounded powerfully, each syllable piercing Li Xinyue's heart like a dagger. After all, on this desolate island, if she could not cling to Chu Yang's support, her life was likely at stake. Li Sudong turned to glance at his sister, his eyes reflecting uncertainty. Sister, what shall we do now? He whispered. Li Xinyue remained silent, casting him a fierce glare. Li Sudong then turned back, his mind racing. You and my sister share a bond. Don't you think it's cruel to leave us stranded on this island? He shouted, attempting to bolster his own resolve through volume. His words reached everyone's ears. They were all aware of the tumultuous relationship between Chu Yang and Li Xinyue. As a man, it was simply unacceptable for him to tolerate his fiancée's betrayal. However, the current situation was indeed peculiar. When faced with the choice between vengeance and a life, it was evident that life held greater value. Yet, none could truly understand Chu Yang's plight. Consequently, regardless of his decisions, everyone maintained a neutral stance. Observing Li Sudong's demeanor, Chu Yang could not suppress a cold laugh. Have you realized that being aggressive won't work? Are you now opting for a softer approach? Chu Yang was well aware that Li Sudong's words were a form of moral coercion. However, he had overestimated him. Chu Yang's moral compass was not so easily swayed, especially since he had once lost his life due to Li Xinyue's actions. After a brief pause, Chu Yang continued, since your sister chose to align herself with Huang Tianxi, she must not regret it now. Do not speak to me of bonds. This is entirely her own doing. It was undeniable that whenever Chu Yang mentioned Li Xinyue and Huang Tianxi, both siblings fell silent, for it was clear to all that Li Xinyue had acted wrongly. The standoff persisted, with Chu's father standing by, unable to speak. He had hoped that announcing Li Xinyue's dismissal would resolve the issue, but the siblings remained obstinately defiant. Faced with such a situation, Chu's father turned to Chu Yang. Son, I believe you can handle this matter well. After saying this, he placed a reassuring hand on Chu Yang's shoulder. Whatever you decide, I will support you. The others observed the exchange, and as Chu's father's words faded, Wang Dong shouted, Brother Chu, whatever you decide, I stand by you. Wang Dong's sudden declaration resonated throughout the cave, prompting others to chime in. Yes, Brother Chu. We all support you. A satisfied smile spread across Chu Yang's face as he regarded Li Sudong and Li Xinyue. You both understand the current situation, do you not? Li Sudong and Li Xinyue exchanged anxious glances, fear evident in their eyes. What do you intend to do? Are you truly going to force us out? Li Sudong stammered. Of course, Chu Yang replied with a resolute tone, his expression serious and unyielding. Upon receiving Chu Yang's response, Li Sudong and Li Xinyue remained rooted in place, showing no intention of leaving. They seemed to believe that by clinging to their position, Chu Yang would be unable to act against them. But how could that be? Noticing their inaction, Chu Yang resolved not to endure any longer. He extended his hand, beckoning Wang Dong over. Wang Dong quickly approached. What is it, Brother Chu? Is there something you need me to handle? Simply take care of them for me, Chu Yang instructed. The gathered crowd were all his subordinates. If gentle persuasion failed, then force would suffice. Wang Dong cracked his knuckles, his face taking on a fierce expression as he advanced step by step towards Li Sudong and Li Xinyue. So, will you leave on your own, or shall I escort you out? Having previously worked under Huang Tianxi, both siblings were well aware of Wang Dong's capabilities. Fear washed over their faces as they gestured frantically, retreating towards the cave's exit. Seizing the moment, they turned and fled the cave. Chu Yang observed the scene. Finally relieved to have resolved this troublesome matter, he murmured to himself. Standing with his arms crossed, Chu Yang was approached by Su Yun, who looked at him with a hint of concern. What is it? He inquired, glancing at her. Shouldn't you be resting after the scare you received? Su Yun clasped her hands together, looking up at Chu Yang with wide eyes. Brother Chu, there is something I must tell you. Chapter 88. The truth. Chu Yang furrowed his brow. Speak. Su Yun bit her lip, a troubled look crossing her face. Taking a deep breath as if summoning great courage, she revealed, that night, those men attempted to assault me. It was Li Xinyue who incited them. As her words hung in the air, Chu Yang's expression darkened. He turned to look outside the cave, his heart brimming with fury. Why did you not tell me sooner? It seemed his fierce tone startled Su Yun, causing her to take a step back. Realizing that his emotions were somewhat heightened, Chu Yang took a deep breath, calming himself. I apologize for my earlier outburst. Su Yun stood in place, her head bowed as she shook it. Eventually, she began to explain, because Li Xinyue is your fiancée. I did not wish to put you in a difficult position. It must be said that Su Yun was indeed a remarkably considerate girl, always thinking of others. How could she make things difficult for me? How could I possibly allow her to make you suffer? Chu Yang replied anxiously. However, considering the situation, he could understand Su Yun's concerns. Although the fact that Li Xinyue had betrayed him was widely known, he had never disclosed his true feelings on the matter. Thus, it was understandable that Su Yun would be troubled by this. Nevertheless, it was indeed unfair to Li Xinyue and Li Sudong. Had Chu Yang known that Li Xinyue had instigated the incident, he would not have so readily allowed them to escape. Remembering the grievances Su Yun had previously endured, he couldn't help but reach out to gently pat her head. Su Yun, no matter what injustices you face in the future, please feel free to tell me directly. It's perfectly all right. His tone was soft, and his expression was filled with affection for her. The events of the previous night had left Su Yun quite frightened. Yet now, with Chu Yang's gentle demeanor, she felt a surge of happiness. A sweet smile graced her face as she looked up at him. I understand, Brother Chu. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Li Sudong and Li Xinyue were discussing their predicament. Sister, what should we do now? Without Chu Yang, who can help us survive on this island? Li Sudong's tone was tinged with concern. Li Xinyue was already irritated by their failure to remain in the cave, and Li Sudong's incessant questioning only added to her annoyance. Why weren't you capable enough to become the leader? Now you realize we have a problem, Li Xinyue retorted angrily. Upon hearing her words, Li Sudong immediately fell silent, obediently staying by her side without uttering another word. However, he was correct. Finding a way to survive on this island was indeed a pressing issue. The occupants of the cave had been disturbed by Huang Tianxi's men for quite some time, but now that Huang Tianxi was dead, his subordinates' whereabouts were uncertain. Finally, the group could enjoy a moment of peace. As time ticked away, it reached midnight. Outside, the sound of rain pattered incessantly. Chu Yang, groggy, opened his eyes to glance outside the cave. A torrential downpour was occurring. Such weather was perfect for sleep. Without a second thought, he closed his eyes and drifted back to slumber. After an indeterminate amount of time, the rain began to seep into the cave, trickling down from the ceiling. Xiaoming, who was fast asleep, felt a chill on his back and groggily reached out to discover he was wet. Startled, he awoke to darkness, the sound of the rain echoing all around. As he felt the dampness of the ground beneath him, he noticed that the cave was already wet. He glanced at the other sleeping occupants, contemplating for a moment before deciding not to wake them. The situation appeared dire. Xiaoming stood and approached the cave entrance. The rain outside was falling with such ferocity that it seemed to threaten him directly. Faced with this predicament, he instinctively took a few steps back and looked up at the cave ceiling. It was then that he fully grasped the severity of the situation. The water was pouring into the cave. With the rain's intensity, the water was accumulating rapidly, threatening to submerge the entire cave. He immediately ran to Chu Yang's side and shook him awake. Chu Yang, disturbed from his dreams, sensed something was amiss and opened his eyes, rubbing them. Upon seeing Xiaoming's anxious face, he inquired, "What's wrong? Has something happened?" Noticing that Chu Yang was still somewhat drowsy, Xiaoming shook him again, prompting him to fully awaken. "We cannot delay any longer," Xiaoming said urgently. "Water from the rain is flowing into the cave. If this continues, the entire cave will be flooded." His tone was serious as he gestured toward the entrance. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Chu Yang sprang to his feet and rushed to the cave entrance to assess the situation, confirming Xiaoming's claims. "Do you have any ideas for a solution?" Chu Yang asked, his expression revealing concern. Xiaoming hesitated before responding. After a few moments of contemplation, he proposed, "Perhaps we can find something to block the water from entering." Chu Yang frowned at this suggestion. "That approach is likely impractical. The flow of the water is too strong, and we lack the proper tools to stop it." Xiaoming nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the validity of Chu Yang's words. Just then, a sudden inspiration struck him. He slapped his forehead, his expression brightening. "If simply blocking the water won't work, we can seal the entire cave entrance." The materials needed to block the cave were not overly demanding, making the solution considerably more feasible. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggested." After discussing the plan, they set about waking the others. Upon opening their eyes and discovering that water had begun to flow in, the expressions on everyone's faces turned to astonishment. Chu Yang quickly clapped his hands to garner their attention. He surveyed the group and declared, "A torrential rain is falling outside, and our cave is flooding. If we do not act, the entire cave will be submerged. Xiaoming and I have devised a plan. We just need everyone's assistance to seal the entrance." Without hesitation, the group sprang into action, quickly gathering materials to implement the plan. Large stones were transported to the cave entrance, and they began to stack them systematically, striving to eliminate any gaps. Yet, despite their best efforts to arrange the stones orderly, it was impossible to avoid gaps entirely. After much deliberation, they sought out some useless twigs to stuff into the spaces between the stones, attempting to fortify their makeshift barrier. They believed that as long as they blocked the entrance as best they could, they would be safe. However, the situation was not as straightforward as they had imagined. The area outside the cave was muddy, and the rain had soaked the earth. While Chu Yang and his companions were busy figuring out how to block the entrance, some mud loaches unexpectedly emerged from the wet soil. However, in the darkness of the night, it was nearly impossible for them to notice. As the loaches crawled toward the cave, Wang Dong, who was busy moving stones, caught sight of the strange creatures and was startled, dropping the stone he was carrying. "Ah!" he cried out, fear evident in his eyes. Hearing Wang Dong's exclamation, everyone paused in their efforts to look at him. Chu Yang hurried to Wang Dong's side and asked, "What happened? What is wrong?" Trembling, Wang Dong stepped back, pointing toward the direction of the loaches. As the creatures ventured deeper into the cave, their shapes became clearer. They resembled loaches, yet bore tooth-like protrusions on their bodies, suggesting a formidable potential for aggression. The loach paused its movements to glare at Chu Yang and the others, baring its teeth in a menacing manner, as if preparing to launch an attack. Just as Chu Yang's gaze fixated on the loach, a few more loaches began to slither into the cave, seemingly intent on joining the fray. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Yang's expression turned serious, and he shouted to the group, "Be cautious. These loaches possess sharp teeth and appear highly aggressive. Don't let them harm you," he added with urgency. Wang Dong pulled Chu Yang back, cautioning, "Brother Chu, be careful. That loach looks like it's about to strike." Chu Yang nodded, aligning himself with the others. The loaches gathered in formation within the cave, and the foremost loach turned its head, seemingly signaling to the others. In the blink of an eye, a swarm of loaches advanced toward them. Without hesitation, Chu Yang drew his dagger and swiftly evaded, waiting for the right moment to strike at the loach. To be honest, the idea of these loaches challenging Chu Yang and his companions was utterly ludicrous. However, while they faced a finite number of loaches, an endless stream continued to pour in from outside. As time ticked by, exhaustion began to set in for Chu Yang and his comrades, with a considerable pile of loach corpses accumulating in the cave. Yet, more loaches persisted in their relentless invasion. Wang Dong swiftly dispatched the loaches near him and seized the opportunity to move closer to Chu Yang. Brother Chu, they keep coming. At this rate, we won't hold out much longer. His expression was grave. Chu Yang understood the situation all too well, his mind racing for a solution. Yet, he found himself at a loss. He patted Wang Dong's shoulder, saying, "Let me think for a moment. For now, we may have to endure." Feeling a sense of helplessness, Wang Dong accepted the grim reality. The influx of loaches grew increasingly overwhelming, completely ensnaring Chu Yang and his group. Observing this, other loaches ceased their assault on the group and began to slither towards their supplies. Chu Yang noted this development with concern. Resources on this desolate island were incredibly precious, and without them, survival would be exceedingly difficult. He glanced at his bag, only to see a loach circling around it, which soon knocked it over. The contents spilled out, revealing not only weapons but also items Chu Yang had scavenged from various places, along with some food. He yearned to rush over to reclaim his belongings, but the sheer number of loaches made escape impossible. Just then, a bottle tumbled from his bag, since it was merely corked. The impact caused the liquid inside to spill onto the loach. Instantly, the loach writhed in agony. Realizing something was amiss, Chu Yang squinted to scrutinize the bottle. After a few moments of contemplation, he recalled that he had found it behind a hidden door in the research facility. The loach continued to convulse for a moment longer before falling still. This sight confirmed to Chu Yang that the liquid in the bottle possessed lethal potency against the loaches. An idea sparked in his mind. He shouted to Wang Dong, who was nearby, "Wang Dong, quickly deal with the loaches around you. Then come help me subdue these loaches to clear a path." Without hesitation, Wang Dong nodded and accelerated his assault on the loaches. Indeed, Wang Dong displayed remarkable prowess. While others were trapped, he managed to break free. Even Chu Yang struggled against the loaches, necessitating Wang Dong's assistance. Once Wang Dong had dispatched the loaches, he swiftly joined Chu Yang, asking, "What do you need me to do?" "Help me clear a path. I need to retrieve my bag," Chu Yang replied, gesturing towards it. Upon identifying the target, Wang Dong nodded and launched into action, cutting a swath through the loaches. With Wang Dong's assistance, Chu Yang found it significantly easier to move, inching toward his bag until he finally secured the bottle of liquid. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he uncorked the bottle. He poured out a small amount of liquid, sprinkling it over the loaches before him. The effect was immediate and profound. The loaches began to thrash in torment. Witnessing this, Wang Dong's expression turned to one of astonishment. "Brother Chu, what is this?" The loaches seemed terrified of it. Upon contact, they suffer greatly. Chu Yang chuckled softly, shaking his head. "I'm not entirely sure what it is. However, I found it at the research facility, so it must be some invention of those scientists." Given the liquid's effectiveness, Chu Yang wasted no time and began targeting the loaches with the substance. As moments slipped by, thanks to Chu Yang's efforts, the loaches were gradually subdued. However, even after clearing the immediate threat, Chu Yang remained tense, fully aware that numerous loaches continued to flood into the cave. He instructed the group with a serious demeanor, "Now that we have a moment, let us reinforce the cave." Thus, the group hastened their efforts, transporting stones to strengthen their defenses. Yet, merely fortifying the cave was insufficient. The underlying cause of the loach invasion was water seeping into the cave, necessitating waterproofing measures as well. Through diligent teamwork, they finally managed to seal the cave entrance. While the immediate crisis was averted, the need to venture outside remained. Drawing upon his existing knowledge, Chu Yang devised a mechanism. By removing a specific stone, they could exit without risking a collapse elsewhere. At that moment, Qinshi approached Chu Yang, asking, "What was that substance you used? How did you manage to eliminate those loaches?" His tone carried a hint of curiosity as his gaze fell upon the transparent bottle in Chu Yang's hand. Qinshi quickly deduced that the liquid Chu Yang had poured out was likely the key, his finger pointing towards the bottle. "Is it the liquid inside this?" he inquired further. Chu Yang nodded and explained, "I discovered this bottle behind a hidden door in the research facility. At the time, I had no idea of its potential, but I thought it wouldn't hurt to keep it. I never expected to uncover its effectiveness in this situation." Chu Yang spoke with a calm demeanor, though his expression revealed deep contemplation. Realizing the implications of this revelation, Qinshi recognized that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Another strange aspect is that these loaches do not seem to be normal loaches. Otherwise, how could they possess spines resembling teeth? Chu Yang nodded, his mood darkening. He understood well that this suggested the loaches had likely undergone some form of mutation. Since the topic of mutated creatures has arisen, it is inevitable that the matter is intertwined with that research facility. As these thoughts crossed Qinji's mind, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his face. He patted Chu Yang on the shoulder, asserting that these phenomena must be related to the research institute. Although previous events forced their departure from the facility, The situation has now stabilized. Shouldn't they seize the opportunity to return? Qinshi continued to elaborate. After finishing his thoughts, he turned his gaze towards Chu Yang, eagerly anticipating his response. Chu Yang, with his arms crossed and one hand resting thoughtfully on his chin, wore an expression of contemplation. It must be acknowledged that Qinshi's assertions were indeed quite reasonable. If they failed to clarify the mysteries surrounding those mutated beings now, they would inevitably encounter difficulties in the future. Given that no one could leave the desolate island in the near term, it seemed prudent to act decisively. I concur with your reasoning. It is indeed necessary to revisit the research facility for further investigation. As soon as he spoke, he scanned the group. Among his team, there were many individuals, yet the inquiry into the research institute posed certain risks, so it was clear that not everyone could accompany them. After surveying the crowd, he approached Wang Dong. Are you willing to return to the research facility with me? Upon hearing this, Wang Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. Return to that place? Why would we go back there? Chu Yang sighed with resignation. There are undoubtedly secrets within that we have yet to uncover. We must go back. Eager to assist Chu Yang, Wang Dong readily nodded, patting his chest. Of course, I'm willing to go. Seeing his enthusiastic response, a satisfied smile spread across Chu Yang's face. Considering that this proposal originated from Qinshi, it might be wise to inquire whether he would also wish to join. Thus, he led Wang Dong to Qinshi's side. Are you willing to come along? Upon noticing Wang Dong beside Chu Yang, Qinshi quickly grasped the situation. This was indeed the individual Chu Yang had just selected. He nodded resolutely. However, just the three of us may not suffice, he expressed with a hint of concern. Who else do you think we should bring? As he surveyed the others present, Qinshi contemplated, his expression reflecting a degree of indecision. It was crucial to remember that while the research facility was perilous, the cave was not without its own dangers. Thus, they needed to leave some capable individuals behind to safeguard the group. After a few moments of pondering, Qinshi proposed. I believe we should also take Luo Yi and see you with us. The others can remain in the cave. Having said this, he paused briefly before continuing. These individuals are among your most trusted subordinates, and they possess considerable skills. The rest should stay back. Listening to Qinshi's reasoning, Chu Yang found himself nodding in agreement. It was undeniable that his insights were profoundly sensible. He signaled to Wang Dong, who promptly dashed over to summon Luo Yi and Su Yu. After sharing their intentions with the two, the five of them wasted no time in preparing their belongings. Dawn was approaching, and having rested adequately the previous night, they needed to make their way to the research facility without further delay. They set forth towards the research institute. A forest separated the cave from the facility, fraught with its own perils. As they traversed the woods, a sense of vigilance enveloped them, for they feared that danger might lurk at any moment. Fortunately, luck was on their side, and they safely emerged from the thicket, arriving at the entrance of the research institute. The scene before them was achingly familiar, and as they beheld it, memories of past events flooded back. Chu Yang inhaled deeply, astonished that they had returned to this very place once more. Hearing his remark, the others turned to him, and Wang Dong chimed in, Brother Chu, this time we will surely uncover the secrets of the research facility. His tone brimmed with confidence. With that, Chu Yang led the group inside. The sight that greeted them caused their eyes to widen in disbelief. In Chu Yang's mind, memories raced back to the brief span of days that had passed since their departure from the research institute to the cave. Yet, the facility had undergone a profound transformation. Numerous corpses lay strewn across the ground, and upon closer inspection, they were animal remains, albeit dissimilar to ordinary creatures. Their grotesque forms mirrored those of the mutated beings they had encountered earlier. Chapter 91. The secret button, perhaps due to the prolonged decay of these bodies. A foul stench pervaded the research institute. Chu Yang could not suppress a grimace as he covered his nose. How long have these things been dead to emit such a stench? Qinshi complained. These do not resemble normal animals at all. Wang Dong's voice quivered with fear, disbelief coursing through him. Although they had witnessed numerous mutated creatures during this period, the sight of the piled corpses sent chills down their spines. There was undoubtedly a hidden secret lurking within this research facility. Chu Yang responded softly yet decisively, his expression growing grave. While the hour is still early, let us thoroughly search the research facility once more. Upon receiving Chu Yang's directive, the group did not hesitate, braving their nausea to explore the premises. They had previously scoured this facility multiple times, and while they had not unearthed anything useful in their previous searches, the circumstances had now changed, suggesting different outcomes might await them. As seconds turned into minutes, they remained empty-handed, and Qinshi stood up, calling out to the others. I have found no useful clues in my area. Have any of you discovered anything? Upon hearing his voice, the others, who had been hunched over, straightened and looked in his direction, collectively shaking their heads. Chu Yang felt a sense of helplessness. Everyone, gather around. At his command, The 5 of them clustered together once more. As Chu Yang furrowed his brow in thought, a sudden glimmer of realization illuminated his expression. I just remembered there is a place we have yet to check. Without waiting for the others' responses, he quickly navigated to the hidden door within the research facility. This was a location the other 4 had not yet visited. Qin Ji's eyes widened in surprise, astonished that such a place existed within the research institute. Wang Dong nodded in agreement, his curiosity piqued. This is a spot I stumbled upon unexpectedly, Chu Yang replied softly, twisting the doorknob and pushing the door open. The gun belonging to Huang Tianxi had also been discovered in this location. Firearms were formidable tools, and if Huang Tianxi could find something so valuable here, perhaps a meticulous search would yield further treasures. As they scoured the hidden chamber, Suyu suddenly exclaimed, "It seems there is a button here." Hearing his voice, the others quickly gathered around. Indeed, as he had noted, it appeared to be a button. The 5 exchanged glances, uncertainty etched in their expressions. "So, shall we press this button?" Suyu suggested cautiously. What was certain was that the button concealed some secret, however. Whether this would prove beneficial or detrimental to Chu Yang and his companions remained a mystery. If pressing the button resulted in calamity, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Chapter 76. The boar assault today. Chu Yang had already given his orders, and the others did not hesitate much. They hastily gathered their belongings and followed the monkey. Chu Yang led the way, and the monkey moved with great urgency, suggesting a pressing matter at hand. Step by step, they advanced until they reached the wild fruit grove, where the monkey halted. Chu Yang's expression grew wary, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the expanse of the wild fruit forest. Upon closer inspection, he noticed something stirring in the distance, accompanied by a cacophony of thuds. Ignoring the monkey, Chu Yang directed his group into the grove, where they soon laid eyes on 2 wild boars. The boars were relentlessly ramming into the trees of the grove, causing a cascade of fruit to tumble to the ground. Yet they showed no interest in consuming any of it, fixated instead on their destructive antics. In their frenzy, they inadvertently crushed some of the fallen fruit underfoot, leaving vivid red juice smeared on their trodden hooves. It is worth noting that half of this wild fruit grove belonged to Chu Yang, with the boars causing havoc. He could not simply stand by. Surveying his surroundings, Chu Yang crouched down and picked up a stone of moderate size, swiftly hurling it at one of the boars. The stone struck its target, eliciting a fierce squeal from the boar that leaped in surprise. Its cold, menacing gaze shifted from the trees to Chu Yang, as if it were poised to devour him and his companions at any moment. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Yang's body tensed. A flicker of panic coursing through him. It seemed they had provoked the boars. "Everyone scatter," he shouted. As predicted, the 2 boars charged toward them, intent on launching an attack. Fortunately, the group managed to evade harm just in time. Recognizing that merely running away was futile, they contemplated confronting the boars head-on. A notion as absurd as it was dangerous. After deliberation, the only viable solution was to retrieve some useful equipment. Chu Yang turned to the group and called out, "Let us return to gather our weapons. Then we shall return to deal with these boars." The group nodded in agreement, their direction swiftly changing towards the cave. The monkey, sensing Chu Yang's intentions, wisely concealed itself, avoiding conflict with the boars. The group hastened back to the cave, armed themselves, and rushed back to the wild fruit grove. With weapons in hand, Chu Yang felt a newfound confidence. The expressions of the group turned serious as he took the lead once more. When they were approximately 2 meters from the boars, the creatures finally ceased their rampage, turning to fix their sharp gazes upon Chu Yang and his companions. Unbeknownst to them, the monkey had already found a hidden vantage point from which to observe the unfolding situation. Chu Yang refrained from striking first, instead taking a moment to assess the surroundings. In the brief time they had retrieved their weapons, the grove had descended into chaos. Several monkeys had emerged in a futile attempt to impede the boars, meeting grim fates in the process. It appeared that the boars had charged at the monkeys, who, caught off guard, had perished at their feet, leaving their lifeless bodies nearby. Witnessing the scene ignited a surge of unbidden fury within Chu Yang. The boars, upon noticing the weapons in his hands, instinctively recognized that they were now challenged. They stood side by side, scraping their hind legs against the ground before charging at Chu Yang and his group. One could only imagine the devastation if they were to be struck by such formidable creatures. "Everyone, get out of the way. Don't let them hit you," Chu Yang shouted. The moment his words left his lips, the group scattered, allowing the boars to barrel through the gap they had created, with no one harmed. The boars skidded to a halt, turning to glare menacingly at the group. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Chu Yang lunged forward, delivering a solid blow to one of the boars. The creature shook its head, baring its teeth at Chu Yang, understanding the urgency of the moment. Wang Dong charged at the other boar, mimicking Chu Yang's earlier action and striking it on the head before retreating back into the safety of the group. The boars, now thoroughly enraged, charged at the group once again. Observing their aggressive tactics, it became evident that the boars relied on their heads for attacks. As long as the group remained vigilant, they could avoid injury while seizing opportunities to strike back. Some of the more timid members resorted to slingshots, launching stones at the boars, while the bolder individuals engaged them directly. As time passed, it became increasingly clear that they could not sustain this level of engagement indefinitely. The boar's stamina was formidable, and Chu Yang and his companions would inevitably tire first. At this rate, not only would they fail to subdue the boars, but their own safety would also be jeopardized. Seizing the moment while others distracted the boars, Chu Yang approached Qin Ji and instructed, "Take a few people and find a spot to dig 2 pits for traps. Remember to conceal them well. We will lure the boars into the pits, and that shall be our opportunity to strike decisively." Without hesitation, Qin Ji gathered a few individuals, armed with tools, and set off to dig the traps. Meanwhile, Chu Yang and his companions continued to engage the boars, providing Qin Ji and his team with the necessary time to prepare. About half an hour later, fatigue began to set in among the group. Just then, Qin Ji and his team returned, and Chu Yang and his companions retreated, allowing Qin Ji's group to take the lead against the boars. Luo Yi picked up a stone and hurled it at one of the boars, successfully capturing its attention as it charged toward him. With his plan in motion, Luo Yi swiftly turned and ran, leaping over the pit just as the boar, oblivious to the trap, continued its relentless advance. In an instant, it found itself tumbling into the pit. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yang dashed forward, drawing his dagger and delivering a swift strike to the boar, ending its life in one decisive blow. The group erupted in cheers at this triumphant moment. Witnessing the effectiveness of this strategy, Qin Ji ceased his earlier distractions and followed Luo Yi's example, leading another boar toward the pit. Once again, the plan succeeded, and the second boar fell into the trap. After confirming that the second boar had also met its demise, the group's collective anxiety finally dissipated. Meanwhile, the monkeys that had been lurking in the shadows emerged, encircling Chu Yang in excitement, their jubilant movements indicating their exhilaration at the outcome. Due to the majority of the space being occupied by specimens, there was little room available for anything else. This cabinet was an unexpected discovery by Chu Yang. After a careful search of the basement, it appeared that aside from the firearms within the cabinet, there was nothing else of value to be found. However, upon reflection, this was quite reasonable. After all, who would treat a space designated for specimens as a storage area for various items? Once the basement search was completed, Chu Yang led the group up the staircase. About halfway up, he paused and rummaged through his bag. The others exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what was amiss. "Brother Chu, why have we stopped here?" Continuing to search for his belongings, Chu Yang responded, "We have thoroughly searched this place, and there is nothing useful left. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, it would be safer to set this place ablaze." As soon as he finished speaking, he produced a match from his bag. After striking the match, he tossed it into the basement. Almost instantly, a fierce blaze erupted, as if there were flammable materials present. A wave of heat surged towards Chu Yang and his companions, causing them to squint and shield their eyes. Having dealt with the matter, Chu Yang wasted no time and continued up the stairs. The group's spirits were high, buoyed by their discoveries in the basement. "Brother Chu, now that we've searched the basement, should we continue our investigation in the research facility?" Qin Ji inquired. To be frank, they had already scoured the research facility quite thoroughly. It seemed unlikely that they would have overlooked anything of significance. After pondering for a few moments, Chu Yang replied, "No need. These findings are substantial enough. Let us return to the cave." Upon hearing this, Qin Ji nodded in agreement. The group made their way past the corpses within the research facility and reached the entrance. Chu Yang halted, glancing back with a somber expression. Although there had been unexpected findings, the secrets of the research facility remained elusive. As long as this matter was unresolved, they would remain at the mercy of the mutated creatures. On the return journey, Wang Dong bounded up to Chu Yang, throwing his arm around his neck. "Brother Chu, you must take me along for these escapades in the future." With that, he brandished the pistol he had acquired, a satisfied grin adorning his face. In stark contrast, Chu Yang's demeanor was serious. He immediately stopped and turned to face the group. The sudden action left everyone looking bewildered, their bodies tense. "What is the matter, Brother Chu?" Qin Ji was the first to inquire. Chapter 93. Su Yun's inquiry. The group exchanged glances, each wearing a mask of confusion. "Let us keep our discoveries in the research facility to ourselves for now." Upon hearing this, Wang Dong furrowed his brow. "Why?" As soon as the question left his lips, all eyes turned to Chu Yang, their curiosity piqued. After contemplating for a few seconds, Chu Yang concluded that it was best not to disclose the details. Receiving such an ambiguous response, Wang Dong scratched his head, his eyes reflecting puzzlement. However, recognizing that Chu Yang likely had his reasons, the group refrained from pressing further. I had intended to share these findings with Lin Hai and Zhang Wei, but now that you mention it, I'll keep my mouth shut. Wang Dong said with a chuckle, raising his hand in a mock gesture of oath, embodying sincerity. Chu Yang merely nodded slightly, saying nothing more. Thus, the group resumed their journey. After all, the research facility was quite distant from the cave, and returning would require time. As night fell, the island would become significantly more perilous, necessitating that they return to the cave before darkness enveloped them. Meanwhile, within the cave, Su Yun sought out Zhu Yinzi. Surprised by Su Yun's sudden approach, Zhu Yinzi wore a bemused expression. Although both worked under Chu Yang, their relationship was not particularly deep. Having only connected through shared grievances regarding the female protagonist, it was unexpected for Su Yun to seek her out. Zhu Yinzi looked up at Su Yun, and they exchanged smiles. Su Yun gently settled beside her, resting her chin on her hands, a frown etched on her face. Zhu Yinzi tilted her head, asking, "What's wrong? You look rather glum. Is something bothering you?" Her tone was laced with concern. At these words, Su Yun sighed in resignation. "Do you know what Brother Chu and the others have gone out for?" After voicing this concern, she pursed her lips in worry. "And my brother is with them. I can't help but wonder if they might encounter some danger out there." As Su Yun finished speaking, Zhu Yinzi began to process the situation. Before responding, she looked around, realizing that indeed, Chu Yang was absent. However, she also noted that a few other men were missing from the cave. With this realization, Zhu Yinzi frowned. "How long have they been gone?" Hearing the question, Su Yun extended her hand to count. "They've probably been out for 4 or 5 hours. With a resigned sigh, she concluded her statement. Zhu Yinzi's face reflected her concern upon receiving this answer. However, she remained oblivious to Su Yun's feelings for Chu Yang, considering only that her brother was also out, thus assuming Su Yun was simply worried about their safety. Zhu Yinzi gently patted Su Yun's back, her gaze conveying comfort. "It's all right, don't worry. They will surely return safely." After uttering these words, a knowing smile spread across Zhu Yinzi's face. Su Yun nodded silently, refraining from elaborating further. While Zhu Yinzi's words provided some solace, it was minimal. Nevertheless, having someone to converse with was a relief, easing her anxiety and concerns. Time passed slowly, and it was hard to tell how long they had been waiting when the cave finally came into view. Qingji's face lit up with joy as he hopped ahead, pointing towards the cave entrance. "Everyone, look, we've arrived." His tone was filled with excitement. And Wang Dong, standing beside him, smiled in agreement. "Yes, after such a long trek, we're finally here. After all this walking, we must be exhausted. Let us rest well once we return." Chu Yang turned and shouted back to the group, a smile breaking across his face. As they reached the cave entrance, Su Yun rushed forward, seemingly unsure of how to position herself beside Chu Yang, so she instead approached Su Yu. "Brother, you're finally back. You've been gone for so long." Her tone was a mix of joy and mild complaint. Observing her demeanor, Su Yu's face softened into a tender smile as he affectionately ruffled her hair. "It's all right, don't worry. We've returned safely. Haven't we?" Su Yu nodded. Then her curiosity piqued. "By the way, brother, what exactly were you all doing out there for so long?" She blinked innocently, her expression devoid of any ulterior motives. Just as Su Yu was about to respond, he suddenly recalled what Chu Yang had mentioned on their way back. Chapter 78. Wang Tensi under attack united in purpose. The group worked together to hoist the wild boars that had fallen into the pit. Chu Yang fixated on the 2 boars, his mind racing with thoughts. Undoubtedly, such a precious resource must not go to waste. However, given the limited number of companions he had brought, it was impossible to carry both boars back. After much contemplation, he arrived at a singular solution: to dissect the wild boars on the spot. Drawing forth his dagger, Chu Yang turned to the others, urging them to assist in the dissection so they could transport the meat back in manageable portions. Upon hearing his words, the group nodded in agreement, retrieving their own knives. Chu Yang was the first to make a cut in the boar's abdomen, exposing its internal organs, with crimson blood spilling onto the ground. The sight of the organs caused him to furrow his brow. They would require thorough cleaning before being deemed usable, yet they lacked sufficient water for such a task. Ultimately, he decided to discard the innards. However, he hesitated, knowing that excavating them by hand would leave him drenched in blood and the stench of raw flesh. The monkeys, sensing his reluctance, approached and tugged at his pant leg. Chu Yang looked down to see one of the monkeys leap onto the boar, pointing towards the innards and making a gesture of refusal. Understanding their intent, he nodded in agreement. They had no desire for the organs either. Upon hearing Chu Yang's consent, the monkeys wasted no time and swiftly began to hollow out the boar's body. The nearby fruit forest contained a pond, making it easy for the monkeys to clean up, and they were not averse to getting dirty. Furthermore, having received food from Chu Yang and assistance in burying their fallen comrade, each monkey felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and was eager to aid him. Once the internal organs were dealt with, the group set to work. The forehooves were the first to be severed, followed by the head. The head, being heavier due to its considerable bone content and minimal meat, was deemed unnecessary to carry back. Thus, they opted to abandon it as well. Next came the task of carving the meat from the boar's body into manageable chunks, making it far easier to transport. Chu Yang and his companions found themselves thriving in this endeavor, now possessing ample supplies and a secure place to rest. Their situation contrasted starkly with that of Huang Tianxi and his group. That night, they settled into the metal fishing boat for rest. Due to the congregation of so many individuals, the air within the vessel was thick with the scent of humanity, which swiftly attracted the attention of the humanoid bats. Drawn by the aroma, they located the metal fishing boat. Before Huang Tianxi and his group could grasp the gravity of the situation, the humanoid bats launched an assault on the vessel. The boat began to rock violently, prompting the group to realize something was amiss. Under the dim light of the moon, they peered outside and widened their eyes in alarm. The humanoid bats had arrived. A woman cried out in terror. Chaos ensued as everyone scrambled for the exit of the boat. Yet, the humanoid bats showed no inclination to let them escape. Within mere moments of emerging, individuals were swiftly snatched by the bats and flung into the air, only to vanish into their gaping maws. Mrs. Huang hurriedly approached Huang Tianxi, her voice trembling with fear. "What shall we do now?" She clung to his arm. He stood still, deep in thought. After a few seconds, he drew his firearm and gestured for the others to disperse. "You all go out and draw the bats' attention," Huang Tianxi nearly shouted. When faced with life-threatening danger, one's true character is revealed, and this was no exception. His subordinates had witnessed him brandishing a gun in threats before. The last time had been tolerable, but now, confronted by the humanoid bats, he resorted to the same tactics. Lacking weapons, they could hardly make an impact. Reluctantly, they complied with Huang Tianxi's orders. For disobedience would surely lead to death. Exchanging uncertain glances, several groups charged out, all inevitably falling into the clutches of the humanoid bats. Seizing the moment, Huang Tianxi dashed from the metal boat into the open air. Observing this, Mrs. Huang summoned all her strength to keep pace with him. A few other subordinates also seized the opportunity to flee, leaving only a handful of victims in their wake. As they sprinted across the small island, the only sound that filled their ears was the wind. Nothing else could be heard. They dared not stop, fearing that a moment's respite would lead to being targeted by the bats and turned into their next meal. It was unclear how long they ran, but eventually, Huang Tianxi's gaze fell upon a distant cave, its flickering light drawing his attention. Furrowing his brow, he halted his steps. Turning around, he discovered that many had followed him. "So, you all made it out, did you? Now follow me." Although some felt puzzled, none refused, obediently trailing behind Huang Tianxi. Navigating through a thicket, the firelight from the cave became more pronounced. One of the subordinates approached him, saying, "Young Master Huang, there's a fire inside that cave. Could there be someone living there?" Huang Tianxi cast a sideways glance at him, his tone laced with impatience. "We won't know until we investigate." The subordinate dared not press further and stepped back. As they neared the cave, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted toward them. The closer they got, the more pronounced the scent became. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, they instinctively quieted their footsteps. Huang Tianxi crouched, peering inside, and his eyes widened upon recognizing that it was filled with Chu Yang's subordinates. At that moment, Chu Yang and his group had already returned triumphantly with the wild boars. In celebration of their successful hunt, they had built a fire and were roasting the boar meat. Explaining why Huang Tianxi's group could smell the savory aroma. The scene before Huang Tianxi ignited a spark of envy within him. Why must he endure living in a dilapidated metal fishing boat, subsisting on meager rations, while Chu Yang and his companions feasted joyously on roasted meat within the cave? A surge of anger welled up within him. He could not allow Chu Yang to enjoy such ease. After several moments of contemplation, Huang Tianxi turned to his companions. "We are in the shadows while they are in the light. When the moment is right, I will signal you. At that time, rush in and seize their meat." His tone was grave, and upon hearing his words, the group nodded in unison. Upon hearing the sound, everyone ceased their activities and hurried over, encircling Su Yun. Zhu Yinzi's face revealed a look of surprise, her complexion turning pale as she stepped back a few paces. A hint of terror laced her tone as she exclaimed, "There's a bug crawling on your hand." Zhu Yinzi's exaggerated reaction startled Su Yun, who blinked in response. This was no ordinary insect. It was a silkworm. If nurtured properly, it could one day produce silk. Su Yun's tone was filled with delight. Upon hearing this, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves, exchanging glances. Indeed, this creature did resemble a silkworm. If it could indeed yield silk, it would be immensely beneficial. How wonderful! With Su Yun's explanation, Zhu Yinzi's fear began to dissipate. Taking a deep breath, She cautiously approached to inspect the creature closely. Are you implying that the silk fabric we wore before was produced by this bug? Zhu nodded vigorously, a joyful smile gracing her face. That sounds splendid, Zhu Yanzi said, crossing her arms and stealing another glance at the silkworm. Chapter 95. Descent for Reasons Unknown. Seeing Zhu Yanzi in such a state caused Su Yun to stifle a laugh. Observing this, Zhu Yanzi immediately became agitated. What are you laughing at? Her face flushed with indignation, her cheeks turning crimson. It seemed she felt a touch of embarrassment as well. Su Yun quickly composed herself, adopting a serious demeanor. All right. We came out here to gather firewood. Let us not waste any more time. With that, she lifted the dry branches she had collected and carefully cradled the silkworm. I'll take this little one home and share the good news with everyone, she murmured to herself, her eyes twinkling with joy. Once everyone had gathered enough wood, Su Yun led the group back, her heart brimming with anticipation. As they approached the cave entrance, Su Yun joyfully bounded over to Chu Yong's side. Upon encountering her unexpected enthusiasm, a look of confusion crossed Chu Yong's face. What's the matter? Did you need something from me? His tone was notably neutral. Su Yun promptly set down the firewood in her hands and rummaged through her belongings. Finally, she presented the silkworm to him, cradled in her palms. Seeing the creature, Chu Yong couldn't help but furrow his brow. What is so special about this bug? His voice carried a trace of perplexity. Noticing his lack of recognition, Su Yun eagerly began to explain, Brother Chu, don't underestimate it. This is no ordinary worm. It's a baby silkworm. As the words left her lips, Chu Yong suddenly understood. Leaning closer to examine the tiny creature, he had to admit that, upon closer inspection, it bore a striking resemblance to a silkworm. If we can raise this silkworm and wait for it to reproduce, we can harvest silk for clothing. Su Yun's expression radiated joy. Chu Yong's lips curled into a slight smile as he nodded in agreement, then gave her a thumbs up. This is truly fantastic. After sharing the news with Chu Yong, Su Yun quickly set about creating a cozy home for the silkworm. She found a clean box, placed the silkworm inside, and lined it with mulberry leaves she had casually gathered on the way back. Filled with anticipation, she whispered, Little silkworm, once you grow up, we can make countless garments. After attending to this matter, Su Yun joined the others in preparing a hearty meal. Thankfully, their supplies were plentiful, and as long as there was fire, they could easily whip up a simple feast. Su Yun's culinary skills were exceptional, and the meal was devoured eagerly by all. After dinner, everyone settled down to rest. The events of the morning, when Chu Yong had taken a few individuals out, had not gone unnoticed, but it was only Su Yun who inquired further about it. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd. Brother Chu, what were you and your companions sneaking off to do this morning? A man shouted, his tone laced with hostility. Upon hearing the voice, Chu Yong turned to face him. He recognized this man as one of the two boatmen who had accompanied Deputy Zhou to seek assistance, likely named Chen Fan. At the same time, the individuals who had gone out with Chu Yong earlier also turned their attention to Chen Fan. Brother Chu has his own plans. Does he need to report every little detail to you? Wang Dong interjected. It seemed that the others had caught on to the hostility in Chen Fan's tone, and Wang Dong's words were quickly followed by Qin Ji, who added, In any case, Brother Chu would never engage in anything harmful to us. Upon hearing their prompt responses, Chen Fan scoffed. I was merely asking, why are you so agitated? After a brief pause, he continued, Could it be that you all found a way off this deserted island and don't wish to take us with you? At his words, the crowd erupted in a stir. What? That is impossible. Brother Chu wouldn't abandon us. However, it was true that Chu Yong and his companions had been out for quite a while this morning. If that is the case, why are you unwilling to share the truth with us? The murmurings reached Chu Yong's ears as he exchanged glances with Chen Fan. After a few moments of silence, he slowly spoke. You want to know what we were up to, don't you? Following this, he paused, surveying the crowd before continuing, This morning, I took them back to the research facility, but due to the dangers involved, we did not make a show of it. His expression grew serious, and the atmosphere instantly fell silent. Feeling his pride wounded, Chen Fan grew agitated. You can say whatever you want, but how do I know if you're telling the truth or spinning a tale? Hearing this, Chu Yong furrowed his brow. Was Chen Fan trying to instigate trouble? During this time, your teacher has been searching for supplies on the island without any intention of taking us along. What is the meaning of that? His tone became increasingly fervent, his voice rising. The crowd, upon hearing this, began to stir once more. The topic of leaving the island was sensitive, and raising it so openly would undoubtedly incite discord. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, another man shouted, Yes, Brother Chu. You don't intend to stay on this island forever, do you? Instantly, panic spread among the crowd. No one wished to remain stranded on this island indefinitely. Even Wang Dong couldn't help but approach Chu Yong, asking, Brother Chu, have you considered taking us with you? Several of those close to Chu Yong gathered around him. At that moment, the pressure on Chu Yang intensified. As someone who had been reborn, he knew that leaving this island would be far from simple. But how could the others possibly understand that? Noticing Chu Yang's silence, Siyun stepped forward, her eyes wide with concern. Brother Chu, you will take us with you. Want you? Everyone awaited his response, the chatter gradually fading away. Faced with such a situation, Chu Yang let out a resigned sigh. Should we reveal the truth to them and shatter the hopes that reside in their hearts? Yet, how can they possibly believe it? Observing Chu Yang's dilemma, Qingji stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder, reassuringly stating, "It's all right, Brother Chu. No matter what you decide, I will choose to believe in you." Chapter 96. Departure from the island. A knowing smile graced Chu Yang's face. However, he was acutely aware that he could not evade the impending question. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. "You all wish to leave, do you not?" His expression remained remarkably neutral. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances and nodded resolutely. This outcome was anticipated by Chu Yang. "Very well, I shall present you with two options. The first option is to remain here on the island with me, though I cannot guarantee that we will ever leave. The second option is to depart the island. I will teach you how to construct a bamboo raft, but your fate thereafter will be of no concern to me." With that, Chu Yang fell silent, directing his gaze towards the others, awaiting their responses. Chen Fan promptly stood up, his expression resolute. "I choose the second option." His voice was firm and unwavering, exuding an air of undeniable conviction. This reaction was precisely what Chu Yang had anticipated. It was inevitable that some would opt for the second choice. Now that one had stepped forward, those willing to follow suit should gather behind Chen Fan. After a brief pause, Chu Yang continued. "Those selecting the first option may stand behind me." Faced with such a situation, the crowd began to grapple with their inner conflicts. Luo Yi approached Qingji, a hint of hesitation in her demeanor. "What do you think, Brother Qing? Will you continue to follow Brother Chu, or will you attempt to leave the island?" Qingji's expression turned serious, and he did not respond immediately. After a few seconds, he slowly replied, "Although Brother Chu never intended to lead us away, he has always considered our well-being during our time on this island." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi nodded in agreement. This was indeed a fact. Those who had followed Chu Yang had enjoyed a relatively comfortable existence on the island. Others began to engage in animated discussions. As the clarity of the situation dawned on them, time passed imperceptibly, and eventually the attendees discerned their inclinations. Chu Yang's group was small, and ultimately, only 5 or 6 individuals stood behind Chen Fan. Among them was also Zhu Yinzi's so-called fiancée. Witnessing this, Zhu Yinzi could not help but furrow her brow. "Zhangshu, has Brother Chu not treated you well?" she exclaimed. In an instant, all eyes turned to Zhangshu. However, he was unfazed by her words, wearing a nonchalant expression as he waved dismissively. "So what? I wish to leave this island. Is there any fault in that?" This statement left Zhu Yinzi momentarily speechless. Frustrated, she stomped her foot in silence. Standing beside her, Xian patted her hand, advising, "Don't waste your breath on him. If you wish to leave, then go." The truth was, Su Yun had never gotten along with Zhang Shu, who had previously labeled her as the team's liability, a fact that remained vividly etched in her memory. "You have all made your decisions, correct?" Chu Yang called out to those behind Shin Fan. They all nodded in unison. Given that matters had reached this juncture, Chu Yang resolved to honor his word. "In that case, I will take you to find the materials for constructing bamboo rafts." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yang led them out of the cave and into the forest. As they walked, he explained, "To build a bamboo raft, we require 2 tools, bamboo and vines. Let us first seek out these 2 raw materials." Upon hearing this, the group nodded and began their search in the woods. Both materials were not difficult to find. Bamboo stood out distinctly among the trees, making it easy to spot. Vines, on the other hand, were often entwined around trees, so locating them simply required a glance upwards. Chu Yang guided the group through the forest, breaking down bamboo and climbing trees to cut long vines with a small knife. Subsequently, they sliced the bamboo into strips. And the next step was to bind them together with vines, thus crafting a rudimentary bamboo raft. Witnessing Chu Yang's unwavering dedication, those who chose to continue following him joined in to help. As the saying goes, a single chopstick breaks easily, but a bundle is difficult to snap. Through their collective efforts, they swiftly completed 3 rudimentary bamboo rafts, sufficient for their small group of 5 or 6. Zhang Shu and his companions were satisfied smiles. And once the rafts were ready, Chu Yang announced, "I will take you to the edge of the island." It is often said that one should see things through to the end. Having constructed the rafts, it was no burden to escort them to the shore. They placed the rafts on the water and stood by, gazing at Chu Yang and the others. Chun Fan smiled and waved, saying, "Goodbye, everyone. I hope you find happiness on the island." As soon as he finished, Zhang Shu chimed in, "Yes, if you continue to follow Brother Chu, you are bound to lead a good life." The remaining few exchanged a few farewell words before everyone boarded the rafts, grasping the bamboo poles, ready to paddle away. Those standing behind Chu Yang watched their departing figures, a sense of longing stirring within them. Some revealed traces of hesitation, yet ultimately, they could not bring themselves to take that step. After all, everything Chu Yang had done for them had been with utmost sincerity. Farewell. I truly hope you can succeed in leaving this place. Chu Yang waved and called out to them. Wang Dong approached Chu Yang, his tone laced with curiosity. Brother Chu, your decision not to leave the island must be for a reason, right? Before Chu Yang could respond, he continued, after all, you know how to make a bamboo raft. If you wanted to leave, you could have done so already. Turning to face him, Chu Yang smiled. I recall you expressing a desire to leave the island once. Yet this time you chose not to accompany them. What has changed? Upon hearing this, Wang Dong's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head. He was well aware of how adamant he had been that day while enjoying roasted meat. Wang Dong then draped an arm around Chu Yang, saying, It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that I've been captivated by your charisma. Chapter 97. Turbulent waves. Chu Yang merely smiled, saying nothing further. The group remained in place, watching as Chun Fan and the others expertly maneuvered their rafts across the lake. Each face radiated joy, filled with a sense of hope. Luo Yi approached Qin Ji, her expression tinged with disappointment as she sighed. Though we understand Brother Chu has treated us well, seeing them leave the island still leaves an uncomfortable feeling in my heart. Hearing this, Qin Ji turned to her, a gentle smile gracing his features. It's all right. I believe that in time, Brother Chu will also lead us off this island. After speaking, he paused for a few seconds, then added, It's only a matter of time. It certainly has nothing to do with Brother Chu's capabilities. Luo Yi naturally understood that everything Qin Ji said was profoundly reasonable, and thus he nodded vigorously. The group was unaware of how long they had remained in place. Chun Fan and the others had already vanished from the surface of the lake. They rowed energetically, their spirits exceedingly high. Zhang Shu spoke up. This is splendid. At this pace, we will surely reach the outside world in no time. Chun Fan, standing nearby, burst into laughter. Had he known it would be so effortlessly to leave the island, he would have stirred up this matter with Chu Yang much earlier. After a brief pause, he continued, It would have spared us the suffering we endured on that island. Zhang Shu, already harboring resentment towards Chu Yang due to Su Yun's affair, was only following him out of necessity. Now, fueled by his sentiments, he began to speak freely. I can't fathom what he is thinking. It seems he has no desire to take us away from this island. His tone was tinged with indignation. Before Chun Fan could respond, he added, Chu Yang must be relishing his role as the leader here, which is why he refuses to leave with us. His voice was firm and resolute. Hearing this, Chun Fan's expression wavered. In his heart, he did not believe Chu Yang was that malevolent. Yet, his actions were indeed difficult to justify. After much contemplation, it dawned on him that perhaps Zhang Shu's words held a kernel of truth. Resolving to set aside such chaotic thoughts, he focused on paddling the bamboo raft. Regardless, if they choose to linger on the island, so be it. As long as we can escape. After uttering this, the two fell silent. At that moment, one of the men glanced back at the bamboo raft. The island was receding further away, now entirely vanishing from their view. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, We've already distanced ourselves from that island. If we keep paddling, we will surely succeed in leaving. As soon as he spoke, joy illuminated everyone's faces, and their paddling grew more vigorous. Time ticked by, and the sea remained tranquil, with hope for escape lingering in their hearts. However, this calm was short-lived. Suddenly, a strong wind swept across the surface of the sea, causing the bamboo raft to sway perilously. Chun Fan's expression grew serious. What is happening? Why has the wind risen so suddenly? His tone held a hint of confusion, and he felt a flicker of fear. It was crucial to remember that their only means of transportation was the bamboo raft, devoid of any defensive capabilities. Should they encounter danger at sea, the consequences could be dire. Observing Chun Fan's demeanor, the others began to feel a twinge of anxiety. In light of the situation, Zhang Shu immediately sensed something was amiss. If this continued, the morale of the group would only diminish, making their escape from the island increasingly difficult. With a nonchalant expression, he waved his hand dismissively and chuckled. What's the matter? Isn't it normal for the sea to experience a bit of wind? Before anyone could respond, he continued. Without wind, where would the waves come from? After his words, the group turned their gazes toward him. Upon reflection, they realized his reasoning bore merit. Chun Fan chose not to elaborate further, merely nodding silently as he continued to paddle the raft. Meanwhile, on Chu Yang's side, upon witnessing Chun Fan and the others disappear from sight, Wang Dong approached him. Brother Chu, they have already left. Shall we return as well? His tone was flat, arms crossed over his chest. Yet Chu Yang merely smirked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he turned to Wang Dong. He uttered a thought-provoking remark. Do you not wish to see if they can truly escape? As soon as he finished, Wang Dong's eyes widened. He furrowed his brow, casting his gaze toward the sea. From the current situation, it was evident they had distanced themselves from the island. What did he mean by whether I wanted to see if they could genuinely leave? For some reason, Wang Dong felt that Chu Yang was concealing something. Perhaps he already knew the outcome of leaving the island. As if he were using Chun Fan and the others as a form of experiment. Observing Wang Dong's expression, Chu Yang's demeanor relaxed, and he patted his shoulder. I was merely speaking casually. However, I am indeed curious about whether they can truly escape. After saying this, he turned to the others and called out, let us wait here a while longer to ascertain the situation. Although the others were uncertain of Chu Yang's intentions, they collectively nodded, trusting that he would not lead them astray. According to Chu Yang's calculations, they had surely covered a considerable distance by now. He was well aware that Chun Fan and the others could not leave the island unscathed. Therefore, it stood to reason that they should soon encounter danger. Indeed, as Chu Yang had predicted, Chun Fan and his companions continued to paddle their bamboo raft, but the sea was no longer as calm as before. It appeared that some unknown force was disrupting the tranquility of the waters. Chun Fan felt a surge of panic, glancing around frantically before looking at Zhang Shu, stammering. Did you feel that? The sea seems increasingly turbulent. As soon as he spoke, without waiting for a response, he added, if this continues, will we even be able to leave this place safely? Zhang Shu, too, felt a hint of anxiety. He understood that the current circumstances were indeed troubling. Chapter 98. Sea Monster. A sense of impatience welled up within him as his gaze fell on Chun Fan. He reprimanded, stop with the ominous talk. Don't you realize that such words are taboo at sea? His tone was laced with frustration. It is important to note that the leaders advocating for their departure from the island were none other than Chun Fan and Zhang Shu. The others had chosen to follow them out of trust. If these two were at odds, the outcome would surely be disastrous. Sensing the tension between the two, one man immediately stepped in as a mediator. With a harmonious smile, he addressed them. It's all right. It's all right. We're all resilient. Nothing will happen to us. After saying this, he assessed their expressions, which seemed unchanged. In light of this, he continued, united we stand, divided we fall. How can we let discord arise among ourselves? Undeniably, his words bore wisdom. If their unity faltered, the eventual outcome would be grim. The man fell silent, and a hush enveloped the group. Just then, Chun Fan unexpectedly spoke up. I was wrong earlier. I shouldn't have uttered those defeatist words. His tone was tinged with remorse. Zhang Shu, hearing this, readily acquiesced. I too have my faults. I apologize. No sooner had he spoken than a sudden crashing sound erupted from beneath the bamboo raft. A tremendous force caused the raft to lose balance, swaying dangerously on the water. In light of this situation, an involuntary sense of panic began to envelop everyone's hearts. Chun Fan immediately shouted, everyone, remain calm. Let's slide to the left together using the bamboo and maintain the balance of the raft. Following his command, the group promptly complied. Fortunately, their collective effort bore fruit, and the bamboo raft regained its equilibrium. Chun Fan took a deep breath and patted his chest, relieved that they had stabilized this time. A hint of gratitude flickered across his face. However, one man among them bore an expression of sheer distress. Did you feel that? Something just collided with our raft. His words tumbled out in a hurried manner, eyes wide with terror. Given the force of the impact, how could anyone have missed it? Yet, the others merely exchanged glances. Speechless, the man's spirit seemed to falter, and he scrambled to Chun Fan's feet, pleading, Brother Chun, let us go back. Please. His tone was frantic, his face a mask of fear. Chun Fan turned towards Zhang Shu, remaining silent. Realizing this approach was futile, the man crawled to Zhang Shu's feet as well. Brother Zhang, please listen to me. If we return now, we might still save our lives. If this continues, we'll all perish. Tears threatened to brim in his eyes. His fear palpable. Yet, having already ventured this far, how could they possibly choose to retreat? Zhang Shu's expression soured with anger as he kicked the man away. Return? There is no turning back now. Our only choice is to leave this island. If not, you might as well jump into the sea. Dying by jumping was not an option the man would entertain. Just as he uttered these words, another violent jolt rocked the raft. The man began to tremble. But Zhang Shu remained unfazed. We must keep moving forward. What are you afraid of? His voice resonated with conviction, and the others seemed inspired by his demeanor. A shorter man approached, helping the prostrate man to his feet, reassuring him, don't worry, it's nothing serious. As long as we persist, we will surely leave this little island. After saying this, he offered the man a knowing smile. Zhang Shu joined Chun Fan, unable to suppress his disdain. I can't stand these cowardly people. If they can't handle it, They shouldn't have come along. They disrupt everyone's unity. After this remark, he spat into the sea. Observing his demeanor, Chen Fan placed a hand on his shoulder. It's understandable. We almost capsized. His tone was remarkably calm, surprised that Chen Fan would defend the man. Zhang Shu stared at him for a few moments, shaking his head in resignation, ultimately choosing to swallow his frustration. Just then, the strange collision occurred once more. This time, the raft's balance was again disrupted. Everyone desperately attempted to restore equilibrium, but before they could succeed, another impact struck. The raft completely capsized, casting everyone into the water. They struggled desperately in the depths, but something massive seemed to approach them from the distance. The creatures moved swiftly, reaching them in no time, swallowing them whole. Their agonized cries echoed briefly before fading into silence. The once blue sea now bore vivid streaks of crimson, a stark contrast. After consuming those individuals, the colossal creatures seemed unsatisfied, continuing swiftly towards the direction of the raft, as if searching for more prey. Meanwhile, Chu Yang and his companions awaited quietly on the beach. Some time had passed since Chu Yang had issued his command, and the group began to grow restless. Suyin could no longer contain herself and approached Chu Yang, tugging at his sleeve. Upon seeing her, a gentle smile graced Chu Yang's face as he inquired, "What is it? Is there something on your mind?" Suyin nodded slowly, blinking at him. "Brother Chu, when can we leave?" After speaking, she shrank slightly, rubbing her shoulder for warmth. "The wind is so strong by the sea. It's quite chilly here," she added, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Listening to her, Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds, he smiled and ruffled her hair. "Just a bit longer, we will be leaving soon." With this assurance, Su Yun said nothing further, simply nodding gently before returning to Su Yu's side. Noticing her return, Su Yu immediately asked, "What did Brother Chu say?" Su Yun relayed his message, shaking her head in resignation. "He said we just need to wait a little longer." Not only Wang Dong but Su Yu also found Chu Yang's behavior somewhat peculiar, prompting him to send Su Yun to inquire. The group continued to languidly await their fate. Chapter 83. The violation silence enveloped the group as their gazes shifted towards Chu Yang. After a few moments of contemplation, Chu Yang finally spoke. "Since you are so eager to become my subordinates, I shall grant your wish." His tone was decidedly indifferent. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of those few individuals transformed into one of astonishment. For it was evident from Chu Yang's demeanor that he was quite reluctant, yet his words suggested acquiescence. Nevertheless, having voiced their intentions, they would not allow Chu Yang the opportunity to retract his statement. "Very well. Since you have already expressed your willingness to accept us as your subordinates, we shall remain here," they declared, positioning themselves within the confines of the cave. It was without question that the inhabitants of the cave were less than welcoming towards this group, as they were formerly under the command of Huang Tianxi. The memories of the transgressions committed by Huang Tianxi lingered vividly in everyone's minds, and the recollections were as fresh as if they had occurred just yesterday. In light of this situation, Qingxi felt a twinge of confusion and could not help but approach Chu Yang, inquiring, "Brother Chu, are you truly serious?" After uttering this, he let out a resigned sigh and continued, "You must understand that most of Huang Tianxi's subordinates are of dubious character. If we were to accept them here..." Qingxi's expression revealed his concern. Yet, how could Chu Yang be oblivious to such implications? Thus, the words he spoke were not reflective of his inner thoughts. "I am well aware of your concerns. However, why not feign acceptance for now, only to seize an opportunity later to deal with them?" Chu Yang's words sparked enlightenment in Qingxi, whose expression transformed into one of astonishment as he patted Chu Yang's shoulder in admiration. It must be said that Chu Yang's strategy was indeed remarkably astute. As time passed, the night deepened, and it was unclear how long had elapsed. Eventually, Wang Dong and his companions returned. Upon seeing the presence of Huang Tianxi's men within the cave, Wang Dong furrowed his brow. Having once been a subordinate of Huang Tianxi himself, he was acutely aware of the implications of their presence. After tidying himself up, he quickly approached Chu Yang. "Brother Chu, what is the meaning of this? How is it that upon my return, I find a few of Huang Tianxi's men among us?" His tone was laced with confusion as he scratched his head, understanding that Wang Dong had successfully managed the burial of Wu Qian. Chu Yang felt no reluctance in sharing this predicament. "I had no choice. They threatened me to remain or they would take the supplies." A hint of helplessness colored his voice. Listening to Chu Yang, Wang Dong nodded thoughtfully before continuing, "So you simply obliged them?" At this inquiry, Chu Yang promptly shook his head. "Of course not. I had already driven that group away." Before he could elaborate further, Wang Dong interrupted, pointing towards the outsiders. "Then what about these individuals?" "These individuals have voluntarily requested to serve under me," Chu Yang replied, his tone remarkably placid. "However, Wang Dong could not suppress the frown that creased his brow. After a few moments of contemplation, he surmised that Chu Yang must have his reasons, and thus refrained from further questioning. He then began to prepare for rest, having exerted considerable effort throughout the day. As midnight approached, Su-Yun was abruptly roused from her slumber. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she made her way to the restroom, compelled by an overwhelming urge to relieve herself. It seemed that this heightened alertness was a consequence of her first experience amidst Chu Yang and his group, as the men once serving Huang Tianxi remained exceedingly vigilant. Additionally, Li Xinyue, who was also new to this environment, slept fitfully. Consequently, upon Su-Yun's awakening, the men were instantly stirred from their slumber. The men exchanged glances before directing their attention to Su-Yun. Yet, shrouded in darkness, she remained oblivious to the scrutiny she was under. She continued towards the restroom, while the men exchanged furtive signals before quietly rising to follow her. Li Xinyue, having observed this entire scenario, understood the nature of these men after spending considerable time under Huang Tianxi's command. After contemplating for a few moments, he arose and followed suit. After a few steps, Su-Yun reached her destination, but the men halted, refraining from entering. Witnessing this, Li Xinyue furrowed his brow and approached the men. It is said that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Yet these men were oblivious to the fact that they were being tracked. Startled by Li Xinyue's sudden appearance, they instinctively placed their hands over their chests. One of the men could not help but complain, "What are you doing here?" Unexpectedly, Li Xinyue did not respond to his query but merely smiled, his gaze fixed on the restroom. "What brings you here? Did you think I was unaware?" Upon hearing this, panic spread across the faces of the men, who suddenly found themselves unable to meet Li Xinyue's gaze. To their surprise, Li Xinyue then remarked, "This should be a fortuitous opportunity for you. Should you miss it, you may not encounter another." His countenance radiated with a smile as he surveyed the group. The men exchanged incredulous looks, having anticipated that Li Xinyue would expose their true intentions instead. Observing their hesitation, Li Xinyue continued to speak frankly. "That young lady is quite lovely, delicate and fair-skinned. You would surely enjoy her company." As his words hung in the air, he began to push the men towards the restroom. Initially hesitant, the men found newfound courage in Li Xinyue's encouragement. Locking eyes with one another as they resolutely approached the restroom, Li Xinyue's face illuminated with satisfaction as he stood with arms crossed, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. "Now, you shall have quite the experience," he murmured to himself as the men stealthily concealed themselves outside the restroom, waiting for Su-Yun to emerge before taking action. Chapter 84. The plight of Su-Yun. The men felt a twinge of apprehension as they exchanged glances, anxiously awaiting Su-Yun's emergence from within. Suddenly, the door lock clicked open with a sharp sound, and as the door swung wide, Su-Yun stepped out, still disoriented, only to be seized by the arms of the men flanking her. This unexpected act enveloped her in a shroud of fear. "Ah!" she cried out, and the others, witnessing the scene, panicked and hurriedly clasped their hands over her mouth. One man leaned in close, his voice laced with warning, "I advise you to remain silent. You know the consequences that await you if you do not." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out, intent on tearing away Su-Yun's clothing. Desperate, she struggled. Terror etched in her eyes, tears welling up and cascading down her cheeks. Meanwhile, sensing an unusual commotion outside, Chu Yang stirred from his slumber, and Wang Dong, beside him, awoke as well. He blinked groggily and surveyed the surroundings, their gazes locking. "What is that noise? Why is it so loud?" Chu Yang's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Wang Dong shook his head, equally bewildered. It was at that moment he noticed that Huang Tianxi's subordinates were nowhere to be seen, prompting a furrow of concern to crease Chu Yang's brow. "They are missing," he stated, his tone turning grave. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong followed Chu Yang's gaze towards the empty spot where the men had stood. The two rose and ventured outside, fully aware that those men were not to be trifled with. However, upon exiting the cave, they were met by the sight of Li Xinyue standing outside, alongside Huang Tianxi's subordinates. Among them was a woman. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Yang dashed forward, moving like a flash past Li Xinyue, who was caught off guard. "What are you doing?" His voice resonated with anger. The group froze at the sound of Chu Yang's voice, and upon regaining their senses, they immediately released their grip on Su-Yun. She fell to the ground, her whimpers growing louder. Chu Yang rushed to her side, cradling her in his arms, only hearing her soft sobs of distress. Wang Dong, witnessing the scene, swiftly intervened and subdued the assailants without hesitation. He looked at Chu Yang, then at Su-Yun nestled in his embrace. "What should we do with him, Chu Gu?" At that moment, Chu Yang's expression hardened to a chilling degree. "Sever their hands." Horror washed over the faces of the men as they sank to their knees, bowing their heads to the ground. Please, Chu Ge, spare us. We didn't mean any harm, but Chu Yang showed no inclination to heed their pleas. With matters to address, Wang Dong returned to the cave, rousing the others and recounting the events that had transpired. Chu Yang gazed down at Su Yun, his heart heavy with remorse. I'm sorry, Su Yun. I failed to protect you. His voice was laden with guilt. The ordeal had left Su Yun profoundly shaken, rendering her speechless. Upon learning of the incident, the others emerged, equipped with various tools. He rushed to Chu Yang's side, urgency lacing his voice. How is my sister? He turned to Su Yun, who lay silently in Chu Yang's embrace, offering no words. I arrived just in time. They likely did not have the chance to harm her, Chu Yang reassured him. Hearing this, Su Yun's anxiety eased. Wang Dong led the captured men away, undoubtedly to fulfill the grim fate that awaited them. Su Yun lingered in Chu Yang's arms for a moment, gradually opening her eyes, her body still trembling with fear. Upon seeing Chu Yang's face, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her head in his shoulder, her warm tears soaking through his clothing. The gentle touch of her breath against his chest made Chu Yang feel as though his very being was melting away. He embraced her tightly, soothingly patting her back. It's all right. There is no need to fear. I have dealt with those men, he whispered softly. Truth be told, this was the first time he had engaged in such intimate contact with Su Yun, stirring memories of their previous encounter in the wild fruit forest, where her bare form lingered vividly in his mind. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he felt his ears flush red, a rosy hue creeping across his cheeks. As time slipped away, Su Yun remained nestled against Chu Yang's shoulder, oblivious to how long it had been. Suddenly, she lifted her head, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features as she gently wiped her tear-stained cheeks. I'm so sorry, Chu Ge, for causing you trouble, she murmured softly. Yet, Chu Yang could never bring himself to reproach her. Su Yun appeared to him as a delicate little kitten, sweet and endearing. Unable to resist, he reached out to tousle her hair, his eyes sparkling with affection. Feeling this warmth, Su Yun instinctively shrank back, her heart racing, a blush creeping onto her face. Realizing the effect of his touch, Chu Yang quickly withdrew his hand, offering an awkward smile as he scratched his head. It's nothing. Protecting you is my duty. Su Yun dared not meet his gaze, merely nodding lightly, fearful that her flushed cheeks might betray her innermost thoughts. Meanwhile, Huang Tianxi's subordinates continued their desperate pleas for mercy. Please, Wang Dong, spare us. One man knelt on the ground, his voice filled with desperation. Another chimed in, yes. We have previously worked under Huang Tianxi, surely there is some bond between us. Hearing their words, Wang Dong could not suppress a derisive laugh as he kicked them aside. You repugnant lot, you think we have any connection? With that, he gestured for his comrades, who promptly restrained the men, gripping their wrists tightly. At a command, the blade fell, severing several hands from their bodies. The scene was indeed horrific, filled with anguished cries and wails of pain. Yet, Wang Dong felt no sympathy, after all. Their fate was a direct consequence of their own actions. Chapter 85. Encounter with pirates. It must be said that Chu Yang demonstrated a slight degree of compassion. Had it been Wang Dong, he would undoubtedly have chosen to extinguish the lives of those few individuals, given the despicable actions they had committed. Such scum ought to vanish from this world. However, Chu Yang merely ordered their hands to be severed and then released them. Although Wang Dong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he nonetheless complied with Chu Yang's directive. Meanwhile, on another front, after Jiagui's departure, his whereabouts became uncertain. The remaining individuals, despite negotiating with Chu Yang, ultimately met with failure. They all understood that if they were to engage in solitary combat on this small island, their survival would be fleeting. As the saying goes, a single chopstick can easily break, while a bundle of chopsticks proves difficult to fracture. This is the essence of their predicament. After being cast out of the cave by Chu Yang, the remaining individuals felt a sense of bewilderment. One of the shorter men spoke up, expressing concern. What should we do now? Chu Yang refuses to let us join him. If we continue like this, we will surely meet our demise. His tone was laced with apprehension. The eyes of the group turned towards the diminutive man, seeking a solution from one another. After a few moments, a portly man chimed in, I have an idea. His expression brightened. It was known that apart from Huang Tianxi, who wielded the greatest power, Jiagui was the next in line. As soon as he spoke, the expressions of the others brightened as well. Before he could finish, another man interjected, yes, we can pursue Jiagui. He left not long ago. If we hurry, we might catch up. Thus, they wasted no further time and quickened their pace towards Jiagui, fearing that they might truly find themselves with no way out. They nearly ran. As time passed, they eventually spotted Jiagui's figure in the distance. Their faces lit up, and they hastened to his side, realizing something was amiss. Jiagui halted and turned to see that he was being followed by the same individuals who had once served Huang Tianxi. He frowned and regarded them with unease. "Why have you followed me?" he inquired, his tone tinged with irritation. Being a merchant who valued profit and having worked under Huang Tianxi for so long, he was acutely aware of the nature of these people, and a sense of wariness crept into his heart. Before the group could respond, he continued, "You're not here because you failed to gain favor with Chu Yong and are now trying to scheme against me, are you?" His sharp gaze revealed a hint of suspicion as he scrutinized them. In response to his demeanor, the group immediately adopted a sycophantic attitude. "How could you say that? Brother Jia? We merely wish to seek refuge with you." Jia Gui squinted at the individual who spoke. "Seek refuge with me?" He nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, while Huang was here. He commanded authority. Now that he is gone, we naturally must heed your words." His expression bore an air of entitlement. Yet, Jia Gui's demeanor remained unfriendly. Observing the situation, another man spoke up. "Brother Jia, if I may say, I always thought you possessed more leadership than Huang." His eyes shimmered with admiration for Jia Gui. "All the good ideas originated from you. Huang merely enjoyed the fruits of your labor." This flattery undoubtedly pleased Jia Gui, as a satisfied smile crept across his face. "Do not think I am unaware of your intentions behind such praise," he said, crossing his arms over his chest, adopting a proud stance. The others exchanged knowing glances, aware that their words had successfully stroked his ego. As they paused, the man who had flattered him trailed off, and the group looked at Jia Gui with hopeful anticipation. Having toiled under Huang Tianxi, now assuming a position of power was not out of the question. "In that case, I, a magnanimous individual, shall take you in," Jia Gui declared with a flourish, a satisfied smile gracing his visage. With a newfound sense of belonging, the group expressed their gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Jia, for taking us in. We shall follow you loyally from now on." Their chorus of voices echoed in unison. One cannot deny the exhilaration of being exalted in such a manner. Jia Gui led the group as they traversed the exterior, with their primary focus being the search for a suitable place to reside. They descended from the mountains and made their way from the forest to the beach. At that moment, the enticing aroma of food wafted into their nostrils. One individual, known as Huang the Fatty, who had previously been the most obsequious towards Huang Tianxi, leaned towards Jia Gui and exclaimed, "Brother Jia, do you smell that? There's the scent of grilled fish wafting from afar." Jia Gui cast a sideways glance at him. "Of course I smell it." With those words, they pressed onward, spotting a group on the beach grilling fish. On this desolate island, resources were exceedingly precious. Having lost their leader and momentum, they found themselves devoid of even the most basic supplies, and Jia Gui's mind raced to devise a plan. They concealed themselves behind a tree, observing the movements of the group. "Brother Jia, it appears they are a band of pirates," Huang the Fatty speculated, uncertainty in his voice. Upon hearing this, Jia Gui furrowed his brow. "How do you know that?" "My father was a pirate, so I am well acquainted with their appearance," he replied. "Pirates?" Jia Gui muttered to himself, skepticism in his tone. If they truly were pirates, then Jia Gui and his companions might have struck it lucky. They possessed ready resources, and if they could ally with them, it would mean reaping the benefits without effort. Jia Gui's expression brightened instantly as he gestured to those behind him. "Follow me." With that, he led the group toward the beach. Upon hearing the commotion, the pirates turned their attention towards Jia Gui and his companions, their expressions wary. They ceased cooking the fish, arming themselves and aiming their weapons at the group. Witnessing their formidable stance, Jia Gui halted in his tracks. He wore a friendly smile and spoke in a soothing tone. "You misunderstand. We mean no harm." Despite his pleasant words, the pirates were unlikely to trust them so easily. They kept their weapons raised, unyielding. "We are merely refugees stranded on this island, having gone days without food, wandering in search of sustenance," Jia Gui stated, his eyes glistening with the pretense of tears, striving to portray them as pitiable. Chapter 86. A new beginning. Upon witnessing the scene, everyone immediately feigned a sickly demeanor. It must be said, the troop under Huang Tianxi's command indeed excelled at theatrics. Their expressions and gestures were remarkably vivid. The pirate captain slowly emerged from the throng, positioning himself at the forefront. His attire was distinctly more extravagant than that of his comrades, exuding an aura of unspoken authority. "Ah, I presume you are the leader here?" Jia Gui spoke slowly. "We are all capable individuals, eager to sustain ourselves through our own efforts. We shall not be mere freeloaders." At this juncture, Jia Gui paused, then posed the pivotal question, "May I join your ranks?" The pirate captain fixed his gaze upon Jia Gui, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if deliberating an evaluation. In his mind, he began weighing the pros and cons. To be candid, despite having his own crew, he recognized that their numbers were insufficient. Moreover, he was acutely aware that this small island likely harbored others, and in the event of conflict, their current strength would not suffice for victory. After considerable contemplation, the captain finally spoke. "Very well, I consent to your inclusion." As soon as the words left his lips, the expressions of the crowd brightened instantaneously. However, I have one stipulation. With this pronouncement, the collective joy of the group was swiftly extinguished. It seemed their only path forward lay in this direction. Jiagui endeavored to steady his emotions. Speak your terms. If achievable, we shall comply. I require only those among you who are deemed useful. The rest are of no consequence to me. His tone was notably grave. This was a stark truth, as a team necessitated only the most competent individuals. Retaining the ineffectual would merely squander resources. Jiagui promptly raised his hand. I am a person of ideas. I can offer you numerous insights when challenges arise. This assertion was undeniably compelling. The pirate captain gestured for him to approach, and Jiagui complied. Others began to share their own skills as well. As time elapsed, following the captain's scrutiny, the majority of individuals successfully secured their positions within the pirate crew, with only a select few being dismissed. The outcome was indeed fortuitous for Jiagui and his companions. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Yang, having reassured the anxious Su Yun, turned his attention to his own affairs. Li Xinyue was also scheming, fully aware that if things continued as they were, he would inevitably be expelled from the group, left to perish in the wilderness. While Chu Yang attended to his matters, Li Xinyue stealthily approached him, seizing an opportunity when he was distracted. She wrapped her arms around his waist. It was known that Chu Yang maintained strict boundaries with the women in the group, and such intimate gestures were entirely out of character for him. He immediately became alert, turning to find Li Xinyue's face before him. She pressed herself against him, rubbing against him suggestively. What do you think? The women in your team cannot compare to me, can they? Her expression bore a hint of flirtation. Though Chu Yang felt her soft touch, thoughts of his past encounters with women like her, who had betrayed him, left him devoid of enjoyment. He forcefully attempted to pry her hands away, but she stubbornly held on. Taking advantage of his distraction, she swiftly moved in front of him, wrapping her arms around his neck. Tonight, I shall adorn myself splendidly. Once everyone has drifted into slumber. She trailed off, her face adorned with a playful smile, followed by a kiss upon his cheek. You understand, don't you? Chu Yang remained silent, his brows furrowed tightly, observing his demeanor. Li Xinyue reached out to smooth his furrowed brow, yet her efforts were futile. You look utterly repulsive right now, he said, his tone icy, his gaze filled with disdain. Li Xinyue was acutely aware that she was merely pressing her warmth against his coldness, yet she felt she had no choice. Dignity had been lost, but if she did not act, Chu Yang's formidable presence could very well cost her life. She offered no reply, merely smiling softly. Recall the joyful moments we shared. How blissful and sweet they were. We can return to that. Her eyes sparkled with tenderness. Yet, Chu Yang could not forget that those so-called sweet moments were nothing but a facade crafted by Li Xinyue. She had long since allied with Huang Tianxi. If anyone had experienced genuine sweetness, it was he and Huang Tianxi in their clandestine encounters. Spare me your false nostalgia. Our moments of happiness were spent while you were entangled with Huang Tianxi, he retorted bluntly. Li Xinyue's expression faltered, momentarily frozen by his words. Seizing the moment, he swiftly pushed her away. I warn you, do not provoke me, or I shall not show you mercy. His expression was grave, devoid of any jest. Witnessing Chu Yang's unyielding demeanor, Li Xinyue recognized this was her final opportunity. Failure would leave her to wander the desolate island. As he turned to leave, she unfastened 2 buttons of her blouse, revealing an enticing cleavage. She rushed forward, grasping his hand. Upon turning, his eyes were met with a sight that was both alluring and disarming. It must be noted, her figure was truly remarkable. Had she been anyone else, he might have succumbed to temptation. However, even with her undeniable allure, it paled in comparison to the resentment he harbored. In a moment of defiance, Chu Yang decided to retaliate against her provocations. He reached out, tugging at her clothing as if to tear it asunder. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Xinyue instinctively shielded her chest with her hands. Chu Yang, you shameless fiend. Her face flushed with indignation, her voice laced with fury. Who is truly shameless here? Chu Yang scoffed. Didn't you intend to undress to entice me? Allow me to assist you. His voice echoed throughout the cavern, drawing the attention of all present, leaving Li Xinyue utterly mortified. Chapter 87. Li Xinyue is driven away upon witnessing the scene before him. Li Sudong could no longer remain seated. He rushed forward, seizing Chu Yang's hand and instinctively positioning Li Xinyue behind him. Chu Yang, how can you act so inhumanely? After all, my sister is your fiancée. Hearing these disjointed words, Chu Yang let out a cold laugh. When your sister was unfaithful, did she ever consider that she was my fiancée? Do you have the audacity to say this now? With those simple yet piercing remarks, Li Sudong's mental defenses crumbled, revealing a hint of helplessness on his face. So what? Even so, she is still a woman. If her purity is tarnished, can you bear the consequences? It must be said that during the struggle between Chu Yang and Li Xinyue, many onlookers had turned their attention to them. Just moments ago, Chu Yang had torn open Li Xinyue's garment at her chest, and it was uncertain whether others had witnessed this. But what did it matter? Li Xinyue had already climbed into another's bed. What significance did her dignity hold now? As the two remained at an impasse, Chu's father approached, trembling. He cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Li Xinyue was indeed once a daughter-in-law of the Chu family, but given the circumstances that have unfolded, my previous approval has now been revoked. His expression was grave as he glanced at his son, Chu Yang, whose countenance was as cold as ice. As the head of the Chu family, I hereby declare that you, Li Xinyue, are no longer our daughter-in-law. After a brief pause, he continued, thus, you are also no longer Chu Yang's fiancée. His words landed with a heavy finality, each syllable slicing through Li Xinyue's heart like a blade. After all, stranded on this desolate island, if she could not cling to Chu Yang for support, her chances of survival were grim. Li Sudong turned to look at Li Xinyue, his eyes betraying his confusion. Sister, what are we to do now? Li Xinyue remained silent, merely shooting him a fierce glare. Li Sudong then turned back, his mind racing. You do have some sentiment toward my sister, don't you? Isn't it a bit too cruel to watch us stranded on this island? He shouted, seemingly attempting to bolster his resolve through volume. His words reached everyone's ears. It was clear to all that Chu Yang could not accept his fiancée's betrayal. However, the situation was undeniably unique. When weighed against the life, the latter was far more precious than any grudge. Yet, not one of them could truly comprehend Chu Yang's plight. For this reason, regardless of his decisions, they maintained a neutral stance. Seeing Li Sudong's demeanor, Chu Yang could not help but smirk coldly. So, you've realized that being aggressive doesn't work? Are you now opting for a softer approach? Chu Yang understood that Li Sudong's words were nothing but moral coercion. Yet, he overestimated Li Sudong. Chu Yang's morals were not so easily swayed, and he would not be easily manipulated. It must be noted that in his past life, Chu Yang had lost his life because of Li Xinyue. Such matters could not be spoken lightly. After a brief pause, Chu Yang continued, since your sister chose to follow Huang Tianzi, she should not regret it now. Do not speak to me of sentiment. This is entirely her own doing. It must be said that every time Chu Yang mentioned Li Xinyue and Huang Tianzi, they were rendered speechless, for in their hearts, they knew that Li Xinyue had indeed acted wrongly. The two sides continued to be at a stalemate, and Chu's father stood by, unable to utter a word. He had hoped that by declaring Li Xinyue no longer a daughter-in-law, this predicament would resolve itself, but he was taken aback by the siblings' obstinacy. Faced with this situation, Chu's father turned to Chu Yang. Son, I believe you can handle this matter yourself. After saying this, he patted Chu Yang's shoulder. Whatever you decide, I will support you. Others watched the exchange intently. As soon as Chu's father finished speaking, Wang Dong shouted, Brother Chu, whatever you decide, I will support you. Wang Dong's sudden declaration quickly rallied the others in the cave. Yes, Brother Chu, we all support you. A satisfied smile spread across Chu Yang's face as he looked at Li Sudong and Li Xinyue standing before him. Now, I believe you understand the situation, don't you? Li Sudong and Li Xinyue exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a flicker of panic. What do you intend to do? Are you really going to force us out? Li Sudong stammered. Of course, Chu Yang replied, his tone resolute, his expression serious, exuding an air of undeniable authority. Upon receiving Chu Yang's response, Li Sudong and Li Xinyue remained rooted in place, showing no intention of leaving. They seemed to believe that simply staying would render Chu Yang powerless against them. But how could that be? Seeing their lack of response, Chu Yang decided he could no longer tolerate their presence. He gestured for Wang Dong to come over. Wang Dong swiftly approached Chu Yang. What's the matter, Brother Chu? Is there something you need me to handle? All you need to do is help me deal with them, Chu Yang instructed. It was well known that everyone present was under his command. If a gentle approach failed, then a firmer one would suffice. Wang Dong's fists collided together, his face contorting into a fierce expression as he advanced step by step toward Li Sudong and Li Xinyue. So, will you walk out on your own? Or shall I escort you out? Having worked under Huang Tianzi previously, Li Sudong and Li Xinyue were all too aware of Wang Dong's capabilities. Fear washed over their faces as they began to retreat, waving their hands in refusal. Seizing the moment, they turned and dashed out of the cave. Chu Yang observed the scene with satisfaction, finally ridding himself of this troublesome duo. He stood with arms crossed when Su Yun approached him, tilting his head slightly. He regarded her with curiosity. What is it? As soon as the words left his lips, he scanned Su Yun with concern. Shouldn't you rest a bit after what you've been through? With her hands clasped in front of her, Su Yun looked up at Chu Yang, her eyes wide with anticipation. Brother Chu, I have something I wish to tell you. Chapter 88. The truth. Chu Yang furrowed his brows slightly. Speak, he urged. Suyun bit her lip, a trace of difficulty evident on her face. Taking a deep breath, as if steeling herself for a monumental revelation, she finally confessed. The men who attempted to assault me that night were instigated by Li Xinyue. As her words hung in the air, Chuyang's expression darkened considerably. He cast a glance outside the cave, his heart brimming with fury. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? Suyun, startled by the intensity of his voice, instinctively took a step back. Realizing his emotions were running high, Chuyang inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself. I apologize. I was too agitated just now. Suyun stood still, her head bowed as she shook it gently. Finally, she began to explain, but Li Xinyue is your fiancé. I didn't want to put you in a difficult position. One must concede that Suyun was indeed a remarkably considerate girl, always thinking of others. How could this put me in a difficult position? How could I ever allow her to make you suffer? Chuyang replied anxiously. But she is, after all, your fiancé. Upon reflection, Chuyang could comprehend her dilemma. Although it was common knowledge that Li Xinyue had betrayed him, he had never publicly disclosed his true feelings on the matter. Thus, it was understandable that Suyun felt conflicted. However, it was indeed Li Xinyue and Li Sudong who had benefited from this situation. Had Chuyang known that Li Xinyue had orchestrated the incident, he would not have let them go so easily. Recalling the grievances Suyun had endured, Chuyang could not help but reach out, gently stroking her head. Suyun, no matter what injustices you face in the future, you can always tell me directly. It's all right. His tone was tender, his expression filled with affection for her. The events of the previous night had terrified Suyun. But with Chuyang's gentle demeanor enveloping her, she felt a surge of happiness. A sweet smile blossomed on her face as she looked up at him. I understand, Brother Chuyang. Outside the cave, Li Sudong and Li Xinyue were conversing. Sister, what shall we do now? Without Chuyang, who can help us survive on this island? Li Sudong's voice carried a hint of concern. Li Xinyue, already irritated by their failure to remain in the cave, found Li Sudong's incessant inquiries grating. Why didn't you prove capable enough to become the leader? Now you realize the gravity of our situation. She snapped angrily. Upon hearing her words, Li Sudong promptly sealed his lips, obediently following her without uttering another word. Nonetheless, he had a point. Figuring out how they would survive on this island was indeed a crucial issue. Meanwhile, the group inside the cave had been disturbed by Huang Tianxi's men, leaving them restless. Now that Huang Tianxi was dead, his subordinates' whereabouts remained uncertain. Finally, they could take a moment to rest. As time slipped by, it reached midnight. The sound of rain pattering outside awakened Chuyang from his slumber. He glanced outside the cave and noted the torrential downpour. Such weather was most conducive for sleep. Without further thought, he closed his eyes and drifted back into slumber. It was unclear how long he had been asleep when the rain began to trickle down from the cave's ceiling, seeping inside. Xiao Ming, who was deep in sleep, felt a chill on his back. Groggily reaching out to touch it, he discovered it was wet. Startled, he awoke to darkness, the sound of the rain echoing around him. Groping along the ground, he realized it was soaked, and so was he. He glanced at the other slumbering individuals in the cave, contemplating for a moment before deciding not to rouse them. The current situation was dire. Xiao Ming stood and approached the cave entrance. The rain was so fierce that it felt as if it might sweep over him. Faced with this predicament, he instinctively took a few steps back and looked up at the cave ceiling. It was then that he grasped the severity of the situation. Water was cascading down from the cave's top into the interior. If the rain continued, the entire cave would soon be submerged. Without hesitation, he rushed to Chuyang's side and gently shook him. Feeling an external disturbance, Chuyang groggily opened his eyes, rubbing them. What is it? Has something happened? Seeing Chuyang still in a daze, Xiao Ming shook him more vigorously. Finally, Chuyang awoke fully. This situation cannot be delayed. Xiao Ming stated urgently. Water from the rain is flowing into the cave. If this continues, we will be flooded. Xiao Ming's tone was grave as he pointed towards the cave's entrance. Upon hearing this, Chuyang sprang to his feet and stepped outside to assess the situation. Confirming Xiao Ming's account. Do you have a solution in mind? Chuyang inquired, his brow creased with concern. Xiao Ming hesitated before responding. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, perhaps we can find something to block the water and prevent it from flowing in. Chuyang furrowed his brow at this suggestion. That plan is likely unfeasible. The water's flow is too strong, and we lack the proper tools to obstruct it. Xiao Ming nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the validity of Chuyang's words. Just then, a spark of inspiration struck him. He slapped his forehead, his expression brightening. If a barrier won't work, why not block the entire cave entrance instead? The resources needed for that are not excessively demanding, making it far more feasible. Chuyang nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed with your plan. After discussing their course of action, they awakened the others. As they opened their eyes and discovered the water flooding in, astonishment spread across their faces. Immediately, Chu Yang clapped his hands to capture their attention. He surveyed the group and exclaimed, "A torrential downpour is occurring outside, and water is entering our cave. If this continues, we will be submerged. Xiaoming and I have devised a plan. We need everyone else's help to block the cave." Without hesitation, the group sprang into action, quickly gathering materials to implement their solution. Large stones were transported to the entrance, and everyone worked together to stack them, ensuring no gaps were left. Chapter 89. The Loach. Despite everyone's earnest efforts to arrange the stones in an orderly manner, it was impossible to eliminate all gaps. After much deliberation, they resorted to stuffing the crevices with some useless dry twigs, striving to fortify the defensive wall against any potential breaches. They initially believed that sealing the entrance would suffice. However, events did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Outside the cave lay a layer of mud, saturated by the relentless rain. While Chu Yang and his companions were preoccupied with blocking the cave entrance, some loaches unexpectedly emerged from the damp earth, yet shrouded in the darkness of night. It was nearly impossible for them to notice. The loaches began to slither towards the cave, and as Wang Dong was moving stones to seal the entrance, he suddenly caught sight of a bizarre, crawling creature, which startled him into dropping the stone. "Ah!" he exclaimed, terror evident in his eyes. Hearing Wang Dong's cry, the others halted their tasks and turned to him. Chu Yang hurried to Wang Dong's side and inquired, "What's wrong? What happened?" Trembling, Wang Dong took a step back and pointed towards the loach's direction. As the loach crawled deeper into the cave, its form became increasingly distinct. It resembled a loach but bore menacing, tooth-like protrusions, suggesting a formidable threat. The loach halted its advance and glared at Chu Yang and the others, baring its teeth as if poised to launch an attack. Just as Chu Yang focused on this loach, more loaches began to slither towards the cave, seemingly intent on joining the fray. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Yang's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he shouted to the group, "Be cautious. The loaches possess sharp teeth and appear highly aggressive. Do not let them injure you." Wang Dong tugged at Chu Yang, urging him to retreat. "Brother Chu, be careful. That loach seems ready to strike." Chu Yang nodded and joined the others in a defensive stance. One by one, loaches gathered inside the cave, and the foremost loach turned back, seemingly signaling the others. In an instant, a swarm of loaches surged towards them. Without hesitation, Chu Yang drew his dagger, deftly evading their advance and seizing the opportunity to strike at the loaches. The notion that these loaches could rival Chu Yang and his companions was absurd, however. The sheer number of loaches was overwhelming, with an endless stream pouring in from outside. As seconds turned into minutes, Chu Yang and his group began to feel fatigue setting in, and the cave floor was littered with loach corpses. Yet, more loaches continued to invade. Wang Dong, quick-witted and agile, dispatched the loaches near him and swiftly moved to Chu Yang's side. "Brother Chu, there seems to be no end to these loaches. If this continues, we won't be able to hold out much longer," he said, his expression grave. Chu Yang understood the gravity of the situation. His mind raced for a solution, but nothing coherent emerged. He patted Wang Dong on the shoulder. "Let me think. For now, we may need to endure." Wang Dong felt a twinge of helplessness but had no choice but to accept the reality. As more loaches flooded in, they effectively ensnared Chu Yang's group. Observing the scene, the other loaches refrained from attacking and instead moved towards their supplies. Chu Yang was acutely aware of the significance of their provisions on this desolate island. Without resources, survival would be exceedingly difficult. He glanced at his pack and saw a loach circling it, eventually knocking it over. The contents spilled forth various weapons, items collected from different locations, and food. He yearned to rush and gather his belongings, but the loaches underfoot impeded any escape. At that moment, a bottle tumbled from his pack. Since it was merely corked, the impact caused its contents to spill onto the loach. Instantly, the loach writhed in agony. Witnessing this, Chu Yang discerned something was amiss and squinted to scrutinize the bottle. After a few moments of contemplation, he recalled that it was an item he had discovered in the secret compartment of the research facility. The loach continued to convulse, and soon fell silent. This spectacle solidified Chu Yang's belief that the liquid within the bottle was lethally potent against the loaches. An idea sparked within him. He shouted to Wang Dong, who was nearby. "Wang Dong, swiftly eliminate the loaches around you, then come help me contain those over here. Clear a path." Receiving the command, Wang Dong nodded without hesitation. He hastened to dispatch the loaches with his dagger. Wang Dong proved himself remarkably capable. While others were ensnared, he managed to break free. Even Chu Yang found himself unable to escape the loaches, which was why he sought Wang Dong's assistance. Once Wang Dong had dealt with the loaches, he quickly reached Chu Yang's side. "Brother Chu, what do you need me to do?" Chu Yang replied, "Help me clear a path. I need to retrieve my pack." He pointed towards the direction of his belongings. Upon spotting the target, Wang Dong nodded, and embarked on a rampage against the Lotus. With Wang Dong's support, Chu Yang found it considerably easier to advance, gradually making his way to his pack and retrieving the bottle of liquid. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he uncorked the bottle, pouring out a small amount and sprinkling it over the Lotus before him. The liquid proved remarkably effective, causing the Lotus to writhe in torment. Observing this, Wang Dong's face reflected astonishment. "Brother Chu, what is this substance?" The Lotus seemed terrified of it. Upon contact, they begin to suffer. Chu Yang chuckled softly and shook his head. "I'm not certain what it is, but it's something I salvaged from the research facility. Likely a concoction of those scientists." Recognizing the efficacy of the mysterious liquid, Chu Yang wasted no time and began to unleash it upon the encroaching Lotus. Chapter 90. Investigation. As time passed, under Chu Yang's diligent efforts, the mudfish were mostly dealt with. However, even after finishing with the mudfish, Chu Yang's nerves remained taut. After all, numerous mudfish continued to surge into the cave from outside. With a grave expression, he urged everyone, "Now that there are not many mudfish, we must fortify the cave." Thus, the group hastened their pace, transporting stones to reinforce their shelter. Yet, merely fortifying the cave was insufficient. For the root cause of the mudfish invasion was the water seeping into the cave. Therefore, implementing waterproof measures was equally vital. Through their collective endeavor, they finally managed to block the cave's entrance. Although the immediate crisis was averted, the need to venture outside still loomed. Drawing from his existing knowledge, Chu Yang devised a mechanism that allowed them to exit through a specific stone without risking a collapse in other areas. At that moment, Qinshi approached Chu Yang and inquired, "What did you use just now? How did you manage to eliminate those mudfish?" A hint of curiosity colored his tone as his gaze fell upon the transparent bottle in Chu Yang's hand. Realizing that the liquid Chu Yang had dispersed came from that very bottle, Qinshi pointed at it, asking, "Is it the liquid within?" Chu Yang nodded and began to explain, "I discovered this bottle in a hidden passage of the Research Institute. Initially, I was unaware of its purpose, thinking it would take up little space, but this incident has revealed its efficacy." Though his tone remained calm, a contemplative expression adorned his face. Upon hearing this, Qinji understood that the situation was far from simple. Another peculiar observation was that these mudfish did not resemble ordinary mudfish. Their bodies bore spiky protrusions akin to teeth. Chu Yang acknowledged this with a nod, his mood growing somber. He was aware that this implied these mudfish had likely undergone some form of mutation. Given the mention of mutated creatures, it was evident that the situation was closely tied to the Research Institute. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Qinji's mind as he patted Chu Yang on the shoulder, exclaiming, "These creatures must be connected to the Research Institute. Although we had to leave it before, now that things have calmed down, shouldn't we find an opportunity to return?" After saying this, he looked at Chu Yang, eagerly anticipating his response. Chu Yang crossed his arms, resting his chin in thought, his expression one of contemplation. Indeed, Qinji's assertions held considerable merit. If they did not investigate these mutated beings thoroughly, they would undoubtedly face challenges in the future. Since there was no immediate prospect of leaving this deserted island, it was prudent to take action. "I believe you are right. It is indeed necessary to return to the Research Institute for further investigation." As his words fell, he surveyed the group. Although his team was sizable, the mission to investigate the institute posed certain dangers, necessitating a selective approach. After scanning the crowd, he approached Wang Dong. "Are you willing to accompany me back to the Research Institute?" Upon hearing this, Wang Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Return to the Research Institute? Why would we go back there?" With a resigned sigh, Chu Yang replied, "There are certainly secrets yet to be uncovered, and we must return." Eager to assist Chu Yang, Wang Dong readily nodded, thumping his chest. "Of course, I am willing to go." Seeing his enthusiastic response, Chu Yang smiled with satisfaction. As this proposal had originated from Qinji, he thought to consult him regarding his willingness to join. Thus, he brought Wang Dong to Qinji's side. "Would you like to come along?" Observing Wang Dong beside Chu Yang, Qinji quickly grasped the situation. He nodded emphatically, his gaze resolute. However, he voiced a concern. "But just the three of us is far from sufficient. What additional individuals do you think we should bring?" Looking at the group before him, Qinji pondered. His expression conflicted. It was crucial to remember that while the Research Institute was perilous, the cave was also not entirely safe. They needed capable individuals to ensure the safety of those remaining behind. After a few moments of contemplation, Qinji offered his suggestion. "I believe we should also take Luo Yi and Suyu with us. The others can remain in the cave." He paused before continuing. "These individuals are among your most trusted subordinates and possess considerable abilities. The rest should stay behind for protection." Listening to Qinji's reasoning, Chu Yang found himself nodding in agreement. There was undeniable wisdom in his words. He then signaled Wang Dong, who promptly went to summon Luo Yi and Suyu. After conveying the plan to them, the 5 members wasted no time in preparing their belongings. With dawn approaching and having rested adequately the previous night, they knew they needed to reach the Research Institute without further delay. The journey to the Research Institute took them through a forest fraught with peril. As they traversed the woods, a heightened sense of vigilance gripped them, wary of any lurking dangers. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon them this time, and they safely emerged at the entrance of the Research Institute. The familiar scenery before them evoked vivid memories of their past experiences. Chu Yang inhaled deeply, astonished that they had returned to this place once more. Hearing his words, the others turned their gazes towards him, with Wang Dong adding, "Brother Chu, this time we will surely uncover the secrets of the Research Institute." His voice brimmed with confidence. With that, Chu Yang led the group inside. The sight that greeted them left everyone wide-eyed in astonishment, as Chu Yang recalled the brief time that had passed since their departure from the Institute. He was struck by the drastic changes that had occurred within. The ground lay strewn with numerous corpses, which, upon closer inspection, belonged to various animals. Yet, these were not ordinary creatures. Their grotesque forms mirrored the mutated beings they had encountered previously. Chapter 91. The secret button. It seemed that due to the prolonged storage of these corpses, a foul stench pervaded the research facility. Chu Yang could not help but furrow his brow and cover his nose. How many days had these beings been dead to emit such a repugnant odor? Qinji complained. These creatures do not resemble ordinary animals. Wang Dong's voice trembled with a hint of terror, his heart filled with disbelief. Although they had encountered numerous mutated beings recently, the sight of a mountain of mutated animal corpses sent a chill down his spine. It was evident that this research institute harbored some unknown secrets. Chu Yang responded in a low voice, his tone resolute, and his expression turned serious. Since there was still time, let us search this facility once more together. Upon receiving Chu Yang's command, the group did not hesitate, braving the overwhelming nausea as they began to scour the institute. They had previously searched this place numerous times, and although they had found nothing useful before, the circumstances had changed, and they hoped for different results. As seconds ticked by, they were unaware of how long they had searched without any fruitful discoveries. Qinji stood up and shouted to the others, "I haven't found any useful clues in my area. Have any of you discovered anything valuable?" Hearing his voice, the others, who had been bent over, straightened up and glanced in his direction, shaking their heads in unison. Chu Yang felt a sense of helplessness and urged, "Everyone gather around." Following his directive, the 5 of them clustered together once more. While Chu Yang pondered heavily, a sudden light flickered across his face. "I just remembered a place we have yet to examine." No sooner had he spoken than he quickly located the secret door within the Research Institute. This was an area the other 4 had not yet ventured into. A glimmer of surprise crossed Qinji's eyes. He had never anticipated such a place existed within the facility. Wang Dong nodded in agreement, his curiosity piqued. "I stumbled upon this place by accident as well," Chu Yang replied softly, twisting the doorknob to push the door open. It seemed that Huang Tianxi's gun had also been discovered in this very location. A firearm was a powerful tool. If Huang Tianxi could find something so useful here, perhaps they could uncover other valuable items with careful searching. As they diligently explored the secret door, suddenly, Siyu exclaimed, "It seems there is a button here." Upon hearing his voice, the others immediately gathered around. Indeed, as he had stated, there was a button visible. The 5 exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting hesitation. "What do you think? Should we press this button?" Siyu cautiously inquired. It was certain that this button concealed some secrets, yet whether it would lead to fortune or misfortune was unknown to Chu Yang and his companions. There was a possibility that pressing this button could cost them their lives. No one answered, and all eyes turned to Chu Yang. After a few moments of contemplation, Chu Yang nodded. "Since we are here to investigate the Institute, we must accept the risks. If we shy away from this minor peril, how can we hope to uncover anything of significance?" As soon as he finished speaking, Siyu, no longer hesitating, promptly pressed the button. A click echoed from behind them. In unison, they looked up, turning toward the sound. Before them appeared a staircase leading underground. They exchanged glances, waiting for Chu Yang to speak. His expression was grave as he fixed his gaze on the staircase. He took the lead, gradually making his way down into the basement. "Let us proceed and see what lies within." A sense of trepidation gripped the hearts of the group, for the unknown often breeds fear. Their movements were slow, as if they feared disturbing something lurking in the shadows. Step by step, they descended until they finally reached the basement. The sight that greeted them left them wide-eyed. They stood frozen in place, staring in shock at what lay before them. "What are these?" Qinji's voice trembled with fear as he pointed at the objects before him, taking a step back. A profound sense of danger surged within him. Seeing this, Chu Yang immediately patted his shoulder. "They are merely specimens." Despite a flicker of panic passing through him, Chu Yang, as the leader, knew he had to maintain composure and not succumb to fear like Qinji. With Chu Yang's reassurance, Qingxi felt a slight sense of relief. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Chu Yang advanced further, flanked on both sides by specimens of mutated animals, which, upon closer inspection, were rather unsettling. Qingxi, feeling frightened, dared not glance sideways and focus solely on the path ahead. Meanwhile, Chu Yang surveyed his surroundings, genuinely astonished by the bizarre specimens. One could only wonder what experiments the scientists had conducted in this place to yield such an array of strange creatures. A note of awe colored his voice. Wang Dong, walking beside him, nodded unconsciously. Could this desolate island have been deliberately chosen as an experimental base? It was indeed a plausible scenario. After all, the isolation of this place rendered it difficult to detect, making it an ideal location for illicit activities without fear of capture. However, it was perplexing that not a single scientist's shadow could be found. So you chimed in? It's odd, isn't it? As soon as he spoke, the group felt a chilling realization wash over them. The scientists had produced so many mutated beings, yet they had vanished without a trace. Could it be that they had met their end at the hands of these very creatures? It was not beyond the realm of possibility. They had witnessed firsthand the formidable strength of the mutated beings. With a resigned sigh, Chu Yang remarked, "These are the mysteries we must unravel." Just as he finished speaking, Qingxi suddenly halted in his tracks. The others, unaware of his pause, continued forward, but Wang Dong, standing beside him, sensed the absence of one and promptly turned back. "Qingxi, why are you standing there? Hurry and catch up with us," he urged gently, his eyes filled with curiosity. Qingxi remained rooted in place, his gaze fixated on the ground as he crouched down. The group, sensing something amiss, turned back and approached Qingxi. "What's wrong? Did you find something useful?" Chu Yang quickly inquired. Furrowing his brow, Qingxi held up the object he had discovered beneath his feet, several sheets of paper. Chapter 92. The diary. His expression revealed a sense of bewilderment as he handed the items in his possession to Chu Yang. Chu Yang's demeanor was grave as he unfolded the sheets of paper and began to examine their contents. May 10, 2012. Study of mouse specimens. May 26, 2012. Study of earthworm specimens. 2012. The pages contained detailed notes on the research of these specimens, which were of little use to Chu Yang and his companions. He continued to leaf through, his brow furrowing as he read further. "We intend to carry on with these experiments if we achieve success. It could yield tremendous benefits for humanity. However, the situation is not unfolding as we had envisioned. Our research has encountered significant issues. If we proceed further, we risk unleashing a catastrophic disaster upon the surrounding seas. We cannot allow that to happen. I wish to halt our efforts, but unexpectedly, we have a traitor within the Institute. Someone has stolen our core data and released some of the live specimens and reagents we were experimenting on. No one is aware of these developments. By the time we realized what was happening, it was already too late, and everyone suffered severe repercussions." The notes concluded at that point. This was a continuation of the diary we had discovered previously. Chu Yang's expression remained somber as he spoke, passing the paper around for everyone to read. Qingxi remarked as he read, "Yet the contents remain incomplete. The subsequent pages have been torn out." Chu Yang nodded in agreement. This would explain the mysterious disappearance of the scientists in the Institute. They indeed faced a grave crisis, Qingxi whispered. Upon learning this, so you let out a resigned sigh. It seems these scientists have inadvertently caused their own downfall. They thought they could make a significant contribution to humanity, only to find themselves in such dire straits. Their internal strife was unavoidable, Qingxi added, echoing Su Yu's sentiment. Chu Yang rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Let us move on from this topic. We cannot afford to waste any more time. We must continue our investigation." As he finished speaking, everyone stood up, their expressions turning serious. They pressed onward, seemingly less fearful now that they had gleaned a portion of the truth behind the Institute. Chu Yang led the way at the forefront. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of something on a table ahead. He guided the group towards it. The table had several cabinets. Chu Yang knelt down to open one. To his astonishment, he found modern firearms within. Wang Dong's expression brightened with excitement as he rushed to Chu Yang's side, eagerly pulling out the weapons. "I can't believe there's a handgun here," he exclaimed, his voice tinged with thrill. He peered inside again, finding no additional items. Qingxi discovered a cabinet before him. Seeing Chu Yang's find, he too knelt to open the door. Inside lay a long rifle. Yet, Qingxi was luckier. His cabinet contained both a rifle and a handgun. He handed them to Chu Yang, declaring, "This place is truly bountiful." Wang Dong patted Qingxi on the shoulder, grinning. Previously, they had only possessed makeshift weapons, with the most lethal being a dagger. Now, the discovery of these modern firearms instilled a newfound confidence in their exploration of the Institute. After clearing the cabinet, they had acquired 3 handguns and 2 rifles, perfectly allocating them among the 5 of them. Since we've found such useful items here, let's continue searching to see if there's anything else of value, Chu Yang suggested. The others nodded in agreement. The basement was neither particularly spacious nor cramped. Most of the area was occupied by specimens, leaving limited room for storage. The cabinet had been an unexpected find. After thoroughly searching the basement, it seemed there were no other useful items besides the guns. However, it was reasonable to assume that a space designated for specimens would not serve as a storage area for various objects. Having concluded their search of the basement, Chu Yang led the group up the stairs. Halfway up, he paused to rummage through his bag. The others looked on in confusion, scratching their heads. "What's wrong, Brother Chu? Why have you stopped?" Chu Yang continued to search, responding, "We've scoured this area thoroughly. There is nothing of value left. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, it would be prudent to set this place ablaze." As he spoke, he retrieved a match from his bag. After igniting it, he tossed it into the basement. It ignited with alarming speed, flames roaring as if fueled by some flammable substance. A wave of heat surged towards the group, causing them to squint and shield their eyes. Once this matter was resolved, Chu Yang did not linger, swiftly ascending the stairs. The group felt uplifted by their successful finds in the basement. "Brother Chu, now that we've finished searching the basement, should we continue our search for other items within the Institute?" Qingji inquired. To be honest, they had already explored the Institute quite thoroughly. Given their meticulous search, it was unlikely they would overlook anything valuable. After pondering for a few moments, Chu Yang replied, "No. This haul is significant enough. Let us return to the cave." Upon hearing this, Qingji nodded. The group navigated past the corpses within the Institute, arriving at the entrance. Chu Yang halted, glancing back with a heavy expression. Although they had made unexpected discoveries within the Institute, the secrets it held still eluded them. As long as this matter remained unresolved, Chu Yang and his companions would remain at the mercy of the mutated creatures. While retracing their steps, Wang Dong sidled up to Chu Yang, casually draping an arm around his neck. "Brother Chu, you must take me along for these adventures in the future." He then tossed the handgun he had acquired in the air, a satisfied smile gracing his face. However, Chu Yang's expression turned serious as he abruptly halted and turned to face the group behind him. Confusion washed over their faces as they stiffened at this sudden action. "What is it, Brother Chu?" Qingji asked first, concern evident in his voice. Chapter 93. Su Yun's inquiry. Everyone exchanged glances, a look of perplexity etched upon their faces. "We shall refrain from divulging our discoveries at the Research Institute today," one of them declared. At this, Wang Dong furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Why?" The moment the question escaped his lips, all eyes turned to Chu Yang, undoubtedly intrigued by the rationale behind this decision. After a few moments of contemplation, Chu Yang concluded that it was best not to disclose anything. Receiving such an ambiguous response, Wang Dong scratched his head, his eyes reflecting confusion. However, considering that Chu Yang likely had his reasons, the group refrained from pressing further. "I had intended to share this with Lin Hai and Zhang Wei, but given your words, I shall keep my silence," Wang Dong chuckled, raising his hand in a mock gesture of oath. Chu Yang merely nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate. Thus, the group resumed their journey, for the Research Institute was a considerable distance from the cave, and returning would require ample time. As night descended, the small island would become perilous, necessitating their return to the cave before darkness enveloped them. Meanwhile, within the cave, Su Yun felt compelled to seek out Zhu Yanzi. Upon encountering the unexpected visit from Su Yun, Zhu Yanzi's expression morphed into one of confusion. Although they both worked under Chu Yang, their bond was not particularly strong. Their previous connection had merely stemmed from a shared jest about the female protagonist. Thus, it was quite surprising for Zhu Yanzi that Su Yun would approach her this time. Zhu Yanzi looked up at Su Yun, and they exchanged smiles. Su Yun gradually settled beside her, resting her chin on her hands, a frown adorning her features. Zhu Yanzi tilted her head, inquiring gently, "What troubles you? Is something amiss?" Her tone bore a hint of concern. Upon hearing this, Su Yun sighed in resignation. "Do you know what Brother Chu and the others have ventured out to do?" After speaking, she pressed her lips together in dismay. "My brother is gone with them as well. I wonder if they might encounter any dangers, having been out for so long." Once Su Yun finished speaking, Zhu Yanzi began to process the information. Without responding to Su Yun, she surveyed their surroundings and soon realized that Chu Yang was indeed absent. Moreover, several other men were also missing from the cave. Upon this realization, Zhu Yanzi furrowed her brow, pondering how long they had been gone. In response to Zhu Yanzi's question, Su Yun raised her hand to count. "They've likely been gone for 4 or 5 hours. After uttering this, she let out another sigh. Zhu Yanzi's face then mirrored her concern, but she remained oblivious to Su Yun's feelings for Chu Yang, attributing her worries merely to sibling affection. Zhu Yanzi gently patted Su Yun's back, her gaze conveying reassurance. "Do not fret. They will surely return safely. After saying this, a knowing smile graced her face. Su-Yun nodded silently, choosing not to elaborate. Although Zhu Yanzi's words offered little solace, the mere presence of someone to converse with eased her anxiety. As time passed, they finally caught sight of the cave. Qin Ji's face lit up with joy as he bounded ahead, exclaiming, "Everyone, look! We have arrived." His voice was filled with excitement. And Wang Dong, standing beside him, chuckled in agreement. "Indeed, after such a long trek, we have finally made it. After such a lengthy journey, I trust everyone is weary? Let us rest well upon our return." Chu Yang turned to the group, shouting cheerfully, a smile gracing his lips. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Su-Yun rushed forward to greet them. Unsure of her standing beside Chu Yang, she instead approached Su-Yu. "Brother, you have finally returned. You were gone for so long." Su-Yun's voice carried a hint of joy mixed with complaint. Observing her demeanor, Su-Yu's face softened into a fond smile as he affectionately ruffled her hair. "Do not worry, we have returned safely, have we not?" Su-Yun nodded and then regarded her brother with curiosity. "By the way, brother, what was the purpose of your lengthy excursion?" She blinked innocently, her expression devoid of guile. As Su-Yu opened his mouth to respond, he suddenly recalled Chu Yang's words on their return journey. A sheepish grin appeared on his face as he scratched his head, struggling to formulate a response. "We merely investigated the research institute. Nothing significant occurred." Noticing Su-Yu's demeanor, Su-Yun furrowed her brow, sensing something was amiss, as he appeared rather unnatural. After a moment's contemplation, she shook her head in resignation, muttering to herself, "Perhaps I am overthinking this." Then, donning a bright smile, she directed her gaze back to Su-Yu. "In that case, did you uncover anything noteworthy at the research institute?" At her inquiry, Su-Yu froze, aware that he could not lie to his beloved sister. A troubled expression crossed his face, and just then, Chu Yang turned to meet his gaze. With the look of a man who had discovered his salvation, he beamed and pushed Su-Yun towards Chu Yang. "Sister, if you truly wish to know what transpired, simply ask Brother Chu." He patted Chu Yang on the shoulder, knowing full well that he possessed more information than he did. As his words concluded, he prepared to leave, leaving Chu Yang standing there, utterly bewildered. Chu Yang stared blankly at Su-Yu, confusion evident on his face. Observing this, Su-Yu began to signal to Chu Yang, whispering, "She is curious about what we experienced outside." Upon hearing this, Chu Yang immediately grasped the situation. He redirected his attention to Su-Yun, a gentle smile gracing his features. "What is it, Su-Yun? What would you like to know?" His tone was soft and inviting. Su-Yun pouted, her eyes darting around as she pondered for a moment. "You have been away for so long. Did you discover anything of significance?" She paused briefly before continuing. "For instance, did you find any means of escape? Or perhaps something useful?" Chu Yang waved his hand dismissively, his expression revealing a sense of exasperation. Chapter 94. The discovery of silkworms. What useful discoveries could one possibly make in this research institute? After voicing his thoughts, Chu Yang let out a sigh. As we departed, everyone saw clearly that the institute had been thrown into chaos by a humanoid bat. A look of dejection spread across his face. Observing this, Su-Yun was immediately overcome with a sense of guilt. She seemed to realize that her question had been ill-timed and began to berate herself. "I'm so sorry, Brother Chu. I didn't expect this would upset you," she murmured softly, her head bowed. Seeing her distress, Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback. Truth be told, he couldn't comprehend Su-Yun's thought process, how she suddenly spiraled into self-reproach. Taking a deep breath, he gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "It's all right. It's merely a trivial matter. There's no need for such remorse." His tone was remarkably tender, and Su-Yun felt her heart lighten somewhat. She managed a faint smile, saying, "Then I shall prepare a meal for you." Chu Yang nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Subsequently, Su-Yun busied herself with her own tasks. Noticing that Chu Yang had soothed Su-Yun, Su-Yu quickly approached him, wrapping his arm around Chu Yang's neck. "Brother Chu, I owe you one. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for words regarding our outing." Chu Yang pursed his lips in exasperation, shooting him an incredulous glance. "You're quite clever. You just knew to leave this mess for me to clean up." Su-Yu chuckled mischievously, waving his hand dismissively. "It's not like I wanted to discuss these matters. My sister asked, and I couldn't bring myself to fabricate lies." Chu Yang observed how doting Su-Yu was towards his sister, how well he protected her, and he understood the sentiment behind Su-Yu's earlier words. Just then, Su-Yu began to ponder aloud. "But have you noticed something peculiar? It seems my sister is particularly concerned about you." His expression turned serious. At this remark, Chu Yang was momentarily stunned. Reflecting on his interactions with Su-Yun, he was vividly reminded of the moment he had seen her in the wild fruit forest. Her skin as white as snow, her figure curvaceous, every detail still etched in his memory. Lost in thought, he found himself entranced, observing his days, Suyu furrowed his brow and nudged his shoulder. What is on your mind? You look completely lost in thought. There was a hint of irritation in his voice. Chu Yang offered an awkward smile, scratching his head as he stammered. It's nothing, nothing at all. Have you truly not realized? Suyu's tone became more animated. Chu Yang waved his hand nonchalantly. She cares about you too. That's different. I'm her brother, so of course she cares about me. Chu Yang frowned slightly. I consider her a sister as well, so her concern for me is quite normal. That's not the same. I am her biological brother. What are you trying to say? Chu Yang's eyes reflected his bemusement, just as the answer seemed to be on the tip of his tongue. Suyu dejectedly shook his head. Never mind, never mind. Forget I said anything. With that, he departed before Chu Yang could respond. Watching Suyu's inexplicable behavior, Chu Yang's expression turned quizzical as he scratched his head. No sooner had Suyu left than Su Yun approached again. Brother Chu, we are running low on firewood for our daily needs. May I take a few people to collect some from outside? Can't you let Wang Dong handle that? It's puzzling, Chu Yang replied, expressing his concern. After all, those women lacked self-defense capabilities, and if they encountered danger, they might find it challenging to return. You just came back from the institute. I'm sure you're all quite tired. It's best not to trouble brother Wang Dong further. Sian's thoughtfulness warmed Chu Yang's heart. Before he could respond, she continued, Don't worry, brother Chu. We'll only collect some firewood nearby. There's little chance of danger. After a few moments of contemplation, Chu Yang hesitantly nodded. If you must go, then do so, but remember to return early, he urged. Su Yun smiled brightly, nodding eagerly, and soon led a few women outside. Thanks to their earlier interactions, Su Yun and Zhu Yinzi had grown closer. They walked at the forefront, guiding the others out of the cave. Once in the forest, Su Yun halted and turned to the group, calling out, Everyone, gather some burnable wood in this area, but do not wander too far. The others nodded and began collecting wood. Su Yun joined in, diligently searching through the underbrush for suitable sticks. Suddenly, she felt something crawling on her arm, a tickling sensation. Initially dismissive, she merely scratched at it, not giving it much thought. However, as the crawling sensation intensified, unease crept into her heart. After a moment's deliberation, she stood still and placed the sticks on the ground one by one. Only then did she realize that a silkworm was climbing on her hand. Su Yun's expression brightened instantly as a smile spread across her face. Everyone, come look. You won't believe what I've found, she exclaimed excitedly. Hearing her call, the group paused their activities and hurried over, surrounding her. Zhu Yinzi's face paled in shock, taking a few steps back in fear. There's a bug crawling on you. Su Yun blinked in surprise at Zhu Yinzi's alarmed reaction. This isn't just any bug, it's a silkworm. If cared for properly, it can produce silk. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances and began to murmur amongst themselves. Now that you mention it, it does resemble a silkworm, one remarked. Indeed, if it can produce silk, it could be incredibly useful. Another chimed in. With Su Yun's explanation, Zhu Yinzi's fear began to dissipate. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward to examine the creature closely. So, you mean to say that the silk fabrics we used to wear were produced by this little creature? Xia nodded vigorously, a joyful smile illuminating her face. That's right. Sounds promising, Zhu Yinzi replied, crossing her arms and glancing at the silkworm. Chapter 95. Descent uncertain of the cause. Siyun could not help but chuckle at the sight of Zhu Yinji. Perceiving this, Zhu Yinji immediately grew agitated, exclaiming, What are you laughing at? A hint of indignation flashed across her face, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, revealing her embarrassment. Realizing this, Su Yun quickly suppressed her smile, adopting a serious demeanor. All right, we are here to gather firewood. Let us not squander our time. With that, she gathered the firewood she had placed on the ground, cradling it in her arms while ensuring the silkworm was well protected. I shall bring this silkworm back and share the good news with everyone, she murmured to herself, her eyes sparkling with joy. Once everyone had collected enough, Sian led the group back. She walked at the front, her heart brimming with anticipation. Upon reaching the cave entrance, she skipped over to Chu Yang's side. Faced with Su Yun's sudden approach, a look of confusion crossed Chu Yang's face. What's the matter? Are you looking for me? His tone was notably neutral. Su Yun promptly set down her firewood and rummaged through her belongings, finally presenting the silkworm in her hands for Chu Yang to see. Upon noticing the creature, Chu Yang furrowed his brow, puzzled. What's so special about this worm? He inquired with a hint of incredulity. Seeing that Chu Yang did not recognize it as a silkworm, Su Yun excitedly began to explain, Brother Chu, do not underestimate it. This is no ordinary worm. Chu Yang squinted at her, realizing that it was indeed a baby silkworm. As Su Yun continued to speak, a look of enlightenment dawned on him. He leaned in closer to examine the creature and had to admit, upon closer inspection, it remarkably resembled a silkworm. If we can nurture this silkworm until it matures and produces offspring, we can harvest silk to make garments. Suyun exclaimed, her expression radiant with delight. Chu Yang smiled faintly and nodded in agreement, then gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "This is truly wonderful." After sharing her excitement with Chu Yang, Suyun quickly set about creating a home for the silkworm. She found a clean box, placed the silkworm inside, and added some mulberry leaves she had casually picked on the way back. Filled with anticipation, she mused, "Silkworm, once you grow up, we will be able to make countless garments." Having settled the silkworm, Suyun joined the others in preparing a hearty meal. Fortunately, they still had ample supplies. And as long as there was fire, preparing a simple meal was more than feasible. Suyun's culinary skills were exceptional, and her dishes were devoured by all. After dining, the group began to rest. Everyone had noticed the earlier expedition Chu Yang had taken with a few others, yet only Suyun inquired about it. Just then, a voice emerged from the crowd. "Brother Chu, what were you and those few sneaking around for this morning?" A man shouted, his tone menacing. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang turned his gaze towards the source of the voice. He recognized the man as one of the boatmen who had come seeking assistance with Deputy Zhou, seemingly named Chen Fan. Meanwhile, those who had accompanied Chu Yang earlier also turned to look at Chen Fan. "Brother Chu has his own plans. Must he report everything to you?" Wang Dong interjected. It appeared that others had sensed the hostility in Chen Fan's tone as soon as Wang Dong spoke. Qin Shi followed up, asserting, "In any case, Brother Chu would never do anything harmful to us." Hearing their eager responses, Chen Fan scoffed. "I was merely asking. Why are you all so worked up?" After a brief pause, he continued, "Could it be that you found a way off this deserted island and do not wish to take us with you?" His words ignited a stir among the crowd. "Oh, how could this be? Brother Chu wouldn't he abandon us, would he?" Yet, it was undeniable that Chu Yang and his companions had indeed been out for quite some time that morning. So why wouldn't you tell us the truth? Murmurs of confusion filled the air, reaching Chu Yang's ears as he locked eyes with Chen Fan. After a tense moment of silence, Chu Yang finally spoke. "You wish to know what we were doing, correct?" After a brief pause to survey the crowd, he added, "This morning, I took them back to the research facility. It was too perilous, so we kept it discreet." His expression grave, Chu Yang's words fell into silence, with everyone absorbing the weight of his statement. Chen Fan, feeling his pride wounded, grew agitated. "You can say whatever you want. How do I know if you're telling the truth or fabricating lies?" At this, Chu Yang frowned, wondering if Chen Fan was attempting to incite trouble. Looking at him, Chen Fan continued, "During this time, your teacher has been scouring the island for supplies without any intention of taking us out. What is the meaning of this?" His voice rose in intensity, reflecting his agitation. The crowd began to murmur restlessly, as the topic of leaving the island was undeniably sensitive, and raising it so openly would surely provoke discord. Just as Chen Fan finished, another man shouted, "Yes, Brother Chu, you don't intend to remain on this island forever, do you?" Instantly, a wave of panic rippled through the crowd. No one wished to be stranded indefinitely on this island. Even Wang Dong could not help but approach Chu Yang, asking, "Brother Chu, have you considered taking us with you?" Those who were closer to Chu Yang gathered around him, and for a moment, he felt an immense weight of pressure. As a person who had been reborn, he understood that escaping this island would not be an easy feat, but how could the others comprehend this? Noticing Chu Yang's silence, Suyun approached, her eyes wide with concern as she gently asked, "Brother Chu, you will take us with you, won't you?" Everyone waited with bated breath for Chu Yang's response, and the murmurs gradually subsided. Faced with such a situation, Chu Yang let out a weary sigh. Was he to reveal the truth and shatter their hopes? Yet, how could they possibly believe him? Seemingly sensing his dilemma, Qin Ji stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Chu Yang's shoulder. "It's all right, Brother Chu. No matter what you decide, I will choose to trust you." Chapter 96. Departure from the Isle. A knowing smile graced Chu Yang's face. Yet he understood that this question was one he could not evade. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "You all wish to leave, do you not?" His expression remained remarkably calm. Upon hearing this inquiry, the crowd exchanged glances, resolutely nodding in agreement. The outcome fell within Chu Yang's expectations. "Very well. I shall present you with two choices. The first is to continue residing on this island with me, though I cannot guarantee your eventual departure. The second option allows you to leave the island. I will teach you how to construct a bamboo raft, but what befalls you thereafter is beyond my concern." With that, Chu Yang fell silent, casting his gaze upon the group, awaiting their responses. Chen Fan immediately stepped forward, his expression resolute. "I choose the second option." His voice rang out with conviction, exuding an undeniable authority. Chu Yang had anticipated such a response. Inevitably, someone would step forward to embrace the second choice. "Those who wish to follow this path, stand behind Chen Fan," he instructed. After a brief pause, he continued, Those opting for the first choice, please stand behind me. As this situation unfolded, a sense of conflict stirred within the hearts of the onlookers. Luo Yi approached Qin Ji, her expression tinged with hesitation. What do you think? Brother Qin, will you continue following Brother Chu, or shall we test the waters and attempt to leave the island? Qin Ji's countenance was grave as he refrained from answering immediately. After several seconds, he spoke slowly. Although Brother Chu has never expressed a desire to take us off this island, he has always considered our well-being during our time here. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi nodded in agreement. It was indeed the case that those who chose to accompany Chu Yang had experienced relatively pleasant days on the island. A lively discussion erupted among the others, as Qin Ji's clarity of thought resonated with them all. Time slipped away unnoticed, and gradually the crowd began to reach a consensus. Chu Yang's group was not large to begin with, and ultimately only 5 or 6 individuals stood behind Qin Fan. Among them was Zhu Yinzi's so-called fiancé. Witnessing this, Zhu Yinzi could not help but furrow her brow. Zhang Shu, Brother Chu has treated you well, has he not? She called out to him. Instantly, all eyes turned to Zhang Shu. However, he remained unfazed by her words, casually waving his hand. So what? I want to leave this island. Is that so wrong? This retort left Zhu Yinzi momentarily speechless, her frustration evident as she stamped her foot in silence. Beside her, Xian patted her hand, urging, do not waste your breath on him. If you wish to go, then go. To be honest, Xian had never been fond of Zhang Shu, who had previously labeled her a useless member of the team, an affront she had not forgotten. You have all made your decisions, have you not? Chu Yang called out to those behind Qin Fan. They all nodded in unison. As the situation had progressed to this point, Chu Yang was determined to keep his word. In that case, I shall lead you to find the tools for crafting the bamboo rafts. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yang guided them out of the cave and into the woods. To construct a bamboo raft, we require 2 tools, bamboo and vines. Let us begin by locating these 2 raw materials. The group nodded in agreement and began their search within the forest. Both materials were easily found. Bamboo stood out distinctly from other trees, making it simple to locate. Vines, on the other hand, were often entwined around trees, so it sufficed to look for them wrapped around branches. Chu Yang led the group as they harvested bamboo and climbed trees to cut down long vines. Subsequently, they sliced the bamboo into strips. The next step involved securing the bamboo pieces with vines, culminating in the creation of a rudimentary bamboo raft. Observing Chu Yang's dedicated efforts, those who had chosen to continue with him joined in to assist. As the saying goes, a single chopstick is easily broken, but a bundle is difficult to snap. Through their collective endeavors, 3 simple bamboo rafts were soon completed, ample enough for their small group. With smiles of satisfaction upon their faces, Zhang Shu and his companions remarked, now that the rafts are ready, let us head to the edge of the island. Chu Yang stated, as the saying goes, one should see a task through to the end. Since I have prepared the rafts, it is no trouble to escort you to the shore. They placed the rafts upon the water and stood watching Chu Yang and the others. Qin Fan smiled, waving goodbye. Farewell, everyone. I hope you find happiness on the island. Just as he finished, Zhang Shu chimed in, indeed. If you follow Brother Chu, you are bound to have a good life. The remaining individuals exchanged a few more parting words before boarding the rafts, ready to set off. Clutching their bamboo paddles, they prepared to row away. Those standing behind, Chu Yang watched the departing figures with a mix of longing and hesitation. A few displayed signs of uncertainty, yet ultimately, they refrained from taking that step. After all, Chu Yang had shown them unwavering dedication during their time together. Farewell. I genuinely hope you succeed in leaving this place. Chu Yang waved and called out to them. Wang Dong approached Chu Yang, his tone laced with curiosity. Brother Chu, your choice not to leave the island with us must hold a deeper significance, does it not? Before awaiting Chu Yang's response, he continued, after all, you know how to make a raft. If you truly wish to depart, you could have done so already. Chu Yang turned to him with a smile. I recall you two expressed a desire to leave the island before. Why did you not choose to accompany them this time? Upon hearing this, Wang Dong's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head. He vividly remembered his fervent declarations during their barbecue feast. He then threw an arm around Chu Yang. Isn't it because I work under you? Your reliability is undeniable. I cannot help but be captivated by your charisma. Chapter 97. Turbulence. Chu Yang merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. The crowd stood still, observing Qin Fan and his companions as they rowed their bamboo raft across the lake. Each face radiated joy, as if brimming with hope. Luo Yi approached Qin Ji, his expression betraying disappointment, and he sighed with resignation, although he recognized that Brother Chu treated them well. Witnessing their departure from the small island stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi turned to him, a faint smile gracing his lips. It's all right. I believe Brother Chu will eventually take us off this island. After uttering these words, he pressed his lips together, pausing for a few moments before continuing. It is surely only a matter of time. It is by no means a reflection of Brother Chu's capabilities. Luo Yi, fully aware of the soundness of Qinji's reasoning, nodded vigorously. The group remained in their spot for an indeterminate duration, until Chen Fan and the others faded from view on the lake. They rowed energetically, their spirits high. Zhang Shu remarked, "This is wonderful. At this pace, we will surely reach the outside world in no time." Chen Fan joined in with hearty laughter. "Had I known it would be this easy to leave the island, I would have brought this up with Chu Yang much sooner." After a brief pause, he added, "It would have spared us from so much suffering on that island." Zhang Shu, harboring resentment towards Chu Yang due to Su Yun's matter, felt compelled to speak out. If not for the necessity of survival, he would not willingly follow him. With the current situation serving as a catalyst, Zhang Shu unabashedly continued, "I truly wonder what he is thinking. It seems he does not wish to take us off this small island." His tone carried a hint of anger. Before Chen Fan could respond, he pressed on, "Chu Yang must relish being the boss here, which is why he is reluctant to leave." Chen Fan's expression faltered slightly upon hearing this. Deep down, he believed Chu Yang was not that malevolent. Yet his actions were difficult to justify. After contemplating, he considered that perhaps Zhang Shu's words held some truth. Dismissing such chaotic thoughts, he focused on vigorously rowing the bamboo raft. Regardless, if they choose to remain on the island, so be it, as long as we can make our escape. After stating this, the two fell silent. At that moment, one of the men glanced toward the rear of the bamboo raft. The small island was receding farther away, now almost entirely out of sight. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, "We've already distanced ourselves from that island. If we keep going like this, we will surely succeed in leaving." As his words hung in the air, smiles blossomed on everyone's faces, and their rowing became even more vigorous. As time ticked by, the sea remained calm, and hope lingered in their hearts. However, this tranquility did not last long. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept across the surface of the sea, causing the bamboo raft to sway precariously. Chen Fan's expression turned serious. "What is happening? Why has the wind risen so suddenly?" His voice carried a note of confusion and apprehension. They were acutely aware that their sole means of transportation was the bamboo raft, devoid of any defensive capabilities. If they encountered danger at sea, the consequences would be dire. Seeing Chen Fan's demeanor, anxiety began to spread among the group. Zhang Shu quickly recognized that something was amiss. If this continued, the group's morale would only dwindle further, making their escape from the island increasingly difficult. With a nonchalant demeanor, he waved his hand dismissively and smiled. What could possibly be the issue? A gust of wind on the sea is quite normal, isn't it? Before anyone could respond, he continued, "Without wind, how would there be waves?" After Zhang Shu's remarks, the group's gaze shifted to him. Upon reflection, they acknowledged the validity of his words. Chen Fan chose not to pursue the matter further, quietly nodding as he continued to row the raft. Meanwhile, on Chu Yang's side, upon seeing that Chen Fan and the others had vanished from view, Wang Dong approached him. "Brother Chu, they have departed. Shall we return now?" His tone was remarkably flat, arms crossed over his chest. Yet, Chu Yang's lips curled into a subtle smile as he turned to Wang Dong. "Don't you want to see if they can truly leave?" As soon as those words left his mouth, Wang Dong's eyes widened. He furrowed his brows, gazing out at the sea. From the current perspective, they indeed appeared quite far from the island. What did he mean by wanting to see if they could genuinely depart? An unsettling feeling crept over Wang Dong, as if Chu Yang were concealing something significant. Perhaps he already knew the outcome of their escape from the island. Treating Chen Fan and his companions as mere subjects of an experiment. Noticing Wang Dong's unease, Chu Yang's expression softened as he patted his shoulder. "I was merely speaking casually, though I am genuinely curious about whether they can leave." After saying this, he turned to the others and called out, "Let's remain here for a while longer and observe the situation." The others were uncertain of Chu Yang's true intentions, but they collectively nodded, believing that he meant no harm. According to Chu Yang's calculations, at their current speed, they had already covered considerable distance. He knew well that Chen Fan and the others could not possibly leave the island unscathed. Therefore, it was reasonable to expect that they would soon encounter danger. Indeed, as Chu Yang had predicted, Chen Fan and his companions continued to row their bamboo raft, but the sea was no longer calm. Unseen forces seemed to disrupt the tranquility of the waters. Chen Fan felt a surge of panic, glancing around frantically before turning to Zhang Shu, stammering, "Did you feel that? The sea seems increasingly tumultuous." Before anyone could respond, he added, "If this continues, will we even be able to leave this place safely?" Faced with the unfolding situation, a flicker of anxiety crossed Zhang Shu's face. He understood that the current circumstances were far from normal. Chapter 98. The Sea Monster. A flicker of impatience crept into his heart as his gaze settled upon Chen Fan. He reprimanded, "Do refrain from uttering such ominous words. Are you not aware that such talk is most ill-fated at sea?" A hint of anger laced his tone. It was crucial to remember that it was Qin Fan and Zhang Shu who had initially proposed leaving the small island, and the others had chosen to follow them out of trust. If discord were to arise between these two, a grim fate awaited them all. As the atmosphere between the two men grew increasingly tense, one of the bystanders stepped forward as a peacemaker. With a conciliatory smile, he addressed them both, "Fear not. We are a resilient bunch. Nothing ill shall befall us." After uttering these words, he scrutinized their expressions, which remained unchanged. Undeterred, he continued, "Unity is strength. How can we allow discord among ourselves?" Indeed, his words rang true. If their internal cohesion faltered, a dire outcome would surely follow. The peacemaker fell silent, and an uneasy stillness enveloped the group. At that moment, Qin Fan broke the silence. "I was in the wrong. I should not have spoken such disheartening words." A note of remorse tinged his voice. Zhang Shu, hearing this, readily acquiesced. "I too have erred. My apologies." Just then, a sudden crash echoed from beneath the bamboo raft. A tremendous force caused the raft to teeter precariously upon the waves. Panic surged within the group as they instinctively grew anxious. Qin Fan shouted, "Everyone, remain calm. Let us all shift to the left to stabilize the raft." Following his directive, they acted promptly. Fortunately, their collective effort restored balance to the raft. Qin Fan inhaled deeply, patting his chest in relief, grateful that they had steadied themselves this time. Yet one man among them bore a frantic expression. "Did you feel that? Something just struck our raft." His words tumbled out in haste, fear evident in his eyes. The sheer force of the impact was unmistakable to all. However, the others merely exchanged glances, silent. The man appeared on the brink of despair, crawling to Qin Fan's feet. "Brother Qin, let us return. We must go back." His tone was frantic, his face awash with terror. Qin Fan looked to Zhang Shu, remaining silent. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the man scrambled to Zhang Shu's feet, pleading, "Brother Zhang, please listen to me. If we return now, we may yet save our lives. If we continue like this, we may lose everything." Tears brimmed in his eyes, his fear palpable. Yet, having ventured this far, how could they choose to retreat? Zhang Shu's expression hardened with anger as he kicked the man away. "Return? There is no turning back. Our only option is to leave this island. Otherwise, you may as well jump overboard." Jumping overboard was tantamount to death. The man could not fathom such an act. Just then, a violent crash reverberated beneath the raft once more. The man trembled, yet Zhang Shu remained unfazed. "We shall press onward. What is there to fear?" His voice resonated with determination, inspiring the group. A shorter man stepped forward, helping the trembling man to his feet. "Do not worry. This is no great matter. As long as we persevere, we shall surely escape this island." He offered a reassuring smile. Zhang Shu approached Qin Fan, unable to contain his disdain. "I cannot abide these cowardly souls. If they cannot handle it, they ought not to have come along, disrupting our unity." With that, he spat into the sea. Observing Zhang Shu's demeanor, Qin Fan placed a hand on his shoulder, understanding the frustration. "It is reasonable. We nearly capsized." His tone remained level, surprising him. Qin Fan had spoken in defense of the frightened man, prompting Zhang Shu to regard him for a moment before shaking his head in resignation, ultimately swallowing his irritation. At that moment, the peculiar crash resounded once more, unsettling the raft's balance anew. The group desperately endeavored to restore equilibrium, but before they could succeed, another impact followed. The raft capsized, casting its occupants into the water. They flailed in desperation, struggling against the waves, when suddenly, a colossal creature surged toward them from the depths. With astonishing speed, it reached them in moments, devouring one of the unfortunate souls whole. Their anguished cries echoed into the air, only to be silenced mere seconds later. The azure sea, once tranquil, now bore the shocking hue of crimson, staining the surface with blood. After consuming the first few, the monstrous being seemed unsated, swiftly heading towards the direction of the raft, as if in search of more prey. Meanwhile, Chu Yang and his companions remained quietly on the beach, awaiting the outcome of his earlier command. Time had passed, and a sense of restlessness began to settle over them. Unable to contain herself, Suyin approached Chu Yang, tugging gently at his sleeve. Upon noticing her, Chu Yang smiled softly, inquiring, "What troubles you? Is there something amiss?" Suyin nodded slowly, her eyes wide with anticipation. "Brother Chu, when shall we depart?" she asked, shivering slightly as she rubbed her shoulder for warmth against the brisk seaside wind. Her voice carried a hint of discontent. Taken aback by her words, Chu Yang paused for a moment. After a few seconds, he chuckled gently, ruffling her hair. "Let us wait a little longer. We shall be on our way soon." With this reassurance, Su Yun said no more, merely nodding before returning to Su Yu's side. Upon her return, Su Yu immediately queried, "What did Brother Chu say?" Su Yun relayed the message, shaking her head in resignation. He says we must wait a bit longer. Not only Wang Dong but Su Yu too found Chu Yang's behavior peculiar, prompting him to send Su Yun to inquire further. The group continued to linger in their unease, awaiting their fate.